A young boy is playing soccer. He made a nice pass to his partner. Young men play sports games with excitement. Soccer has always appealed to the boys. Only one man is sitting with a book in his hands. From an early age, this young man was not interested in playing games for ordinary children. The young man was more into reading novels and comic books, where there were heroes and winners. He always worried about those heroes and always dreamed of becoming one of them. It just so happened that he got into one game. He became completely immersed in it. Once at a computer club, his attention was drawn to a game that was on the monitor of a peer. He had never seen it before. After some time, our hero showed great talent for this game. He even took part in the National Cup, and having become a professional, he showed high results. The National Cup is over. The champion is congratulated on his first place. Our hero, second place. Eternal second place, it was his destiny. No matter how hard the young man tried, he could not become the main character. But one day, fate gave him a gift. On February 2nd, 2022, a tremendous change took place. Reality has changed and has become more like a game than reality. Portals to dungeons began to appear in different parts of the city. Monsters came out of these portals. To counter this phenomenon, people wielding sword or magic began to appear. These men were called the mana wielders. Now all hope was in them. Now, these days, the focus is not on movie stars or famous athletes. It's the mana wielders. On all the screens, there was a hero, one of whom the young man dreamed of becoming. In another interview, one of the heroes said that the most important thing was to study the dungeon thoroughly. Our hero, computer game specialist number 2, decided that he would definitely become a mana wielder. It's been 8 years. Something was going wrong for the young man. The liquor bottle was his best friend. The young man's life was moving in a different direction. No plans and goals existed in his head anymore. Once the young man got an old piece of paper in his hands. By pure chance, he unfolded it and read it. This piece of paper talked about mana and communication in the game. The young man was thanked for choosing the service, Awakening. The boy was angry with himself. All that effort was wasted, and what was it for? The young man said to himself, "Enough is enough. Jin Jung-do should stop chasing after a pipe dream." The young man told himself that becoming a hero was not his destiny. Finally, the young man managed to open the front door. The young man went inside and, taking off his jacket, thought that tomorrow was a day off. Finally, he would be able to get a good night's sleep. A stranger appeared in the room. She said hello to Mr. Jin Jung-do. She said that she was expecting him. The girl was strangely dressed, as if she had appeared from a fake world. Stars shone around her. The young man thought he had gotten the wrong door. He apologized and left the room. Realizing that this was his apartment after all, the young man asked who she was. And how did she end up here? The stranger bowed and introduced herself. She said that she, the empowerer of the universe, was Winry Makina. She was waiting for the one who embodies the very concept, miracle. She was here to pay her respects and give the young man a gift. The guy was trying to come to his senses. The universe? What kind of nonsense is that? Embodying the very concept of miracle? The young man thought he should stop drinking. He is so useless that the girl called his existence a miracle. Makina said that Mr. Jongdo is a very valuable person. He is the second person in the universe who has the third level of communication skill. The girl held out a glowing orb to the young man and told him to accept this gift, which the universe offers with its boundless respect for him. The guy bounced aside in fear and asked, what was she doing? He yelled for her not to touch him. The glowing orb possessed the young man. His eyes lit up. The young man began to gain skills. With fear and surprise, he screamed. When the young man came to his senses, the girl was no longer in the room. Jungdo thought, what was it? The young man was on his knees and holding his chest. The young man felt that he had been successfully added skills. Hindsight, state window, resilience, infiloteria. The young man couldn't understand what these skills were and what was happening to him. He needed answers to his questions. The young man heard within himself the answer. The stranger answered him that that was it. That was it. She was honored to meet the second miracle. The boy shouted for her not to leave. After all, he still had many questions left. Jongdo held his head. Could it be a hallucination? Or did he drink too much this time? A virtual screen appeared in front of the young man. He remembered that one of the skills was the status window. The young man scanned the screen with his gaze. Many of the skills were clear to him. He wondered what the skill was. Infilotheria? He poked his finger at that spot. A machine with multicolored balls inside appeared in front of him. The machine spit out a single ball, and it landed in the young man's arms. It was a golden capsule. The young man decided to open the capsule. There was a note in the capsule. It was a rendition of rare information. The young man looked at the sheet and couldn't tell if he was crazy. It didn't seem like a dream either. One day before, in one of the offices, a man demands attention. The employees listened to him attentively. Guild head Choi Cholyan said that they were competing with several guilds for dungeons with good quality mana crystals. Everyone should realize how serious this is. However, thanks to the fact that the team leader was able to persuade the seeker Chung, the man pointed his hand at the young man. Their guild had contracted for one of the last dungeons found. Everyone in the office began to cheer. This was indeed a great fortune. The staff approached the young man and asked him how he was able to get this contract. It is said that Seeker Jong is very picky. Therefore, even the most famous guilds pay a lot of money for him. The young man replied that it wasn't difficult for him. Another coworker walked by and said that the young man was just a pathetic negotiator. It must be so easy to get recognition from others, just by having a drink with people. The guild leader told Cho Hakre to watch his tongue. The young man wondered, did he say something wrong? He's going into these dungeons risking his life. Cho Hakre added that all this young man does is drink and talk nonsense. But at the same time, everyone is praising the young man so much. It's just disgusting. The guild leader shouted, did the young man really think that hunting was the only thing needed for the guild to work? And told Hakre to close the door on the other side. Hakre agreed he was horrible. The boss said this guy's very rude. If he wasn't so good, he would have been kicked out a long time ago. John Doe said that he's already used to this person's attacks. The boss gave the money to the young man and said it was the bonus he had promised if the contract could be finalized. Jong Do thanked the guild head and thought that he was finally able to get everything together. A young man's longtime dream is to become a mana wielder. The cost of the Awakener, $300,000. A head was a magic machine that makes ordinary people mana wielders, and at the same time, evaluates their unusual talents. The young man looked around surprised and said that he and Soyun could have come here alone. Why are they all here? The guild leader wondered. Had the young man forgotten? After all, 2 of their comrades would become mana holders today. Everyone who can come should be here. The doors opened and a man appeared from there. Someone shouted that the previous person had already finished. Next, it was announced that Ms. Yoon So-young could pass. The girl said she would go first. Everyone wished her luck. Jong-do saw his colleague and thought, why did he come too? Was it because of So-young? The way this guy was looking at So-young seemed very suspicious to him. He had a bad feeling about it. So he decided to be more careful. The young man looked at the scoreboard and thought that his mana wasn't very good, and everyone could see that. Besides, he only had 4 talents. His main talent, vigilance. The guy thought it would be difficult to use it in combat units. That's why the Awakener is called a lottery. If there are many talents and it is fit for battles, then it can be considered lucky. One job seeker said that even when one gets 3 skills while upgrading, if those skills are not on the top list, the job seeker will still be a loser with poor talents and skills. And if the talents are unusable for dungeon exploration, then it's a waste of 300,000 money. Everyone has noticed that Soyun is on his way out. We have to look at the screen quickly. We need to know her results. Everyone was staring at the screen in silence and searched for information about this girl. What kind of talents did she have? Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. No one expected this. It wasn't a girl, but some kind of monster. Even a seasoned seeker with 3 years of experience can only have 30 mana. But getting 27 mana from the start, that's awesome. And her 11 talents. The maximum talents one received before was 13. Her main talent is holiness. There's a new rising star. Cholyan said she's part of their guild. It's not like they have their eyes on their comrades. A lot of people wanted to recruit this girl now. Jong-do congratulated his colleague and said that she had definitely won the lottery. The young man was genuinely happy for her. The girl replied, everything seems so unreal to her. Jong-do asked, what is she going to do now? She will be surrounded by special attention from today. Next, Mr. Jong-do was announced. The young man rejoiced. His turn had finally come. He said he would be back soon. The girl was genuinely happy for her colleague and said that he would definitely get a higher score than her. The young man thanked her and disappeared through the doorway. It looked much more natural inside than he thought it would. The young man approached the object. The young man was asked to relax and take a firm grip on the crystal ball in front of him. Jong-do realized that it was the famous Eye of Odin. The young man was told the approximate time 10 minutes, and they added that he definitely had potential. The young man excitedly declared that he would finally become a mana wielder. He had been longing for this for so long. He'll be like the man he always wanted to be, and who he emulated in his heart. Everyone present, his guild members, looked at the screen. There was disappointment in their eyes. Cho Hakre said that he knew it. The Awakener couldn't show him how to use his talents in battle. The young man was not advised to join a combat unit. Jongdo walked out of the room. There was silence. The guild leader wanted to comfort the young man, but he didn't know what to say to him. Jongdo said that everything was fine. There was nothing to worry about. Failures can happen every day. The young men were given mana watches, since they now have a license. The attendant on duty said that this watch contains information and details about the user. Therefore, it is recommended that you wear it at all times. Soyeon asked. Maybe the young man should leave early and get some rest. Jongdo faked a smile and asked if the girl was worried about him. There's nothing wrong with him. Life doesn't end if you just don't get to join the battle group. The day was ending again for the young man with a bottle in his hand. So, this is what it's like when everything goes to shit. The young man thought that his dream, which he had been working towards for 8 years after being a professional player, had been shattered. He had a bad talent. Jongdo thought so until he looked at the virtual scoreboard. He was amazed at what he saw. How could this be possible? Who is this woman, anyway? Who came out of nowhere and passed on this incredible skill to him? Skills can be obtained after leveling up, or in dungeons with low probability of skill stone appearance. The young man didn't understand what was going on. His mind was a mess right now. But he was sure of one thing. If a young person has info lottery skills, they can get information about the future. Jongdo realized one thing. He needed to study this skill more deeply. The lottery machine appeared in front of the young man again. The cost of one attempt was 1 mana. The young man opened the capsules and read the information about what would happen in the future. He could not believe his eyes. There was even information that he would step on a caterpillar in the future. Jongdo was depressed. All those predictions were useless. The young man realized that this was a skill he had gotten from the talent game. But how could roulette be so unfair? The young man has only 1 mana left. That means one last try. Jongdo saw his real-time vitals on the screen. The mana clock will only show updated parameters when it receives an update from the Awakener. If he can use the status window to find out his stats, at the moment, he will be able to better strategize for combat. This has proven to be very useful. The young man regretted that he no longer had mana. Every human regenerates mana once every 24 hours. People with a maximum reserve of 100 would recover 100 mana a day, while he would only be able to recover 7. If he had another skill, he wouldn't be able to use it whenever he wanted. The same goes for this lottery. Jongdo could just increase his stock just a little bit at a time. He should be grateful for such an incredible skill. The lottery machine produced another capsule. It was an unusual shape. The young man rejoiced. A particularly rare piece of information had been obtained. He had received information about when and where the entrance to the dungeon would appear. Jongdo stocked up and equipped himself with everything he needed. He moved in the direction he had set out to go. The young man thought, how long would he have to go? After all, he should be there soon. The young man was informed that he had reached his destination, and there would be no more signposts. Jongdo remembered that the prediction pointed to this time and this place. The young man looked at his watch and thought there was only 1 minute left. A portal appeared in front of the young man. It was incredible. His last attempt at the lottery had given him such incredible information. The young man immediately realized that this was no ordinary dungeon. It was a dungeon with treasure. Only 2 such dungeons have been officially recorded: a dragon's lair in England and the bamboo panda forest in China. Usually dungeons disappear when people enter them, so they are not named. But sometimes dungeons get names and remain in the records even after they disappear. First, if the dungeon is destroyed, thus causing cataclysms. Second, if a legendary item was discovered in the dungeon. An Excalibur has been discovered in England. A crescent green dragon blade was discovered in China. Jongdo thought he had a chance to get his hands on a weapon comparable to those used in Southeast Asia. There are no monsters in the treasure dungeons. Everyone can get a legendary item if they pass a challenge. The young man thought that if there were no monsters, this would be his chance. Even if there were other difficulties in the dungeon, he would have an advantage because of the exploration skill. Jongdo moved forward through the portal with a little apprehension, but with a lot of eagerness. The young man thought, if there are monsters in there, he has a chance to die. The guy thought it was funny, a game in which the stakes, his life. Turns out the young man was a gambler. He thought, Would there be a hero who wouldn't go in with such a trump card up his sleeve? All or nothing. The young man was discouraged. Really again? The dungeon he had passed through here several times before? After all, he had walked straight ahead without turning around. How could he have gotten here again? Jongdo calmed down and realized what was going on here. It was an illusion, a magic that clouded the view. He's embarrassed to use his mana, but he applied the skill, research. The young man discovered hidden information. This wall was created with the unrivaled magic of illusion. It has been dispelled. The young man was astonished. He had unlocked the unrivaled magic of illusion. In simple words, it was dispelled. The guy thought it was very unfair at first, but he had at least one cool skill. Jongdo opened that door and walked to the other side of the wall. He decided it was time to deal with everything right here and now. The young man went inside and found himself in the company of strangers. The young man was told, "Welcome." There were only old people here. One of the old men said that the challenger looked terribly weak this time. But anyway, he was able to dispel the illusion and get here. It's certain that this young man must have some hidden talent. Jongdo looked around and realized that there were only dwarves around him. One of them looked at the young man and said, "No wonder those eyes were able to expose the illusion." He never thought that the young man would immediately recognize their race. There's no mistaking it here, the young man thought. Any way you look at it, they're dwarves. This dungeon was called the Dungeon of Mole Treasure. So dwarves are moles? And what were the dragons and pandas from the other dungeons? One of the old gnome men congratulated the young man on passing the first test and said his name was Giz. He added that in the second challenge, the young man would have to fight him. If the boy wins, you will reward him and let him out of here. The boy was frightened. The gnome stated that he would let the young man out of here anyway, even if he lost. So there's no need to worry. Jongdo asked, "Didn't he have to clear the dungeon to pass through?" Giz asked why the young man was so surprised. There were 4 men before him that they had chased away after their failure. Giz added, "Hadn't the young man been told about it in the world?" Jongdo replied that he hadn't heard about it. The dwarf said, "The young man's world must be even more cruel than they thought. People can be very greedy." The boy asked, "What about the battle? Would it be sparring?" Giz told the young man to follow him. The rest of the dwarves laughed. What is this guy even talking about? What kind of sparring between the young man and Giz? People from the other world are so rude. They always want to settle things with their fists. They're 1,000 years away from that. Giz said the man before the young man attacked him with a knife. He then calmed down after Giz finished him off. The dwarf wondered if, in the young man's world, everyone attacked each other with a knife instead of a greeting. That's kind of barbaric. Jongdo thought that all these dwarves do is talk about how barbaric people are. It pisses the young man off. The dwarf said he fought humans as they wanted him to, but they always lost after the first blow. The young man was sure he was a barbarian too, with some 7 units of mana. Giz stated that they would fight by the rules of the dwarves. He was sure the young man would benefit from it. Jongdo asked why the dwarves kept inviting the barbarians over. The dwarf replied that they didn't do it because they wanted to. The young man thought it was a contract that limited their actions, in return for incredible power. A strong contract will lead to death, if not honored. Giz told the young man not to slow down and to hurry up. The young man squeezed through the small-sized door. He wondered why this dwarf had such a nasty temper. The boy could not believe his eyes. In the room in front of the young man was an absolute masterpiece. The dwarf stated that it had taken the strength of each of them to create it. Jongdo saw a TV and a game console in front of him. The young man pretended not to care about it. The dwarf said, "This is quite unexpected." The young man is not surprised to see such advanced technology. They will fight using it. The gnome said it would load soon and motioned for the young man to take a seat and wait. The boy thought, what chance did he have of winning at an unfamiliar game, even if he was a professional gamer? After all, this game was made by gnomes. The gnome said he would now explain to the young man how to operate the console. A lot of things seemed strange to the young man, but he had no choice. Jongdo said he thought he had seen it somewhere before. Giz replied that it was impossible. There are few places to see this kind of technology, even if you travel through a dimension. Jongdo thought that the dwarf had no idea that he was from just such a dimension. The dwarf was explaining how attacks and blocks were made. The young man thought that the character design was more close to fantasy. The arena design was also quite unusual. There were still some differences, but overall it was the same game he had played all his youth, Legends of Legends. After a while, the gnome said he had taught the young man everything and asked if he wanted to try. The lad replied he hoped he could do it and offered to get started. Giz wondered, was the young man really ready to give up yet? He was fine with starting. The dwarf said that people from other worlds have no stamina. To think he gave up before the fight even started. The guy picked up the remote control. The game will start soon. The young man activated the skill Game. During the game, all characteristics will be increased by 100%. The young man looked at his opponent and his cheerleader. He thought that they should be the ones to give up. The guy thought of himself as a professional gamer who broke into the tops just because of his skills, without thinking about any tactics. The score was 0-100. The dwarf was terribly surprised. He couldn't win a single game. How could that be possible? The young man said that should be enough. Wasn't it time to bring his reward already? He expected much from the gnome's treasury. The dwarf was screaming that it wasn't fair. He wanted to get even, and he said that they play 3 more times. The young man replied, but Giz himself knows it's pointless. Giz stepped aside, but the other dwarves ran up and said they would be next. You can't talk about a sure victory by beating only one dwarf. Jongdo thought, why does he have to do this? After all, they said it was to defeat one Giz. He doesn't want to waste even more time if he doesn't get extra benefits. The boy declared that the dwarves should give him the treasure as I had promised. The dwarves decided that the boy was right. One of the dwarves said that if the man defeated them again, they would give him something much more powerful than they had originally planned. The boy thought that the gnomes had more treasure. One of the gnomes said since the lizards and bears gave a random item of their treasure trove, they decided to do the same. The young man wondered if they had made up their minds by talking about a dragon from England and a panda from China. That is, these races can communicate with each other even if they are in different dungeons. He said if the young man defeated them all, they, each of the 7 skilled craftsmen, would take up their hammer just for him. Some time passed. The dwarves were exhausted. They could not win. They had failed to land even a single blow. How is that possible? The young man apologized. He said that he had been playing completely oblivious to the level of his opponents. He acted like a barbarian. The game should be fun for everyone. Next time, he will use only 2 fingers when playing. The dwarf said there was nothing to be done and ordered the young man to sit still. He must examine him. The dwarves wondered, what about the young man's characteristics? Did he really go into the dungeon alone with such parameters? He only had 7 mana. Why does he have so few talents? The gnome looked through his special glasses and couldn't believe what he saw. Jongdo asked, wondering if something was wrong. The dwarf told his coworker that there was no way he could deal with this guy. The coworker said he's busy too. Just need to get this analysis done faster. The dwarf said he can't. That's why he's asking for support. The colleague said, what kind of skilled craftsman is his opponent after that? One only has to look at this young man's talents. A colleague saw that the young man had a level 2 skill in the game. This cheater. The first dwarf told the colleague to watch the other. A colleague said that the 3rd level is communication. The dwarves were surprised. Is there really no concept in the young man's world, talent level? The guy had only recently learned that talent had a level at all. Jongdo remembered the stranger saying that he was very valuable. The gnome said the young man's world was terribly backward. If his skills and talents are passed down in his family, he will be able to gain a 2nd level. The 3rd level has a completely different potential. For example, if it has the swordsman skill, it will be the beginning of the entire art of sword wielding, which will spread throughout the universe, a unique original, born from the true universe. The old gnome man said that this ability allows you to create the essence itself. To meet the young man, an honor for anyone. The gnome added that originally, he had thought of doing something to be able to balance out his low characteristics, but the 3rd level of the skill had too much potential. Therefore, he summoned a colleague. He can see the future, so he's the best to deal with such circumstances. The gnome added that, with the help of his colleague, they would be able to create an outfit that would suit the young man best. Jongdo was surprised. Could this gnome really see the future? The specialist stretched and said he hadn't been this tired in a long time. The old man added that it was very interesting to fight with this young man. It had been a long time since he had been so eager to create something extraordinary. The old man chased his colleagues into the workshop. He said they should not stand around and pick up walls. The foreman did not let the young man into the workshop. He told him to stay where he was. If he went in with them, he would melt in a flash. The old man said it wouldn't take long. The young man would just have to wait. The boy wondered what the dwarves were going to create. Giz came out of the workshop and said they were finished. He tossed the young man a piece of jewelry in his hands. Jongdo held the bracelet in his hands. It was off the heat, so the metal part of it was still warm. The young man wondered if it was too fast. Maybe they had tricked him and just pulled something out of their vault. The old man said they had someone who could see the future. Did he really think they couldn't control time? The gnome added, if a weakling like this young man takes the treasure with him, he will have to face evil mobs. If he doesn't like it, he can return this bracelet. Jongdo replied, he didn't say he didn't like it. The young man thought, are all dwarves really that powerful? The guy thought they were going to destroy him if he asked how to use the bracelet. He decided to use the research mode and find out for himself. The gnome, the seer, gave the young man a sack of something. He told the young man to take it. He was lucky enough to see the 3rd level of the skill, so this would be payment. Jongdo looked into the bag and saw that there were mana crystals. The gnome said there were a couple of particularly good ones. The young man could sell them or keep them. The young man decided that if he sold them for a very high price, he would get rich. He thanked the old man. Giz says they're letting the young man go because they're done. But first, he has something he wants to say to the young man. The old man said he hadn't been this happy in thousands of years, and he suggested that if he could, the young man should come again. The boy didn't have time to thank the dwarf before he was hit hard on the head with his fist. Sparks flew from his eyes. In the next moment, the young man was lying on the grass. His backpack and a bag of mana crystals were beside him. Jongdo grabbed his head in pain. He wanted to say something to the gnome. The young man opened his eyes and saw that he was back at the foot of the mountain. He realized that he had returned from the dungeon. The young man had the feeling that he was dreaming it all. But the bracelet on his arm said otherwise. The bump on his head was real too. The young man thought that he even respected the dwarves, and how hardworking and skillful they are. Jongdo activated the virtual screen in front of him and started the research mode. He was interested in the bracelet. After studying the data, the young man was a little frustrated. Was this really it? The increase in performance was an incredible bonus, but the legend said that Excalibur and the Green Dragon Crescent Blade could cut monsters in half in just one swing. Is this bracelet too weak? The ability to change his form into any weapon he presents sounds kind of vague too. All of this would be very useful for the awakened combat type, but after all, he doesn't have a single combat skill. The guy remembered about his info lottery. The young man had used research twice, so he should have 5 mana now. If you also take into account the free try once a day, he has a total of 6 tries. The guy decided to try his luck. Jongdo was upset that he didn't get anything good. The next day came. The young man walked into the office and wished everyone a good morning. The head of the guild looked at the young man and said that he had deigned to come to work today. The young man found the office deserted. The young man saw that Soyun wasn't at the place. The chief said that the girl worked yesterday, so he gave her the day off for today. He added that they were both awakened, but giving only one of them time off was a bit unfair. Jongdo asked the boss, where did the employees from the combat unit go? The boss replied that he had also given them time off, so that they could get some rest before the expedition. There were only 6 days left before the expedition. Jongdo thought, did the boss do this on purpose to keep him away from Cho Hakre? The young man thought that his boss looked very stern, but inside he was very judicious. In any other guild, he would have been thrown out on the street by now, as he was a total 0 as a mana wielder. The leader asked if Jongdo was going to participate in this expedition. Even if a young man has bad talents, he still needs to get his first skill. Once in a while, people get a good skill and become part of a combat unit. The boy replied that of course he would go. That's why he joined the guild. The boss wondered where the young man had gotten that bracelet. It looked pretty cheap. The young man squinted his eyes and said he had just been given it. The guy decided that no one should know that he had gone to the dungeon with the treasure. The young man thought that this would be a great opportunity for him to try out the Lord of all weapons and to test the dwarves' gift in action. The day to start the expedition had arrived. The boss asked Cho Hakre if he knew what time it was already. Hakre replied that he had to deal with unforeseen circumstances. The guild leader said to have Jongdo check the analyzer to make sure of the information that Seeker Jong had given him. The young man said that everything was ready. A rank D, destructive type dungeon for a maximum of 10 people. Everything was as they had been told. The guild leader said that thanks to someone they're late, but he'll instruct them anyway. The boss reminded them that this is a rank D dungeon. Their goal is to collect as many mana crystals as possible. Also, they have to help the team leader, John Doe and So Young, level up. So, we should let the youngsters destroy the mobs. Hakre told our hero that he came even with such useless talents after waking up. Isn't he ashamed of himself? The guy replied that at least he wasn't late because he forgot to go to the bathroom. Har noticed that the young man was a bit too talkative for an ordinary handyman. He seemed to expect a good skill once he leveled up. Jongdo replied that that's exactly what he's counting on. But until he tries it, he won't know. Boss said that the combat squad would include all 6 of them. That would definitely be enough for a rank D dungeon, even though this squad was larger than necessary during the expedition to the rank C dungeon. 2 of their rank B comrades died, and only Cho Hokre and the 2 rank C guys were able to survive. This was something everyone should remember. Safety first, everyone must follow the captain's orders. The guild leader said, the most important thing was for no one to relax. The boss said the expedition is starting. Everyone must return alive. The young men entered the dungeon through a portal. Just as the group entered the dungeon, they were already expected. The young man said, did the lizard really get them from the start? Hakre said, keeping out of the way and out of the way. Hakre, using his skill and combat experience, immediately dealt with the enemy. Everyone was amazed at what they saw. This young man was certainly a brute, but definitely an expert in his field. Jongdo understood what it meant to have an A rank. Hakre said that he let that monster live, and he told Mrs. Soyoung to destroy it. Soyoung killed the monster, plunging her sword into its chest. Hakre added that the mana crystals from the corpses would be collected by Jin Chongdo. He must not miss a single mana crystal. Soyoung remarked that she should take it up as the youngest. Hakre replied that social hierarchy means nothing here. Once a group enters the dungeon, everyone is equal. Jongdo said that he would be collecting those mana crystals. Jongdo told the girl that it's okay, and he would do it. Hakre told them to keep up the pace. Hakre stood near another monster and called out to Ms. Soyoung. The girl replied that she had already destroyed the past 2 monsters. Let this monster and the next one be destroyed by Jongdo. That would be fair. Hakre said that Ms. Soyoung doesn't understand something. They don't have to be honest. Soyoung was surprised. How could Hakre say such a thing? The young man said that the girl had 27 mana and 11 talents. Such stars were rare, even in their region, and Jongdo only had 7 mana and 3 trash talents. Hakre said after all it's obvious who he should give a chance to, for the sake of their guild's future. The girl objected. She said that the guild leader would never think that. Hakre said that here he had the right to decide how this expedition would proceed. The young man recalled that the guild leader said for everyone to follow his orders. Or is he wrong? One of the contestants said that this Hakre guy was pissing her off already. She has never liked him. A coworker added that he never uses any tactics or teaches beginners. They decided to complain about him as soon as they are done. It seemed strange to them. Hakre was a scoundrel, but he respected the guild leader. Hakre was ready to face the monsters coming at him. Jongdo realized that the squad members would complain about Hakre to the head of the guild. Is he so stupid that he doesn't know the consequences? What the hell is he thinking? After another battle, a bunch of corpses of ruthless monsters were left in the room. Jongdo thought that Soyoung had gotten 10% of the required amount of experience. Maybe it was for the best. We should have followed Hakre further. The squad arrived at the next room. All that remained was to open the doors. Suddenly, there was a roar, and a huge monster with glowing eyes appeared. It moved straight towards Jongdo. Someone in the squad noticed that this boss monster was very different from the others. Hakre fearlessly attacked the monster, and wielding his swords, he began to destroy it. The young men thought the young man was being extremely violent. The monster was destroyed. Hakre noticed that he needed one decisive blow to do it. The young men thought that this Hakre definitely deserved an A rank. Everything ended well. It was definitely better than standing in suspense, waiting for another battle. The young man said, if Soyoung got all the experience points she needed, should let them finish off this monster Jongdo and get out of here. The young man added, after all, they should help newcomers level up. How can you give all the experience to one Ms. Soyoung? Hakre said he didn't care. That, in any case, none of them would leave here alive. Suddenly, Jongdo shouted for his colleague to dodge. The guy didn't react in time and found himself pierced through and through by the sword. With an icy stare, Hakre stabbed his sword at his colleague right in the chest. Hakre said he thought he was about to die of boredom. A member of his group fell to his knees. Everyone thought that Hakre the madman. The madman's eyes lit up with rage. He began to spin his swords, and everyone realized that he was serious. Hakre pounced on his companions. They were confused and had no time to do anything. The villain was destroying them with his weapon. The survivors were Jongdo and Soyoung. Hakre asked, "This must be their first time seeing someone die? I wonder why they aren't screaming?" Jongdo asked with surprise. "What did he do?" Hakre looked around at his companions. They were lying there, defeated by the wretch. The rascal laughed and said that a pleasant feeling now visited him. Jongdo realized that every second was precious. He applied his research skill. Jongdo saw that the body snatcher was in front of him. It turned out that Hakre had been a killer all along. Last time, in that dungeon, he had also destroyed his two co-workers. Hakre headed straight for the young men and said that Jongdo was quick-witted, but not fast enough, because those two are about to die by his hand. Hakre added that he honestly didn't really want to rush things. But after Soyun's awakening, he couldn't keep his temper any longer. The villain said that the girl had incredible powers. How strong will he become when he destroys Soyun and absorbs her power? Hakre added that it was very difficult for him to hold back. Hakre added that he had nothing against Jongdo. No one would care about his behavior because he looks like a fraud. Hakre stated that as compensation, he would destroy Jongdo with one punch. Hakre swung around and tried to land a striking blow on his opponent. Hakre was surprised. How was Jongdo able to block his punch? He didn't intend to throw a full force punch, because he wanted to torture his opponent a bit. But that strength should have been enough to destroy the sword in his hands. Hakre noticed that his opponent's sword didn't look ordinary. He immediately noticed the lord of all weapons. Suddenly, Soyun ran up to her opponent. She threw a punch at him and asked him how he did it. Hakre fended off the blow and counterattacked the girl. He told her to sit still and wait for her turn. He'll deal with her after he tears Jongdo apart. Jongdo saw Soyoung fly off to the side and involuntarily cried out. Hakre said that he couldn't hold back tears from that melodramatic picture. Jongdo ran up to the girl and tried to support her. She coughed and wriggled in pain. Hakre told his opponents not to look serious. He suggested that they just have fun. Jongdo thought to himself, what should he do? The difference in their abilities is so huge that he couldn't figure out how to fight his opponent. Soyoung tells Jongdo that she's fine. Jongdo turned on the research mode. Jongdo was interested at the moment in how much Miss Soyoung could be counted on. The guy saw that the girl had raised her level. Jongdo said to use her mana as if she was trying to create a shield. The young man said that he would explain the details later. The girl concentrated and, indeed, a protective shield formed around her. Hakre thought that this shield was impenetrable. How could this be possible? For a newbie to use such a skill on his first expedition. The villain tried to attack his opponents. He failed. The shield was impenetrable. Hakre said that it was only getting more interesting. He decided to raise the stakes. Jongdo yelled for the girl to hold on a little longer. He had a plan. The young man said if he destroyed the boss monster now, they could get out of here. Hakre figured out his opponent's plan. He got angry. It turns out that's what he was up to. Hakre shouted that he wouldn't let him do it. The villain shattered Soyoung's protective shield with a strong sword strike and rushed towards Jongdo. Jongdo didn't waste a second. He pierced the boss monster's body with a powerful punch. Hakre stopped. He pretended that this was a fight he had lost. The rascal laughed and said that his heart even squeezed a little. Did Jongdo really think that they would get out of here once he destroyed the boss monster? Hakre added that Jongdo left out a small detail. The young man cannot leave the dungeon immediately after destroying the boss monster. He will need to wait at least 10-30 minutes. Hakre added, it seems even a genius like Jongdo didn't know that. Jongdo muttered something. The villain put his hand to his ear and asked what the young man said. He seemed so frightened that he couldn't speak properly. Jongdo said that the villain miscalculated this time. Jongdo said that he wanted to level up. The young man was informed that he had reached the second level and obtained the skill, Linking Lottery. This means that he can borrow the skill of a randomly chosen person recorded in the true universe. Jongdo showed his opponent that he was using a skill he had learned. The young man stated that Hakre was now the victim. The villain saw his opponent transforming. There was a powerful energy emanating from him. Hakre couldn't understand what was even going on. After all, it wasn't even a skill. He had just given the mana a physical form. The villain thought he could not allow this to happen. He lunged at his opponent with the desire to destroy him. Before he could do anything, Jongdo repelled the enemy's attack with a weapon that appeared out of nowhere in his hands. Jongdo was pleasantly surprised. He had a heavenly halberd in his hands. It was a deadly weapon. The young man activated the status window. He needed more information. The boy realized that he was holding the weapon of the legendary hero Lee Buu. It was the weapon the man had wielded before his death. Guy didn't realize how hard he should hold the halberd in his hands, or at what angle to strike, or how hard to attack. The young man felt that his body knew it all. This is the linking lottery. Hakre shouted that his opponent is still trash. He can't overcome the limits of his abilities. However, Chungdo was skillful in wielding this deadly weapon. The opponent couldn't understand how he could do it. Hakre shouted for his opponent to stop pretending. Did he think he'd be afraid of a weakling like him? The rogue shouted that he was about to destroy the young man and swung his swords at him. Jongdo responded with a precise swing of his halberd. Hakre thought he had already reached his goal. His opponent stood uncovered in close proximity to him. Hakre decided that at this distance, even an S-class hunter wouldn't be able to dodge his strike. Suddenly, Jongdo swung his halberd sharply and chopped his opponent's swords apart. Jongdo told his opponent to burn in hell, and with a precise movement of his halberd, he struck the villain. Jongdo said that even an A-grade Cho Hakre was not his equal. The young man thought that, in that case, he had reached the S-class, and perhaps even surpassed him. Jongdo decided that it might even be the SS class. This phenomenon depends on certain conditions. Only 9 people on Earth have the SS class. The boy thought he needed to learn more about this skill, but there were more important things right now. He rushed over to Soyun. The young man tried to translate the girl into feelings. He thought she didn't look good. When will they be able to get out of here? Jongdo heard someone over his shoulder say, "It seems like the girl used too much internal energy. She has symptoms of chi distortion." Jongdo looked back and said that voice scared him. "Who is he?" The stranger was surprised. He said that the young man himself had summoned him to this era. The young man realized that you are General Lee Buu in front of him. The general said that the young man could just call him Feng Xian. The general asked, shouldn't the young man be more concerned about the girl? The lad had caught himself. Indeed, he had forgotten about her for a moment. The general, looking at the girl, said that it didn't seem very serious. She's in this state because she used a lot of internal energy in a short period of time. Feng Xian advised the young man to transfer energy to her through the life gate point. Jongdo thought that when he was doing the negotiations, many enlightened ones talked about mana as internal energy. The general said that now the girl just needed some rest and she would come back to normal. The young man thanked the warrior and said it was all thanks to his help. The general said that he should be the one thanking the young man for getting him out of that boring place. Feng Xian noticed that his time was coming to an end. The general added, he speaks of the time he can be present here, thanks to this halberd. Albeit briefly, it was fun. The general expressed the hope that the young man would challenge him next time. The boy replied that he would very much like to, but it all depended on his luck. The general said they would meet much sooner than the young man believes. Jongdo was left with Soyoung as the only survivors of this battlefield. The young man waited for the portal to activate so he could leave the dungeon. He had to save his friend. The guild leader saw that the portal had activated. He received the data that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. Jongdo appeared on the surface. In his arms was Soyoung. The guild leader was surprised. Jongdo was carrying Mrs. Soyoung in his arms. The girl was unconscious. It was obvious that they were tired. The deputy asked, where are the others? If they are not together after clearing the dungeon, then something terrible might have happened. The guild leader told the young man to stop talking a lot and immediately examine the surviving warriors. Mrs. Soyoung was placed on a stretcher. The medical team began transporting her. The guild leader asked the young man if he was all right. I could tell from his eyes that the boss was guessing a lot of things. Jongdo said that he had a lot to tell the guild head about. After finishing his story, Jongdo stated that Joe Hakre had been a murderer for a long time. The young man reached his hand forward and said that he had Jong Yuna's camera. She had participated as a support. The guild leader had the opportunity to see everything Hakre was doing in the dungeon. The boss screamed in grief and said Cho Hakre, a ruthless scoundrel. The commander said it was all his fault. He was blinded by that guy's high-end performance. That's why he sent him to the dungeon. Jongdo said that no one knew his true identity. He skillfully hid his identity all this time. The guild leader shouldn't blame himself. It seemed that Hakre had a skill that allowed him to become stronger after destroying people. So the same thing happened in the previous expeditions. Jongdo said that it was most likely Hakre's work. He could destroy anyone he wanted and hide all the evidence in the dungeon. Then they wouldn't have any evidence against him. The guild leader said, if the rules about mana holders having to take cameras into dungeons hadn't been lifted, then none of this would have happened. The guild leader asked the young man what happened next. Jongdo couldn't let anyone know that he possessed an item like the bracelet. After all, then everyone he knew, including himself, might be in danger. The young man said that the lizard they had defeated had mutated. Mutations are fairly rare, but there have been recorded instances where a monster was able to utilize a skill of a human who entered a dungeon. The boss noticed that there was almost no precedent for something like this after the Great Catastrophe. But a D-class dungeon boss would still have a hard time destroying Hakre even after obtaining the skill. And asked if the skill he had gained through mutation was stealth, the young man confirmed the boss monster attacked Hakre from behind as he tried to destroy him in Soyun. Hakre cut off the monster's head, but his wounds were still fatal. The guild leader said it's karma to think of dying from the skill of the person he destroyed. The boss told the young man to go home to rest. They would discuss the details later. The young man bowed out. Jungdo looked into Soyoung's room. The girl was still unconscious. The boy came home and plopped down on the couch. He only now felt how tired he was. The young man thought that he still needed to scrutinize what he couldn't examine earlier. So he activated the virtual screen. The guy noticed that when he clicked on the lottery info arrow, an info box with different categories appeared. This is where the guaranteed lottery was introduced. The young man saw that he had information regarding the mana wielders he had met earlier. The young man found what he was looking for. It was the map of General Lee Buu Fengxian. It was worth 99 mana. Jongdo was surprised. This was too much for a person with 10 mana like him. And the question was about the 3 additional cards. Dwarves were on the cards. Their cost was even higher. If that was their cost, a human would never have enough mana to summon them. The young man wondered why there were only 2 of them here. The guy was interested in the names of the others. In order for their names to be entered into the database, he would have to meet them in person and find out their names. The young man realized that the true power of this ability was that he would be able to load the skills he needed depending on the situation. To use the ability to its maximum potential, he needs to familiarize himself with low-level but famous mana wielders. The last card that raised a question in the young man's mind was dedicated to Winry Makna, worth 999 mana. This was the girl who visited his home. The guy thought that his first priority was to increase his mana limit. In order to increase his stats, he would need to level up or use luck with Binding Lottery. The young man decided to try to use the Binder Lottery. Now was the time. All the young man's attempts were in vain. He did not get anything worthy. The young man felt that he was haunted by failure. Midnight, the open area in front of Jongdo's house. Jongdo decided that this place would be a good fit for him. The young man realized that his mana had fully recovered, so he decided to give it a try. Every use looked incredible. The guy felt like things were happening differently now. Different sensations. It felt completely different than when he had summoned Luba. The young man thought he must be imagining things. Something had happened to his eyes. Liu Shan appeared before the young man. This is the man who brought about the decline of the Han Dynasty, founded by Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms. It was the epitome of irresponsibility. Jongdo heard himself being asked, how dare he think in such a disrespectful way? The young man turned around and saw that Liu Shan was in front of him. Liu Shan said that he is the man who stands at the head of the entire human race. He is the second emperor of the Han Dynasty, and the man who has power over everything in this world. The emperor asked why the young man had a face like he had eaten something wrong. The emperor said, seeming disappointed in the young man's abilities, but it is not strength that determines a man's usefulness. Jongdo thought, when will things go back to normal? The emperor shouted for the young man to pay attention to his talents. Jongdo activated the virtual screen and looked at this emperor's talents. Jongdo concluded that the emperor just had good luck. The emperor cried out that Liu Shan's good luck was not just good luck. He survived when he was surrounded by the army in the Battle of Changbin. He was also the crown prince to the emperor. Liu Shan was always fed and had a good life in another country after his own kingdom fell. Jongdo asked the emperor, and what is his good luck doing? He doesn't think it can be useful in the dungeons. Liu Shan was surprised. Did the young man still not understand? The boy didn't understand what the emperor was trying to tell him. Did he really want him to go to the casino? And then it hit the young man. The emperor said, finally getting through to the man. Jongdo realized that the question was about the info lottery. The guy immediately decided to apply it. The young man decided to use his luck to the fullest. The lottery machine spit out a golden capsule. It was indeed luck. The young man shouted that Mr. Liu Shan had helped him a lot. The emperor was pleased with himself. Jongdo hugged the emperor and said that starting today, they would meet much more often. The emperor pushed back and yelled that he shouldn't do that. The young man received information that there will be a new dungeon on the plains in 3 months. Of the possible rewards, it was a skill stone. Young didn't know what kind of skill stone it would be, but he thought he could get a few million money for it. Therefore, this was just super. Liu Shan said the young man seemed to have completely forgotten about him. The guy noticed that he was just about to ask a question. Zhongdo wondered why the emperor was so favorable to him. Isn't he distracting him from his well-deserved rest? Liu Shan said not at all. He was grateful that the young man had summoned him. Zhongdo noted that Lee Buu had told him the same thing. What are they doing there before he calls them in? Weren't they in heaven or hell? Liu Shan said that the young man was greatly mistaken. After all, he was not the real Liu Shan who existed in the true universe. The emperor said that he was just a fake, created from data stored in the true universe. John Doe said he didn't understand anything. The young man began to realize what it all meant. It was possible to download the abilities of one of the personalities registered in the true universe. Zhang Do thought that he was downloading not only the abilities, but also all the information about the individual, and by doing so creates a new personality that can think and talk independently. The young man thought that this was a level 3 communication. The more he learns about a skill, the more amazing that skill seems to him. Liu Shan said that, in other words, the young man is his creator. Therefore, that's why he favors the young man. Zhong Do said that he still can't believe the reality of what is happening. Liu Shan advised the young man to take it more simply. Didn't the representative of the universe tell him that it was a gift? That a gift is a sign of favor. The guy should think of it in a more positive way. Whomever he summons will also help the young man the best he can. Zhong Do thanked the disappearing emperor. The emperor said that his time was up. He was pleased to meet the young man. The next day, the guild leader said that from this day forward, the Justice Guild would be dissolved. The boss said that he had tried recruiting more mana holders, but their cost had skyrocketed due to the economic bubble. Besides, there are rumors that they have had a lot of people die in too short a period of time. Therefore, he could safely say that there was no way they would be able to recruit new workers. The boss bowed to the young men and said it was his fault. Left alone, Choi Cholyan asked the young man if he was going to continue to be a mana wielder. The young man nodded affirmatively. The boss said that luck would not necessarily be on the young man's side next time either. That he survived is truly a miracle of miracles. Does he really want to keep working anyway? John Doe replied that he will continue to live his life as a possession. That's his goal. The boss said he knew the young man would say something like that. The guild leader held out an envelope to the young man. Zhang Do wondered what it was. It was an entrance form for the Mana Wielder Association's academy. If their guild could no longer help the young man raise his level, then he should gain experience elsewhere. The enrollment would be in a week. He would hand the same papers to Soyun as soon as he saw her. The boss added, "Who knows if the girl will want to continue this case?" John Doe stated that she is much stronger than him. Therefore, he's pretty sure that she won't say no. The guild leader said that young people really don't think about those who are worried about them. The boss added, he realizes that these are completely unrelated topics, but as someone involved in this and the young man should know, they found another mana watch among Hakure's things. The boss added that it looked like Hakure was a member of another guild, the Karma Guild. Karma is the largest cross-national guild in the entire world. It has the largest number of members. Its members call their leader the head of the cult. They won't hesitate to become killers for him. They're just a pseudo-guild of fanatics. The boss told the young man that he should be more careful. No one knows what they will accept after losing a precious member. Zhang Do thought that this must be another reason for the dissolution of their guild. The interlocutor said that he would tell Soyun about it at the hospital. Therefore, they should both be careful. The young man thanked his boss for his concern. The man said that this young man is thankful for being a part of the guild all this time. He hopes that John Doe will achieve his goals. Zhang Do thanked his interlocutor for teaching him many things. The next day came. Again, the young man failed in the lottery. The emperor told the young man that luck would not always follow him. If luck decides everything in this world, then why did Shuhan turn into ruins? Zhang Do thought that the emperor was right. His skill is level 2, not level 3. No one would guarantee that he would always get something rare. Even though Liu Shan is very good with the lottery, the young man decided to start spinning the binder lottery from the next day to increase his characteristics. That's what he wanted to do, but he did it the old way again. Zhang Do excused himself and said he thought he would definitely get lucky today. The next day came. The boy decided that today he would definitely spin the binder lottery. The young man prayed to the heavens that he would be lucky this time. He did. The boy noted that the coveted academy was in front of him. Zhang Do renewed his mana clock at the Awakener to take the entrance test. Thanks to the Lord of all weapons, his stats are unusually high for level 2. It was also a credit to the gold card that fell to him in the linking lottery. Bradamante introduced herself as one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins. She asked the young man if he was the one who had summoned her. Jongdo scratched the back of his head. Unfortunately, he had no idea who she was. The young man asked, "Who was she?" At that moment, Soyun walked over. The young man asked how she was feeling. The girl said she felt fine. Soyun winked and said that she had a very high stamina score. The girl said that a long time ago, to see Jongdo perform in tournaments, she always ran to get good places. Jongdo took the girl under his arm and said they were getting out of here. The girl stopped the young man and said she had something to tell him. The boy decided that this was to be expected. If he found out about her skills before she had time to update her watch, she was beginning to suspect him. Jongdo struggled to come up with an excuse for himself. Suddenly, the girl turned around and said that she was ready to go. Jongdo decided that she was too good for him. Is she pretending not to notice, even guessing that he's hiding something? The young man rushed after his companion and asked that she wait for him. Possession Academy. To defend a dungeon, mana wielders must complete a 1-month course. Those who are members of the guild gain experience directly from the guild. Those who are not in guilds receive their education at the state academy. Many of the apprentices prefer the individualized training that the guild provides. They feel it is better than an academy course where everyone is trained at the same time. Also, many people do not enter the academy because of the entrance test. At the entrance test, the young man noticed that there were many people present. Instructor Kim Suntae, Class B, said the academy entrance test will begin soon. It is necessary to hit this toy as hard as possible. If the applicant gets a result higher than 30 points, he passed. The instructor called Mr. Jong Chaewon to come up and try to take the test. Chaewon said that scoring 30 points was the easiest thing to do. He thought he could pass the test without much difficulty. The young man swung his arm and hit the toy with all his might. The toy bear's eyes lit up and sparks flew in all directions. A number appeared on the scoreboard, 27. The instructor said the young man had failed the test and said the next applicant might be suitable. Chaewon said that was impossible. This device must be broken. The guy did not agree with this result and asked for another try. The instructor struck a blow on this toy. A number appeared on the scoreboard, 88. Chaewon was discouraged. He realized that he had failed the test. Jongdo was amazed. 88 points. Soyoung said that this instructor, incredibly strong. The instructor said that this device is not broken and reiterated that Chaewon failed the test. The next contestant, having struck, received 10 points. He failed the test. Another applicant struck, got 25 points. She failed the test. One lucky person hit the device and got 30 points. He passed. Finally, the instructor called out to Miss Soyun. The girl prepared to hit the device with all her might. Soyun swung around and hit the surface with all her might. A number appeared on the scoreboard, 67. The instructor said that the girl had passed. Jongdo was very happy for his friend. The instructor was impressed. He said that with skills like that, the biggest guilds in the country would fight for this girl. Why did she decide to join the academy? Jongdo congratulated Soyoung and said that she got a great score. The girl stated she's sure the guy will get more. The instructor announced that Mr. Jin Jongdo was invited. Soyoung told him to try really hard. The guy thought that only 30% of the participants passed this test. He thought that someone with such mediocre abilities like him could hardly pass the test. Jongdo knew that he had an incredible item that increased all of his characteristics by 10 points. Jongdo tried to put all his strength into it and kicked the machine. The impact was so strong that the structure came off the floor and flew upwards. The machine was lying on the side. There was a number on the scoreboard, 91. Everyone around him thought, could he really have scored 91 points? That was only 5 points short of the academy record. The instructor said the young man passed this test. Soyoung thought that this young man was definitely hiding something. Jongdo thought that he had overdone it. 1 month had passed. The guild head was telling the men attacking him that she was recovering from the injury she had received in the dungeon. The men offered the guild head any kind of money. They asked, where is the saint now? They offered to do whatever the guild leader wanted if he gave them even one clue. One of the men saw the envelope labeled Academy and decided that the young men were no longer part of his guild. A man called his office and said they'd found a saint and asked them to send people to the academy. Training at the academy lasts 1 month. Theory on monsters and dungeons is covered in the first week. Next week is weapons training. Contingency training takes place in the 3rd week, and general field training in the remaining 4th week. There will be a test on the last day of school to see if the student is ready to graduate. Soyeon thought that the graduation test would be tomorrow. She doubted that she would be able to pass it. Jongdo looked very calm. Isn't he worried at all? Suddenly, an agent appeared near the girl. He was hiding in the bushes. The young man said hello to Ms. Soyun and said that he was a representative of the Orient Guild. He said that he wanted to talk to the girl. Soyun turned around and ran away. She yelled that she didn't want to join their guild. The agent yelled that they were willing to provide her with better conditions. The girl was hiding from the agent around the corner. She'd heard that admissions data was highly classified. How could they possibly know? Another young man approached the girl from behind and asked what was bothering her. The man said he was willing to help the girl. The stranger handed Mrs. Soyun a booklet and said he was a representative of the Rams Guild. Without a word, the girl turned around and ran away from the agent, too. There was already a crowd of men running after her. The girl shouted that she wouldn't join any guild and asked to be left alone. Soyun managed to run inside the building and locked herself inside. The agents shouted for the girl to come out immediately. Soyoung hid in the academy's dining hall. She took a seat at the table with Jongdo. The young man asked, "Really, are they inviting her again?" They even snuck into the academy. The girl noticed that the day before, they followed her even to the training room. Jongdo noticed that she would be treated special wherever she joined. Why wouldn't she take advantage of this offer and choose the guild that provides the most favorable conditions? Soyeon said that she would live her life as she wished. The young man did not contradict her. The girl suggested that her date go out after graduation. Just her and him, just the two of us. A colleague jumped up to the young man and he said, "That's where they are." The young man also said hello to Ms. Soyeon. The girl said hello in return. The guy asked John, "Do if he's ready for the test tomorrow, because he can't even eat with excitement." Kang Hashik, who placed third in the entrance exam, asked if Jongdo might want to practice with him later. It really helps to relax a lot. Jongdo replied that he didn't like fighting much. The interlocutor suggested, "Do it at least once." After all, he wouldn't be able to hurt himself in the virtual space anyway. The young men settled into their chairs and plunged into the virtual space. It was a device created with magic that replicated an avatar based on the real body's performance. Thus, it turned out that people could fight as if they were in some kind of game. Jongdo realized that the problem was precisely the game. If his talent game was activated, his characteristics would be doubled. Jongdo thought that if he got used to these parameters, he would drive himself into depression with his real characteristics. It's better to stay as far away from it as possible. The opponent unfortunately thought that the talent game only applied to mechanical devices. In that case, he has no one else to train with. Unexpectedly, Soyeon said that she was willing to fight him. Kang Heshik was overjoyed. After all, up until now, the girl had always refused when he asked her out. The girl stated that she was very stressed right now. Soyeon took it very literally and immediately slammed a punch into Hashiku's chest. The young man flew backward with a scream. He fell to the ground. The young man shouted, "Did she really want to destroy him?" The girl, calming down a little, asked, "What was he talking about?" Soyeon added, "After all, this is a virtual space." After all, Heshik himself had said that there was no way it could harm the real body. Heshik forgot that there was a girl in front of him and said that in that case, he too would put his best foot forward. Soyeon struck with such power that her opponent could do nothing against her. He only had time to defend himself. The young man couldn't understand where she was a saint. Jongdo, watching this fight, decided that the girl was being very rude. Although Soyoung's attacks were definitely strong, but Hashika's ability to block all these attacks was also at a very high level. The guy was shouting that he wasn't in any pain at all. Soyeon dodges and delivers a very strong punch right to her opponent's jaw. The blow was so powerful that the young man threw his head back and flew upward. The instructor watching from the sidelines thought the young men were studying for tomorrow's test. The teacher thought he had very high hopes for Mr. Jongdo. It was all because of a strong first impression. When I took the placement test, the instructor recalled that it was exactly the same 3 years ago. There was a monster that broke the 90-point mark. He had the highest number of talents among all of them. It wasn't often that one could find a weirdo who turned down all the invitations to the guild and entered the academy. Shortly after graduating from the academy, something terrible happened. The difference between him and John Doe is only 5 points. Since there were not as many entrants in the past as there are now, the results were measured a little differently to increase the number of students a little. The instructor thought if he were to use this device now, what result would he get? The final test of the academy. We have to pass the Class E dungeon. The instructor said if they passed this test, they would become true hunters who had the right to enter the dungeon. A Class B instructor will go with them for backup. The instructor once again warned that one must not let his guard down in the dungeon. Soyeon, before entering the dungeon, was a little scared. The girl remembered Cho Hakre. Jongdo walked over to Soyoung and told her to come back unharmed. She would definitely get through this Class E dungeon in no time. The girl smiled back at the young man and said she would be back soon. The instructor gave the command that everyone could enter. The students took turns disappearing into the portal. Jongdo looked after the girl and said that she shouldn't be in trouble. Heshik agreed. He remembered how she'd beaten him up, and he said that the girl shouldn't be worried. Those who remained outside received a message that the monster boss had been destroyed. The message was sent by the cheerleaders. Soyeon appeared outside and said that fortunately, everything went smoothly. The girl smiled sincerely. Heshik told Soyoung that Jongdo was really worried about her. Jongdo said that it's only natural. The instructor announced that Team B should get ready. Jongdo warned Heshik that their team was now moving out. The girl told the young man to come back alive and well. Jongdo suggested that she go eat something delicious after they were done here. Heshik asked if they could take him with them. Jongdo agreed. Soyoung wasn't satisfied. The instructor checked and said everything was fine. Class E dungeon type, extermination for 10 or more people. The instructor said he would go with the B team. The instructor gave the command for the students to enter the portal. The young men found themselves in a dungeon. Everyone drew their weapons and looked around. They took up a circular defense. The instructor noted that everyone reacted instantly. Plus 1 point for student Jongdo because he was the fastest to react. Jongdo stated that the security check after entering the dungeon is complete. They should stick to the square formation as it was stated in the manual. Since this is a dungeon-type dungeon, extermination, the instructor thought that student Jongdo stood out in several ways. His enthusiasm and determination are stronger than anyone else's. The instructor regretfully thought that the young man had terrible talents. If he had more talents, he could have become an S-class hunter or higher. Jongdo announced that he had an orc right in his sights. The orc roared and moved to attack. Jongdo shouted for Heshik to use his shield. The orc shouldn't give him any trouble. The orc struck the young man with his fist. He managed to put up his shield. Support was already rushing to Heshik's side. Already 2 people were fighting back, defending themselves with shields. The disciples tried to attack the green monster. Jongdo was the 3rd attacker. He jumped high up and swung his halberd to deliver a staggering blow. The monster was defeated. The monster fell to the floor and blood spurted from its wounds. The young men had done their job. In the neighboring hall, behind closed doors, it was visible that someone was there. A check had to be made. In that hall, there was a monster boss sitting on a throne. Jongdo apologized to Heshik and said that he had miscalculated. Heshik said he shouldn't have. That monster was much stronger than it looked. The instructor thought it was strange. Student Kang Heshik should have been able to easily block an orc's attack in a Class E dungeon. Could it be that this dungeon was on the border between E and D? The instructor decided that he should be prepared in case the situation got worse. Someone shouted that the orcs were attacking. Indeed, the orcs appeared and were coming to attack. Jongdo commanded the archers to get ready. Jongdo said for Heshik to block the enemy's attack. Heshik put his shield forward. Heshik swept the orc with his shield, lifting him into the air and toppling him to the ground. The young men bent over the unarmed orc. The green monster was breathing heavily. The warriors 3-on-1 swooped down on the orc and stabbed the monster with their swords. The instructor looked at the students' teamwork and thought he had imagined it. Heshik felt confident. At the same time, outside the dungeon, events were developing in a different way. It seemed to the young men that something had happened. The instructor took the clipboard from the student and checked what was going on in the dungeon. The instructor asked which seeker he got the information about this dungeon from. The young man replied that he was not very familiar with the seeker. He had been recommended to him by another guild. The instructor told the young man to recognize the name of that guild. He doesn't even realize what he has done. The young man replied that the guild was called Karma. He himself couldn't find the dungeon no matter how hard he tried. The students, looking at the instructor, couldn't understand what was wrong, but they realized they were in trouble. The man threw this informant to the ground with anger. The instructor apologized and said, "Looks like they got cheated with this dungeon." The frightened students came closer in order to find out what had happened. Someone had heard that. There were seekers who could falsify information about the dungeon with their mana. The instructor didn't think that they could encounter such a situation. Soyeon was frightened in that case. What kind of dungeon is this really? In the dungeon, the young men finally reached the room with the boss monster. All that remained was to unlock the door. The warriors piled on the doors with the intent of swinging them open. Jongdo felt a frightening aura outside the door. He hadn't felt such an aura even with a D-class dungeon lizard. The door opened, and the whole group decided to go inside. The young men were terribly surprised. They did not expect to see such a monster of a boss. The monster boss stared intently at the squad that had entered. His gaze spoke volumes. The young men choked. For the first few seconds, the instructor felt as if he had water in his mouth. He couldn't say a word. Upon regaining consciousness, The young man yelled that there was an emergency. They immediately stopped the test and returned. The instructor said that the class of this dungeon was not E. The monster jumped up from his seat and rushed towards the squad of humans. The monster was horrible. His eyes burned with hatred. It swung its axe and roared loudly. This was a Class A dungeon. The portal outside was cordoned off and no one was allowed to get close. There were guards around the perimeter. A special agent appeared and asked where the perpetrator was. The instructor said he fainted, and he's in shock now. The girl, a special agent, said that as soon as this young man came to his senses, he should be taken into custody immediately. She told her colleague to contact the Karma Guild, and she wanted information regarding the guild's rally point. This girl was the group leader of the S-Ranked Players Association, CO Sang-hee. The girl was outraged. How dare they give such a scumbag a job in the guild? How could the dungeon type be mixed up? Not to mention that it's a rank A dungeon. A colleague said that Kim Soon-tae, a top B rank instructor, accompanied this group. The dungeon had a boss type, not a sweep type. A dungeon with a rank A boss type is equivalent to, or even higher than, a rank S sweep type dungeon. The girl thought that the rank B players were already dead. There was no way to save them. Ms. Soyeon refused to believe it. She hoped the young men would survive. The girl inquired if there was any way to save the people who were now in the dungeon. Sang-hee said that she didn't know that way. They can't get there yet. The girl added, all they can do now is avenge those who are there unfortunate enough to die. In the dungeon, Jung-do stood one-on-one against the boss monster. The young man had no other choice. The instructor shouted that he was using hypnosis slings and sent special putas to put them around the green orc. The orc found himself deactivated for a while. He was bound hand and foot by this hypnosis. The instructor said that from now on he would be the leader of the hike, and everyone must obey him. The young man told everyone to calm down and follow his instructions. The instructor said that he has managed to control this orc so far. The warriors should deal as much damage to the monster as possible during this time. The orc tensed up and began to tear those bonds. Everyone was very frightened. The young people thought they were finished. The instructor also noticed that the orc was starting to break free. If this continues, everyone here could die. The monster boss glared with his eyes and showed with his entire appearance that he was ready to destroy the opponents. The instructor got into a one-on-one confrontation against this orc. Jong-do came to his rescue. He jumped up high and damaged his opponent with his sword. The angry orc screamed loudly. He had lost some of his spikes sticking out from behind his back. Everyone noticed the sword in Jong-do's hands. Someone said, Hyung-nim. 10 minutes before, the entire group had stood in indecision, staring at the orc who had broken the bonds of hypnosis. Jong-do thought that even that was useless against him. The young man decided that reinforcements were needed. An old friend appeared in front of the young man and asked how Jong-do was doing. The emperor asked if it was a monster. Jong-do replied that the situation was very complicated, and he would explain everything later. The young man told Liu Shan that he believed they would win. Liu Shan said that he can't fight, and it is unclear what the young man believes. Jong-do activated the merge. He had to do something urgently. The guy wondered if it would be possible to get the information when downloading. He should use merge. The young man was told that he had used the fusion 10 times already. Liu Shan said that the boy was using his favor very well. Suddenly, a pillar of light struck the ground from above, and Jong-do saw the coveted map. The boy shouted that this was it, the diamond map. At the same moment, the young man had a huge sword. Jong-do used the sword to strike the green monster with a devastating blow. The instructor was amazed. How could the trainee achieve such a result? Jong-do said that he was just very lucky. The young man changed his status. Level 99. Siegfried was the hero of Germanic mythology. Jong-do didn't expect it to be a dragon hunter, the man who managed to slay the dragon from the Scandinavian epic. The orc shook off the crushing blow and came to his senses. He was ready to continue the fight. Jong-do was surprised that the green monster was still alive. Come to think of it, even Cho Hakre wouldn't have been able to do significant damage to it. The young man wondered what level his opponent had. The boy received information that the orc had a level of 82. The young man was very alarmed. It turns out that this orc is at the peak of the S rank. Jong-do decided to take the fight. The orc moved to attack. He swung his huge axe. Jong-do dodged his opponent's attack. He swung his deadly sword and prepared to counterattack the green monster. The young man struck his opponent's axe with all his might. Sparks flew in different directions. The boy thought to himself as he was facing an opponent with a measly S rank. The young man said he was very interested to see how long the orc could last against SS rank skills. The orc was having a hard time. He was taking damage. The green monster lost one eye. The orc screamed in pain. The young man dodged, and the orc made a deep hole in the floor with his powerful axe. Jongdo struck his opponent's body with his sword several times. The orc continued to scream even louder with rage and despair. Jongdo, from a safe distance, asked, "Is this really all his opponent can do?" The orc, burning with anger, screamed and launched a reckless attack. The young man met his opponent with his deadly sword. The young man thrust his sword forward and said that it was time to end this battle. Jongdo rushed forward and thrust his sword forward. He was going to strike the orc and pierce through his body. Everything went according to the right script. The young man jumped up, and his sword slashed through the green body of the monster like butter. The orc screamed and fell to the ground. The Scandinavian king told the young man that it was a great job. He congratulated him on his brilliant victory. The young man replied that it was all thanks to him. The students ran up to the young man and thanked him. They said that if it wasn't for him and the instructor, they would probably be dead by now. Jongdo said the most important thing was that they were all alive. The instructor said with admiration that Jongdo, well done. He has a lot of questions, but they have to get out of here first. Suddenly, the orc hissed. He pulled his hand towards Jongdo. Heshik yelled for Jongdo to be careful, and be more careful. Heshik managed to set up his shield, which took the brunt of the impact. The monster tossed the young man away, and Heshik flew off to the side. The shield fell out of his hands. Jongdo shouted and jumped over the monster and swung his sword. The young man saw that this monster had blocked his strike. How could this be? Jongdo asked the instructor. Was this some kind of skill of an orc? The instructor said that an orc lord is basically a monster that uses a melee attack, shooting down with its scream. This orc should have no such skills. The instructor said that he had one guess. With a very low probability, the dying monster could use the new skill. This skill is called mutant anger. All the young men froze in place. They realized they couldn't move. The instructor said that this, the orc executioner, Jongdo activated the skill endurance. However, he noticed that this orc had become significantly faster. The orc decided to strike the young man from above with his powerful fist. Jongdo had time to put his sword up to block the blow. The young man held back the monster's onslaught. The Scandinavian king told the young man he thinks it's because of the dragon blood awakening skill, which he has. The Scandinavian king said that this is a power he gained after defeating the evil dragon Fafnir. This skill restores all of the player's wounds, reflects attacks, and temporarily increases stats when health decreases. Jongdo remarked that this was a terrifying skill. The king warned the young man that the danger was behind him. The monster tried to hit the young man with his fist. Jongdo had time to turn around and block the blow with his sword. During the battle, the king told the young man that his time was at hand. The young man asked why now. He needed support more than ever. Jongdo realized that without the king, it would be difficult for him to fight this monster. The young man lowered his sword. Jongdo noticed that it was the sword that suddenly grew heavier. The expression on his face changed. There was no need to show any sign. The youngster thought that the evil monster had noticed that she was weak. Our hero knew there was nowhere to go for support. The other players were immobilized. Jongdo has run out of mana. He can't use Siegfried anymore. The evil orc was getting closer. Jongdo didn't know what to do. The monster's hand reached for the young man. Its huge palm was already over the young man's head. Jongdo thought, is he really going to die like this? He had just become the hero he wanted to be. The young man remembered that he had promised Soyoung to come back. The boy decided that he wouldn't die. Jongdo raised his head and looked into the giant beast's eyes. The young man firmly grabbed his sword with both hands and swung. Jongdo shouted that he wouldn't die. Jongdo shouted that he wouldn't die, and with all his strength, he attacked his opponent. The strike was as sharp as lightning. All the energy and hatred was put into this magic sword. The huge beast, confident in its victory, didn't even do anything to defend itself. A young man received a report that he had managed to perfectly reproduce an ancient weapon. Man Benjiven. The full power of the ancient weapon was unleashed. The young man was able to create Balmont, the dragon slayer's sword. Balmont, it was Siegfried's sword. Now the young man could see streams of the enemy's blood. The player's talents were boosted by 1,000% during the Dragon Blood Awakening action. Siegfried's sword passed through the green orc's body. The beast didn't even realize what had happened. This sword restored not only the health index, but also skills. The hero's muscle power increased by 5 units. 3 mana was added. Jongdo thought that the dwarves had put their skills to work here as well. The young man received a prize of extremely high quality. His scores have been upgraded. Jongdo's skill, Blue Dragon Spear, appeared. You could only upgrade your skill level with a gold card. The young man realized that meant a skill could also be obtained from the diamond card. Anyway, he now has Dragon Blood Awakening. It's a perfect skill. It's like having another extra life. Jongdo told his friends that now we have to get out of here. The young man looked at his motionless comrades. They had regained their mobility. Jongdo asked, "What's with their facial expressions? How is Heshik feeling? Is he okay?" One of the warriors asked if the young man would destroy them. After all, he is actually a ranker who was hiding his identity. Isn't he going to destroy everyone to shut their mouths? Jongdo said that the young man is wrong. He's not going to destroy innocent people. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They realized they were saved. The young man shouted that he wasn't a ranker at all who was hiding his level. He was only level 2 before going down to the dungeon. The instructor asked, "Then why was Jongdo so strong?" The young man thought that he shouldn't talk about himself right now. Jongdo replied that it's just that his first skill is a bit unusual, but he can't say what kind of skill it is. Heshik said that if that was the case, he could become as strong as Jongdo by getting his first skill. Our hero said that anything is possible. Outside, the portal was still cordoned off. Everyone was worried. It had been a long time. If a squad is scared and hides without clearing the dungeon, monsters may come out of the dungeon after 30 days. The young man asked, "Shouldn't the dungeon closing system be used now?" The girl replied that it wouldn't happen as long as Sunta was there. The inspector added that he always fulfills his duties. Obviously, he wouldn't have challenged the dungeon if he knew he couldn't handle it. Everyone noticed that there was some commotion going on in the portal. Everyone grabbed their weapons. The girl shouted for everyone to get ready to enter the dungeon and avenge the squad. The next moment, the squad emerged from the portal in one piece. They were tired but satisfied. The instructor reported that the dungeon had been cleared, and he announced the end of the exam. Everyone had done well. The girl wondered what he was talking about, and so calmly. The instructor looked around and only now saw the girl. There was surprise on her face. The instructor asked what Seo Sang-hee was doing here. The girl asked what happened to the dungeon. Seo Sang-hee couldn't calm down. How were they able to defeat an A-rank boss? The girl saw the trophy. It was an Orc Lord's battle axe. How did they get it? Sang-hee examined the axe and said it was a rare item that hadn't appeared in the country in 10 years. How did they get it? Sang-hee asked the instructor. Really, had he defeated the Orc Lord? The Academy representative Kim Min-jae clapped his hands and said that Sunt, it was the Academy's pride. Since the instructor is an Academy graduate, so of course it would be right for the Academy to take this booty. Sang-hee said that the instructor wasn't hiding in the back looking around. He had cleared the dungeon so he would take the loot. The Academy representative held out his hand and said he would handle the shipment of the axe. Jongdo stopped the man and said it was his trophy, and he'll keep it for himself. The man wondered, what is the student talking about? This should belong to the Academy. Jongdo disagreed. After all, he was the one who defeated the orc. Therefore, we should show respect. Jongdo said that he is not a subordinate of the man. The man said he is a member of the Academy, and he's a student of the Academy. Is it really necessary for him to claim it? The Academy representative wondered why students should lie. The instructor said that the young man was telling the truth. He had indeed defeated the orcs single-handedly. The Academy representative thought he was being deceived. It is impossible for an apprentice to take on an Orc Lord alone. Jongdo replied that there was absolutely no common sense in the dungeons. The young man added, "Isn't that what they teach at the Academy? Shouldn't the Academy representative's first priority be to take care of the students, rather than his own profit? At the very least, the reason should be found out, and some measures should be taken." The Academy representative was frightened and said, after all, everyone came back safe and sound. The girl covered her face with her hands. She wondered if she looked the same in other people's eyes. She was ashamed. Sang-hee said that the state of emergency is lifted from now on. First, we should send all the students to the hospital. The students were exposed to the roaring orcs. There's a risk of internal injuries. Therefore, they need to be checked thoroughly. The Academy representative said that he was in charge here, and everyone should obey him. At the hospital, the instructor told Sang-hee that the young man had defeated the Orc Lord. However, afterward, the orc emitted red energy from his body, and also fully recovered, and looked much stronger than before. After that, Jongdo chopped him immediately into 2 pieces with a single blow. The instructor said it was only his guess, but it seemed to him that Jongdo had a spear at the beginning of the journey to the dungeon. However, when confronted by the Orc Lord, he replaced his weapon with a large sword with a blue gemstone inlaid into the golden guard. When the Orc Lord was cut in half, the blue gem glowed. After that, the shape of the sword seemed to disappear. The instructor said he believes that Jongdo's student probably used artifacts. Sang Hee wondered. An artifact that could destroy an orc lord with a single blow. Did he really have the skills or abilities to create artifacts? Sang Hee thought it was a skill close to the rank of SS White Smith from the United States. The girl said that in that case they should hurry, and pulled the instructor behind her. The young man asked fearfully, "What's wrong?" Jongdo, sitting on the hospital bed, checked his status. The young man saw that this trek had taken him to a new level. It was hard to defeat an S-class boss. Jongdo was surprised that he didn't get any attack skills for some reason. To level up effectively, he needs to get through more dungeons as quickly as possible. Even if he uses the info lottery, there's no guarantee that information about the dungeon will appear. He has to find the dungeon himself somehow. There was a knock on the door. Sang Hee was on the other side. She asked for permission to enter. The girl asked how the young man was feeling. Jongdo replied that luckily he didn't have any serious injuries. He's feeling better now, so he's ready to be discharged tomorrow. The girl said she was ready to introduce herself officially. She is the team leader in charge of this case in the Players Association. The guy said it was nice to meet you and gave his name. Sang Hee said that the academy broker was tricked. The seeker who made the deal is currently missing and is believed to be affiliated with the Karma Guild. But it is possible that this incident will be covered up. The young man asked why the guild would do this. Sang Hee said that there's been some discord between the academy and the guild lately. Perhaps this is their way of getting revenge. The young man exhaled. He was relieved because he had decided it wasn't because of him. The guy said it's weird. He's not a member of the academy, and wiping out a few students wouldn't hurt the academy's reputation. The instructor said they weren't targeting students, because the head of the academy, his father. Jongdo looked at the instructor and thought that this guy was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. The instructor admitted that it was the academy's fault anyway. Young added that Representative Kim Min will be fired and compensated as an apology. Jongdo said that players should always be prepared for unexpected situations. Now that he has received an apology and compensation, he can safely forget about it. The girl decided to formally address the young man and called him by his first name. Sang Hee asked if he would like to work for the good of the country. The young man said no. Sang Hee suggested that he listen to her until the end. Jongdo replied that he wasn't interested. Jongdo knew that when one became a player in the service of the state, one must first work in the state for 3 years. That is, one must become a slave who belongs to the state. It was a shame for Jongdo to admit, but they were the last generation to serve in the military just before the disaster. The young man didn't want to be re-enlisted as a player. Sang Hee said there's a misunderstanding. Compulsory labor is what the government requires for exemption from additional expenses. Since the young man has already paid this amount, he does not need to do this compulsory labor. Working for the state gives a great advantage. The young man will be able to use the player's state transportation. Also, one can keep getting free dungeons that will match his level, and there will be almost no taxes. Sang Hee said that in return, he had to defend the dungeon 4 times a month, which the headquarters would designate, and return 70% of the spoils to the state. Jongdo, hearing this, said he had changed his mind. Jongdo, of course, didn't know what information would fall out of the info lottery, but he doesn't want to belong to any organization. Although the probability of the lottery being lucky isn't 0, so he won't be missing out. Sang Hee asked, in that case, could the young man accept the sweep request? As the number of dungeons grows around the world, players are becoming in short supply. Therefore, the association is requesting a sweep of dungeons that no one owns. By doing so, they also support player development. Therefore, all dungeon purchase costs are fully reimbursed. Also, the young man will have to pay 30% of the magic stone he will obtain upon completion of the sweep. But if he didn't like the assigned dungeon, he could always decline it. Jongdo thought that all of this was not bad. The guy thought, since the dungeon search is handled by the association, he would always have a place to farm. Even if one paid 30% of the magic stone, the stone from a low-ranked dungeon would be worth much less than the loot from it. Jongdo said he accepts the association's offer. He is ready to sign the contract. Sang Hee said that's just fine. The association will find the young man a suitable dungeon and contact him. All he has to do is come to the headquarters and sign the contract. Jongdo said that when he was discharged, he should return to the academy, right? The instructor replied that the young man had gone through all the mandatory training, so he can stay wherever he wants. The instructor added that the young man should definitely attend the graduation. Sang-hee said she had one more request for the young man. The girl asked if the young man would like to sell his battle axe, and if it was possible, she would like to buy it in installments. The young man agreed, saying he had the battle axe. Jong-do signed the papers. The young man saw the tenderness with which the girl looked at that axe. She said that she did not want to part with this little one for a second. Jong-do said he was very happy that the axe had found a good owner. Sang-hee said she was looking forward to the young man's trip to the dungeon. The trek would take place in 2 days. The contract for the dungeon was signed. The girl offered to look at the young man's association. She was sure the young man would like it. The young man stepped over the threshold and saw the training hall of the association he had heard so much about. Sang-hee led the young man across the room. Everyone noted that the group leader had brought a newcomer, and the girl had a new weapon. Everyone was busy doing something. The girl said that this is what they do every day. Jong-do was impressed. Sang-hee told the young people if they wanted to go on the expedition and not be a burden, they should work harder. The young men looked at the girl and said she was the group leader. She is, as always, with crazy charisma and radiant beauty. The young men watched Jong-do with interest. Who could that person be? One of the young men approached Sang-hee and bowed to the leader. The girl said hello in return. Sang-hee introduced her companion. She said that he was the man who defeated the Orc Lord during the campaign. Jong-do extended his hand and said it was nice to meet him. The young man shook his hand and said his name in response. Sang-hee said since the young man came here on association business, she's giving him a tour of the headquarters. He is a very important guest, so he should be treated with respect. The young man offered Jong-do to work out one game with him. Anyway, the young man was already in the gym. Sang-hee showed the young man her fist and said, she warned him not to be rude to the guest. The young man asked, isn't fist fighting the fastest way to get to know a person? Jong-do thought that this young man wanted to show that he was stronger than him. He didn't want to give in to the provocation. Jong-do replied that he wasn't interested in child's play. He's here to inspect the association. Han Sang-hyuk smirked and said that this upstart still dares to call himself a man. Jong-do stopped and looked around. His eyes sparkled and he said that he was ready to fight. Sang-hee said that the guest doesn't have to prove anything at all. He's a C grade, and he was just released from the hospital. Jong-do said he's fine. Jong-do added that he was just hired by the association. Therefore, they have the right to evaluate him. He decided to take this chance and prove himself. Sang-hee thought that Jong-do had defeated the Orc Lord thanks to the artifacts. But now, his physical condition left much to be desired. He would never be able to defeat this opponent with his skills alone. Jong-do sat down in his chair and put on his virtual glasses. Sure, the game was different from reality. But if it was a battle simulation, then it was a different story. The young man activated his skill, Game. During this game, all talents increased by 100%. The young man appeared to be armed with a spear. His opponent apologized for saying rude words earlier. He would like to believe that his opponent would turn a blind eye to it. Jong-do noticed that his opponent had 2 swords. A bad memory immediately came over him. Han Sang-hyuk said that he now wanted to gain experience from the Orc Lord Destroyer. If that fails, then he can boast his strength period to the group leader. Either way, it's all to his advantage. Sang-hyuk pounced on our hero, swinging his swords. The young man blocked his blows with his spear. His opponent shouted that his speed was unrivaled. But at the same moment, he was pierced through and through by the spear. A huge hole appeared in his body. Jong-do took off his virtual glasses, put them on his chair, and quietly walked away. The game was over. The opponent was discouraged. He hadn't expected to be defeated so quickly. Jong-do asked the girl to finish the academy tour for today. He had an idea. The girl offered to walk him out. Jong-do said he'd get there on his own, saying he thought that the upstart who lost was a real jerk. Why did he offer to play? Outside the academy, Jong-do thought, why did he fall for the provocation? After all, he still had a long way to go. Since passing the final exam, the young man's mana had become 23. Since he only had 20 mana left, he could use the binding lottery skill twice, but unfortunately, it wasn't guaranteed. If he had 1 more mana, he would have been able to use the binding lottery skill and summon Liu Shan. But right now, it was silly to think about it. The young man knew he still had 10 more guaranteed lottery attempts, but he'd rather try to use the binder instead. One must strive to amplify one's talents. Besides, the young man was already used to the fact that he was always unlucky in this lottery. Another hero appeared in front of the young man and said that he was Yance from the Chromal Kingdom. Jong-do wondered if such a kingdom even existed, Chromal. Jong-do asked his interlocutor when he was born. Yonze said that he would think about it now, and he replied that it was in the year 5728 from Cristania. Jan said that Christiania is the goddess they believe in. The young man realized that this hero was from another world. That is, it is possible to contact not only beings on Earth, but also beyond it. In the case of a great wizard and fantasy heroes, such as a swordmaster, can also be downloaded. You can upload the superhumans of another world. Perhaps they know the reason for the phenomenon of dungeon creation occurring on Earth. Jungdo decided that this was useful information for him. He had one last attempt left. The young man hoped that this time too would be very useful news. Unfortunately, the young man was disappointed. He thought there was something wrong with his luck. The emperor asked why the young man was upset. Jungdo thought that this was not a guaranteed lottery, but a binding lottery. Why did Liu Shan show up here? The guy started tearing the hair on his head. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that out of all these cards he had pulled Liu Shan out again? The young man shouted that he already had Liu Shan. He had already spent 6 mana on him. Jungdo shouted, "Is there a bigger loser in the world than him?" The emperor said he could see that the young man was very upset. It is in vain. The young man read the information that he had managed to summon the very first character again. Liu Shan's strength strengthened. The emperor shouted loudly. The young man brought a skill, choosing combinations, as a reward. The guy inquired about the improvements. Liu Shan's performance had indeed improved. He knew that the lottery skill defied logic, but to do so much. Jongdo said that after reinforcement, the personality skill also improves. Although his skill is still not very good, it probably can't be fixed with a simple enhancement. With each improvement, performance will increase exponentially. He would eagerly wait for his skill level to increase. Jongdo thought, what if that was the limit? That would upset him. The emperor asked if the young man was really saying that about him. The young man said that they were just his thoughts out loud. There was no need to pay attention to them. Liu Shan shouted his luck, one of the most useful skills. It could be considered that the young man was very lucky to have him. Jongdo replied that great luck was certainly a good thing, but in terms of the scale of skills he could have been given by other spirits from different worlds of the true universe, then luck is not the best thing he could have gotten. Why did Liu Shan fall out of all the characters again? The emperor said that perhaps it was because of the bond between him and the master. After all, he is his first identity. The deeper their bond, the higher the chance of him appearing. The young man thought that every time he used the info lottery, he saw the cards around him. And there were 12 personalities. Except for one, all the others were earthlings. The young man thought, what could that mean? Liu Shan said that now they will see each other much more often. Jongdo said that the emperor should show up when he is called. The young man agreed that there was nothing to object to the emperor, even if he pissed him off. Jongdo decided to test the skills he couldn't try out earlier. Each of his characteristics increased by 10 points. Due to Liu Shan's improvement, not only his characteristics increased, but also the characteristics of the young man. Jongdo said that he was taking it back. The young man decided to play the lottery again. He thought he would never get used to it. You can only use 2 personalities that are already in the skill album. This is a guaranteed linking lottery. Only personalities from the same era can be loaded. The guy thought if he put it together, Lee Buu and Liu Shan, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Cheng Fei, you can knock out all the great figures from the same era. And if you open the scrapbook and move all heroes to this album, then when you choose a combination, the mana consumption will be 40. The first choice of combination required more mana. The young man realized that he needed to be patient, in case he didn't need them yet. Jongdo, pointing his finger, realized that not all combinations were possible. The young man realized the point. The point of combining was to narrow down the area to create new personalities. If he combined Liu Shan and Lee Buu as he had wanted from the beginning, he would be able to knock out a character from the Three Kingdoms period. Finally, the day came when the association gave the young man a dungeon, all according to the signed contract. The person in charge said one person, Class E, type sweep. Is the young man ready to enter? Jongdo asked, waiting for a while. The young man remembered how he had been tricked with a dungeon recently, so it would be a good idea to check it out for himself. The boy turned on the exploration mode. Information has surfaced that this is a goblin lair. One man, Class E type sweep. The young man also managed to get some hidden information. There was a mana stone buried underneath the boss's room. Jongdo was glad that he could even find out such a thing. The officer on duty asked the young man if something was wrong. Jongdo waved his hand and said he was fine. Jongdo thought that being able to know the types of dungeon monsters in advance would be an incredible strategic advantage. Not to mention knowing about the hidden rewards. The young man said he was going in. The duty officer noted the time he crossed the portal and said the young man could go through, and wished him good luck. Jongdo looked around once he was in the dungeon. He didn't have to be alone for long. From nowhere, small, angry goblins appeared. They waved their weapons and rushed at the young man. Jungdo used his halberd and destroyed the enemies. The young man skillfully wielded his deadly weapon. Every swing of his halberd reached its target. The goblins tried to surround the young man. Jungdo took it to the next level. He thought that he might cry now because of the thoughts of what he had experienced in the past dungeons. It was different now. These goblins must find out who was in charge here. Jungdo got excited. He was destroying everything living and green moving around him. The goblins had no chance of escape. The young man went one level up again. He laughed into his opponent's eyes. The goblins decided not to mess with this warrior and began to scatter in fear. Jungdo laughed and said that they wouldn't get far. The young man thought that this was happiness. Suddenly, the hobgoblin boss appeared. He roared loudly. The smaller goblins began to hide behind his legs. Jungdo dealt with that monster too. He stabbed it through and made a huge hole in the monster's body. The young man thought that even though he was a C grade, he didn't expect to be able to defeat an E grade boss with a single blow. A pickaxe appeared in the young man's hands. He thought, where is he going to dig now? The young man hit the ground not far from the monster boss with his pickaxe and decided it had to be around here somewhere. After a short work with the pickaxe, the young man found what he was looking for. It was mana crystals. The young man left the dungeon and went through the portal to the surface. There was surprise in the eyes of the duty officer. The attendant told the young man that it had not been 2 hours, and he was back. The young man replied that he was just lucky this time. Jungdo asked if there were any other dungeons nearby. The duty officer thought that it wasn't hard for this young man to do this kind of work in a dungeon. The duty officer said there were no more dungeons controlled by the association nearby. The man said if the young man wanted to go further into the dungeon, he could look for commands in the Mananet. It is said that the number of dungeons has increased dramatically recently, and members from different guilds have decided to gather in teams for effective mopping up. To register, you only need to enter the serial number of your watch. However, the young man could not find any bands nearby. The young man found the information he needed. Did they really not care about rank? Maybe they have enough hunters as it is and are just looking for a porter? Jungdo decided to call. When he got through, he said that he had come across an ad for a hunter and decided to give it a try. The young man was told that they had already found the man. The call turned out to be a waste of time. The clerk on duty, seeing Jungdo's disgruntled face, assumed that things hadn't gone as smoothly as the young man had hoped. Jungdo said that the place was already taken. He added that he's probably done for the day and will now go get his award. The young man was given the mana crystals he had gotten from the monsters. Jungdo was happy. After all, he found that big guy in the boss's room. He got a lot of crystals this time. Jungdo told the duty officer that, according to the contract, he could take anything that wasn't mana crystals dropped from monsters. And this stone is just as different from the ones from the monsters. The officer on duty said the young man was right. He has a lot of experience and luck. Finding such trophies in a rank E dungeon was rare. The young man thought that it was all thanks to his skill, exploration. Jungdo was doing hand-to-hand combat training at the association's gym. After working for a few hours, he decided that he had enough for today. As he walked by, Jungdo noticed that everyone was looking at the TV. The news was on the screen. There was a report that monsters broke out of a dungeon outside the city today. Fortunately, no civilians were injured, thanks to the association's hunters who arrived in time. One hunter nearby died fighting the monsters. Everyone present wondered, how could he have died? Had he not heard the evacuation message? Someone noticed that there was no evacuation message this time. It seems that the public address system had failed again. The young man thought he had been in this place not long ago, but if monsters had broken out of the dungeon, then the mana emanating from the dungeon should have peaked. Why didn't he feel it? He should have noticed it if he was nearby. Could this really be the same dungeon from the recruitment ad? The boy dismissed the thought. Who in their right mind would recruit hunters to clean up a dungeon on the verge of breaking? The young man was again at the old place, not far from his home. He was checking the information. He decided it was time to call it a day. Lushan told the young man that they would meet next time. After all, they had much more reason to meet now. The general asked if the young man was going to spin the info lottery. The boy replied that he didn't have much mana left after going to the dungeons. He would spin until he had 10 mana left, and then he'll use the link lottery. Jungdo said that he was counting on Mr. Liu Shan. Liu Shan said that the young man can rely on him. All attempts were unsuccessful. The general was upset. The young man told Liu Shan not to worry. He knows that good luck is not enough to beat this silly game. Chongdo thought that maybe his luck was so terrible that it negated Mr. Lu Shan's good luck. The lottery machine spat out an ominous capsule. Lu Shan and Chongdo tensed up. This was something they had never encountered before. The young man received for the first time extremely important information. The rewards of his info lottery will be improved. The young man will be able to narrow down the information to a specific topic. The young man and the emperor stared intently at the capsule breaking apart. What should they wait for now? Jongdo received information that in 4 days, there would be an artificial dungeon rift at a certain location. Jongdo was at a loss. What does artificial rift mean? Could it be that someone could accelerate the rift process? Jongdo remembered the morning incident he heard about on TV and realized that it was for a reason. The young man said that's why he couldn't feel the signs of the rift, even though he was nearby. That's why there was no signal from the warning system. If someone artificially created the rift, then everything falls into place. Is such a conspiracy really possible? The young man was sure that the person he was talking to on the phone was the perpetrator, and the request was immediately deleted after his call, which didn't even last a minute. There's something fishy going on here. Jongdo was at a loss. He didn't know what he should do now. Liu Shan stated that he had to go. The young man thought that there was a high chance that he would die if he tried to stop the rift on his own, and he would simply become an information machine. The guy realized that he couldn't tell anyone about it until he was strong enough to defend himself. He decided to discreetly hint about it to the head of Seo Sang-hee. The young man had received another extremely important piece of information. He thought he had enough important information for today. If history changes, he will lose the ability to get information about the future from the info lottery. The damage caused by the dungeon rift must be prevented. If successful, the young man will receive a reward from the true universe. A young man must take part in a quest. Improving skills, choosing a combination, and now, the quest. The boy remembered the moment when he first met Winry and received his skills. He couldn't understand then why she had appeared before him and handed over something so valuable. Now at last the young man understood everything. The universe can only communicate with him, and it wants to prevent history from changing in a disastrous way. Jongdo said, "It looks like they need each other." He decided that he would do it. The next day came. A portal appeared in a certain place. From that portal, monsters began to appear. At the association's meeting, the rapporteur said that there were 2 dungeons with a gap of 1 day. Both dungeons were not publicized. Accordingly, no one reported them to the association. All these problems appeared because of unwillingness to pay taxes. The head of the Hunters Association said that unless he is mistaken, there were no hunters in the vicinity prior to the incident. The rupture didn't happen somewhere in the mountains, but in the center of town. Sang-hee reported as the boss ordered. They checked all the hunters who were near the scene, but none of them felt any signs of rupture. The head of the association said, he doesn't understand what Sang-hee is getting at. Does she mean to say that the breakup happened in a dungeon whose time has not yet come to an end? Sang-hee said that's exactly what she means. Everyone present was disturbed by what the girl voiced. This should not continue. The head of the association said it was impossible. Has the structure of the dungeons changed? Sang-hee said she assumes the likelihood of that is extremely low. It was extremely difficult to examine these bodies because of the damage caused by the monsters. It was confirmed that the hunters were killed by a sword thrust to the chest area. The head of the association said that these murders took place near the scene. That's very suspicious. What conclusion did the girl come to? The field team concluded that there was a way to artificially create a dungeon rupture. After the report, Sang-hee sighed. They still didn't know the identity of the culprit and his motives, so they can't reveal the real reason for the breakup. The only thing they could do was to increase patrols and keep the civilians under surveillance. The girl thought it was terrible to go home without any results. It would be better if the dungeon was cleaned up. Sang-hee thought it might be worth assigning the dungeon sweep to Mr. Jongdo. The girl was confident that the young man could definitely handle it. At the academy, at the graduation ceremony, the speaker said that student Jongdo was an example to everyone else. He graduated with the highest grade in their class. The young man was given a certificate for outstanding service. The young man wanted to finish all this quickly. He was completely out of time. He had to participate in a quest to prevent the damage caused by the dungeon rift. But he couldn't miss this event since he had been promised a refund on his tuition. Instructor Suntae said he has high hopes for Mr. Jongdo. The young men shook hands. They were happy about this cooperation. The young man was called out. He looked back, it was Soyun. The girl said that she heartily congratulated the young man on his graduation. The young lady handed something to the young man. She put it in the palm of his hand. The young man asked, "What is it?" Soyeon said it was a lucky amulet she made herself. The girl said, she recently saw Jong-do being very upset about his bad luck. Soyeon said that she spoke this charm for good luck. Therefore, she was sure that something good would happen to the boy. Jong-do thanked the girl and said that he would treasure it. So-young replied that she was very happy that the young man liked it. The girl wondered what the young man would be doing now. Jong-do said that he decided to think about it while he was running around the dungeons. So-young wondered if Jong-do would like to team up with her in that case. Haeshik appeared on the horizon at the wrong time and called out to the young man. So-yoon stepped aside. She was angry at Haeshik and ready to take him down. He always got in the way of her talking to Jong-do alone. The young people exchanged pleasantries and asked how each other were doing. Haeshik suggested to his interlocutor to go to a dungeon. He was able to book one rank E dungeon. Jong-do apologized and said that he was a little busy. He offered to spend some time together some other time. Soyeon was very upset. Haeshik said it would be good to at least practice together. So-young was ready to tear Haeshik apart. Jong-do looked around and thought that these two might be able to help him. Jong-do knew he couldn't put his friends in danger. On the horizon, Haeshik was quickly moving away from So-young, running after him. He didn't realize what he had done. Jong-do told himself that he would stop this breakup with his own strength. 2 days passed. The young man urgently arrived at his destination. The rapid movement made his breath hitched. However, there was no portal to the dungeon at this location. Jong-do couldn't understand why the dungeon information was so inaccurate this time. He almost died while looking for each dungeon. However, thanks to the roadblocks near the dungeons, everything was avoided. He could find dungeons wherever there were no civilians. As a result, the young man noted for himself that there were 3 dungeons in this region. A rank A dungeon on the road near Sansu Bridge. It was a cobalt fortress. Mission type, defense. A rank C dungeon that opened in a neighboring area. A nest of tarantulas, type, sweep. And finally, a rank D dungeon opened up in another area. Wolf's Lair, type, sweep. The best way to prevent a rupture is to go to the dungeon and mop it up. But the A and C rank dungeons have already been bought by the guilds. The D rank dungeon belongs to the association, therefore he couldn't go anywhere. A rank A dungeon type, it's a defense. The young man began to analyze. Jong-do understood what it meant. This means that a huge number of monsters will come out in a very short period of time. If a rupture of such a dungeon were to occur in the center of the city, it could end very badly. The phone rang. It was Seo Sang-hee calling. A young man answered. Sang-hee said hello and said that she would like the young man to help with the dungeons. Jong-do agreed and said that he should be assigned a dungeon in Gangnam-gu. Sang-hee replied that there was a D-rank dungeon in that area. The girl wondered if such a dungeon would suit the young man. Jong-do said he wants to go to a dungeon in the area. Lately, the local dungeons just have a horrifying atmosphere. The young man added that if they delayed the dungeon sweep in such a crowded area, the gap could spill over into big trouble. Sang-hee said that the young man was unusually energetic today. The girl thought that the young man lived in this neighborhood. Jong-do told his interlocutor that he would like to enter the dungeon tomorrow morning. Sang-hee didn't mind. That was it. The girl said that in that case, she would direct someone to the entrance of the dungeon tomorrow morning. Jong-do was happy. He was satisfied. Jong-do raised his hands, looked up, and shouted that everything is going according to plan. Sang-hee decided she should check out the neighborhood tomorrow after work. The next day in the dungeon, Jong-do defeated the monster and earned rewards. He added mana to his mana bank and increased his dexterity. He also increased his level. The young man checked his readings against the current one. The clock showed that there was a little more than half a day left. He realized that it couldn't be that simple. The young man concluded so it was either rank A or rank C. When you think about the amount of damage that will be done to the city, the conclusion is obvious. It will most likely be a rank A dungeon. The portal opened on the large bridge. Jong-do arrived on the spot 10 minutes before the rupture began. But it was too quiet. Could this be a rank C dungeon after all? A squad car appeared on the deserted bridge. It was heading toward the portal. The car stopped in the vicinity of the entry point. The car door opened. An inspector appeared from the car. The young man appreciated the man's appearance. The guy thought it looked like he was worried for nothing. From the looks of him, he probably works for the government. Jong-do thought that the headquarters had decided to check the dungeon. Did they really have some information too? The young man decided not to hide anymore. He must go to the dungeon right now. Suddenly, a flash formed. The young man squeezed his eyes shut and covered himself with his hands. The entrance to the portal turned into a fiery blaze. Something was going on in the dungeon. One of the inspectors saw the young man and asked, "Who could it be?" The companion said it wasn't worth paying attention. This place would soon become a ruin anyway. Jongdo saw the two people who had gotten out of the car disappear. The young man thought it was teleportation. Jongdo should have known. Those two had been posing as government hunters all this time. The young man remembered one of them well. One of his skills was camouflage. Jongdo decided that there were more important things right now. He needed to stop the breakup. The young man used the guaranteed lottery. Liu Shan appeared. The emperor said he thought the young man was not doing well. Jongdo said that he was counting on Mr. Liu Shan. A young man, using the lottery, decided to choose combinations. This option was available to him. Jongdo chose a combination Liu Shan and Lee Buu. He had saved this skill for an occasion like this. It was the best combination he could use right now. The young man asked Mr. Liu Shan to think of the strongest warrior he knows. Jongdo remembered the amulet So-young had given him. It was the blessing of the saint. The user received a big bonus to luck. Now, the number of cards that used to be uncountable has dwindled to a few hundred. With Yu Shan's good luck and So-young's holy amulet, he could obtain a valuable card. The portal opened. An untold number of monsters rushed out. They were armed. Jongdo had managed to activate the options he had received and stood at full strength, ready to fight the monsters that appeared. The young man's eyes lit up. He felt an explosive energy. The young man shouted that General Zhang Fei had arrived. Jongdo blocked the way for the oncoming army of monsters. The image of a strong warrior appeared above the young man. The warrior set hundreds of enemies in front of him, and a bridge behind his back. It brought back memories. The young man was assisted this time by General Zhang Fei. In the past, he had gone up against the opposing army on the bridge and turned all of them fleeing with his fierce shout. The general said that these monsters walk on two paws. It must be the end of the world. The young man noticed that despite their dog-like appearance, they were quite strong. The general shouted that it was of no consequence. They were but dust under his feet. Jongdo shouted that the game was starting and entered the battle against the outnumbered opponent. The young man activated the invincible talent. The damage he received when fighting multiple opponents alone was reduced. In this case, he needed it. The monsters roared and continued their onslaught. Jongdo worked his deadly weapon and scattered the enemies left and right. He confirmed his right to be called an S-class hunter. The young man used a hail of ferocious tiger attacks. The monster dogs scattered in different directions. Jongdo was invincible. The young man had an excellent weapon. The Lord of all weapons had recreated a perfect replica of an ancient weapon. The attacks dealt damage to the target area. The general said it was amazing. With this skill alone, the young man would be able to easily handle an entire army. The young man thought it was incredible. Jongdo knew that they didn't have much time. This wave of monsters was smaller than the previous one. But monsters kept coming out of the dungeon. In addition, the boss still hadn't appeared. The young man decided that he needed to reduce the number of monster dogs. The young man had to act as quickly as possible. The young man once again began to scatter the enemy in different directions, not giving them a chance to regain their senses. Square blows did a percentage damage, but it was enough to keep the enemy at bay. Using the dimensions of his weapon, Jongdo had the ability to keep the enemy close. A crossbow appeared in the hands of one of the monsters. It was a deadly weapon. The villain was determined. The general said the young man is about to take this enemy down. His blood boiled at the sight. He regretted that he did not have his own body. There was a pause. Jongdo looked around. The defeated opponents were lying around. The monster's weapons were lying around. The young man was tired. He realized that the longer the battle went on, the more his concentration would drop. And most importantly, he lacked the skills to assess the situation sensibly. The young man realized that he still had room to grow. Jongdo thought that someday he would reach that level on his own without using personalities. Judging from the energy emanating from the dungeon, there was going to be an incredible battle. The general said that unfortunately his time had come to an end. The veteran asked if the young man could handle it. The young man said that he was not going to back down in front of weaklings. The general smiled and said he liked the young man's train of thought. He told the young man to try to win so that he could tell him of his exploits next time. The young man received a message that he had been given a portion of the abilities of the summoned individual. It was a reward. Jongdo thought it was time to try his luck a second time. Liu Shan said that he was happy to see the young man again. Jongdo thanked him for his help with the past combination, but something told him that he would have to thank Liu Shan again. Liu Shan wished the young man good luck. Chongdo stood alone against the advancing monster dogs. The young man was presented with a linking lottery. For a card class to be rare or higher, he would reduce their number to 9 personalities. The young man regretted that he didn't get a diamond card. But this one will do too. Jongdo received the Sword of the King, Clarent. The skill level of the enemy attacking the user will be reduced by 10%. Also, a unique skill, Clarent, was available. Clarent, one of the 3 swords belonging to King Arthur. It is ironic that he was destroyed by this particular sword. Mordred, the renegade knight who had impaled his own father with those swords. The young man thought the personality could not betray him. From the dungeon, a boss monster appeared through the portal. It was the leader of the kobolds, his level, 81. Jongdo noticed that this monster was the same level as Mordred. The young man suggested that this battle might take a bit longer. The monster boss ordered his subordinates to attack the opponent. He shouted loudly and thrust himself at the young man as well. Mordred shouted for the young man to pay attention to the king's sword. The young man swung and shouted, "Clarent!" The sword was red-hot and it was incredible. The enemies were afraid to approach the young man. Every swing of that sword was a devastating blow to the monsters. The young man swooped down and slashed at anything he could get his hands on. After a short time, the bridge was strewn with the corpses of monsters. Mordred said that the young man had killed them with a single blow. Mordred said if the young man wanted to use the sword again, he would have to wait a little longer. The power of the sword is not infinite. Danger arose from behind. The surviving boss monster swung his sword and towered over our hero. Mordred shouted that there was danger behind him. At the last moment, the young man managed to dodge. He said that this boss was angry because he had destroyed his minions. John Doe headed towards his opponent and landed a devastating blow. No one could resist Clarent. The young man swung his sword. The monster boss jumped back, unable to approach his opponent. The young man assumed that his and his opponent's strengths were about on the same level. He thought that he was in trouble. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to take down this beast within the time the skill was active. Besides, he didn't have much mana left. The opponent acted professionally. It was obvious that he had a lot of combat experience. Jongdo decided not to be ceremonious. He needed to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. Time was running out. The young man knew that if he failed, he would surely die. He jumped up and struck his opponent with a stabbing blow. The young man didn't stop for a second. Mordred said that the young man should at least get some rest. Jongdo replied that when he had a chance to finish off an enemy, he should take it. Jongdo was in close proximity to his opponent. He swung his sword in front of his opponent. The monster was able to dodge, and the sword slid by his side. The villain's sword pierced the young man through and through. The young man thought it was the end. Jongdo fell to his knees in front of his opponent. Mordred shouted from behind his master. The monster was about to finish what he started. The villain swung his sword in anticipation to strike his weakened opponent. The villain's sword came down and was already near the very neck of the young man. The unexpected has happened. The monster's sword became blocked. It hovered in the air and could not reach its target. The young man created a protective field. The young man with glowing eyes got to his feet and thrust his sword forward. He headed to meet his surprised opponent. The young man's dragon blood awakening was activated. However, the pain he was experiencing was intense. All of the young man's wounds have been healed. His resistance to enemy attacks has been temporarily increased. Jongdo was afraid that using this skill would cost him his life, but it seems like he was worried for nothing. Everything went well. The monster dog snarled and moved towards the young man. Jongdo swung his sword once again. He remembered that he was running out of time. The young man swept his sword in front of him very quickly. The monster was split in two. In the first instant, he didn't even realize anything. The villain had fallen. The battle was over. The danger to the city from this monster was over. Sang-hee ran to the young man's aid. She could feel the energy coming from the dungeon rupture. The girl was carrying her axe in her hands. Sang-hee hoped someone could buy some time and she would be waited for. The girl's astonishment was unbounded. She saw a strange picture on the bridge. It was quiet and not deserted. The bodies of monsters were scattered everywhere. Also, their weapons were lying around chaotically. Sang-hee saw Jongdo. Their gazes met. There was a mute question in the girl's eyes. How is this possible? The young man said that he had dealt with the breakup and asked the girl to call someone to clean up the place. The guy said he had something else. He had single-handedly dealt with each of the 311 monsters, and he didn't give up a single one to the girl. After these words, the young man fell at Sang-hee's feet, exhausted. The girl was surprised that the young man was able to destroy all those monsters by himself. Sang-hee ordered the emergency personnel who arrived to help to take the young man to the hospital immediately. In the hospital, having regained consciousness, the young man familiarized himself with the information. He could not believe his eyes. Jongdo's parameters had risen to an unprecedented level. Looking at them, he could tell that he had reached rank B. In addition, he had gained another skill. This meant that he had a total of 10 skills. Some people find it difficult to perfect even one skill. He couldn't believe that he had 10 unique and powerful skills in his arsenal. Perhaps it was a side effect after using the Dragon Blood Awakening. But he barely restrained himself from starting to run around the room. Jongdo noted that he was getting stronger and stronger. The young man was delighted. There was a knock on the door. It was Sang-hee. She asked for permission to enter. The young man said the girl could come in. He was glad to see her again. At last she came in. The girl said she was very worried about the young man. The moment he suddenly lost consciousness, she was so glad that the young man was not seriously injured. The young man thought that the girl seemed to have been dealing with the aftermath of the incident all night. Her eyes were tired. The girl bowed on behalf of the association and told the young man that she was grateful to him. Thanks to this hunter, many lives had been saved, all because the young man was able to stop the rupture. Jongdo expressed his belief that anyone would do that in his place. It is the duty of every citizen. Sang-hee said she came here to talk about it. Jongdo thought he was about to be asked some uncomfortable questions. The young man said that Sang-hee could see the CCTV footage, but if she has any questions, he's willing to answer them. He will try to help in any way he can. Sang-hee asked if the young man remembered the faces of those criminals. The young man replied that, unfortunately, he didn't. When he rushed to the scene, they had already used the teleportation scroll. Jongdo expressed his confidence that they were men. Sang-hee was taking her notes. The teleportation scroll, the men. Jongdo had figured out their identities, of course, but if he talked about it, the girl might start to suspect him. Sang-hee said she needed it, just to be sure. Why was the young man near the scene of the accident? After all, the young man was there at the worst possible time, as if he had been sitting there waiting for this incident to happen. Jongdo replied, "It must be fate." He was going to clean out the dungeon in Gangnam-gu that day. Jongdo added that he accidentally bumped into them on his way home. Now, if you check the CCTV cameras, it should be visible whether he was waiting somewhere nearby or not. Sang-hee apologized for being suspicious of the young man. The young man knew that such a thing could happen, so he tried to stay out of sight of the cameras. Therefore, no one could see him. Jongdo asked if he could ask the girl a question. Sang-hee said she would answer all the questions. The young man wondered if the girl was sure that the guild Karma wasn't behind this. Sang-hee said that they don't have proof yet. However, this guild, their main suspects. Jongdo said that in that case, the previous 2 breakups were just experiments. Yesterday's incident could be considered a real terrorist attack. At least that's what he thinks. Sang-hee said, since this guild is one of the largest, they need solid proof. They reinforced the patrols to prevent any more incidents like this from happening. The girl added that the monsters the young man defeated yesterday was a good result for the hunters. 311 corpses and all the bounty received are now stored in the association. Since the number of items is quite large, why wouldn't a young man entrust their sale to an auction company? Monster corpses can be used in many different fields. In addition, they are so valuable that people will buy them outright. The association will cover all additional costs. So all the young man will have to do is sit on the mountain of money he will make. The young man said he was grateful for the care he received. Sang-hee said that it was nothing compared to what the young man had done for the city. The girl added that it was time for her to leave. She wished the young man a good night's rest. Jongdo was already dreaming of his mountain of money and thought of how he would spend it. Something incredible happened in the hospital room. The young man could not understand what was happening. A portal opened in the ceiling. Jongdo noticed that someone was coming down through the portal to him. He was frightened and wondered who it could be. Winry Makina appeared in the young man's room. Jongdo wondered what she was doing here. The woman said she had come to reward the young man, of course. The young man thought it would be a reward from the true universe. Makina asked what kind of reward the young man would like. She could not guarantee that his wish would be fulfilled, but she would try to find a compromise. The wish was ready at once. Jongdo requested that his mana limit be raised to 999, or make it so that his mana wouldn't be spent even when using a skill. Makina immediately replied that such a request was denied. Even if she granted the young man such privileges, his parameters would soon return to normal. The girl, smiling, said that she understood the young man's intention. The young man wants more mana, so he can use the lottery more often. Jeon-do replies that he does. He'll be able to increase his stats and gain new skills as long as he gets lucky in the lottery. Makina said that, in that case, she had a solution to the young man's problem. The boy rejoiced. Would she increase his mana limit after all? The girl said that she would give him this card. Judging by the expression on her face and her shining eyes, it was something supernatural. Jongdo inquired how he could use this ticket. With this ticket, the young man will be able to use the linking lottery once. Plus, he'll be able to buy that ticket. The guy asked how much he could buy it for. He was interested in the price. The girl said the young man would have to pay with his characteristics: strength, agility, perception, endurance. He will be able to get one ticket for every characteristic point lost. The young man thought about this girl. Why did she come here? I mean, he's using the skill to raise the characteristics, and she wants him to buy tickets for them. Makina said the young man's luck in the binder lottery isn't too bad. For every 10 characteristic points, the young man will be able to use the lottery 10 times. For those 10 times, the young man can get a rare card, even though it would lose 10 characteristic points. To the young man, this advantage seemed elusive. Makina added that in 30 tries, the young man would get 3 diamond cards. And with all the gold cards he had received, the girl could say that the young man had been born quite lucky. If the young man seizes this opportunity, he will become even stronger. She declares this with all confidence. Jongdo thought about it and decided that the girl was right. Makina was happy that the young man thought so. The girl stated that she would allow herself to give the young man his reward. A new feature, purchase, was added to the young man. The young man learned that characteristics lost, due to the use of purchase, would be automatically exchanged for binder lottery tickets. Jongdo wondered if Makina would get any bonuses if he used this ability. She seems much more interested in it than before. The girl did not answer and said that she had to go. The young man was suspicious. He felt a little deceived. There was a knock at the door. It was Soyeon. She asked if she could come in. Jongdo said that the girl could go in. The conversation with Makina remained unfinished. The girl said she got a call from the association. Did he hurt himself? The boy said he was just overworked. But now, he's completely healthy. Soyoung exhaled and said that it was like a mountain off her shoulders. Jongdo couldn't calm down after seeing Makini. Jongdo asked if Soyoung would be willing to team up with him. The guy added that a talented girl like her could easily get into a major guild. Soyeon said that she really wanted to team up with the young man. She was willing to do it right now. The girl turned around and ran away. She shouted she was on her way to get ready. Jongdo pondered. He thought that he should try using Makini's suggestion once. He would have to give up one ability. A young man decided to just look. He got the first purchase bonus. The young man would get a free ticket for every first purchase. The guy thought that the benefit was obvious, considering he would get 20 tickets for 10 performance points. But he wouldn't want to become addicted because of it. John Doe began to be enticed by offering a rookie bonus. Within an hour, he would receive an extra ticket for every purchase. The young man gave in. He said that he would do it now. The man decided for himself that he would just try it. After the first attempt, the young man felt that luck had turned to face him. He had 30 tickets for the linking lottery in his hands. Jongdo looked around. There was no one nearby. He decided to start. After the first attempt, the young man thought, no big deal. This is just the beginning. After the 10th attempt, he thought he still had a lot of tickets left. After the 28th attempt, his nerves were frayed. How could this be possible? How could he not get anything of value? On the 29th attempt, Emperor Liu Shan appeared. He said hello to the young man. The emperor asked what had caused the young man to be so skewered. The boy kneeling on his knees said that without Liu Shan, he was just a loser. The emperor asked what happened to the young man. The young man thought that with Liu Shan's good luck and considering that he should get a rare or more valuable card for his last 30th attempt. Jongdo was waiting for the diamond card, but the miracle didn't happen. In the morning, Sang-hee asked if the young man was definitely well. Jongdo said he was fine. He just had nightmares last night. The young man is over the limit. You can only purchase tickets 10 times a week. The young man demanded more spins to break even. The emperor said that the young man should stop. It was a good thing he could only buy 10 tickets a week. Otherwise, he would have lost all his features on emotion. Sang-hee motioned for the young man to follow him. The girl showed the young man where the corpses and loot from the monsters were kept. Sang-hee said that they have separated the damaged bodies that have no value. The equipment is stored in other compartments. Sang-hee said that they also separated the equipment that contains mana. The companion suggested that the young man take a look at this outfit and decide what to do with it, sell it or keep it. Jongdo picked up the gloves and turned on the research mode. These were the combat gloves of a cobalt leader. Using them added mana, stamina, and perception to the young man. The young man realized that these gloves increased his mana limit. Items like this are very rare. Jungdo tried on these gloves. They fit him like a glove. It was his size. The young man decided he wouldn't sell them. A phone call rang. Sang-hee answered it. She told the young man that a representative of the guild that owned the dungeon where the breakup had occurred wanted to meet with him. Jungdo was a little surprised. Why do you have to go out with him? The guild representative decided to meet and look at the show-off. The young man asked his companion why the guild representative wanted to meet him. The girl assumed that they wanted to recruit him into their guild, saying he added, they might want to claim the loot. The young man looked sadly at the gloves. He had gotten used to them. The girl stated that she would do everything she could to keep the young man's loot rights. Jungdo said he was putting his fate in Sang-hee's hands. Kim Sun-seo of the Kim Guild extended his hand to the young man and said it was nice to meet him. The girl introduced herself as well. Pointing at Jungdo, she said that this young man was the hunter who resolved the breakup. Kim Sun-seo said that he would like to learn more about the incident. He asked the young man to produce evidence. The man added, he wants to hear evidence that will fully satisfy him. For example, CCTV footage. Sang-hee said it's not in her jurisdiction. She cannot disseminate such information without the hunter's permission because of the risk of leaking personal information. Jungdo thought that he would like to reveal as little information about himself as possible. But it seems like he has no other choice, or else the problems might get worse. Mr. Kim said he understood. It would be very unpleasant if the young man's secret techniques were revealed. Mr. Kim said in that case, he would have another suggestion. As always in such cases, Kim Sun-seo offered to fight him. If the young man can prove that his abilities were enough to stop the breakup, he will leave without any objection. Jungdo thought, why would he want to do that? It didn't make sense. The young man thought that the guild representative was looking for a fight. It was only to find out what the young man was capable of. Mr. Kim asked, wondering if something was wrong. The young man turned on the research mode. This person seemed familiar to him. The guy thought, wasn't he the one he saw before the monsters came out on the bridge? What does all this mean? Jungdo apologized and said that he needed to have a private talk with squad leader Seo Sang-hee. The young man said he urgently needed a soundproof room. The girl showed him the direction to follow. Once in the soundproof room, Sang-hee asked what the young man wanted to talk to her about. Just in case, Jungdo, while looking at his interlocutor, also turned on the research mode. The guy had confidence in this girl. Her talent symbolized faith in the other person and the ability to keep a promise. Jungdo said that he's about to share strictly private information with the girl and asked that she keep it a secret. Sang-hee said that this organization is committed to keeping information about the hunter's secret. The young man said he was compelled to believe in the girl and her talent of trust. Sang-hee wondered, how did the young man know about this talent? Jungdo told about her other skills as well. The girl was amazed. When asked how he does it, the young man said he has a special skill. Its name, research. Jungdo added that this skill allows him to view information about other people. Name, level, talents, and even their skills. The girl was discouraged. Sang-hee asked why the young man was telling her all this. Jungdo replied that the person they just saw was not Kim Sun-seo. His real name is Sung Dong-hak. He was present when the breakup started. The guy admitted that he's not very comfortable giving out personal information about himself, but he can't sit back when a terrorist is standing in front of him. Sang-hee agreed that it was hard for the young man to decide to do that. The guy said to prove the fact that this man was a terrorist, he would have to reveal his skill to the organization. The girl said he shouldn't do that. The young man wondered why. Sang-hee replied that she was too embarrassed to talk about it. The girl noticed that lately she was beginning to think there was a spy among them. They were given no special instructions in executive session, despite the emergency. Plus, the start time of the burst coincides with the window in patrolling. Be that as it may, the young man cannot reveal this skill of organization. If this skill is as strong as he says it is, the young man is definitely in danger. The guy responded, meaning he needs to prove this person is a terrorist without revealing his research skill. The young men returned, and Jungdo apologized for having to wait for them. Mr. Kim expressed his hope that their conversation was successful. Jungdo said they figured he was using his skill so he could avoid the duel. Thus, Mr. Kim will accept the evidence without any objection. Kim said that this is an extremely reasonable decision. The man thought it was fortunate that things had worked out so well. He just wanted to see how strong the young man was. But now he could see even his skills. Jungdo decided to use the guaranteed lottery. If they had already made the guest wait so long, he would present the evidence immediately. Suddenly, a strange woman appeared and greeted the young man. She said that he looked much better today than yesterday. One of the gold cards he got yesterday was the truthful Jaina. Her characteristics were not much different from Liu Shan, but her specialty was her skill. Young-do said he's ready to start. Mr. Kim replied that he's already waiting. The young man said the conditions were met. The truth room skill was used. Sang He stated that it's already done. Mr. Kim stated that he has no idea what just happened. John-do asked the girl to repeat after him. He said the phrase, "I am a man." The girl agreed. Sang He tried to say the phrase, but she failed. She stammered half a word. Young-do said it would look something like this. Mr. Kim tensed up. The young man said it was the guest's turn. The guy asked as Mr. Kim repeated his name. The man wanted to say that he was Kim Sun-seo, but he couldn't. It was like he had water in his mouth. Young-do said that Mr. Kim's desire to fight might have caused him a lot of trouble. He thinks that compared to that, his request is nothing. If Kim calls his name, the young man will give him all the loot from the dungeon and do whatever he asks. Kim couldn't pronounce the name he wanted to say no matter how hard he tried. Jongdo looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and said that he couldn't say anything, because everything he said was a lie. The young man, looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, said his name was Sung Dong-hak. The impostor shouted that he was going to show the young man, and he rushed at him with his fists. Sang He shouted that she wouldn't let that happen, and rushed forward. The girl wanted to hit Mr. Kim, but he turned on his disguise mode and was able to avoid the blow. The man took out a hunting knife and shouted that for him to hide his presence from a S-rank hunter was a one-off. Sung Dong-hak swung his knife and shouted that he was about to destroy the young man. Jongdo was ready to take the fight. Sang He jumped up and delivered a crushing leg kick, driving her opponent in the jaw. The villain was deactivated. Jongdo asked, "He's not going to die from that punch, is he?" The girl handcuffed the criminal and took off his mask. She said that the rascal had completely fooled her. Since his mana, the watch also belonged to Kim Sun-seo. The young man asked what Sang He was going to do to him. The girl said that they would interrogate him and put him in jail, or rather the other way around. Put him in jail and then interrogate him. Jongdo said that he would be able to help the girl with that. A young man started the lottery. He said the target would be Sung Dong-hak. John Doe and Sang He found out that Kim Sun-seo was destroyed 2 days ago by that scumbag. Sung Dong-hak is a member of the Karma Guild. The young man said what was to be expected. The girl replied that it was unbelievable. The young man can use his skill to find out things like that too. Karma Guild. The guild office is located in a small town at the foot of the mountains. The guild representative said that they had lost contact with Sung Dong-hak. The masked people that the guild representative was addressing were all around. They took this information silently. The guild rep said it looks like he's been captured. Does the association know anything about it? Mask said he can't get more information. SEO Sang He is handling it in the utmost secrecy. The hooded man said that Seo Sang He won't just say anything, but to be on the safe side, it's better to take him out quietly. The masked woman asked what they were going to do about the guy who stopped the breakup. After all, they had sent a man down there to get information on this guy. But all they found out was his name, and that his rank, E, and also that he was able to stop the rupture all by himself. The masked men wondered, did a low-ranked hunter really stop the rupture by himself? Isn't he an S-rank hunter covered by the association? Come to think of it, isn't this the same guy who distinguished himself on the Academy's final exam? He was there by luck when they wanted to take out Kim Suntae, which has nothing to do with the breakup incident. Bear Mask said he had information that someone was waiting nearby, as if he knew of the impending breakup. Mask added, there's a possibility they have a rat in their ranks. He thinks we should concentrate on that now. The hooded man told them to stop this worthless talk already. They'll deal with the Jongdo later. Another disgruntled masked man said they put a lot of hard work and time into this breakup. Is it really necessary to leave that young man alone after what he did? The leader objected. They shouldn't worry about what might have happened by accident. Mask objected, for they had just said that this young man was waiting in that place. The hooded man said he was very disappointed. You have to be careful not to make mistakes from now on. The meeting was over. Using teleportation, all the masks disappeared except for one. Mask was fundamentally disagreeing. Why should this young man be left alone? Mask said after he embarrassed him in front of him. Jongdo is not a survivor. Sang He said hello and motioned for Mr. Hunter to proceed to the office. Jongdo told the girl that she looked really exhausted. Did it really not go that smoothly? Sang He said that the arrestee flatly refuses to talk. Therefore, they haven't made any progress in the investigation. The girl, stroking her axe, said she had suggested harsher methods, but she was not supported. The girl added that she was probably not allowed because there was a rat in the association. The boy thought she had been refused for other reasons. Sang-hee said that she was on the case anyway. If they can get him to talk, they can get rid of the Karma Guild all over the country. Sang-hee said she had more information about the young man's prey. The young man wondered if there was a problem. The girl said since the value of the items was extremely high, he would have to pay an impressive tax. As such, Sang-hee suggested that the young man raise his hunter rank. With his skills, it wouldn't be much of a problem. The higher the rank, the lower the tax. The young man wanted to get started on this now. The girl led the young man to where the tests for B to S rank hunters are held. Sang-hee said if a young man was able to clear the A rank dungeon, he would be able to pass the B rank test. The tests are conducted using virtual reality. If the examiner recognized the young man's strength, he would be immediately promoted in rank. Jung-do thought that he could compensate for his lack of characterization with the skill play. A man approached the girl and said hello. He said, "Is this the head of SEO's squad, the pride of their association?" The girl said she hadn't seen her teacher in a long time. There was no joy on her face. The man said that Sang-hee was his most talented student. She was so busy advancing in her career that she had forgotten about her old teacher. Sang-hee said if the teacher wanted to see him so badly, he could have come himself. The man said that his teacher pride wouldn't let him do that. The girl said that if it were her will, she would never have met him at all. The teacher asked what had brought her here this time. Sang-hee said that one of the organization's most important guests wanted to take the rank promotion test. So, she brought him here. The man rejoiced. This was the same hunter who had stopped the rip alone. The big man extended his hand to the young man and said his name was Jang Chul-san. The young man also introduced himself and shook his hand. The girl asked for a rank B examiner to be called. Sang-hee noticed that after evaluating all the dungeon mopped-up youths, it was decided that rank B was the maximum that was available to him. But of course, his skills were far beyond that level. The man noticed that his student had a very high opinion of this young man. Jang Chul-sang said that he would personally take care of testing the young man. He was very curious about it. The girl protested. After all, her teacher is an exclusive S-rank examiner. After all, Chul-sang doesn't even want to evaluate hunters, because it's too boring for him. Jang Chul-sang said he was just dying of boredom. Chul-sang made a menacing look and asked the young man if he agreed to this arrangement. The young man said that it was a great honor for him. It is not often that he gets the opportunity to fight an S-rank hunter. The man stated that he liked the young man's enthusiasm. Jung-do activated his game talent. All of his characteristics were increased by 100%. Downloading the game for the test was complete. The young man found himself with a spear in his hands. The young man decided to check his status in the virtual space. Jung-do was a little disappointed by what he saw. Was it really the maximum that a level 2 game talent could provide? Or were there other limitations that he didn't know about yet? The young man decided to deal with it later. Right now, he should concentrate on the battle. The opponent had a huge hammer in his hands. Chul-sang said that the spear, it's a good weapon. The man smiled smugly. Chul-sang added, if a warrior considers himself a real man, he should use heavy weapons. The big man raised a huge hammer above him. Chul-sang lowered the hammer with all his might and struck the ground with it. The ground cracked in all directions. A sea of dust rose up all around. Chul-sang says he'll let the young man strike first, and he has to show what he can do. The young man said he didn't mind and went on the attack. He put his spear forward and bravely rushed into battle. The big man evaded the young man's attack and immediately contracted it. Swinging his hammer, he was about to strike. The young man put his spear forward to block it. After a short while, Chul-sang stopped the fight and said that the young man had passed. Even a rank A hunter wouldn't be able to react to his spear strikes in time. The man added, obviously the young man had passed the test. He must have been trained by real masters. Jung-do replied that his masters are very skilled at what they do. Jung-do asked, is that the end of it? Chul-sang said he would like to say, of course, but that would be a huge letdown for both of them. The young man said that he agreed with his opponent. Chul-sang said that this is what a real man should do. The big guy swung his hammer and went on the attack again. The young man applied the green dragon maneuver. He dodged the hammer and counterattacked with his spear. The man noted that the young man was faster than he had been before. Jung-do thought if it wasn't for the game skill, he would have lost already after the first strike. The young man wanted to reach the same heights without using that talent. The young man blocked the hammer's blow with his spear. He held on with his last strength. The opponent said, the young man seemed to have too little experience for his characteristics. The man sized up the young man and asked if he possessed the talent of acting? Striking again, Chul-sang repeated his question. The young man remained silent. The man noticed that he made the young man nervous with his question. And at some point, the young man opened up, finding himself at a disadvantage. The boy could not stay on his feet and fell on his back. His opponent stood over him, swinging his hammer. Chul-sang lowered the hammer near the young man's head, hitting the ground with it. The young man said as he admitted defeat. The big guy said he had fun, but he wanted to make it last longer, so he decided to cheat a little. He hoped for understanding. Young-do replied that he still had a lot to learn. Jong-do wondered, how did his opponent guess? Chul-sang asked if the young man was referring to his talent. The man said that before the young man, he had met many who suddenly stopped strong in virtual space. But unlike those useless tykes, the young man was able to stop the gap all by himself. Chul-sang said they'll see each other outside, saying he is already waiting for them. The young man thought he still had a lot to learn. The young man was awarded a rank of B and presented with a certificate to that effect. The young man said, "Thank you." John-do said that in that case he's leaving, and thanked everyone here for being a part of this event, saying he asked what kind of evaluation her teacher would give the young man. The teacher replied that it had been a long time since he had met interesting people. He was sure they would meet again. He said that she wanted to try to fight Mr. Jong-do too. Chul-sang said he had a lot of fun. I think he's going to leave now. The girl stopped the teacher. Wasn't he the one who had grumbled a few minutes ago that she hadn't visited him in a while? He said that it's been a long time since they've practiced. Why don't they fight so the teacher can check how much his student has grown? The man thanked for the offer, but said he was tired. He noticed that didn't sound like him. Since when did the teacher start running away from a good fight? The girl took her axe and told the teacher to get ready to fight. The teacher's eyes went to his forehead. Jong-do went out for some fresh air after receiving the certificate. He needed to rest, and he wanted to gather his thoughts. The young man stepped closer, and the young man was called out by So-yoon. The guy apologized and asked how long had she been waiting for him. The girl said that she herself had just arrived. So-yoon was very happy that she was going on a mission with Jong-do. She hoped that the young man wouldn't notice how worried she was. It was like some newcomer. So-yoon asked, when are they moving out? The young man looked somewhere in the distance and said, finally, he came too. Heshik appeared on the horizon. He waved to the young men, smiling. Heshik was touched. He said he was very happy that Jong-do had written to him. The young man had finally accepted him as his junior assistant. Jong-do said that Heshik shouldn't make a drama here. They'll work together, and if he doesn't like it, Heshik can leave the group. Heshik said that would never happen. Hashik said hello to Ms. Soyoung. He said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man expressed his hope that they would make a good team. The girl said she was glad too. All her dreams of two people's company were shattered. Jong-do said, since everyone is gathered, we can go to the dungeon that Heshik found. So-young asked where it was. The young man said it was Hwashong Fortress in Suwon. The portal was closed to the public. Strange monsters were in this dungeon. They were like nothing else. The young man handled the creature very easily. He thought, is it really that easy? Was it because the dungeon was a rank E dungeon? He would have cleared it alone in 10 minutes. Jong-do watched his partners fight. After all, he knew that he didn't come here to clear the dungeon alone. Jong-do wanted the two of them to gain combat experience, fighting such monsters. Finishing off another monster wasn't too difficult for the young man. The young man looked at So-yoon and thought that she was not only good as a priestess, but also as a battle monk. Heshik turned to the young man with a question. The young man said he was always happy to help. Heshik noticed that Ms. So-yoon always looked at him angrily. Had he done something to make her angry? Jong-do said that Heshik was a little tactless. In truth, they were both tactless. The young men, having cleared the approach, said they had reached the monster boss room. Jong-do said that he would try not to interfere with the young men's battle. So, they have to put all their strength to put this boss down. The young man added, he hopes these two will definitely handle him. Heshik said they wouldn't let their boss down. The young man said they were going forward and swung the doors open. A strange monster boss with glowing eyes stood right in front of them. Surprisingly, this monster was very agile. It shouted something and jumped up high. Heshik was a little scared and hid behind his huge shield. Jong-do told the young man to be more confident. The monster shouted something incomprehensible and struck his opponent. Heshik had time to put up a shield to defend himself. The young man thought, if Heshik could block the monster's attack, it would be possible to hit his opponent on the back. So-yoon connected and with a deft move, using the forces of her opponent's inertia to send him into a knockdown. Jong-do praised the girl and told her to keep it up. Heshik was upset that he hadn't been praised yet. After the sweep, the young man praised his team. He said that the guys had done a great job. Heshik asked if the young man would go with them to the association to test his skills. The young man said no. Jongdo said he had some urgent things to do, so they can go without him. Jongdo gave his friends a look and thought that he was finally rid of them. Liu Shan looked up and said, "This is a very unbelievable castle. Is the young man really going to spin the lottery here?" Jongdo reminded the emperor how he had asked him to remember the strongest general. Liu Shan replied, as he said earlier, General Zhao Zilong immediately came to his mind. Not Zhang Fei. General Zhao was the strongest general he knew live. Jongdo thanked the emperor for that. The young man decided to play the linking lottery. The young man knew that on that night at Songsu Bridge, he had summoned Zhang Fei specifically not because Liu Shan thought he was the strongest general. This was because he himself was on the bridge. Of course, the first thing that would come to mind in such a situation would be Zhang Fei's battle on Zhangpanpo Bridge. This means that the identity a young man summons with a link lottery must be related to his location and their lore. A young man was dealt a diamond card. It was quite unexpected. Jongdo spun to the left and right. It seemed strange to him. Why didn't he feel any change? A new personality appeared in front of the young man. The man said it was Huaxiang. What nostalgia. Jongdo replied that it was nice to meet you. He said his name. The young man thought that this character's stats were too low for the diamond card. The hero said that the young man's name translates to straight path. He liked that and said it was a great name. Jongdo thanked him for the compliment. The character said they were very lucky to be in Huaxiang specifically. The interlocutor asked the young man if he would like to get the treasure he had hidden in this place. Jongdo closed his eyes in pleasure and said that he was very eager, which was to be expected from a diamond card. The character said when the king ordered him to build the place. He was so enthusiastic that he added a lot of all sorts of structures and secret rooms in different places. The young man had to find the brick on the right side of the main gate, 7th from the bottom. The young man should use this brick as a starting point, counting 616 bricks to the right. He should direct his QI energy to the last brick. After that, the young man should count out the 7th brick from the bottom on the left side of the gate and count out another 922 bricks to the left. Jongdo thought, is there some special meaning behind these numbers? The interlocutor replied that it was his birthday and the king's birthday. Jongdo said that he had finally found the right brick. Now he has to direct his chai there. After the young man fulfilled all the requirements, a portal appeared near him. It was a portal to a treasure dungeon. The scholar said if the young man went inside and could pass his test, he would get the treasure. Jongdo asked, because the interlocutor left them for his successor, right? The young man doesn't think anyone else would be able to figure out such a convoluted scheme. The man said everything would be all right. After all, the young man had managed to find the treasure after all these years. He told the young man not to be shy and to enter the dungeon faster. Waiting for the young man in the dungeon was a huge giant with a sword on his shoulder. The scholar said if Jongdo can pass the test of knowledge and the test of his guard's strength, he can get advice and treasure. The hero's helper disappeared. He said if the young man succeeded, he should summon him again. The young man decided to use the discovery skill. This skill allows seekers to find a dungeon. The giant said he was ready to begin the test of the young man. It would be a test of knowledge. The unique moonlight that shines over all the rivers. Rivers, they are the inhabitants of this world. The moon is the yin and yang. The guard asked the question, who is meant by yin and yang? Jongdo immediately began to think. The young man decided he had the answer. He said that it was King Zhengzhou. He thought that this answer was obvious. The giant struck the ground with his powerful weapon and said the answer was correct. The guard, flashing his eyes, said that they would now proceed to the test of strength. The young man should prepare his weapon. Jongdo put his energized halberd forward. Jongdo looked at his opponent, turning on the research mode. The young man realized that it was a level 40 goblin king. The guy thought that if this king was a level 40 king, their stats should be around the same level. The giant told the young man to defend himself and raised his powerful weapon high above his head. His eyes continued to glitter. Jongdo repelled his opponent's attack and prepared to go forward himself. The young man shouted, hoping to scare his opponent. He moved forward. Jongdo's mental attack failed. The Goblin King was not afraid. The opponent's damage was reduced by 10%. The young man thought that his skill didn't work on this goblin because of the difference in levels. The Goblin King said that this opponent is very fast, but he can see right through him anyway. Jongdo put his halberd forward and told the opponent to try to dodge the next strike. The young man used the Green Dragon's maneuver. The Goblin King dodged it. He only gave a sly shout in response. The giant said that this time, his opponent was very close, but still he is not good enough to win. Jongdo shouted that this wasn't the end. With his eyes flashing, he jumped high up and gave his opponent a staggering blow from the top. The giant had time to react and blocked the young man's blow. He raised his powerful weapon in front of him. Preventing himself from being attacked. The young man, looking directly into his opponent's eyes, came close to him. He kept his spear at his side. The enemy said that the young man was a fool if he was going to attack with a spear at close range. Suddenly, the giant noticed that the young man was no longer holding a spear, but a sword. He had underestimated his opponent. The giant asked what strange weapon his opponent was using. "This weapon looks like his club." Jongdo said the giant was wrong. "His weapon is better than that big club." The young man dodged. He struck a powerful blow, and his opponent dropped his weapon from his hands. His huge stick flew aside. The next moment, the young man's sword was near his opponent's neck. The Goblin King said that he had lost. The young man had passed the test of strength. After that, Jongdo noticed a crack appeared in the wall nearby. The crack widened and turned into a large hole. The young man realized that there was a secret room behind that wall. Jongdo entered the secret room through a hole in the wall. There was a table in the middle of the room. On the table were diaries and a strange mechanism. This interested the young man. The young man stepped closer. Since he was dealing with a scientist, he thought that these objects had significance. Jongdo remembered, after all, this scholar had asked to call on him when the young man found the reward. He noticed that he could summon it with his amount of mana, even though it was a diamond card. The scientific assistant said it looked like the young man had passed the test after all. He added that he had no doubts about the young man. The interlocutor told the young man to take the Chronicles of Medicine with him. He would need those notes. The young man was asked to comprehend the skill of chronicling medicine. The young man was surprised. The scientist said he lost 6 children to smallpox. So he spent a long time doing research, and as a result, he wrote this book to alleviate people's suffering. The young man received a message that he had learned the skill Chronicles of Medicine. He became the owner of the skill Resilience. The young man felt the 2 skills merge. A message appeared that he had learned the skill Full Immunity. Now the young man was immune to all diseases and poisons. The young man was glad that now he would not die in the dungeon. The next subject is a study of the territory of the whole state. This is a book on the geography of the country, which the scholar wrote while traveling through different parts of the state. The scientist said that this book would help the young man in orienteering. The young man was told that he had studied a survey of the territory of the state. Jongdo received the skill Detection. The 2 skills merged due to the game talent feature. The young man has learned the skill Dungeon Map. All dungeons within a certain radius will be marked on the young man's mini-map. Jongdo jumped up and down with joy. Now he wouldn't have to agonize to find the dungeon. It was the turn of the last item. The young man was getting the skill Loading Crane. This skill was changed for the convenience of the user. Jongdo studied the skill Inventory. It was a game inventory. The young man immediately decided to test how it worked. The young man took the stone in his hands. Jongdo leaned the stone against the digital panel in the section Inventory. At the same moment, the stone appeared on the scoreboard. The object was digitized and became virtual. The young man now had the stone available in the game. The young man understood how it worked. Jongdo came out of the dungeon. The scientist said he hoped he was able to help the young man. The hunter was pleased. He said that his interlocutor had no idea how much he had helped him, and he thanked the scientist. The young man and the hero scientist said goodbye. The man said that he hoped to meet the young man in the future. Jongdo decided to test his skills in action. The young man was interested in the quality of their impact while performing tasks. Jongdo pointed out that Full Immunity, Inventory, and Dungeon Map, those are really cool skills. He got lucky today. The young man thought that was the end of it for now. He just didn't really understand how the dungeon map worked. He would have to Google the answers to that question. The young man launched a virtual map and attempted to navigate the area using his point of dislocation. The boy realized that he was in the center of the map. This location suited him just fine. It increased the range of vision. The young man guessed that all the dots around him were dungeons. They were marked with different colors. The young man decided to check everything in practice and make sure of the information he received personally. The young man, according to the map, approached the nearest point. The map didn't deceive him. There was indeed an entrance to the dungeon in front of him. Jongdo circled the portal. It was just as he thought it would be. It was a really cool map. The young man became upset. He was offended that someone had already reserved this dungeon. The flagging and the perimeter fence said so. Jongdo looked at the map again. The green dot was the rank C dungeon he had checked on the way. The yellow dot he was near now was a rank B dungeon. The young man once again assumed that most likely each rank of the dungeon would correspond to a different color of the rainbow. The young man didn't want to disappoint himself by stumbling into dungeons that were already occupied. He decided to open the notification window and customize it. The young man received a message that from now on, he would receive notifications when a new dungeon appeared. That was what he needed at this point. The young man was glad. Jongdo emotionally said that all the dungeons in the neighborhood would now belong to him. In yet another dungeon, a young man fighting a monster defeated it effortlessly. Soyun was amazed at her boss's skillful actions. The green monster was lying at their feet. A bloody sphere of poison appeared near the monster. It was a well-deserved reward. The young man thought that he certainly had full immunity, but he would take this orb just in case. Everything would come in handy in the household. After the operation was completed, Soyoung said that not only could he easily defend a rank E dungeon, but a rank D dungeon was no problem at all. Jongdo replied that it was all thanks to his colleagues. Heshik asked if the young man had any other plans for today. Jongdo replied that he was going to practice for a while, but that's it. Soyeon said that she didn't have much of a plan either. Heshik suggested his friends to visit his house in that case, since he also has a training room with a VR machine at home. Jongdo was very surprised. There are so few of these machines in the world. You can count them on the fingers of one hand, and Heshik has one of them. The young man knew that Heshik had bought several dungeons for them. How much money did this guy have? Heshik said he's a little embarrassed to talk about it, but his brother, who he lives with, makes a lot of money. Heshik thought that Jongdo was talking about wanting to meet Soyoung in person. Jongdo stated that, as the leader of the team, he wouldn't mind meeting the families of his subordinates. Heshik clapped his hands happily. Heshik said he would order a car now, and as soon as everyone was ready, they were on their way. Heshik ordered a huge limousine. When the young men arrived at their destination, they were very surprised. When they saw the house where the young man lived, Jongdo asked in surprise, "Does Heshik really mean to say that he has an apartment in this building?" Heshik said that's not quite true. This whole house belongs to him. As the young men rode up in the elevator, Jongdo wondered what Heshik's brother was doing if he could afford all this. The young men went into the apartment. Heshik's brother met them and said it was nice to meet him. The young man introduced himself and said he was Kang Hai-chun, and he's Heshik's brother. Jongdo said it was nice to meet him and gave his name. It hit the young man. Could it be that he had now met Kang Hai-chun? Images of legendary hunters flashed before the young man's eyes. It turns out that this young man is one of the 8 hunters, SS rank. Heshik confirmed and said that his brother is exactly that person. Jongdo wondered why Heshik hadn't told him before. Heshik replied that his brother had told him that there were people who would feel uncomfortable around him if they knew about it. Jongdo couldn't believe that he had personally said hello to a SS rank hunter. In front of him was a living legend. Kang Hae-chun said he felt like he and the young man had met somewhere before. Jongdo was surprised. Where could he have met this person before? It was a duel of glances. The young men stared intently into each other's eyes. Jongdo couldn't remember the person he was talking to. Kang Hai-chun shouted that he remembered. After all, in front of him, a professional player, and called out the young man's nickname. The young man was happy to see Jongdo. Jongdo was surprised. How did the interlocutor know his nickname from a professional game? The interviewer said he was a huge fan of the young man. Heshik and Soyoon watched the dialogue between the 2 hunters with interest. They stood silent, their mouths open. The landlord invited the young people to pass and make themselves comfortable in the living room. Kang Hae-chun recalled during the 3rd game of the Spring Split Finals, where he vanished his opponent when his team was on the verge of defeat after a bad fighting game. Soyoon picked up on this and said that this game was very great indeed. But personally, she thinks the young man's better games were during next year's summer split. The landlord and Soyoung began to heatedly discuss Jongdo's games from past seasons. When the young man was performing well, Jongdo covered his face with his hands and didn't understand why they brought it up in conversation. Heshik asked if Jongdo was really a fighter in virtual games. He didn't know that detail in his boss's biography. Jongdo replied that when he was younger, he was a little-known player in a professional league. Kang Hae-chun disagreed. What do you mean he's not well-known? Everyone knew about that player. Unlike the other players who used strategies with the maximum chance of winning, Jongdo won brightly and epically, mesmerizing all the spectators. That's how this player was. The host stated that he was moved by the young man's acting, so he was among the first to join his fan club. Jongdo blushed and asked the two to change the topic of conversation. Soyoung said that she was the one who created this fan club. Jongdo jumped up and yelled for them to stop talking about the topic. The girl looked at her watch and said it was getting pretty late. So-young apologized and said she had to leave. Heshik asks Jung-do to sit still. He's about to call a cab for So-young, so that should take her home safely. Kang Hae-chun bowed to the young man and apologized for still not thanking him for saving Heshik's life. Jung-do said that he shouldn't be grateful. He was just lucky. The interlocutor said that Jung-do is very polite, just like they say he is. He will personally see to Heshik's training so that he won't be a burden on their next trips. Jung-do didn't think he would ever be able to meet Kang Hae-chun. The young man turned on the research mode. He was curious about the characteristics of an SS rank hunter. Jung-do was terribly surprised by what he saw. The opponent had an option available, a third-level game. The young man received a message that his level 3 talent communication had reacted with the level 3 talent game of his interlocutor. Contact between the talents has begun, and a forced reset of the game talent. Jung-do didn't understand what was even happening. Suddenly, Machina appeared in the portal that opened from above. Jung-do was once again surprised. The girl said that she hadn't seen Mr. Jung-do for a long time. Machina stated that she stopped time briefly to be able to talk to the young man. And indeed, time had been stopped. The owner of the house sat without moving. Machina said she was very glad she made it on time. The girl said if she had been even a second late, the young man would have been torn apart. The boy was terrified. With a level 3 communication skill, the young man had begun the process of forcibly raising the level of his game talent. The young man couldn't believe it. Was his talent level really increasing right now? Jung-do wondered if that wasn't a good thing. He couldn't understand what was the cause of the problem. Machina said that talents are given at birth and will accompany him until his death in old age. However, the fact that his talent is changing means that his fate is also changing as they talk. The human body cannot endure such a thing. The young man didn't know how to react to what he had heard. Machina said that's why she's giving the young man this necklace. As long as the young man wears this necklace, it will take all the damage of overloading his body. Machina added that also this necklace will give the young man the needed boost in luck. Jung-do asked, so all he has to do is just wear that necklace? The girl replied that it was exactly that. In addition to that, it has a few simple spells on it, so the young man doesn't have to worry about it being stolen. The girl bowed and said that for now, she would look for a safer way for the young man to increase his talents. Machina disappeared. Kang Hae-chun continued and said that as a fan of the young boys, he couldn't dream of something like this. Jung-do assumed that the person he was talking to also had a talent for video games. He knew that he had a third level. Jung-do asked if his interlocutor had thought about playing in a professional league. He thought that everyone would have such a desire if they interacted with professionals. Kang Hae-chun said that he has tried playing before, but he likes watching others play more than doing it himself. Even now, he's forced to play a tedious RPG. It's a sad irony. Did Jung-do notice that his interlocutor probably has a SS-level character? The interviewee said that, in any case, he believes that playing games and liking them are different things. Jung-do agreed with this statement. Jung-do brought it to Liu Shan's attention that he had gotten 2 gold cards in a row. The young man kissed the necklace and said he knew that this thing was very useful. Liu Shan was surprised. Why is the young man thanking the necklace? After all, it was only his merit. Jung-do agreed and said that he would now kiss dear Liu Shan. The emperor shouted for the young man not to do so. Sister Charity Nightingale appeared and said she apologized for intruding on this personal relationship. Jung-do took the emperor's side and said that he was very happy to see the woman. The young man said that the Sister of Mercy's healing skill will be very useful when he is in any dangerous situation. This skill doesn't require much mana, so he's sure he can use it. The young man thought that in this case, he was out of luck. He didn't have any more mana for the binding lottery. The young man thought it didn't matter in this case. He would just take the opportunity to exchange the ticket for his power. Jung-do said that he has faith in Liu Shan again. Liu Shan raised his level by 3 points during the lottery. The emperor looked at the young man and asked why he was so disappointed this time. The emperor said because if he raises his level, the young man will increase his characteristics. After all, it's obvious. Jung-do thought about it and agreed. The young man laughed and apologized for misinterpreting the incoming information. The lottery machine spit out a single toxic capsule. Jung-do hadn't expected this. The young man shouted that it was impossible. Jung-do turned around and started to run away quickly. The emperor shouted after him, "Why is the young man reacting so inappropriately?" The emperor looked at the information that had caused the young man to go on the run. There was information that in 3 hours, Sang-hee would be in terrible danger. The girl must be saved. There was an emergency at the association. Someone silently snuck into the prisoner's cell and destroyed Sung Dong-hak. The girl was told they had no evidence. But since the camera footage had been deleted, It was safe to assume that one of their own had done it. Saying he thought that only a large and powerful organization could afford such a spy. The girl wondered how she could find this spy. The phone received a message from the squad leader that it was time for a dungeon patrol, rank A. Saying he quickly gathered herself and headed for the exit. She told her companion that she would talk about it when she got back. Saying he went on patrol with the axe she always carried with her. The girl decided that she should finish her patrol quickly and return to the headquarters and continue the search for the spy. Saying he was patrolling the area, everything was quiet around the area. It was a routine situation. Suddenly, the girl felt dense mana around her. The sky changed its color. There was a reason for that. There was a rupture nearby. This rupture wasn't easy either. Sang he decided it was a trap. Strange people showed up. They must have known the girl was going on patrol. So they planned another breakup. Sang he radioed headquarters and reported her location. She warned that there had been a breach and requested reinforcements. The girl decided that she had to move faster towards the epicenter. She quickened her pace. She even began to run. Seo Sang-hee thought that even if it was a trap, she could handle it. The axe would help her. The girl realized if she didn't do anything now, the monsters would scatter around. When Sang-hee approached the portal, some of the monsters were already up there. The girl prepared her axe to attack. With an experienced eye, the young one determined that it was a lycanthrope. Lycanthrope, a difficult opponent. The monsters screamed and jumped towards Sang-hee as they pushed off. She prepared to repel the attack. The lycanthrope tried to tear the girl apart with its powerful paw. She dodged and counterattacked the attacker with her axe. The girl thought that the monsters were taking advantage of the fact that she was surrounded and attacking her one by one. Sang-hee was hard to take by surprise. She swung her axe and scattered her opponents in all directions. The girl dodged and jumped high up. At the same time, she swung her axe. The opponent did not expect this maneuver. The axe came down on the monster's head. The enemy was powerfully deactivated. He had no chance of escape. Sang-hee looked up. In front of her was a huge monster. It was the boss. The girl said that he was the one she was just waiting for. The monster glared with demonic eyes. Its roar spread to the entire neighborhood. Sang-hee, preparing to attack, said that it looked like someone didn't eat enough porridge as a child. Her opponent is tall, but you can't look at his bony body without crying. The girl said that the only way to train such a naughty dog was to give it some love. Sang-hee swung around and delivered a powerful blow to her opponent. The beast screamed wildly. After a while, the girl said that this time the danger was over, and one had to catch one's breath. The monster boss was lying next to her. He had an axe sticking out of his head. Suddenly, someone applauded the young lady and said, "Bravo." The girl noticed that hooded men had appeared. One of them said that he was truly grateful for such an incredible show. It is not for nothing that the girl is called the protector of the association. Sang-hee stood up to her full height and looked around. She was surrounded by a large number of unknown warriors. Their faces were covered by masks. The girl gripped her axe tighter in her hands. She thought that this was a karma guild. She didn't expect that they could stoop to such a low level. The interlocutor spread his hands and said, "Why is it always karma to blame for everything?" He added that the girl was wrong. The warrior added that they are just a bunch of haters who unrealistically want to destroy Seo Sang-hee. The axe girl thought her business was bad, but she's already called for backup, so she just needs to buy some time. The masked man asked if she was counting on backup. "I'm sorry to disappoint her, but backup isn't coming." The man showed the walkie-talkie in his hands and said there was someone in the association who didn't like her either. The masked men around them laughed. The speaker said that sooner or later, this champion of justice was bound to suffer such a fate, and asked where to start. She should be more careful in her next life. No one can save this life. Suddenly, blood appeared on the villain's body. The man didn't understand anything and threw his head up. He asked, "What's going on?" A young man appeared out of nowhere and said he didn't have to worry about it. The young man added that backup had just arrived. The masked man fell face down. The young man was Young Do. He came to Sang-hee's rescue just in time. The masked men didn't realize who this imposter was. Where did he come from, and why is he acting so defiantly? The young man had acquired a skill, the flower blade dance. He alone scattered the masked enemies left and right. The young man was excellent on his feet and wielded his blade professionally. John Doe, finding himself near the girl, asked if she was okay. Sang-hee asked what he was doing here. The young man thought that fortunately, he had arrived in time. Since it was past midnight, all of his mana had been restored. Jongdo said he came here to save the girl. We have to get in with the enemies first, and then they'll discuss the details. The young man said he could guess what happened here. Since the girl stopped the rift, we should concentrate on escaping from here. Sang-hee replied that it would be very difficult to do that. It seems like every single one of the enemies has a C rank, and some of them even have an A rank, and they all want to destroy her. Suddenly, the hero, Yuja Sega, appeared. The girl angrily asked why the young man had decided to get involved in something so dangerous. Sega said they were doomed. Why did the young man come here? The young man looked at the number of opponents with his gaze and said that indeed he was at a disadvantage right now. Jongdo looked at Sang-hee and thought that the girl was pretty exhausted from the previous battle. The young man thought that he had no choice but to summon Yuge Sega, who was guaranteed to come to him from the top 10. It would be very difficult to deal with all the enemies. Sang-hee apologized to the young man. She said if she knew this was going to happen, of course she would have warned him in advance. Jongdo said if the girl was going to continue wasting time with idle talk, he'd rather hear words of thanks than apologies. The guy says he wants to put this conversation on hold for later. He has a plan to get them out of here now. The masked men continued to remain puzzled. Who is this young man? After all, they had cut the girl off from the reinforcements. They assumed that there was a spy among them. The leader told everyone to be quiet. He took off his hood and walked over to the man who lay motionless beside him. The masked stranger said that their opponent had taken down 4 rank B hunters while remaining undetected. We should consider that he might be a rank S hunter. Everyone should continue to follow the general plan. The masked men created a circle with Sang-hee and Jongdo in the center. They started running around the young people. They, probably 6, wanted to make them dizzy. The young man shouted for the girl to be on guard. The enemy is preparing an attack. One of the villains pulled out a hunting knife and decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Jongdo, who had a sword in his hands. This attack seemed unusual to the young man. Many arrows began to fall from the sky. That could have hit him. Jongdo wrapped his arms around his companion, wanting to protect her, and shouted for her to be safe. The villain, who wanted to attack the young man with a hunting knife, was struck dead by arrows. Behind him stood a group of archers. Jongdo, grabbing the girl in his arms, instantly left the target area to avoid being injured by the arrows. After running away to a safe distance, Jongdo lowered the girl to the ground and assessed the situation. The young man called the archers crazy scumbags. He added that they don't think about their comrades at all. The masked men were surprised. Jongdo and Sang-hee found themselves surrounded again. The young men did not let go of their weapons. One of the masked men approached the victim. He stepped on his head and said it was an honor for each of them. The masked man said they were honored to give their worthless lives to fulfill his plan. Sega said that it was disgusting. Jongdo added, "That's why it's pointless to try to negotiate peacefully with these people." Jongdo shouted that he would clear the way now and told the girl to follow him. The young man rushed forward. The guy added that if they kept moving in the same direction, they would be able to get out. The young man warned the girl to behave carefully. Jongdo started hand-to-hand combat, and the opponents couldn't withstand his attack. The young man destroyed the enemies using his longsword. The girl tried to keep up with him. Her axe worked tirelessly. He was clearing a path for them. Sega warned that the young men were being attacked from behind. With no other way to evade his opponent's attack, the young man jumped high up and did a somersault. The young man landed behind his opponents, who never realized anything. Sang-hee said the young man is very agile. He must be doing gymnastics, right? Sang-hee said that he has recently started playing martial arts games. The young man saw the exit and told the girl to follow him. That's where their salvation lies. If they can get out of here, they will stay alive. The young people were again surrounded. There was no way to get out of this encirclement. One of the masked men said, "Did the young man really think he could escape them with such skills? After all, he is unable to break even a simple illusion." The masked man told the young man to forget about rescue. They're not getting out of here alive. Sega told the young man that surely that guy must be their leader. Jongdo decided to get rid of him first. The young man told his companion to exercise caution. He would try to get rid of the leader of the rivals. The young woman told the young man not to worry about her. The young man used the blitz skill. He became faster than lightning. The enemies didn't even have time to blink their eyes before they fell to the ground. Those of them who were in his way. Just a second later, the young man was already standing near the leader of the enemies with a naked sword. The villain, frightened, shouted for help. The leader kept yelling for his accomplices to attack the young man while he was busy and unable to answer them. It wasn't easy to attack the young man. The young man activated the skill, hovering cloud. The next technique was The sword dance of the floating cloud. The young man struck a stabbing blow at his opponent. The opponent was able to react in time and blocked John Doe's punch. Sega said that the young man wasn't that strong anymore. It looks like his strength is also running out. The opponent asked the young man, did he really think he could save Sang-hee and handle him at the same time? The girl found herself shot in the leg and stumbled and fell. The villain was right on top of her. He swung his sword and said that he was going to finish the girl with his own hands. In the same instant, Jung-do jumped up to the villain and threw the villain far back with a blow of his sword. The young man picked up the girl and asked how she was feeling. He apologized and said that he had a hard time overpowering their leader. Sang-hee said it was her fault. She couldn't buy him enough time. Sega stated that she was running out of time. She asked if the young man had a plan. The young man replied that he had a plan. He was not going to die. The villains considered the option in which they attack their opponents at the same time and tear them apart. After all, they have plenty of time to straighten them out. Whatever the young man is up to, they must keep attacking to corner the young men. The ring was shrinking. Though there was no angle, the young man's room for maneuver was shrinking. Jong-do stated that it looks like he only has one choice left. The young man summoned Emperor Liu Shan. He had to pay 4 mana for it. Liu Shan turned to the young man. He has a talent for getting into trouble. Or is he getting into it of his own free will? The young man can't go a day without an incident. Jong-do said, it seems like the emperor has sinned in something in his past life. The young man added, however, he needs the emperor's help. He asked him to name the strongest general he knew. The young man said that Liu Shan, his last hope. The young man had to choose a combination. The young man had 2 cards, Zhang Fei and Liu Shan. Zhang Fei and Liu Shan. They already have a very strong bond with each other. He would most likely be able to summon someone from the Shu realm. The girl thought they needed someone to protect them while they dashed through the crowd of enemies. Jong-do stated that he only knew one person who could help them. The young man hoped for his luck. The masked men couldn't understand what was happening. An explosive cloud appeared in the air. One of the masked men said he had a bad feeling about it. We should get away from the young man. The archers attacked this strange cloud and fired many arrows at it. The arrows, having lost speed, descended into the area where Sang-hee was standing. The girl figured she wouldn't be able to dodge all the arrows. She would have to try to avoid hitting her vital organs. Jong-do was not satisfied with this arrangement. He swung his weapon and destroyed all the arrows flying towards his companion. The masked men were astonished. How was this man able to deactivate all their arrows? The young man thought that the Lord of all weapons had perfectly recreated the ancient weapon. The user's characteristics increased when he was attacked from afar. This time, the young man was assisted by Jin Chong-do, Zhao's sleeping dragon. The young man turned to the girl and told her to rely on him. He would be able to protect her. The user's characteristics increased when he protected other targets. The masked man called out to his companions. He said there's no need to be afraid. After all, they are outnumbered. The masked men decided to attack the young man and finish him off for good. Jong-do was ready to face the enemy in an unequal fight. The young man decided to act differently. He said that sometimes the best defense is offense. The young man went on the offense. The boy once again began to scatter his opponents, wielding his cold weapon. His spear was destroying all the opponents he could get his hands on. The opponents were getting smaller, but they still dominated in numbers. The enemy came so close that he was at arm's length. The masked man said that the young man was now surrounded on all sides definitively, and he was about to be destroyed. Jong-do then used the spinning dragon spear. The masked men were frightened. They had not seen such a reception before. Now they wanted to run away from the young man, but they could not do it. The enemy was almost completely destroyed. The leader could not understand how the young man could do it. The young man would disappear and appear elsewhere. It was impossible not only to attack him, but also to see him. His opponents didn't know how to fight him. They couldn't destroy him. The leader of the masked men said their mission was more important than a few lives. The villain said that his associates must destroy Sang-hee now, because their main target is this girl. He sees every move they make. The leader added, so they must die, but fulfill their task. He turned around and rushed at the girl to attack. Sang-hee was immediately confronted by Jong-do. The young man figured out the enemy's plan. He decided to protect the girl, no matter what it took. Jong-do put Sang-hee on his shoulder and ran away. The young man decided to save the girl and himself by all means. The young man reasonably assumed that taking the sword would be better than holding the spear in one hand. A Qinghan sword appeared in the young man's hands. He ignores the certain value of defending opponents. Jong-do suddenly stopped and turned around to face the enemy. Several villains were immediately deactivated. It was quite unexpected for the opponent. After stabbing another enemy through and through with his sword, the young man said, "It seems they are no longer human." An aide appeared and told the young man that the opponent's attacks were aimed specifically at the girl. The knight offered to test this assumption. He said that the girl could be thrown high up and watch the reaction of the enemies. Jong-do thought that was a pretty good idea. The young man took the girl comfortably and apologized to her. The girl did not understand. Forgiveness for what? Jong-do shouts for Sang-hee not to be afraid. He gave his word that he would definitely catch her. The young man tossed the girl high up with all his might. Sang-hee screamed with fear. She had never climbed so high without a safety net before, but she could see all her opponents as if they were in the palm of her hand. The young man told all opponents to prepare for a shakeup. Now, he's going to start acting like an adult. The masked men stopped and paid attention to the girl flying overhead. At that time, Jong-do visited each of them and pierced through with his sword. The knight aide told the young man that it was incredible. The young man himself had not expected such speed from himself. The young man was assessing the result of his work from the sidelines, but he still had to catch the girl. The knight warned the young man that the girl should land somewhere in this area. The young man adjusted his location. Stepping back a little, the young man reached his hands up and successfully caught the girl who landed. Neither of them were hurt. The knight helper said that his time had also come to an end. Jong-do thanked the old man for his help. Jong-do asked Sang-hee if she was okay. The girl swaying said something like that. She understood that this was necessary to overpower the attacking opponents, although she wasn't entirely comfortable with the fact that the young man had thrown her upwards. The young man pointed his hand around and said that he was able to dispose of all the remaining enemies. Sang-hee said she couldn't believe the young man was able to do it. The boy thought he couldn't have done it without help. The young man said he didn't know how to do the right thing. So, he just decided to knock out the man who looked like the leader of these criminals. Jong-do asked his companion if she was able to find out anything about the Karma Guild from Song Dong-hak. Sang-hee said she was sorry, but he was destroyed by someone from the association. The young man didn't expect such a turn of events. Sang-hee added, considering everything that had happened, she could safely say that there was a spy of this guild in the association. The young man saw the message he received earlier that he had to rescue Sang-hee. He realized that the task was not completed yet. The guy asked to leave the spy issue for him to solve. As the girl remembers, after that incident with Sung Dong-hak, he has a great way to figure out the spy. The young men came to the office of the association. The young man had his own plan of action. The head of the association said that it had been almost a year since they had had an emergency meeting. What is the matter now? The girl said that while on her patrol, she was attacked by a group of 200 assassins. There was an uproar in the association. Everyone asked indignantly what kind of lunatic had thought of this. The girl explained that they had artificially created a gap. They also blocked the radio signal of her walkie-talkie, so she could not request reinforcements. Sang-hee continued when she thought she was about to part with her life. This young man joined the battle and saved her. The girl pointed at Jong-do. Sang-hee requested that this young man attend this meeting as a witness. One of the people present asked, so this was the reason why Sang-hee decided to call everyone together and discuss what happened. Sang-hee noticed that there was another important detail she wanted to discuss. Sang-hee said the real reason she called this meeting was to find a spy among them. There was a heavy silence. That was a very brave statement. Many shouted for the girl to take responsibility for her words. What is she trying to say? Sang-hee said she had a sure way to find the spy. That's why she started it. The girl continued. In order to use this method, you have to do two things, which she will now tell you about. If someone thinks they cannot fulfill their conditions, they can refuse. Someone in the audience said that no one would refuse. The head of the association said now he understood why the girl had called this meeting and asked what they should do. Sang-hee said that, first of all, everyone should swear. Swear that they will not spread the word about what will happen here. The young man called out to Jaina for help. The woman had been here for quite some time. Jong-do used the skill, Vow of Silence. If people in a certain area have sworn to silence and any events, the skill will not allow the sworn to talk about them. And secondly, she wants her and the young man to be allowed to use her skills. The girl said, of course, these skills won't cause any mental or physical harm to anyone. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Some of the people present were worried. What were these skills? The girl's teacher stood up and menacingly asked, what does it even matter? Are they really cowards? After all, Sang-hee had said that the skill was not dangerous. The man added if Sang-hee causes any harm, he will personally take responsibility for her actions. The head of the association said he was interested. He would agree because he was curious about what would happen next, and he gave permission. The other members of the association also gave their consent. The girl was supported by a majority of votes. All the conditions for using the skill were met. The skill, Truth Room, was activated. Everyone waited silently for what was about to follow. Sang-hee thanked everyone for their trust in her. Her last request would be quite simple. The girl asked that each person present say just one sentence, that he, not a spy. Everyone present wondered, is that really all there is to it? The association leader immediately said that he was not a spy. Teacher Sang-hee said that he was not a spy. Someone in the audience also repeated this phrase. After almost everyone repeated the phrase, someone noticed that Jang Ki-seo was silent. The man was asked to hurry up and say that phrase, so that they could finish with this buffoonery as soon as possible. Sang-hee noticed that the man still hadn't uttered a single word. The girl approached the silent man and told him he couldn't say the words. This is the effect of the skill Truth Room. All on whom this skill was used can speak only the truth, Sang-hee said. So he is the spy who sent people to destroy her. It was the head of the information department, Jang Ki-seo. Jang Ki-seo shouted. He couldn't believe that someone possessed such a skill. Everyone present was shocked that there was a spy in their ranks. The head of the information department took out a pen which he immediately turned into a sharp quill. The man shouted in the name of him and thrust the pen forward and attacked the girl. Sang-hee's teacher, a big man, knocked the feather out of the spy's hand with a swift movement of his hand and knocked the rascal to the floor. The man shouted angrily, "How dare this rascal attack his student?" The young man was informed that the assignment was complete. He exhaled with relief and said, not even realizing how he had managed to sort it all out, Jung-do said that it was an emergency because they needed to find the spy as soon as possible. But he never thought he wouldn't have enough mana to summon Jaina. Besides, the young man would have to wait until midnight for his mana to recover. Jung-do thought, if it wasn't for the association ring that squad leader Seo Sang-hee had given him, this would have all been much more complicated. Even the Lord of all Weapons can't restore his mana, and this ring raised it by 2 points. That's how he was able to summon Jaina. The young man remembered that Sang-hee had warned him to be careful with that ring, and it was not to be lost under any circumstances. Jaina asked if she had been able to help the young man. The young man thanked her and said she had helped him a lot. The young man couldn't believe that Jaina, with such an imbue skill, was only honored with a gold rarity. Shouldn't her card be diamond? Jaina remarked with a smile that the young man was just lucky. The woman explained that she couldn't control the skill once it was activated. For example, that girl used Truth Room as if it was her own skill. In other words, anyone can use it to their advantage. Plus, he can't prematurely end the skill action if he activates it. If someone decided to seize the moment, she wouldn't be able to help the young man in any way. Jaina asked if he knew how she died. When she had activated the skill, a woman she thought was her friend had called her a witch. Jaina couldn't say anything against it, so she was burned. The young man thought that it looked like he should be more careful with this skill next time. The mysterious hooded man, the leader of the masks, said that Seo Sang-hee survived. He added that this girl didn't just survive. Their assassination squad was defeated and destroyed. Masks didn't believe it. There was no way that could happen. How had she been able to put them down after stopping the rupture all by herself? Wasn't she supposed to be squeezed like a lemon? One of the masks said they could have calculated everything if their information was correct. Their plans could easily have been disrupted by even one unforeseen factor. Butterfly Mask wondered, was the association capable of something like that? And after all, they had taken away this girl's connection to headquarters. It looked like someone had come to her rescue as soon as she was done tearing up. And it looked like it was a person today. The man said he could not identify the man because he was too far away. However, he was proficient with a spear and a sword. In addition, at some point, he had become much stronger. It sounded like an S-ranked hunter. Only one person with those characteristics comes to mind. It must be Kang Hae-chun, a man with many weapons. Someone noticed that Kang Hae-chun was not a member of any organizations and worked alone. There was no doubt that only high-ranking members knew the plan. Bear Mask said he didn't believe it. It seems to him that that young man was just taking a walk near Mount Toban. Can anyone really think it's a coincidence? I mean, they had every chance of success. The hooded man said that no one dared to doubt him. The Bear Mask immediately apologized. Butterfly stated that what's done is undone. She was more interested in what this Sang-hee would do next. What were the chances that she caught one of the attackers and would interrogate him? The opponent replied, he could say with certainty that the blood seal had been activated in the battle. If all the assassins lost their minds, Seo Sang-hee wouldn't be able to get any useful information. However, it was extremely unfortunate that they had to show the blood seal. Their plan had failed. Wolf said he heard that saying he had gathered all the high-ranking members of the association for a meeting, and if his informant is among them, they'll soon find out how the meeting went. The leader said that because of an unforeseen SS rank hunter, they lost an entire squad, and they couldn't destroy Sang-hee. The association will be much more careful now. The leader added that he sees this as the worst possible development. Tiger Mask said he couldn't see Vaughn anywhere. Was he unable to join? Looks like that failure motivated him to create something new. That's why Vaughn didn't come. Mask Wan said that Jin Jong-do will definitely pay for his embarrassment with his life. The leader of the association said, maybe the others don't have a clue, but he knows what they did. It was the truth room. He's sure it was John Doe's skill and not Sang-hee's. The young man thought, so the association leader is aware. It seems like everyone in the association has a different role depending on their predisposition. Who would believe that an aggressive girl like Sang-hee has such a skill? It was no surprise that the leader was the one who suspected it. The head of the association said that thanks to the young man, Seo Sang-hee is safe. Moreover, the association was able to find a spy in its ranks. The head of the association bowed to the young man and said that he was thanking him on behalf of the entire association. The man asked how they could thank the young man. Jong-do said there was no need to thank him. The man saw the ring on the young man's finger. John-do apologized and asked for forgiveness. He forgot to return the ring after using the truth room. The boy started pulling it off his finger and said that he would return it right away. The head of the association said it was all right. The young man could consider it a thank you for today. The young man was confused. Is it really true? He certainly agrees, but is the head sure of it? The head said that in truth he didn't think the ring was enough to thank the young man. The man said anyway he wants to thank the young man again. He hopes they will continue to help each other. The men shook hands. The young man scrutinized the ring on his hand. He couldn't believe that he could get such a useful thing. The boy remembered that he hadn't yet received the reward for his assignment. He wondered what he'd get this time. The young man came home. The room was waiting for him. Winry greeted him and said, "Welcome home." Jong-do replied that he was happy to see Winry. How long has it been since they've seen each other? It's been a whole day already. Winry said, truth be told, she wasn't happy that they were seeing each other so often. Jong-do asked, wondering if he had done something wrong. Winry said that materializing in this world takes a lot of energy from her. John-do said that he didn't know that. Winry noticed that in Kang Hae-chun's house, she had no choice but to appear in front of him. The true universe acts as an observer. Usually it appears to people only when absolutely necessary. The boy remarked that in that case they do see each other too often. Winry noticed, it's because the young man finds himself in such rare situations too often, including today. The guy thought that important information represented something that was really important, according to the true universe. Maybe she would tell him about it if he asked now? The young man asked why the true universe gives him rewards for solving problems he learns about from a window of important information. The girl apologized and said that she could not tell about it. If he got more influence, she would certainly answer the question. Winry added that she can say with complete confidence that she would not harm the young man under any circumstances. Jong-do replies that he understood everything. The girl doesn't want to tell him because of his lack of influence. Now, his next question is, how can he increase his influence? The girl said there are quite a few ways, but she recommends that the young man continue to raise his level. Reaching a certain level should increase its impact. The guy figured he just needed to level up, and sooner or later, he'd get his influence. Jong-do remarked that he understood, so he asked him how things were going about his reward. Can he say what he wants like last time? The young man continued, if possible, he would like to get something that would not require currency for its use. The purchase system certainly allows him to increase his mana level in the long run, but it stresses him out that it requires a lot of characterization. The young man continued. Of course, he liked the fact that every dozen cards would be guaranteed to have at least a golden rarity. After all, it was because of this that he was able to get Sega. Jong-do said he'd still like something without such severe restrictions. Winry replied that she understood the young man. She would take that into consideration when giving his next award. The girl remarked that she would have one condition before doing so. Would the young man care to see what she was willing to offer him for such a heroic act? Winry added this should definitely please the young man. The boy trembled with excitement. It was about the award that Winry herself had praised. Of course he wanted to see it. The girl shook her fist mysteriously and said that this time the young man's reward would be. The reward would be a double draft. Winry finished her sentence. The guy said a little puzzled. It wouldn't be a skill, would it? Winry said, the young man hit the mark. The skill allows you to summon two personalities at the same time. The young man realized that he could swing the heavenly halberd in his right hand and hold a snake spear in his left hand. That would be awesome. Even if he can summon two personalities, he only has one body after all. In that case, whose characteristics will he get? The young man thought it would be nice if their characteristics added up, but that would be too much of a gamble. Winry said the young man will receive the highest characteristics of those possessed by called individuals. And that's not all. Among other things, the young man will get all their talents. For example, if one has a sword and spear skill, second and first level, respectively, and the second, archery and spear skills, also second and first level, that young man will gain sword and archery skills of the second level, as well as spear skills of the first level. The girl added that the same was true for the young man's skills. Jongdo was horrified. The guy realized that he could have as many talents as he wanted. However, even just getting the highest characteristics of each of the duplicities already sounded good. Jongdo thought, what if he could get Jong Ya-kyung's ingenuity talent, his creation skill, and add Liu Shan's luck on top of that? So potentially he could create a weapon that would have incredible quality. Jongdo's eyes were burning madly. Was Winry really going to give him such a skill? The girl nodded affirmatively. Winry said she doesn't advise the young man to use the skill too often. Double Summon is an active skill that uses mana. If a young man invokes a personality and uses double invocation, there will be consequences. After summoning a second personality, the skill's duration will be greatly reduced. Therefore, you should use it wisely. The young man wondered, would he even be able to use this skill with the amount of mana he possessed? The young man thought that such a strong skill should have corresponding limitations. Jongdo asked his interlocutor if she thought the limit for using this skill was too high. Couldn't Winry offer him something cooler? Winry replied, unfortunately, it has to do with the balance of energy in the universe and its conversion. The girl added that this is currently the best thing she can offer the young man, and added that she hoped he would understand. Does the young man agree to accept the double draft as a reward? The guy thought that this skill would use a huge amount of mana, but it would also give him quite an advantage. The young man clenched his fists and said that he would accept such a gift. Winry smiled and said that was very good. The girl touched the young man's chest with her palm, and he glowed. And the young man screamed, something must have happened to him. It appeared that the young man had also gotten the double summoning skill. The young man collapsed exhaustedly on the floor. He said, could Winry be gentler next time? The girl asked the young man to remember that the true universe will always be looking out for him. The young man battled with excitement in the game console. Jongdo told his opponent that he's not bad at all. He can even beat any professional. The young man said that Jongdo flattered him, and during the game, he intentionally gave in to cheer him up. Jongdo said that he doesn't know the word gave in. He always gives in during the game. Jongdo said that he couldn't get enough of that thing. He pointed his finger at the frame. Wasn't it here last time? Did it appear recently? The person said that his girlfriend convinced him to leave it here. Suddenly, this frame shone. There was some kind of metamorphosis inside it, like a portal. Maybe it was a portal. Jongdo grabbed his head. He was scared. He was afraid that this thing might explode now. Suddenly, someone's head appeared out of the frame. The young man asked if it was McDowell. The head asked how the young man was doing. When the fog cleared, there was a person in front of the frame. It was a girl. She told the young man to rejoice. She honored him with her visit. The girl told the young man to hurry up and get her something to chew on before she trashed the place. The girl saw Jongdo and asked who he was. The young man said that he had asked Ellie to give advance notice of his visits. The girl said she'd had enough. Now she can't even use her own interdimensional door. Ellie wondered who the stranger was after all. The boy had said he didn't let strangers in the house. The young man introduced the associate. He said it was Jongdo. Not too long ago, this person had saved his brother during an exam. In addition, he had been following his incredible cyber sports career for a long time. The young man said he's sure that Jongdo has already heard of this girl. Jongdo had indeed heard of this girl. It was an SS-ranked hunter from America, Ellie McDowell. She is the one who developed the VR and PCY Awakener. And also this girl introduced the ranking system to the world community. Jongdo, left alone, turned on research mode to learn more about Ms. McDowell. This girl was the richest person in the world, and coincidentally the first awakened person, Ellie McDowell. Jongdo said he didn't know Ms. McDowell was so young. The interlocutor told the young man not to look at her appearance. The girl said that she heard about Jongdo from Heshik, and added that it was nice to meet her. The young people held out their hands to each other. The girl saw the bracelet and her eyes widened. She asked, did Jongdo really get that bracelet from the treasure dungeon? Moreover, this reward was for completely clearing the dungeon. The young man wondered, is it really from the treasure dungeon? The young man turned on the research mode. A concealment ring was detected. The effect was dispelled. A privacy bracelet was discovered. The effect has been dispelled. The fake information effect is dispelled. Jongdo thought that it was unbelievable. This girl must have a dozen protective artifacts. The study was a success. Ellie McDowell's status said that she was level 87. The girl has 17 talents. That's incredible, even considering she's a genius. How could she know the origin of his bracelet? The interlocutor told Jongdo not to be angry with that girl. He'll explain everything now. Ellie McDowell is able to analyze any object in the world and figure out what it was made of and how it was made. But even she is not omnipotent. There are two subjects she cannot study. Both of these items are rewards for completing treasure dungeons. These items are the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Excalibur. However, the girl is now faced with another item that defies her analysis. This item is a bracelet obtained from the treasure dungeon. Jongdo asked, so what's the big deal? The young man said, so he has one question for Jongdo. The young man said that he would like to ask Jongdo for a favor. The young man added if Jongdo wants to say no right away, then let him say so. Jongdo said that he was listening. If Jongdo has cleared the treasure dungeon, he must already know about the existence of beings from other worlds. They had a theory that these creatures might know the reason for the dungeons on Earth. The young man added, they were gathering information regarding this theory by asking the inhabitants of the treasure dungeons. Jongdo wondered if he'd gotten any information. The interlocutor nodded affirmatively. However, there was a ban on all the creatures. After that, they managed to get some information. Someone traveled to another world and made a deal, providing land as payment. This someone asked for the destruction of the human race. Jongdo shouted that just don't tell him that this person was the head of the Karma Guild. The young man said that he, their main suspect. However, they don't have any direct evidence. Jongdo couldn't believe that there was such a crazy guild in the world. Monsters from emerging dungeons, the usual scouting parties sent from other worlds. Hunters had repeatedly told of monsters whose intelligence was above average. Soon, everyone will have to face much stronger and smarter creatures. So humanity will inevitably encounter the inhabitants of other worlds. That's the inevitable future. Jongdo asked, are they really different from those who inhabit the treasure dungeon? The guy confirms and says they're mercenaries whose orders are to destroy humanity. And the others live in the treasure dungeons. They can say with absolute certainty that the latter are their allies. Jongdo asked, why did those two decide to tell him such important information? Ally McDowell said they need Jongdo's help. Artifacts from treasure dungeons are weapons that are beyond their imagination. If a young man possesses such an artifact, he certainly possesses an incredible talent that would be recognized even by beings from another world. The young man could be a SS rank hunter like the other artifact wielders. Ellie added, she was sure the young man could even surpass them. The girl said again, they need the young man's help. Jongdo asked what that help was. The young man said about them wanting Jongdo to keep improving his skills, even though they're dealing with monsters now. In the future, they could be attacked by a much stronger species, or maybe even creatures from other worlds. The young man added that, in that case, they would need the help of strong hunters. In this case, Jongdo's help. Ellie McDowell said the young man can also feel free to come to her for help. She will help in any way she can. The young man said that despite her behavior, Ellie was a very nice person. The girl noticed that she could hear everything. Jongdo extended his hand and said he was honored to have a comrade like Ally McDowell. The girl shook the young man's hand and said he could just call her Ellie. Above the city, a portal opened high in the sky. On the other side of the portal, scary and horrible monsters looked at the city. They were armed. One of the monsters, smiling, said that the human's time had come to an end. Winry Makina, being on this side of the portal, saw him. The girl thought that time was running out. Heshik was in the dungeon fighting monsters using his shield. The shield gave a crack after being attacked by a strong monster. Ms. Soyun attacked the evil green monster with her axe. She had almost defeated it. There was only a little bit left. Jongdo shouted for Soyoung to behave more carefully. Mistakes were not acceptable here. The monster, while attacking the young man, grazed his shoulder. Jongdo's defense was slightly damaged. Ms. Soyoung swung at the monster and shouted, how dare he hurt her boss? Jongdo said that the girl executed a great punch and also swung to strike that monster. The young men took down the green stuff. They cleared the dungeon in 3 hours. Also, each of them raised their level. As a reward, they all received a mana and strength boost. Heshik said it went great. He asked if anyone was hurt. Jongdo thought that something was wrong here. He said that it was no good. The young man announced to everyone that he needed to update his outfit. The young men visited the store in question. The manager said that there was a discount for novice hunters. The young men did not miss this promotion. In another store, our heroes were offered to buy a potion and get a second one as a gift. It was like that everywhere. The same offer was made to the young man at the gun store. Jongdo said that he'd certainly heard of the Hunter Mall, but it was a lot flashier than he'd imagined. Heshik agreed that the building was huge. So-young told the young man that she wanted to go shopping alone. She added that they would meet later. Heshik suggested that his interlocutor stop by the gun shop. Jongdo didn't mind. Outside the gun shop, one of the customers was dissatisfied. He said he was sold nothing but garbage. This place sells only low-quality goods. The young men changed their minds about visiting that store. Heshik suggested that his companion look in the lottery shop. The young man couldn't believe that he could mentor his interlocutor, and not the other way around. It's a store where you can find good items at fairly low prices. That's why it's called a lottery store. Most of the items are trash, of course. But he had heard that you could find some cool stuff there. Jongdo said he didn't want to. He's not particularly lucky when it comes to the lottery. The young man thought, what if he used his research skill? That way he could definitely find something worthwhile. Jongdo said he changed his mind, and this time he'll probably go to the lottery shop. The young man said he was going to the gun shop, and they would meet somewhere later. The receptionist met the young man and told him if he found anything he was interested in, to let him come to the register. The young man thought it didn't look good. It would be hard to find something useful among all this junk. Jongdo applied the research mode. He immediately found something interesting. They were beautiful armbands, but nothing more. They didn't offer any protection. The young man thought that if he checked everything in a row, he would quickly run out of mana. Jongdo heard someone's voice. Someone was asking him to save him. The young man tensed up. Where was it coming from? The young man heard someone say, "Dear Diary." Today again, no one came to save him. The young man determined where the voice came from. The boy checked one of the shelves for its contents. It seemed to him that it was in here somewhere. The voice told the young man to stop. He is right there in the ring. Jongdo wondered what he had found. The young man found a ring among his belongings. This ring had a strange glow to it. The ring asked if the young man could hear him. The young man said he could hear clearly. He heard someone asking him to save him, so he came over. Someone in the ring was relieved that they had finally found him. After that, a small creature suddenly appeared from the ring. It was a girl who jumped for joy. The creature introduced herself and said her name was Ixia. She is one of the 13 pieces of armor created by the Golden Dragon, Lord Ixia. Jongdo couldn't believe his luck. She's one of those animate objects he read about in fantasy stories. Bingo! The young man was, of course, aware that they did exist, but he didn't think he would find such an item himself. The young man heard her thanks to his communication skill. Jongdo asked why she called him great. What does it mean? The girl replied. Because the young man is God's gift to this world. That is, a dragon. Jongdo was surprised at what he heard. Why is Ixia calling him a dragon? The girl cried and said she was very glad she could meet a great dragon like him. She had already lost all hope of getting out of here. The young man apologized and said that he was just an ordinary person. He didn't even know that dragons really existed. Ixia cried again. Would the young man leave her here in this regard? The young man wondered, could it be that if he wasn't a dragon, he couldn't use this ring? Ixia said not really. All he needs to do is communicate with her and use the ring. But right now it's in sealed form. Therefore, it will be of little use. And it would be very difficult for a human to break the seal. Jongdo asked if he could still make it. Ixia replied that the ring would take its true form, and a flash would appear. The young man said he would keep in mind that the seal on the ring could be broken. The young man invited the girl to follow him. He promised that he would break the seal. Ixia hugged the young man and asked how she could repay him for his kindness. The girl added, she would know how to help the young man. After all, he came here to get his equipment. The girl offered the young man to become his counselor and told him where to go. She knows where the good equipment is. After a while, a young man walked up to the cash register with a lot of protective gear and said he would take it all with him. The young man asked Ixia if she had any skill for evaluating objects. The girl replied that she didn't at all. Ixia added that she just had good instincts and suggested that the young man trust her. She was sure the young man would be satisfied. Jongdo took care of his comrades too. So-young and Heshik were very happy with what Jongdo had bought for them. Heshik was willing to bet that the young man was the only team captain in the world who bought equipment for his charges. The girl said that she would wear these things carefully. Jongdo said that he didn't do anything outstanding. He just picked up their equipment. The young man thought his eyes were about to burst from overusing research. The young people parted. They said goodbye and wished each other good luck. Jongdo, after making sure he was alone, called out to Ixia. He asked what he should pay attention to before breaking the seal. Suddenly, the young man received a message that a new dungeon had been discovered. The skill Dungeon Map was applied. Jongdo stated, had the skill learned at Wasing Castle been active all this time? The young man checked the map and said that this dungeon was very close by. So this dungeon appeared in the center of the city. The young man turned and ran in that direction. He told the girl that they would deal with her seals later. The young man quickly reached the right point by climbing up the stairs. He saw the entrance to the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was in a closed area. After turning on the research mode, the young man realized that he was facing a prison of the dead. Rank B. The monsters are ghoul prisoners. The young man's characteristics will be increased for the first 2 hours. The boy thought that it would be good to deal with this dungeon soon. Ixia said her master would be fine. He had spent a lot of mana for that. The young man thought it was a good time to check out the new outfit. Jongdo activated the status window. He noticed that he had become much stronger. If one took into account the characteristics obtained from the items, he could very well go for rank A. The young man thought that with this amount of mana, he could clear a rank B dungeon by himself. Therefore, the young man decided to deal with Ixia's seals first. After that, he would head to the dungeon. The young man asked again if he had to be careful when breaking the seal. Ixia said not really. It would be difficult for a normal person to break her seal, but someone equal in power to the Grand Mage would definitely be able to do it. Jongdo said he was willing to give it a try. Turning on the research mode, the young man discovered the seal of the Sage of Ixia. He began the process of breaking the first seal. Judging from this inscription, the young man realized that there would be more than one seal. It wouldn't be easy to remove all the seals with his research skill. The young man received a message that he had successfully unsealed the seal. The young man discovered the second seal. The process of breaking the second seal began. After that, the same thing happened with the third seal. Something went wrong and the young man was unable to break the third seal. A special condition must be met in order to break the seal. The young man noticed that his research wasn't omnipotent either. Either way, Ixia was thrilled. She never thought the young man would be able to break 2 seals in one go. She said he was an incredible host. The young man looked up the characteristics of Sage Ixia. He said that they were very strong characteristics. The guy thought that she was as good as the cobalt gloves and the association ring taken together. And given that she was constantly evolving, one would assume that she would become much stronger over time. The young man saw the talent of intuition. Is it really an item that gives an extra talent? The girl said the young man couldn't use it, because it's her own talent. Jongdo wondered if her intuition was something like a sixth sense. The girl replied that the young man had guessed. She used this talent to help select outfits at the store. The young man decided that he really needed to check out the outfit. It looked good on the outside. Now he had to check the quality. Ixia said that her sixth sense was rarely wrong. Jongdo decided to check and turned on the research mode. In total, all the things the young man bought could be worth $5 million. However, the ring was worthless. The young man threw the ring away. The girl apologized and said that sometimes this happens. The guy thought that her talent is not perfect. It works like Lu Shan's luck. Since she has a development scale, it can be assumed that this talent will become more accurate as Ixia develops. Equipped from head to toe, the young man said he was ready to go into the dungeon. The girl said that she had a bad feeling. The young man should be ready to fight immediately after entering the dungeon. The young man said that he would take that into consideration. Jongdo found himself in a dungeon. He immediately realized that the girl was right. Our hero was immediately attacked by a huge monster. He opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Jongdo thrust his spear upward and strung the villain who tried to attack. The young man said that the girl was not wrong. Ixia commanded that the young man could go forward. The young man thrust his spear forward and began to charge at the vicious monsters attacking him. Jongdo declared that it was time to use his new skill, and he swung his spear. The young man struck the roaring tiger and threw a spear at the enemy. The monsters were destroyed immediately, all of them at once. The guy was really surprised. Where did so much strength come from? It was all thanks to a new skill. Ixia, observing the bodies of monsters scattered everywhere, said that a lot of goodness was going to go to waste. The girl turned to the young man. She said that if he didn't mind, she had one request. Ixia asked if she could eat this defeated monster. Jongdo didn't mind. He used his ring to test the monster for sterility. The young man said to the girl, "Enjoy your meal." After dealing with the monster, Ixia said it was delicious. How nice to eat for the first time in a long time. After a while, the young man noticed that Ixia had killed all the monsters. not even a bone left. The girl noticed that she wasn't full yet. The young man decided to check on the progress of Ixia's development. The process was moving very slowly. The girl said, "When the development progress bar fills up completely, then the young man will be able to remove the third seal, and then it would become even more useful." The young man, smiling, said that in that case, he would feed Ixia to his heart's content. Ixia asked, "So what were they waiting for?" The young man went into battle with an even more bloodthirsty monster. The young man was not afraid of hardships and hardships. The guy stabbed his opponent and said his nose was going to fall off from the smell of rot. Attacking once again, Jongdo finally struck the horrible monster. He repeated that it stinks badly. The monsters continued to stay. The young man continued to destroy them. The guy said it seemed to him that one blow was enough to melt these things, but he was slowly running out of strength. The young man switched weapons and had a sword in his hand. The girl asked her master if he was chopping up these monsters to make it easier for her to eat. The guy said that there was a lot of food ahead of her, so she should chew carefully. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger. It was getting harder and harder for the young man to deal with them. At some point, the young man applied the skill, Roar of the Tiger. He took in a lungful of air and shouted loudly. The opponent's attack power was reduced by 10%. Jongdo applied the Green Dragon maneuver. The monster stopped in indecision. The young man aggressively attacked the opponents, thrusting his weapon forward. The Roaring Tiger Kick was also applied. After that, the unfortunate monsters flew away in different directions. The young man noted that combining skills made him much stronger. Ixia helped the young man clean up after him, leaving no trace of the defeated monsters. Thus, the young man approached the boss monster's room. Ixia's mouth watered. She wondered if there was anything tasty for her to munch on. Emperor Liu Shan appeared. He greeted the young man and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked how the young man was doing. Liu Shan and Yixia saw each other. The girl hid behind the young man and said that she had just seen a ghost. The emperor decided to introduce himself. He said his name was Liu Shan, and he was from the Shu dynasty. Ixia was interested. She asked, "So he's not just a king, but a whole emperor? That's really cool." The young man thought, not only did he destroy his empire in 20 years, but he was bragging about it. Ixia asked how the Shu Empire was doing today. The emperor hesitated and said nothing. Liu Shan turned to the young man. He was summoning him because he wants to use the lottery, right? Then it's time to get started. Ixia was happy when she heard about the lottery. She said she could help her master too. The young man agreed and told Ixia that he would push the button when she said so. After some pause, Ixia shouted for the young man to press the binder lottery button. Liu Shan stood to the side and expressed his displeasure. Jongdo was terribly happy. He had gotten a gold card on the first try. It was truly rare. Yixia said that her intuition never failed her. A disgruntled Liu Shan said it was all due to his luck. This time, the young man was assisted by Tristan. He was level 80. He was armed with a bow. Jongdo said they were going inside. Tristan said that he was willing to give his life for the young man to win. It wasn't hard to say that, because Tristan didn't possess a body. Ixia said that she likes Tristan more than Liu Shan. He is a real knight. The door opened and a monster boss stood before the young man. The monster boss roared loudly. Jongdo released an arrow at his opponent. The arrow struck the monster in the chest, and having pierced it through, it flew further away. The stricken monster fell to the ground. The battle didn't last long. Jongdo raised his level and was rewarded with 1 strength and 1 agility. The young man thought that he had summoned a hero too strong for such a dungeon. After Ixia dealt with the boss monster, it was the first time she said she was full. The young man had an incoming call from Soyun. The young man answered and asked how the girl was doing. After clearing the dungeon already on the surface, Ixia asked the young man if he was going to meet someone. The young man replied that he was going to meet the man who helped him get back on his feet. Therefore, he is like a father figure to him. He was the one who got him a job in the guild sales department when he quit the professional stage. The young man stopped in the middle of the square. Ixia asked, "What happened?" Jongdo asked the girl, "Did Lee Ixia feel it?" Ixia asked, "What is this about?" The young man said he imagined it, probably because he had just come out of the dungeon. Ixia said that if she felt anything, she would tell her master right away. The young man came to the man's house with a gift. He apologized and said he should have met much earlier, and wondered why the man was meeting him with such an unhappy face. The man said that the young man could have written to him at least in a letter that he had become a hunter. It turns out that the young man has assembled a team. If even Soyun is part of his team, he just had to meet up with him earlier. But instead, He went to some heshik. The young man began to explain that he would like to meet the man first, but his team was so busy that he had no time at all. Jongdo suggested that they just drink champagne on the occasion of their meeting and relax. Jongdo said that his interlocutor himself knows how talented Soyoung is. She's just a rising star. Plus, she has helped him out a lot. The man said that his daughter is just a treasure. If only Jongdo knew how hard it is to turn down guilds that invite her to join them. The man said even if the young man wasn't a decent guy who once bailed out their family, he would still reject their offer. The man asked Jongdo if he was still dating his daughter. The boy looked away in embarrassment. The interlocutor said that his daughter is not a little girl anymore. As a parent, he should support his daughter and not condemn her decision. Jongdo said that he's known this girl for 10 years, since she was a child. She's like a little sister to him. The man shouted, "Wasn't his daughter good enough?" Soyun and her mother appeared on the threshold of the room. The woman said, "That man seems to have had too much to drink again." She would try to calm him down, and Soyoung should go for a walk with the young man. On a walk on the waterfront, the girl said that her father sometimes got carried away. The young man apologized and said that he should have visited them much earlier. So it was probably his own fault. Jongdo took out the necklace and gave it to the girl. He told her to take it. The young man added, he thought this necklace would suit the girl. It's quite nice and also increases perception by 2 points. Soyeon thanked and said she would treasure it. The girl was very happy about the gift. The young people started talking about their relationship. Suddenly, a man appeared near them. A mask concealed his face. Union and Jongdo bounced to the side when they saw someone watching them. It was a girl. She was armed. Jongdo thought that he had completely failed to notice her. He was sure that she was a high-level hunter. The young man turned on the research mode. It was a level 85 warrior. Ryu Shorin. The girl said Seoyun doesn't seem to know about them, but they've heard a lot about her. Many more unknown masked men appeared. They surrounded the young people. The girl said that Soyoung would go with them. Jongdo said for Soyoung to give him his hand, and he grabbed it. The girl was scared and asked why. Jongdo received information that the saint's blessing had been discovered. The luck was greatly increased. The young man decided to use the binding lottery and thought as long as he was lucky. A golden card fell out. The unknown masked men felt that the young man's chi suddenly became stronger. They decided to destroy him. Jongdo confronted the unknown men. Using his physical strength, he began to throw his opponents in different directions. This time the young man was assisted by Dearmaid Wa Duabne, a 92nd level warrior. He said that he was at the young man's service. He is the strongest warrior in Fin McCool's service. Jongdo asked the attackers, "Are they from Karma?" The masked girl told the young man not to compare them to those fanatics. They have nothing in common. Jongdo said he felt weird hearing her say that. Aren't they doing the same thing right now? The masked woman said they needed the saint's help. If the young man didn't want anyone's blood spilled here, he should put down his weapon. The young man thought that there would be no peaceful solution. The blessing saint's skill was used. The physical stats were increased. The young man engaged in resistance with the attackers. He fought alone against several warriors. The attackers didn't count for anything and were willing to destroy Jongdo to achieve their goals. The young man successfully repelled the attacks. The young man, thanks to his additional option, was able to inflict incurable wounds on his opponent. The enemy decided to surround the young man. It was getting harder and harder for Jongdo to repel the attacks. The young man had to do something. 2 swords appeared in the young man's hands, Moraltak and Boggletak. These were the legendary swords with which the young man was going to deal with the enemy. The attackers were surprised. What kind of monster is he? Why was he impossible to defeat? The young man gained distance with the red and yellow beams of energy that followed him. But as soon as they got close, he immediately attacked them with his 2 blades. The opponents could not find any weaknesses in the young man. The young man was impregnable and invincible. It seemed strange to the young man. Shouldn't there have been at least one person passing through here all this time? Had they set up an ambush beforehand? But a trap this big would need a powerful catalyst or a person to keep it going. Who could this person be? The young man thought he had found it. He thought she was waiting for the moment to pop out of the bushes and take Soyun away. But in reality, she was maintaining that barrier. The companion shouted to the girl that he had discovered her, and she should be more careful. The young man said it was too late, and he rushed off in the right direction. The young man broke the barrier. Jongdo grabbed Soyoung's hand and told her to run away from here right away. The girl was at a loss. The attackers decided that someone should stay behind and rebuild the barrier. The others should go in pursuit of the young men. The young men thought they had scurried away to a safe distance. Jongdo needed to catch his breath. Soyoung was also tired. The young man couldn't understand what it was. Jongdo noticed that they had been running for an hour and still couldn't get out of the park. These people must have set up another barrier on top of the first one. The young man asked the girl, "What kind of guild is this?" Did she have any guesses? They spent a huge amount of resources to catch the girl. Soyoon said that she didn't have any guesses. It was already dark outside. The young man heard someone from above say, "Found it!" The young man looked up and saw a masked man sitting on a lamppost. That unknown person jumped to the ground. Jongdo said, "If they want Ms. Soyoung, why not invite her officially? I told the masked man that he doesn't know who Soyoung is. He doesn't know what he's talking about." The unknown man said he came for Jongdo's head. He laughed wryly. Soyoung told the young man to be careful and activated an impenetrable shield. The unidentified masked man tried to attack the young men. However, Soyoung's impenetrable shield prevented it. The attacker wondered if the girl was able to block his strike. Jongdo turned on the research mode. He saw a dark aura around the attacker. This person was definitely from Karma. The research mode helped a young man discover a mythical artifact. However, due to the artifact's interference, some information would be hidden. There was nothing else the young man could find out. However, he was able to detect the unauthorized use of the skill. The enemy's characteristics were greatly increased. Jongdo noticed that this artifact worked. Its owner seemed to have some sort of intelligence skill. The young man noticed with annoyance that the skill time was almost over. The opponent's aura was much scarier than Ryu Serin's. Jongdo thought that this masked man had a rank of at least SS. The masked man said that the young man's aura had become much weaker. The unknown man continued. He said he intended to test it now, and he attacked the young man. Liu Shan yelled for the young man to do something about it. Jongdo replied that he had absolutely no time at all. Jongdo noticed that Soyoung had activated her protective barrier again and repelled his opponent's attack. The young man discovered the blessing of the saint. The luck was greatly enhanced. Jongdo told Soyoung to leave immediately. It's too dangerous for her. The attacker was able to break down the girl's defensive barrier, and with his attack he threw her far back. Jongdo saw that the girl was hurt and was terribly angry. He set his mind to destroy the masked man. He noticed that the young man's aura had become much stronger. Jongdo took out his bow, drew an arrow, and took aim. The arrow was red hot and ready to burst into flames. The young man activated the explosive arrow mode. The opponent didn't realize it. The arrow flew towards its target with considerable speed. The masked man determined that the opponent in front of him was a rank S opponent. It was now clear how he was able to stop that gap. However, he wouldn't be able to break through his barrier. Saho Yuan, who was helping the young man this time, noted that the opponent had survived after being hit by the deadly arrow. This was curious. Jongdo fired another shot from his bow. The masked man said, "Didn't the young man realize that it was useless?" This time was different. The young man activated the ice arrow, and it changed the result. The masked man said, "If the young man can't break through the barrier, then he decided to lock him inside. Does he really think that will help him?" Jongdo says that he doesn't think so. He is confident of his victory. The young man used a skill blessing saint. It was quite unexpected for the opponent. Young did her best to make this shot work. The young man thanked Soyoon. No one had ever done that before. The masked man realized it was a hot one, and it could be him, but it was too late to do anything about it. The arrow that was released was a divine archer's arrow. It had all the striking power. The arrow pierced the defense, and there was an explosion. Flames engulfed the entire area. Jongdo said he should have hit him. "We should have waited for the smoke to clear." When the smoke cleared, Jongdo saw that the masked attacker was unharmed. He said, "How dare the young man make him use the artifact again?" He threatened and said that he would destroy them both in one blow. Jongdo said that his skill had run out again. Soyoung wasn't feeling well either. The girl was exhausted. Suddenly, a masked girl appeared in the park, at this place. The one who wanted to kidnap Soyoung a short while ago. She shouted that she would destroy the masked man. She shouted, 7 star swords, the 7th form, the Great Bear, and struck a devastating blow with her sword. The masked stranger cried out, jumped, and fell. The masked girl asked the young man, pointing at the masked stranger, "Who is this rogue using dark magic? Is he even a human being? Jongdo said it was an assassin who was sent after So-young. The masked stranger with the artifact on his chest didn't want to die so quickly. He reappeared and asked, "Who the hell are these people?" The night was no longer languid. The girl said that they were the first to come for So-yoon, and drew her sword and attacked her opponent. The masked stranger fought off the attack. He shouted not to be interrupted from doing his business. He wasn't interested in this girl. Jongdo shouted to hold on a little longer, and he would come to the rescue. The young man had already summoned Liu Shan. He couldn't defeat the enemy on his own. He must use the binding lottery while they fought. That masked man must be badly wounded. After the arrow attack, the young man needs to get a gold card, and then he can defeat the enemy. Liu Shan's level was raised by 4. Jongdo was disappointed. The young man asked, "Why now?" The young man didn't have any more mana. The masked stranger asked how much more time did the young man need. She was already at her limit. Whatever the young man was up to, he must do it now. Jongdo was also at his limit. He said that he couldn't always pull out diamond cards at the right moment. The young man said he spent all the tickets he had saved for a rainy day. He only got the standard cards. He has a few more items to spend before the golden guarantor, but he has no mana left. Seo-yoon thought they might die at this rate. There's always a problem with these lotteries. Jongdo stood up and said that he had no choice now. He had to act differently. The young man pulled out the necklace that was hanging on his chest from under his shirt. Winry had told him that the human body couldn't handle a talent upgrade. It sounded lousy, of course. Nevertheless, the young man decided to give it a try. He ripped the necklace off his neck. The young man added that it was worth a try. A flash appeared in the sky. It was the energy of the earth. No, it was the energy of the universe. Should he, an ordinary person, be able to withstand such an amount of energy? Jongdo was trembling from the exertion. His eyes were glowing. He absorbed all the energy that came from the universe. So-young asked what was going on with the young man. After absorbing the right amount of energy, the young man tried to come to his senses. His hair was even standing on end. The boy scratched the back of his head and asked, "Was this really it?" He was willing to risk his life. It had gone a lot easier than he thought it would. The young man complied. The process of a sharp increase in level was initiated. The boy bent over, clutching his stomach, and screamed. His mouth was bleeding. So-yoon was very frightened. The girl asked what was going on with the young man. She asked him to pull himself together. He could not pull himself together. The young man was thrashing around on his knees. He felt terribly bad. The boy couldn't understand. Was this really the energy of the universe? Winry's necklace was supposed to mitigate this process, but he had no idea how much. If Winry hadn't given him the necklace at Haechun's house, he would have been torn apart by now. The freak in the wooden mask said it was a side effect of the black blood. He must have gone mad if he had forgotten his goal. The masked girl and her companions, swords drawn, were on the offensive. Everyone realized that something strange was going on with Jongdo. His inner energy was out of control. The masked villain thought the young man was trying to use something like black blood. But something went wrong. That was to his advantage. The villain, holding a blob of strange structure in his hand, swung at the young man and told him to die. So-yoon, who was kneeling beside the young man lying next to her, saw something dangerous approaching. The girl turned to face the danger and tried to block it, using all of her holy energy to do so. The masked girl, siding with the young men in this case, shouted for So-yoon to use her shield. Jongdo got to his feet and said that he was fine now, and suggested that the girl take a break and gain strength. He used the Dragon Blood Awakening. To activate this option, one had to be in a critical state. In doing so, all characteristics would increase manifold. The young man's talent level had been successfully raised. Now, he felt much more confident. Jongdo has been informed that his achievement has been recognized as one of the rarest phenomena in the history of the universe. He will be given a reward. The young man received a ticket to summon a black card. The personalities summoned by black cards have a higher rank than the personalities of diamond cards. Now the young man can summon a mythic-level personality. The masked villain noticed that the young man's aura had changed. It was unstable, but very strong. What was he using? It was urgent to report this to the guild. The masked girl screamed, "Had this villain already forgotten about her?" She swung her sword, but the masked frick had time to activate his protective dome. The sword didn't reach its target. The masked girl continued her attack and said that the opponent's time was up. She tried to break the protective dome. Jongdo drew his bow again and tried to launch another arrow. The masked villain laughed, "What's with the shabby bow?" and added that he was mistaken. The young man didn't get any stronger. Jongdo didn't listen to his opponent. He released the arrow, and it went straight into the villain, into his protective dome. The opponent in the dome said, "Does the young man really think he can defeat him with that stick? That's so naive. He would have to fire 100 arrows just to scratch this protective dome." The arrow, to the surprise of his opponent, made a crack and pierced this dome. The masked man was unprotected. He was also wounded. The young man approached his opponent, lying on the ground. The latter asked him how he had done it. Jongdo replied that he launched an ordinary arrow. The young man's assistant in this operation said that he could now shoot even a monkey with his eyes closed. It was Lee Songi. He was a level 178. Jongdo, aiming another arrow at his opponent, said that the latter has no chance of winning and he should lay out who he is and what he wants. The opponent asked, "Isn't the young man curious as to why he wears that heavy mask? Why doesn't the young man want to think? After all, if they didn't know each other, he wouldn't put it on." Jongdo thought it was logical. Suddenly, the stranger jumped up and disappeared. Only a flash of flame appeared in his place. Jongdo didn't know which direction to shoot his arrow. It was unclear where it had gone. The young man's assistant, Lee Songe, pointed his finger in the direction where he had seen the flash. It was not far behind the trees. The masked stranger, having landed really not far behind the trees, thought he had escaped from his pursuers. He now decided to use the teleportation skill and move to the guild. But it wasn't that simple. A deadly arrow appeared from above. It flew straight at the masked man. The arrow hit the target. There was an explosion at the masked man's feet. The villain jumped and fell to the ground. He was wounded. Jongdo appeared from behind the trees with a bow in his hands. The villain was on all fours trying to get away from him. The villain was surprised. How was the young man able to realize where he had moved to? He has a monstrous level of mana perception, if he was able to track. Jongdo took out the arrow again and took aim. The criminal thought that this young man would be a hindrance in his path. The young man told him not to move. The scoundrel thought even if he died, he would still take this young man with him. The villain lunged at the young man and said if he was interested in what was under the mask, let him try to take it off. Jongdo, not even a second of hesitation. He released an arrow that stopped the attacking opponent, and even threw him backwards. As he fell, he destroyed his mask. The young man looked at the face of the motionless criminal and said that he didn't know him. How could he fall for such a cheap trick? Ixia said that this amulet had a terrifying aura. She was referring to the amulet on the perpetrator's chest. A young man ripped off this amulet and said it was a mythical artifact. It's worth taking it with you. The boy looked at Ixia and asked, when did she have time to bifurcate? The young man's eyes were indeed double. Ixia began to worry about him. The young man, unable to stay on his feet, fell face down on the ground. He appeared to be losing consciousness. From the last of his strength, he heard someone shout that they had found him, and someone told him to put the young man on the stretcher more gently. The young man's skill lottery has been changed due to the improvement of the talent game. Now he can choose what information he wants to get. Using the skill linking lottery, he can now get black cards. Jongdo woke up and came to his senses. Ixia was flying nearby. Jongdo looked around and thought, where is he? Ixia said that he was brought here by So-young and the masked girl. So-young had been watching over the young man the whole time, until she was called outside a few minutes ago. The young man thought that means So-young is fine, that's good. He himself was still feeling the pain inside. The young man recalled the events of the previous night and decided that the power of the black cards was truly incredible. That guy in the monkey mask, who was most likely a SS rank, had nothing to counter him. When comparing heroes amongst themselves, Diamond Lee Songe wouldn't be as good as some other personalities. He could summon much stronger heroes in the future. Jongdo, after doing some simple calculations in his head, decided that someday he would be able to summon the Black Lee Buu or the Black Siegfried. Girls appeared in the room in front of the young man. They asked him how he was feeling. The masked girl was unmasked this time. She apologized for not having the opportunity to introduce herself earlier. She is a member of the Big Bear Martial Arts Association, Ryu Se-rin. The young man weighed the pros and cons and decided she was enlightened. Guy thought the enlightened lived far away from human society. So why does she need So-young? Ryu Se-rin bowed to So-young and said that she had cured Jongdo as promised. Ryu Se-rin asked to save her mistress. Jongdo was very surprised. What are you talking about? Ryu Se-rin motioned for the young men to follow her. The girl led Jongdo and So-young to a separate room. In this room, a stranger was lying motionless. There was a strange aura around her. Ryusei-rin said that it was their young mistress. This is the next heiress of the Big Bear clan. Ryusei-rin handed Soyoung a statuette. The girl inquired what it was. Ryusei-rin said that she didn't know the details. But before falling into a coma, the young mistress said that their clan's problems would be solved if they gave this statue to Soyoung. Jongdo, looking at the statue, immediately thought that this aura was familiar to him. The young man turned on the research mode. It was the skill stone, Full Recovery. When used, it grants the user the strongest healing skill. From the expression on his face, it seemed like Jongdo was very surprised. Full Recovery? That's why they needed Soyoung. Jongdo received information that a hunter with the talent Holiness had been discovered. The skill has been transferred. The young man asked, had their mistress always been sick? Did she ask to find Soyoung while she was bedridden? She said that her mistress was known for her excellent health, but one day she collapsed unconscious. A young mistress, a priestess who could predict the future. She knew she would faint. Such is the fate of all fortune tellers. Jongdo logically asked if she knew everything, why didn't she prevent it? The interlocutor said that her mistress doesn't see the future at will. Her predictions, random visions. It's not all smooth sailing here either. Before she fell into a coma, she saw the beginning of the monsters invading the land. It terrified her. The priestess immediately called a meeting to announce the need to unite with the rest of the hunters, to prevent a land grab. However, the elders were strongly opposed to her proposal. They wanted to fight with their own forces, believing that hunters from outside would be a burden. During the meeting, someone attacked the young mistress. That's why she fell into a coma. Ryusei-rin has no proof, but she thinks someone from the opposition did it. The girl asked once more for her mistress to be rescued. If she woke up, they could join the other hunters and fight back against the monsters. Jongdo asked if the young lady had told him exactly when the invasion would start. The young lady said that only her mistress knew about it. Soyoung said that she had figured out how to use this skill. As a saint, she would do anything to save the priestess's life. Soyoung performed the necessary manipulations on the patient's bed, and her magic worked. Healing mana spread in the room. The priestess began to heal. A radiant energy appeared around her. The Union, gritting her teeth, said that the priestess's condition was stabilizing. The young man decided to use the card and reach out to the girl. He chose Nightingale. Nightingale increases the healing power of allies in the available radius. Allies are now much easier to heal. Ms. Soyoung stated that she felt a sudden burst of energy. A strong glow began to emanate from the priestess's body. There was a reason for that. Ryusei-rin squinted her eyes and couldn't understand what was going on. The priestess came to her senses, sat down on the bed, and rubbed her eyes. Everyone looked at her in silence. The girl rushed to her mistress and said that she was overjoyed. The priestess recognized the young lady. The priestess thanked Soyoung for her help. The girl said she shouldn't. She should be the one thanking the priestess for the new skill. Jongdo was also thanked. The young man thought that the priestess knew about them. It seems like she really has the gift of prediction. Jongdo turned to the recovered girl and said, "They say she predicted a massive monster invasion of the world. Could she tell me more about it?" The girl said yes. The young lady looked at her calendar and said that it had been a very long time. It was a long time until the monster attack. The young lady paused for a moment. Jongdo thought that he would start preparing immediately after hearing the answer. The girl didn't have time to finish. The young man received information that a new dungeon had been discovered. And there were many such dungeons only. Jongdo was scared witless. Was it really what he thought it was? An announcer on television reported that many rifts had appeared simultaneously around the world. It was breaking news. The cause of this phenomenon is unknown. However, a world-renowned professor and experienced hunters were invited to investigate the phenomenon. Jongdo said that he can't help in any way since he has to sit in that place. But he needs to gather information. The priestess said that the young man is injured, so she strongly recommends resting at their place until he's fully recovered. The young man, as always in such cases, decided to start an info lottery. He was already addicted to lotteries. The boy thought it was time to test the updated info lottery. He was sure he could find out something about the monster invasion. Jongdo said that he's counting on Lu Shan more than ever. Lu Shan said that he feels safe here. His luck will work even better. Luck had not shown itself so far. The young man thought his nerves were fraying, just like the first time. Finally, the lottery machine spit out an exceptional capsule. The young man received a warning. He must destroy Detartaron. The guy said, he hears the notification sound, but no information appears. What does it all mean? And what kind of monster is this? He's never heard of it. The young man decided that it definitely had something to do with the new dungeons. The young man wasn't limited by time, meaning he didn't need to destroy this Ditartaron right now. But why was he so uneasy? U.S. The man said that a huge number of dungeons appeared nearby. That's really lucky. The man said that it was only rank B. We should quickly clear it and go to the next dungeon. The hunters decided they were in luck. They were advancing towards the entrance to the dungeon. Suddenly, one of them was wounded. Someone had fired an arrow at him. The hunters looked closely and saw that there were a huge number of monsters, armed with bows and arrows in front of them. Why are there so many monsters here? Many sharp arrows flew at these hunters. The monsters didn't mess around. France, Paris. The hunter shouts, "It's a trap." Monsters attack them. Monsters were everywhere. They were mercilessly exterminating hunters. The hunters begged for mercy. Japan, Tokyo. Monster wolves attacked and mauled a hunter. There is blood and danger everywhere. The hunters stand back to back and reason that something is wrong with this dungeon. They hadn't encountered anything like this before. Monsters were advancing from all sides. A phone call rang out in the association's security office. The duty officer was informed that the intelligent monsters were coming. Less than 30% of the hunters sent out had made it back alive. The head of the association said they should declare a state of emergency and alert the guilds to the situation. We must warn everyone that entering the dungeon after 9 o'clock in the evening is strictly forbidden. The head of the association turned to Ms. SEO. He said he would have an assignment for her. The association must study these sentient monsters and compile instructions on how to interact with them. The girl must gather highly ranked hunters and create teams to mop up the dungeons. The girl thought that high-ranking hunters had their own requirements. Would they be able to get along in these teams? They would have to find a strong hunter they could trust. The girl decided that she knew such a hunter. It's Mr. Jongdo. She immediately called the young man. Jongdo answered the phone. Mrs. Seo said that she would like to invite a young man to join the team to clear the new dungeons. The young man thought it was about time. He wanted to learn more about these dungeons. The girl said that she would give details when they met, and offered to pay the young man 10 billion money on behalf of the association. The young man was surprised by such a sum. The girl said over the phone, she knew it wouldn't be enough. She knows that the young man deserves much more, but this is the maximum the association can offer. Jongdo said that was more than enough. He asked where he should go. The high-ranking hunters gathered near the portal entrance. The girl announced that if everyone was assembled, she would begin the briefing. In front of the young men is a dungeon of rank A. Type, mission. The guild hunters, rank A specialists, have arrived at the place. There was also the KPM guild, rank A and S hunters. The girl said that under normal circumstances, each of the people gathered would have easily dealt with this kind of dungeon. However, they couldn't guarantee the same now, so they should try to proceed with caution. One of the hunters looked at Jongdo and said, there seems to be a passenger in their ranks. They're not going to take a B-rank hunter with them, right? After all, safety is paramount. Mrs. Seo interceded and said that rank was not an indicator of skill. She personally vouches for this young man. The girl asked if anyone else had any questions. There were no questions. Mrs. Seo personally participated in this operation. Holding her axe in her hands, she said, in that case, everyone get ready. They are now entering the dungeon. The hunters found themselves in a dungeon. This dungeon was like an old castle. There were 3 doors in front of the young men. They had to choose which one to enter first. Kim So-young said that in dungeons like this, it can be difficult to guess the contents of the task. But now they definitely need to go through those doors. Mrs. Seo said there are 3 doors in front of them, so she suggests splitting into teams of 2. Members of the same guild should know each other's fighting style better. Therefore, it's better to split up like that. Kim Soa said that he would like to be on the same team as Sang-hee. The young man's guildmate put a hand on his shoulder and said he hoped he would behave more prudently in battle. Sang-hee continued, in that case, she will team up with Jongdo. The others can split into teams on their own. 2 hunters lined up in front of each door. Jongdo and Sang-hee chose the middle door. The girl ordered them to start exploring the dungeons. Opening the doors, the young men found themselves in the open air. They wondered where they were. Sang-hee said, the young man must be confused. After all, this is his first dungeon, like an assignment. These dungeons are very different from the others. They can be considered separate worlds. The Academy uses some of these dungeons as warehouses, although they are actually gates through which monsters invade their world. However, they still do not know the cause of this phenomenon. In a dungeon like Sweep, the monsters seek to destroy the hunters at all costs. In a dungeon, mission-type setting, things are a bit different. It seemed that the monsters from here were not looking to take over the land, but to prepare the hunters for battle with others. The young man thought that the type of dungeon was something similar to a treasure dungeon, whose inhabitants were eager to bestow weapons on the hunters to resist the invasion. Saying he continued, "That's why these dungeons look so unusual. The most important thing here is to be prepared for everything and make informed decisions." It didn't take long for the monsters to show up. The monsters appeared in front of the young men. They were ape-like monsters. Saying he told the young man to prepare for battle. Despite the purpose of the dungeon, the monsters here are not the least bit unfriendly. Jongdo turned on the explore mode. They were warriors of a small tribe living deep in the forest. They loved to fight and honor the gods of the sun and moon. The monster turned to his warriors. The monster warned his brethren that a battle to the death awaited them. He was screaming that it was time to get his hands on everything and cast off the shackles. They must have what they want. Saying he assumed that there were indeed intelligent monsters living here. They were trying to say something, too bad she couldn't understand them. The monster urged its brethren to begin a deadly battle. Jongdo asked his opponent what they mean when they say they will definitely get what they want. Saying he wondered, did the young man really understand their language? The young man scratched the back of his head and said that it looked like it. Could it be because of his talent for communication? The monster was surprised too. The human understands their language. They came here to gain power. She was ready to tell how to do it. The young man received information about the mission. The first step was to defeat the Kamka tribe. The second item was to collect the souls of the sun and moon. The third item was to destroy the shackles of the Kamka souls. Jongdo put it down that the upcoming battle was parts of their assignment. The young man rejoiced. He said because working with his head, it was his weakness. The young man went on the attack. The monster put his shield forward and said, "Let the young man try to defeat him." Jongdo performed the Green Dragon's maneuver. The monkey monster was surprised at his opponent's trickery. The meaning of this maneuver was unclear to him. The young man launched a hail of attacks from the ferocious tiger. The monster repulsed the attack. Monkey monster said the opponent has fast and heavy punches, but he's much faster. The young man came up with another attack. A legendary sword appeared in his hand. He said, wondering how the opponent would be able to block it. The monster called the young man a foolish warrior. He added that he had never faced death. He would now repel all of his opponent's attacks with one simple spell. Jongdo advanced forward and did not negotiate. His sword pierced through the monster's shield and stabbed into the monster's body. The monster thought, "How is this possible?" The young man said, "It seems the opponent is very proud of his shield, but his weapon is also magnificent. Strong green sword attacks have a chance to ignore the opponent's armor." The monster said he was relying too much on his shield and fell to the ground. The shield flew off to the side. Jongdo said that he would take the shield for himself. He shouted to Sang-hee that he was coming to help her. Sang-hee didn't wait for anything. She used her unique axe to smash the opponents and scatter them in different directions. Jongdo, looking at this, thought that his help wouldn't be needed. Jongdo turned to his assistant Ixia. The girl said that she was always at her master's service. The young man noticed that Ixia was nervous and asked, "Why is this happening? If she wanted to, she could eat all those defeated monsters." Ixia said that she wasn't too hungry right now. Jongdo noticed that if she wasn't hungry, it looked suspicious. Besides, she's being very taciturn today. Jongdo decided to check her characteristics. Her development progress was greatly increased. The young man said that the development progress, more than 50%, last time it was barely up 1%. The young man told Ixia to confess immediately. The girl apologized. Ixia admitted that she ate that guy in the monkey mask. Jongdo called her a cannibal. She claimed it wasn't like that. She felt a strange aura from that person. That's why she wanted to try some. Before she knew it, she had finished the last piece. The young man thought that guy had an inhuman aura. It was the same demonic energy that the priestess was talking about. If Ixia was able to absorb his body, then there really was demonic energy involved somehow. Jongdo said it was even better. Now the Karma Guild won't be able to get their hands on his body. But why doesn't Ixia want to eat the monsters now? The girl said that she will eat them all immediately now. Ixia wished herself a pleasant appetite and pounced on the destroyed monsters. The young man saw that there were some interesting crystals left over from the monsters. The soul of the sun and moon is the crystallized energy of the sun and moon. It's found in the bodies of the Kamka tribe. So we just have to destroy everyone in the Kamka tribe. Then the souls will reassemble themselves. Jungdo thought that things would go faster this way. He decided to leave all the dead bodies to Ixia. The young man was informed that they were approaching their destination. Jungdo stated that they were on the spot. The young men were at the top of the mountain. At the bottom was a village of the Kamka tribe. He said that it was unbelievable. A young man was able to find this village so quickly. She wouldn't be surprised if he actually turned out to be a dungeon specialist type. Mission. Jungdo said that they got here so quickly due to the girl quickly dealing with all the enemies standing in their way. Apparently, this obelisk was the soul shackles that needed to be destroyed. He agreed. There weren't many monsters down below, but there might be traps set up around the village. We should take a proper look around. The young man suggested destroying the obelisk before they went down to the village. He wondered, how could it be done? The young man said he could handle it himself. He swung his spear. The spear flew down and hit the obelisk with precision. It was shattered. The shards flew in different directions. There was panic in the camp. The monsters did not understand where the danger was coming from. Jungdo was informed that he had successfully destroyed the soul shackles in one shot. Due to the successful completion of the task, the young people will be moved to the next location. That's what happened. Jungdo and Sang-hee found themselves back indoors. The girl drew the young man's attention to the fact that there were 3 spheres in front of them. In 2 of them, they could see other hunters fighting monsters. Sang-hee noticed that the hunters from the other teams were surrounded by monsters. It seemed that after finishing their part of the mission, they had gotten a chance to observe the others. Jungdo turned on the research mode again. The altar of the Kalumka tribe. Applying magic or spell on the altar can affect the dimension inside the crystal ball. The young man didn't understand anything. He said that fortunately he had an acquaintance who could figure it out. A young man summoned an identity. It was Jung Ya-kyung. He said that he was very interested. Jung Ya-kyung suggested that the young man channel his energy into the altar, and then do the same with the crystal balls. The assistant said that after that, the young man could influence what was happening inside the balloon. The young man did not succeed. The man added, he feels like they're missing something. Apparently, in order to make changes, some kind of catalyst is needed. Jungdo said he had something in mind. The young man took out a crystal. Information appeared that the talents, communication, and play were activated. The information was turned on for the user's perception. Information about the altar of the Kamka tribe appeared before the young man. Jungdo told the girl that he now understood how to use the altar. Sang-hee was surprised that the young man had figured it out so quickly. The altar is able to affect their allies or enemies depending on the number of stones used. If one put in enough of them, one would be able to intervene on their own. Sang-hee said that she now understood how this dungeon worked. The guy stated that he would try to activate the altar and help one of the teams. The team really needed help. The monster was attacking and had an advantage in strength. Suddenly, the hunter declared that he felt a surge of strength, and he threw his opponent far back. The young men looking at the balloon stated that it worked. However, this was an intermediate victory. This team was surrounded by an untold number of monsters. They were armed with cold weapons and surrounded the hunters from all sides. Sang-hee shouted, she didn't think something like that could help them. She asked the young man to prepare the altar and send her to those hunters. The young man said that he would take care of it right away. Sang-hee laid down on the altar. She held her axe in her hands. The girl wondered if it was safe, right? The young man said for the girl to trust him. The young men were surprised by the appearance of Sang-hee in their ranks. They asked how the girl had come to be here. Jungdo exhaled a breath. He realized that he had succeeded in easing the pressure on this team of hunters. He decided that now he needed to help the other team as well. The other team was also in serious trouble. A huge monster stood in front of them, holding his powerful shield in his hand. One of the hunters said that he will now use all his strength to block the monster's attack and create a gap in its defense. The partner must inflict as much damage to the enemy as possible. The hunter pounced on the monster, displaying his shield. They clashed in a confrontation and sparks appeared between their shields. The partner ran up behind the monster and was about to attack it with his sword. The hunter said that after such an attack, the monster would definitely not be able to resist. However, the monster did not show any proper reaction in response. It didn't even receive a single scratch. The hunter did not calm down and decided to continue his attack. With a shout that this huge ape was going to die, he began to strike the monster on its back with his sword. Jungdo looked at the ball and thought that he had applied everything he could, but it still wasn't enough for this team to win. He thought that it would be good for him to get there. For that, the young man must need 10 more stones. But where can he get them? The young man realized that such stones were on the monster's shield, We have to get them. The young man grabbed a shield that was nearby. It had these stones on it. Now it was working. The young man noticed that the process was underway. The monkey kicked the hunter who was attacking it with his powerful paw. The young man let go of his sword and flew backwards. The partner with the sword in his hands shouted, "What was the young man doing?" After all, he was supposed to stab the monster in the heart with his sword. The young man responded by saying that he was just a rising star of the guild. He's not good at everything yet, but he would keep trying. The young man shouted that there was no way some A-rank monster could defeat an S-rank hunter. The monster raised his huge shield high above his head. He was about to bring it down on his opponent. The young man, seeing the danger that threatened him, shouted that he shouldn't do it. Suddenly, Jongdo appeared on the battlefield. He swung his weapon and used the green dragon maneuver, plus the attack of the ferocious tiger. The young man successfully combined skills. The monster was discouraged. Jongdo used a double lunge of dragon and tiger. It was a powerful blow. The probability that the monster could withstand it was minimal. The monster was crushed and slumped to the ground. He dropped his huge shield. It was decorated with many crystals. The hunter was surprised. How could this B-ranked youth manage to deal alone with this bloodthirsty monster? The hunters thought it was an incredible blow and wondered why the young man was still not a member of the guild. They offered the young man a place in their squad. With their help, he would be able to reach his full potential. Jongdo thanked and said that he had to decline. He plans to start his own guild. The boy was surprised. Why was everyone acting like he was some kind of special? After all, he only had a B rank. The S-ranked hunter was frustrated. After all, everyone should only have eyes for him. He decided that he would soon show everyone what he could do. Magic orbs were placed above the altars. There was no information displayed in them. The units above appeared near these altars. They had accomplished their first missions. One of the hunters asked if these were the altars and crystal balls the young man had spoken of. Jongdo looked into one of the orbs and realized that the team of hunters who were still fighting didn't have much trouble. Still, he decided that it would be faster if he provided assistance. The young man disappeared from the altar. He moved into range of the hunters. The S-class hunter thought that with every new encounter, Jongdo managed to prove that he was much stronger than he looked. He must be recruited for sure. Finally, everyone was gathered in front of the altars. Sang-hee stated, "It is very good that no one was injured." She asked if anyone had any comments. No one had any comments. Sang-hee asked Jongdo what their next move would be. The young man was frankly surprised. Why was his opinion being asked? The guy noticed that they were looking at him as if they were expecting something special from him, but he really didn't know what to do next. He wondered if he should explore the altar again. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared above one of the altars. Everyone became alert. What could it be? Sang-hee said to prepare for battle just in case. When the glow disappeared, everyone noticed that the boss's room became visible in the wall. Everyone moved there. Jongdo thought that everyone was getting tired. He suggested that they camp and leave the battle with the boss monster for tomorrow. The young man noticed that there was another altar. The guy got the information by studying this altar. The level of the boss monster can be both raised and lowered. In connection with this, the rewards will also change. Jongdo reported to the girl as he checked the altar that had appeared. They could use the souls of the moon and sun to change the level of the boss. Sang-hee said, "She's sure that everyone present wants to take risks to get better rewards. However, their main goal is to gather information, so they should avoid unnecessary trouble." The girl said if there were no objections, they would fight the boss monster tomorrow, lowering its difficulty. In that case, it was time to decide on the order of the guard, and that was it for today. The hunters made a halt. They built a fire to keep warm. To regain their strength, they all fell asleep. Jongdo was the only one who couldn't sleep. He thought that he was just not used to sleeping in dungeons. The young man looked around. He said it was amazing that the other hunters were asleep. They don't even want to be woken up. The young man decided to practice a little with his spear off to the side. It seemed strange to the boy that he didn't see the guard. Where'd he go? Jongdo saw that everyone was asleep except for one person. Where did he go? Jongdo noticed one of the hunters standing near the altar. He had his hands on the altar. Was he thinking of moving? The young man called out to him and asked him what he was going to do. He must take his hands off the altar immediately. The hunter turned around and answered our hero. He said he could do whatever he saw fit. Besides, he was higher in rank. Hunter replied, he was a little nervous at first, but if he lowered the level of the boss, he would be able to take him down alone. This conversation caused all the other hunters to wake up. The rebellious young man said that now he would show everyone his true strength. He drew his sword from its sheath. Suddenly, someone threw his weapon at this hunter, and he dropped the sword from his hands. He was deactivated for a while. Someone dragged him around the corner, and from there came the monster's voice. He respects the hunter's desire to face a test to gain great power. However, hunters unable to distinguish between recklessness and bravery were unworthy of his power. Everyone saw a terrifying monster that was ready to attack everyone present. One of the hunters shouted, "How dare the monster attack his comrade?" He would never forgive him for that. Now, they would have to fight. The hunter put up his shield and went to attack the monster. He was going to hit the formidable opponent with his shield. The monster used his mace to throw that hunter aside. Sang-hee ran up and jumped up and swung her sword. She said that they were left with no choice. They would have to defeat the boss monster now. The monster boss shouted for everyone to put aside fear and fight bravely and selflessly. He is only worthy of strong opponents. Sang-hee was similarly cast aside. The hunters were shocked. This monster easily blocked the attacks of 2 S-rank hunters. How could they fight it? After all, it's monstrously strong. John Doe got the information that Kim So-ha used the altar, and instead of lowering the difficulty, he made the boss stronger. Even Liu Shan and Yixia didn't know what to do. The young man was holding an amulet confiscated from his opponent during one of the past battles. He said that now they could only hope for luck. If this locket could repel negative energy, then maybe it could ward off bad luck from him as well. It was Gashina's blessing. It repels negative energy. The monster, looking at Jongdo, said that it was excellent. He senses the spirit of a warrior in the young man. He's ready to fight him. Jongdo didn't mind fighting this monster boss either. The young man gripped his halberd tightly and stepped forward. This time, the young man was helped by Lee Buu. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time. As a reward to the young man, a black card skill was unlocked. It was the summoning of a red hare. The young man looked at the horse that appeared in front of him and thought, "Is it really a red hare?" Jongdo jumped up on his horse. The user's characteristics were enhanced. The riding skills were greatly enhanced. The young man and the horse felt each other confidently. Monster Boss said that he feels an incredible aura. This fight should be a pleasure for him. The horse pounded its hooves and shot sparks. The monster told the great warrior to attack him fearlessly. The young man, without a shadow of a doubt, pounced on his opponent. The monster was ready to meet the enemy with dignity. The young man struck the halberd with a staggering blow. The blow was so strong that the monster flew backwards, hitting its back against the wall. One of the hunters confidently suggested that this horse had the summoning skill, saying he thought she knew it. 10 billion money wouldn't be enough. Jongdo, this is truly a great hunter. The monster got to his feet and said it was a great hit. The wall behind him cracked considerably. The boss said that the young man was really strong. He suggested that the young man attack again and show his fortitude. Then he would be able to free them. Jongdo accelerated on his horse and attacked again. He swung his halberd once again. The monster boss stood there and waited to see what would come out of it. The gun lord of the perfect gun reproduced the relic. At the last moment, the monster dodged the rider. The young man sped past it. The characteristics of the riding animal and the user were increased. The monster said he would get rid of that pesky horse first. He started swinging his weapon. At one point, the horse stepped a hoof on the monster's budawa. The villain wondered how this was possible. After all, he is so agile. Having disarmed his opponent, the young man decided to repeat the attack. The monster backed away. Smoke was coming out of the animal's nostrils. The monster boss has suggested that this horse is unusual. We should take that into account when organizing the next attack. Jongdo jumped at the monster again, and this time, he gave it a devastating blow with his halberd. The monster lost one arm. The villain said it wasn't over, and in that instant, he grew a new arm. The monster acted like the real Venom. The monster jumped high up and shouted that it hadn't lost yet, and it wanted the young man to keep fighting, and showed him his fighting spirit. Jongdo didn't mind and said that he would show everything now. The wall of cursed spirits was activated. The young man was informed that the spirits had cursed his opponent, lowering his defense and stamina. Jongdo said that was all he needed. He hit the monster really hard with his halberd. The monster was truly blown away. Jongdo carried that monster slung on his halberd. The monster pierced in the chest with a halberd was horrified. He said it was unbelievable. The monster was bleeding. The monster said the young man deserved the power, and he gave his power to the hunter. The young man gained the skill Kumka Fighting Spirit. The stamina was increased by 20 points. Jeon-do said that he had one question for the boss monster. The monster replied that the winner is free to get whatever he wants. The young man asked if the monster knew who Detarteron was. The boy was again informed that it was necessary to destroy Detarteron. The monster said he couldn't believe he was hearing that name. Why is the brave warrior looking for him? The young man said the deal was to destroy him. It's nothing personal. The monster said it was a truly great quest. His dungeon was nothing compared to this task. The monster boss suggested that the young man would definitely be able to accomplish this task. The monster boss said Detarteron, ruler of the Kusanto archipelago and patron of the dead. This is the king of the undead, Detarteron. After everyone had reached the surface, Sang-hee declared the mission complete. She thanked everyone for their help. She said it had been a great job. A hunter with a colleague on his shoulders approached Jeong-do and thanked the young man for saving him. He also apologized on behalf of the guild and himself personally. The young man said, "The most important thing was that they were able to avoid any casualties." Jeong-do turned to the injured hunter and hoped that he would recover soon. The hunter said he was very sorry. Sang-hee asked the young man to come to the association the next day and said that it would be necessary to update the mana clock. The girl added that they also need to reconsider the reward for this quest. This dungeon was ranked A, but she thinks that they should pay the young man the same as for completing the highest rank S dungeon. Sang-hee said that the young man had been promoted to rank A. The young man couldn't believe such luck. Lucky, so lucky. The girl remarks that before that, the young man needs to rest properly. She assures him that they will have everything ready for tomorrow. Jeong-do thanked the girl sincerely. The girl said to have Kim So-ha write a letter of apology to the academy after he's released from the hospital. The next day came. Jeong-do was receiving congratulations. He was promoted to rank A. The young man received a new watch, according to his new rank, as required by the regulations. Jeong-do thanked everyone, but said that next time the event would be held in a more private setting. There were many people who wanted to congratulate the young man in person. Many guilds wanted to recruit Jeong-do. They offered the young man more and more favorable terms. The young man thought that these people were much noisier than those who came for Soyun. Moving to the VIP room, the young man decided to rest. Ixia said that the young man had done his job well. Jeong-do thought that he had been running around a lot lately and forgot to check his characterization window. Ixia advised him to do it now. The young man checked his stats and thought that with them, he would be able to pass for S rank quite well. But as he looked at one of the skills, he remembered again the frustration. The frustration he felt whenever he had to ask for help. Now the skill required less mana and dealt more damage, but still, it was frustrating. The young man decided to keep the weapon he had gotten from the last dungeon for a while. It might come in handy. The young man was overjoyed as he read the ignoring of the experience point penalty. He was fighting an opponent whose level exceeded the young man's, and so he received an increase of 5 points to all stats. The experience point penalty was also ignored. The young man still hadn't heard of the experience point penalty. Either this is some mechanic unknown to mankind, or someone knows about it, but prefers to keep the information secret. Either way, now he would be able to level up even faster. Jeong-do decided to start preparing for tomorrow without wasting time. He found out that there would be a new dungeon tomorrow, so he decided that he would use the last blood jade. The masked men still couldn't figure out where the monkey was. After all, he was the only one who knew how to create blood jades. The hooded man said that the bear was busy looking for him. Tiger asked, "Where will the assignment go this time?" The leader warned everyone that this time they would face monsters whose strength was unknown. He added that they would have to go to Dokdo. It's a territory of small islands in the ocean. Jeong-do found himself in a valley between the mountains on the bank of a river. He said it seemed to be here. The young man was not mistaken. Looking around, he saw the portal, the entrance to the dungeon. It was Doppelganger's lair, a one-man mission. Type, boss fight. Doppelganger. It's a monster that can completely copy the abilities of its opponent. Jeong-do had never heard of hunters encountering such monsters. It's most likely a new monster that appeared after the second disaster. Jeong-do asked Ixia if this monster could copy his equipment. The girl said that in her world, they could only copy skills. Jeong-do said, "That's great. In that case, it will be a battle between the A-ranked hunters and the S-ranked hunters." The young man found himself in a dungeon. He looked around and concluded that no one was around yet. The girl told the young man to look under his feet. The young man lowered his head and saw a reflection. It was Doppelganger. Jeong-do, with the words, "There you are," thrust his weapon straight into the ice beneath his feet. Doppelganger appeared in front of the young man. He said, "Welcome to his lair. He looked just like our hero." The monster said he had already looked up the young man's information. Now they are equal to each other. Jongdo jumped and swung his halberd. He was about to strike the enemy. Doppelganger thrust forward his weapons, the same halberd, and blocked Chongdo's attack without much effort. Jongdo said that he was about to finish off his opponent in the blink of an eye. The opponent smiled and said, "Let him just try." The warriors fought each other. But since they were equal in strength and skill, the battle went nowhere. Doppelganger said the maneuver will now be executed. Indeed, Jongdo performed the Green Dragon maneuver, again to no avail. Be that as it may, Doppelganger was unable to land a single punch. He only defended himself. Jongdo applied a skill, the roar of a tiger. The opponent was thrown back by the sound wave. Jongdo said, it looked like the opponent hadn't realized anything yet. Jongdo said that Doppelganger could verify everything himself with research. The opponent replied that he could have guessed it himself. Doppelganger didn't understand the communication. Jongdo said he knew it. The opponent couldn't copy his talents. The monster asked, how dare the young man mock him? It had never happened before. Jongdo couldn't understand why his opponent was so mad. This talent doesn't even help him in battle. Ixia assumed it was because of his pride. She would also be surprised if she met a monster she couldn't eat. The opponent used a ferocious tiger attack and attacked his opponent. Each of the opponents had a halberd. Doppelganger said he didn't like fighting with extra items. Couldn't a young man fight without them? Why the pride? If it's not a battle to the death, it's a battle to the death. Jongdo said that the opponent is too talkative for a monster. He just needs to die. Doppelganger said he didn't end up here by choice. Jongdo wondered if he had been forcibly placed in that dungeon. The young man thought this was his chance to learn more about the monster invasion of Earth. Ixia told her master that their rival was cheating. Doppelganger said it was too late to warn his opponent. The monster stated that there was no way they would bow down to humans. A young man used the lottery. An ordinary card fell out to him. The young man felt sorry that his opponent had to copy his luck. Doppelganger was copied by Emperor Liu Shan. Jongdo pierced his opponent and said that this is the end of them. Goodbye. The young man noticed that his level had been raised. And that was after one battle. The level increase continued. He raised 10 levels at once. That's the best skill ever. Jongdo noticed a glowing orb lying at his feet near his defeated opponent. The young man raised the sphere and said that he had already forgotten about the skill stone. On the surface lay deactivated Secret Service agents. 2 men dressed as Secret Service agents said it had appeared. One of them added that every time he is surprised how accurate his predictions turn out to be. Now they always know where the new dungeon will appear. The radio transmitted that a SS rank monster was confirmed. The stranger was holding a red balloon. He said it was time to begin. One of the people standing in front of the portal said that they didn't know what kind of monster would come out of the dungeon. They should probably retreat to a safe distance. The colleague agreed. Suddenly, a monster appeared from the portal. The people didn't have time to retreat. The monster said he wasn't letting them go anywhere, and deactivated it. The villain said, now he sees who dared to disturb him, as soon as he should have decided to rest, before invading the human world. The monster said angrily that these two had ruined all his plans and blew them up. He said there was nothing to be done. In the place of these two, there were only bones left. Tartarin stood on the edge of a cliff above the ocean and said it was a great place. The monster said it was time to have some fun. He had a well-developed plan of action. Ships began to appear from the dungeon. The monster was assembling his fleet. Looking at the results of his work, the monster said that the ships were already there. Now all that was left was to recruit a crew. The monster called for the rebellion of those swallowed by the abyss of the sea. It was natural. The skeletons of the drowned sailors began to rise to the surface. The monster commanded them to climb aboard. The captain stated that he had expended too much energy. If he had not known what awaited him, he would have asked for Giasa's blessing. Tartarin thought he was weakened from the beginning, all because of the damned contract. If it weren't for him, one could fight at full strength. The 2 people who were waiting near the entrance to the dungeon turned into monsters. They tried to attack Tartarin. The monster howled and deactivated them. He pushed them into the water from the cliff. The captain looked up into the sky, into the portal, and reported that someone was following him. The monster was indeed being watched by the Korean Information Bureau. Unknown monsters have appeared in Dokdo. Their numbers are increasing rapidly. The minister said angrily that they could not contact the unit on the island. There was no way that there could be a gap on the island. It's been reported to the leadership that the radar was able to detect Japan's self-defense force. The ships are on a precise course. On a Japanese ship, An officer watching through binoculars said that these monsters could not be allowed to get close to the shores of Japan. The officers said they would deal with these things. It would allow them to learn more about the new monsters and get their hands on their remains. Besides, it would help bring Takeshima back. Tartaron also saw the approaching Japanese warships. He was ready for it. The captain of the monsters said that here comes the first enemy. He's made a lot of fog. The range of vision has been greatly reduced. Where had that fog come from? The duty officer shouted that something had appeared directly in front of their warship. Tartaron, as a captain should, watched the situation unfold. He chuckled now and then. Tartaron spread his hands and said that when faced with the unknown, he could not control his excitement. He added that they would take everything from the military, food, money, treasure, and even their lives. They were counting on women because they were warships. The monster declared that the enemy should behold the greatness of the ruler of the Kusanto archipelago. Warships began to wreck and go down. There was nothing the command could do about it. Jongdo and Sang-hee met at the office. The young man couldn't understand what had happened. He had 40 missed calls from the bureau. The girl said that they had an emergency. She will inform the young man about everything. The young men entered the office of the head of the association. Sang-hee said that she had brought Hunter Jongdo. The head of the association was not alone in the office. Haechun, who was in the office, said hello to the young man and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and suggested that they would be in the same boat as the hope and pillar of the entire nation. Jongdo looked at the officer who was also in that office and said that he had seen him somewhere before. The officer said it was nice to meet you too and introduced himself. It was Jin Go-soo, the country's Minister of Defense. He added that the young man's exploits had reached the highest ranks. He was said to be a very capable young man. Jongdo met and thought, something really serious has happened. The head of the association said if everyone was gathered, he suggested to pay attention to the screen and turned on the projector. Everyone present saw a monster on the edge of the cliff. There were countless monster ships below in front of him. The head of the association said, as all can see, unknown monsters have appeared in the Cocteau archipelago. Jongdo saw the monster on the screen and guessed it was him, Archelich de Tartaron. The association concluded that this monster had shown up as a result of the rupture on Dokdo Island. They must destroy it before it reaches their country. The original plan was to launch an airstrike on Dokdo, but they can't do that until they know the status of the Japanese troops. In order to avoid conflict between the states, it was decided to resort to the help of hunters. Haejun said that he can't ignore such a threat to the Earth, so he can be counted on. John Doe said that he's in on it too. The young man thought that the help of the armed forces in eliminating de Tartaron would be most welcome. The head of the association said that they planned to attack the enemy from both sides, putting Haechun and Jongdo at the head of the units. The nominations of the young men were unanimously approved. Ixia told the young man that he was appreciated, and she was sure he would do well. The minister said they would evacuate the population and an hour later begin an operation lasting about 10 hours. If the monsters made a move on the island, he would launch the armed forces. They should head for the port as soon as possible. Jongdo said that he needed to make preparations. He would immediately follow to his destination as soon as he finished his business. The minister replied that it would be convenient as a young man. Jongdo asked Haechun if there were any blacksmith shops nearby. Ellie's blacksmith shop was nearby. Jongdo couldn't even think that there was such a room in the basement of Chaechun's house. The young man's assistant this time was a scientist. He liked the workshop. Jongdo said that he was going to forge swords, so he needed the scientist's help. Jongdo, having prepared thoroughly, said that it was safe to proceed. The scholar in the photograph saw the paired blades of the great warlord of the Joseon dynasty, General Lee Sunsen. It was a pair of dragon blades. The young man said once he learned that they would be fighting on the sea, it immediately hit him. He added that he would create Lee Sun-ching's paired blades to summon him into battle. Victory would surely be theirs. As the young man made blades, the scholar noticed that the young man had an excellent material imbued with chi energy. Jongdo stated that he had to give his best this time. He needs not only skillful hands, but also luck. This time, double summoning was applied, and Emperor Liu Shan also appeared. The scholar sighed. The young man was informed that this was the first time he had used double summoning. The mana expenditure was cancelled. The scientist asked the young man, "Who is this second assistant? He looks very majestic." Jongdo said he would explain later. He has more important things to do right now. The advisor scientist told the young man that he has only one chance. and he must not make a mistake. The young man replied that he understood everything and would try his best. At some point, Ixia said the weapon was ready. The young man stopped working. After that, the sword had to be dipped in water. Zhongdo dipped the sword into the water and tempered it. He followed all the rules of blacksmithing. Lushan said that the young man is helped by his luck, and he has faith in the young man. The weapon was ready. Its steel reflected the light in the sun like a mirror. The scientist said the young man should engrave something on the blade. The dragon's paired blades contain a powerful spirit. He once swore to protect the land and seas of his homeland, and he has carried that vow unwaveringly through the centuries. Zhongdo was informed that he had successfully forged a legendary artifact. The young man was the first to create a legendary item. He would be given a reward. Zhongdo's assistants cheered. They had succeeded. Air Force planes were approaching the target. They had weapons on board. They were ready to begin their missions. The pilots were talking among themselves. One asked his partner if he had been able to spot the targets. The partner replied that the fog was too thick. He should lower his altitude. The squadron commander says he's forbidding the descent. You can't descend until the target is secured. De Tartaron, sauntering across the deck of his ship, said, "Do they really think he can't get his opponents in the air?" The monster added that no one was allowed to part the skies as long as the king lived. He increased the amount of attack mana that bound the aircrafts. One of the pilots, sensing something wrong, reported that they were caught. He can't get out. The monster looked up. There were 2 explosions. Both aerial targets were destroyed. The monster said the sea was the only way. His ships, crashing through the waves, continued on their established route. De Tartaron squinted one eye and said, it was time to test which was stronger, these metal troughs or his ghost ship. The ship's captain reported over the radio that the number of dead men was only increasing. They can't stand idle any longer. We need to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. The young man on the radio continued to listen to the officer's report. He said that they were starting a fire suppression. When it came to a direct confrontation, they would use hunters. The hunter said he understood. The captain has ordered all ships to set course for Dokdo. That means the military has begun the operation. The ships entered the fog. Visibility dropped to 0. We had to keep moving, navigating by instruments. A sailor in the deckhouse reported that the radar had stopped working. He noticed that, in addition, the communication had been interrupted. The captain ordered us to slow down and keep our distance. He also gave permission to fire at anything that moved. The sailor reported to the captain that an unknown ship had appeared directly ahead. The sailor even pointed his finger in the direction of the unknown ship to make it more convincing. The captain said it was the enemy and ordered them to open fire. The gunners practiced the order and fired in the direction of the unknown vessel. The captain looked through his binoculars and stated that the stricken ship was going down. After the fog cleared a bit, the captain realized that a Japanese ship had been struck. De Tartaron watched from the sidelines, standing on his ship, as the warships destroyed each other. The monster laughed and said they were stupid humans. They had fallen for such a simple trick. De Tartaron added that the humans had amused him enough. It was time to take their lives. A ghost ship rammed a ship of the country's navy. There was panic among the military. Hunters appeared on the deck of the warship. They said they would fight to the last man and would cover the retreat of the military. De Tartaron, observing what was happening, said that it was very noble. They decided to fight to the last man, and he decided to give a command to his subordinates. The captain of the monsters ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The monsters, all as one, decided to follow their commander's orders. De Tartaron ordered to take no prisoners. Observers saw a pirate ship attacking a military vessel and preparing to board it. The hunters shouted that their ship was being boarded. We must help them. To do that, we must get closer. Explosions were heard on the warship. A sailor reported that they could not get any closer. Enemy ships have opened fire. They are now in range, so there's no way to get any closer. First, we have to get out of the fog. The hunter, gritting his teeth, said they had to get closer at all costs. Then, they could provide solid support. A bloody battle has broken out on a warship. The pirates who had boarded the ship clashed with the hunters. Blood was everywhere. De Tartaron ordered his men to sink the flimsy vessels. After that, the enemy squadron must be split up and shot one by one. De Tartaron proved to be an outstanding naval strategist. The monster has claimed to be invulnerable on the water. Sacrificing the enemy only makes him stronger. The assistant captain, looking through a telescope, reported to his boss that he had spotted the dinghy. The monster looked in that direction and agreed. The lifeboat was coming closer. He declared that in any case, he had already won. This lifeboat would not turn the tide of the battle. We could forget about it and get busy watching the other ships. Jong-do, who was on that boat, expressed his hope that he was not too late and ordered him to get closer to that ship. The young man, using all his athletic qualities, pushed off and jumped up. He landed on the deck of the ship. The sailor asked the hunter who he was. The young man introduced himself and said he was the squad leader. He apologized for the delay, but said there were unforeseen circumstances. Jong-do announced that he was taking command of the ship. Since the young man was armed, no one tried to argue with him. The hunters and sailors on the ship looked at the young man and wondered, how did he have such a powerful aura? The warriors felt that this young man would definitely lead them to victory. In addition, he had twin swords in his hands. That gave them confidence. John Doe's assistant in this battle said that these are the waters of his homeland. He added that he missed them very much. The warrior saw the monster ships and said that before him were barbarians who had encroached upon his native seas. Admiral Lee Sun-shing, who was helping the hunter today, said that he would not allow the monsters to enter the land, either alive or dead. This was the call of the Black Card. Jong-do was informed that the sea battle had been activated. During the water battle, the attack power, armor, and mobility of the ships are increased. The damage received will be halved. Tactics activated. Enemy intelligence is disabled. It becomes more difficult for enemies to realize that they are acting against their allies. The young man noticed that the dragon's paired blades had come into resonance with the leadership talent. The characteristics of the allies were further enhanced. Admiral Lee Sun-shin said that the enemies are already close. The young man must attack immediately. Ixia said it could be a trap. The young man thought that apparently, after obtaining the 3rd level, Ixia had learned to anticipate the intent of her opponents. The admiral says he doesn't care about the trap. He intends to destroy the enemies anyway. In a battle like this, the one whose ship is stronger wins. Lee Sun-shin was determined. The admiral added, if a young man wants to win, he must believe in his ship. The young man squinted his eyes. He noticed that the ship shimmered. The watch monster reported to its commander that an enemy vessel was rapidly approaching them. De Tartaron was very surprised. He didn't expect anyone to want to attack him. The monster decided to attack this vessel. Kobuxon's call was used. The captain ordered the weapons to be loaded. The monster laughed. So humans have a taste for hand-to-hand combat after all. De Tartaron ordered his warriors to launch an attack on the enemy's board when the ships approached. Suddenly, a cannon shot rang out and De Tartaron's ship was hit. The monsters began to fall overboard. De Tartaron had to abandon his ship to save himself. The ship was destroyed. Jong-do reported over the radio that they had sunk an enemy ship. He was interested in the location of the other enemy vessels. The young man was informed that he was ignoring the communication restrictions. The 3rd squad reported that they could see no one. 4th squad radioed that they were under attack. But the enemy has managed to hide in the fog. He's out of sight. Unit 5 reported seeing the enemy and asked the battle commander what instructions he would give. Jong-do said he should be given the coordinates. The military captain reported that it couldn't be done. Their radar had failed. The admiral told the young man to quiet his mind and concentrate on the allied energies. Jong-do turned on the mode about searching for the location of the allies. He radioed for Squad 5 to increase its distance from the enemy ship. After that, they began firing their main caliber guns. The young man warned that they were about to arrive at the battle site. The sailor reported to the commander-in-chief that he saw the 5th squadron. There were 2 whole enemy ships in front of him. Jong-do ordered the sailor to swim directly between them and warned everyone to prepare for a collision. The battleship commanded by Jong-do rammed into the opponents here. A fire broke out on one of the monster ships. There was panic in the enemy ranks. Jong-do's ship also came under enemy fire. The young man ordered all the hunters aboard to board the left ship and dispose of the remaining opponents. The hunters set about the task at hand. They moved to the enemy vessel and began to destroy the monsters. The enemy's judgment continued to flare up with renewed vigor. Orders have come from both sides. No one was to be spared, no one was to be taken prisoner. The battle was not for life, but for death. The hunters acted with determination. Jong-do announced that he could handle the starboard ship by himself. The young man resolutely stepped aboard the enemy ship. The young man was alone in an unequal confrontation with the entire crew of the enemy vessel. He was hoping for help from the twins' new swords and the admiral's support. The young man called to heaven to hear the oath of his blade, whose sweep shook rivers and mountains. The admiral urged the young man to crush his enemies by sprinkling his land with enemy blood. The enemy's ship was getting more and more heated. The monsters had no chance of escape. De Tartaron shouted that these little brats could not defeat him. He is lord of the seas, Everything in the water is his. All of them can't even come close to matching Ditartaron's power. The monster shouted that now everyone would see his true power. He was going to use his power to achieve his goal. Jongdo noticed that Ditartaron had decided to use the wrath of the Lord of the Seas. From the portal, a new enemy vessel appeared from the dungeon. A pirate ship of unimaginable size flew straight at the ship our hero was on. Ditartaron was once again confident and shouted that there was no way he would lose the battle at sea. The monster captain assumed that if he could sink the ship that Jongdo was on, he would basically win the whole battle. The enemy vessel has landed. The monster had only to get closer. It was preparing to crush its rival's small craft. Ixia thought this was some kind of madness. The sea was stirring up a great excitement in her. The young man replied that the same thing was happening to him. The young man thought if it were a turtle ship, it would be easy to sink it, but it would be impossible to sink such a huge ship with one salvo. The young man saw only one way to do it. Jongdo ordered the sailor at the helm to change course after each hit. At the same time, keep the pace high. Keep an eye on the radar, or they might get lost for good. The young man added that he would do the rest. The young man gripped his swords tighter. Ditartaron stated that it was useless to flee. If the enemy wanted to hide in the fog, he would chase him until he lost his spirit, even if he has to swim to the end of the world. The monster said that he intended to take the enemy vessel into his own hands and turn it into a ghost ship. The distance between the ships was rapidly decreasing. The enemy ship was catching up with the ship carrying Jongdo. At one point, Ditartaron noticed that they were in a place where there were many rocks peeking out of the water. They had to be careful. The main monster noticed that the enemy had lured him here, sailing through the fog through which they could see nothing. Jongdo knew that he didn't have to look outside to know where to sail. Jongdo used his navigation. Ixia was always present nearby. Ditartaron thought it was only rocks that were in his way. And rocks are just rocks. His ship could break any rock in no time at all without getting hurt. The young man knew there were many reefs in this sea where he could have led his opponent, but there was a special reason why he had chosen this particular spot. Ditartaron noticed that his ship was stuck after all. He was unable to pass where his opponent's small ship had passed through. The monster noticed that the current in this strait was particularly strong because of these rocks. So his adversary had planned this from the beginning. The villain shouted that he would destroy his opponent, even if he had to use all his strength. The sailor reported to Jongdo that the enemy ship was about to break out of the trap. The young man replied that he had taken that into consideration. The young man ordered the current to change. In this case, it was within his power. Turns out the young man had a skill changing the current. In this case, he used it to its full potential. Ditartaron was enraged. Could it really be possible for his rival to change the current? Now, he would be sure to finish him off for real. The admiral told the young man that his time had come to an end. Jongdo said that it was an honor to fight shoulder to shoulder with the admiral. The great warrior wished the young man good luck. Ixia asked her master, what should they do? They could strike last while the skill was in effect, but the summoning time was coming to an end. The young man agreed that it would be harder for him to go it alone now. The young man decided to use the lottery in hopes that another hero would reach out to him. The combination choice caught the summoning ticket with a black card. The young man decided to use it. Jongdo received an award for the world's first human-made legendary artifact. Ixia was very surprised and happy for her master. Our hero decided to use the cards of Mordred and Tristan. He felt it would be the optimal duo in this case. There's no Western heroes more famous than the Knights of the Round Table. And if he used a black card, maybe a person associated with this legend can help him. The young man decided that he definitely needed help that he could safely count on. Ditartaron was surprised. There was an incredible flow of mana coming from his opponent. He didn't think his enemy would be so powerful. Lord of Weapons perfectly reproduced the legendary relic. Excalibur skill unlocked. The young man armed himself with his legendary sword. He prepared for battle with the enemy. The boy knew that this sword could defeat any monster with a single blow. He just had to use it correctly. The young man knew that only one hero, summoned by the black card, was worthy of wielding this sword. It was King Arthur Pendragon. His level was 201. Ditartaron realized that his chances of victory were greatly diminished. So he made the decision to run. The monster was begging his vessel to start moving just a little bit and move off the rocks. Ditartaron was confused. He even considered abandoning the ship. That thought he dismissed. The ship, it was his pride. The Lord of the Seas cannot abandon his ship. The monster screamed with hopelessness. He didn't know what he should do. He shouted that he was waiting for his opponent to attack, and he wanted to see what he could do. The villain hoped that as long as the ship was with him, he would not be defeated. Jongdo stated that he was willing to fight and let de Tartaron blame himself for choosing such a fate. Jongdo swung his sword and cut the opponent's ship in two. De Tartaron couldn't believe that this had happened. The young man sighed with relief and said finally, the young man took it to the next level. The young man was overjoyed. Now he could level up by destroying monsters from the gap. This was all made possible by Kamka's fighting spirit. Ixia told the host that the ship's summoning time was about to run out. It's important to keep that in mind. Jongdo shouted, couldn't she have warned him beforehand? From the naval warship, cheers of joy could be heard that they were alive and that they had won. Jongdo said they were so happy that they didn't even notice him falling into the water. After the ship disappeared, the young man was on the water, thanks to a small raft. A young man fished Di Tartaron's hat out of the water and received a prize for it. His mana increased. Perception also increased. The boy thought that was not a bad performance, but he can't walk around with a hat like that. The young man used an effect capable of taking the shape of any headdress or neck accessory of the user's choice, and turned the hat into a bandage. Suddenly, a girl appeared beside the young man on the raft. Winry said hello to the young man. The boy bounced aside in surprise. The young man said hello to Winry Machina. The girl smiled in return. Using his athletic skills, the young man climbed aboard a military vessel. Jongdo asked how long Winry had been here. The girl replied that today was a special occasion, so she didn't take her eyes off the young man for a second. The girl said she was very surprised that the young man hadn't noticed his precious pendant was missing when fighting such a formidable opponent. The young man thought he had dropped it during the battle. The girl said it was an extremely difficult fight, but the young man performed well. Winry said, if the talent level game had risen to the 3rd talent level, she should return the pendant to the young man. Makina added that the pendant will come in handy for the young man in the future. Therefore, she insists that he keep it with him. Winry said if she wasn't mistaken, the young man had not yet been rewarded for summoning the black card. Theoretically, the reward for summoning a black card is no different from the reward for a diamond card. But on the occasion that the young man completes an extremely important task, she will give him a special reward. Makina told the young man to pay special attention to this award. Windry Makina told the young man that he had an opportunity to get a new talent. With a little luck, he could get a 3rd level talent. Makina warned that there would be only one attempt. The talent received will depend on the panel the arrow points to. Jongdo said that of course he understands everything, but why is the 3rd level panel so small? What kind of luck do you have to have an arrow pointing to it? Makina said that the young man should realize for himself how much difference there is between 1st and 3rd level talents. The girl added if the young man wasn't happy with it, she could give him the standard reward. Jongdo shook his head and said that he was choosing the wheel. The young man stated that the reward would depend solely on his luck. In that case, the young man decided to summon Liu Shan and Yixia. They gladly decided to help the young man. Jongdo told them to listen to him carefully. They must gather all their luck and get the 3rd level talent. The young man spun the wheel with all his might. Ixia said that the wheel should be released now. The young man folded his arms in front of him and looked at the wheel, praying that everything would work out. Liu Shan and Yixia also watched without taking their eyes off the wheel, and while clenching their fists in front of them. The wheel stopped and the young man received a 3rd level talent. He was given an additional reward for hitting a negligible percentage. Liu Shan contentedly said that he was the one who warned the young man to believe in his luck. Jongdo said that he didn't doubt her one bit. We should check the character window soon. The young man looked at the characterization window. His face twisted with discontent. Why did this happen? The young man grabbed Liu Shan's chest and shouted for this thief to return his talent. Liu Shan shouted that he didn't understand anything. Jongdo told Makini that there was some kind of bug. Why did his talent end up with Liu Shan? The girl suggested that the young man cancel the call of identity and check again. Jongdo did just that. He said that he didn't understand anything. Not only did he get the talent, but Liu Shan also got the talent. Could this really be the extra reward? The young man remembered that he had received information that he had been given an extra reward for hitting a negligible percentage. That was a good one. Leadership worked the best when it came to group battles. In addition, he could also summon Liu Shan. And since it doesn't require much mana, the situation becomes even better. Leadership and good luck are the best combinations. Makina said she would endow the young man's pendant with another stabilizer. Now, people would only be able to see 3 of his talents. The young man thanked the girl. Over the speakerphone, the bosun thanked everyone for a job well done. The bosun added that the ship would soon arrive at the port of destination. The monster boar, flashing its eyes loudly, roared. He showed his huge fangs. Heshik put his shield forward and said he was ready to show what kind of results he had achieved through his training. The boar crashed into the young man's shield. The hunter stayed on his feet and tried to push the boar aside. Jongdo said that in the time they hadn't seen Heshik, he had raised as many as 20 levels. His efforts had not been in vain. It was now level 38. Heshik noticed with horror that 2 more monsters were approaching him. Already 3 beasts were attacking the hunter. The young man, unable to cope with his opponent's onslaught, shouted for Soyoung and Jongdo to help him immediately. Jongdo called out to Liu Shan. The emperor appeared and happily said that this would be his first battle. Leadership has been activated. The bond between the young man and his allies was strengthened. Allied characteristics have been upgraded. Heshik couldn't understand what was happening. He suddenly felt a sudden surge of strength. Soyun stepped into the fray and with a powerful kick to the body, knocked one of the boars to the ground. The boar only screamed pitifully in response. The girl said that she too felt a sudden burst of strength, and it was as if her body had become lighter. Jongdo noted that the result was immediately noticeable. He was satisfied. The emperor said that no one could stop him now, and demanded that the next opponent be served. The emperor commanded that his soldiers go on the attack. He provided them with strength and luck. Without waiting, Soyun and Heshik went to attack the bloodthirsty monsters themselves. Heshik scattered the monsters to the sides. Working his shield, he told them to get out of the way. Soyun was not lagging behind. Using her hand-to-hand combat skills, the girl dealt with the monsters very effectively. Jongdo noted that there's a reason they call Soyoung Saint. The undead are killed literally by her one strike. He feels that they will clear the dungeon much faster today. The young man allowed that it might be the synergy effect of the new talent and the paired dragon blades. If the user had a level 3 leadership talent, the characteristics of the allies were further increased. Jongdo thought that his team had already raised their level. Just in case, he decided to check. Soyun was a level 27 owner. This was a very noticeable improvement. Heshik kept up with the girl. He was a level 45 hunter. He had raised as many as 7 levels in just one day. Jongdo couldn't believe his eyes. He double-checked all the outgoing data once again. There could be no mistake. His team had strengthened their position very much. Heshik and Soyun looked at their boss and asked if something was wrong. Jongdo asked the young men if they had checked their characterization a long time ago. Heshik asked, what happened to them? The young man asked them not to be surprised after they checked. The young men were already surprised. Jongdo said they'll find out for themselves soon. We have to take out the remaining opponents and head for the boss. Heshik and Soyun reached the boss monster and engaged in battle with it. The young men acted like a well-coordinated team. After destroying the boss, the young man saw that his team had moved up another level, and mana and agility were added. The young men had reached the limit of their characterization development. Jongdo said that this message threw him into a stupor. Maybe the lottery will give him a solution to this problem. The system reported that the young man had reached his destination. In front of him was the entrance to the dungeon. The young man turned on the research mode. This was a class trial, a special dungeon created for one person. The boy thought that apparently this was the dungeon for class upgrade. In order to upgrade, the young man must take part in this class trial. The young man put on his wristwatch. He thought he hadn't done that in a long time. He doesn't know how long he'll have to spend in this dungeon. So it would be better to leave the electronic watch at home. The young man noticed that his heart was about ready to jump out of his chest. Jongdo was ready to enter the dungeon. However, the unexpected happened. He flew into the air and began to climb upwards. At some stage among the clouds, the young man met with some bird. He asked who was in front of him, and he pointed his cold weapon at the bird. Bird said it perfectly. Pointing a weapon at a suspicious creature in an unknown place is the right decision. However, the young man has nothing to fear. He can lower his weapons. She's ready to tell the young man everything he needs to know. Ixia, who happened to be nearby, said she didn't think the bird was lying. She can be trusted. The bird introduced himself and said his name was Fast Runner Grandel. He was instructed to give the young man a briefing. Before he began his trial, Jongdo asked, what kind of place is this? Grandel said that they are above the heavens. At the moment, they are flying to the Delapar Holy Ridge where they will be tested. Only those who have reached the limit of their abilities and met certain requirements can take part in this challenge. They are gathered at the Sacred Ridge to find out who is worthy of an upgrade. Grandel gave the young man the crystal and said he would need it in the future. Jongdo asked what the challenge was. The bird said that they had already reached their destination. The young man will see everything now. Grandel pointed ahead and said that the holy ridge of Delapar was in front of them. The bird pushed the young man down from the cloud and said she wished him good luck. The young man rushed down with a shout. The young man landed successfully. However, he was scared. He thought he was about to die. He held a red crystal in his hands. Jongdo assumed that this red crystal had put a protective barrier on him. That's what saved him. A young man has been given a special assignment. Delapar's challenge begins. All users who have completed their tasks will be awarded a special title. The title awarded will have a huge impact on the user's further development. Only one will be honored with the title. The young man said it would be a battle royal. The game has begun. The third-level game talent is activated. All the characteristics were tripled. The young man thought it was getting much more interesting, and the stakes are getting higher. The young man made his way forward with his weapon in his hands, following a set route. The mountain he was looking for appeared in front of him. Thanks to the dungeon map, he can see his location. But since the others don't have such abilities, they will most likely go to the nearest hill. Jongdo decided in that case to just stay at the foot of the mountain. The young man thought, if his characteristics weren't limited by the system and tripled, he wouldn't even need to use tricks. The young man had reached the limit of his characteristic development. Ixia reported to her master that she felt someone approaching him from behind. The guy looked around and didn't see anyone. He said he couldn't feel anyone. Ixia told the young man to trust her intuition. Suddenly, a huge wolf appeared among the trees. Jongdo said he was worried sick, but it turns out it's just a wolf. The common wolf accelerated and lunged at the young man. The young man managed to dodge. The wolf flew past. It stopped and turned around. The animal was preparing for another attack. Jongdo put his weapon forward and prepared to defend himself. Jongdo turned on the research mode. It was Tinya, 92nd level. The wolf eyed him, preparing to attack. The young man said he was too naive. But who knew that beasts could also take part in the test? Wolf said the young man had pretty good intuition for a human. The other members would have just waved their hands when they saw a beast like him. If he had just let himself be bitten, things would have been much easier. But now he can't even expect mercy. Jongdo asked the wolf if he had ever heard of Dog Day. Young added, now they will both see how he can quickly undress his opponent. The wolf and the young man rushed towards each other. Jongdo applied a double lunge and Dragon Tiger. The wolf just ran forward. The young man shouted, "Gay bide," and swung his weapon. The wolf grabbed the young man's spear with its sharp teeth. He wouldn't let go. The wolf couldn't break free from his opponent's grasp. He couldn't understand what kind of power he had. Was he really human? The predator said if the young man didn't let go of the spear, he would just break it. The wolf didn't succeed. He only broke his teeth. The young man replied, so the wolf didn't hold a grudge against him. He too had the necessary skills. The young man threw the weapon aside and began beating the beast with his fists. The wolf, under the onslaught of his opponent, flew aside. The young man ran up to the animal and grabbed it by the neck. He began to choke the beast with one hand. A dagger appeared in his other hand. Jongdo declared that victory would be his. He jumped on top of the beast and prepared to plunge the dagger into it. The wolf shouted that he would not be defeated. He was ready to die at the hand of his opponent. The young man let the beast go. He said he hadn't planned to destroy it from the beginning. Jongdo said to the wolf, because during his first attack, he was aiming for his shoulder, not his neck. The young man said he tries not to destroy living things, unless it's for subsistence. They are all interconnected and part of the same system. He doesn't want to upset that balance. Jongdo said if the wolf has crystals and blue stones to give them to him. The wolf gave the young man everything he had and asked if this man was a thief. The guy noticed that it was nothing compared to the wolf's life. Such a blue stone also fell out of the deer he had destroyed recently. Does the wolf know what they're used for? Wolf stated he was told it was a property stone. It is a currency used for exchange in abandoned stores that randomly appear on the island. If he is not mistaken, they can be used to buy some items or useful effects. The young man thanked the animal for providing the information. The wolf told the young man to take this crystal and use it to leave the dungeon. The animal told the young man to wait for him. The boy wondered if the wolf wanted to fight him again. The wolf offered the young man to join forces and said that he would give him the victory. Taking one of the places of honor would be enough for him. The young man was encouraged to use the hierarchy of the wolf pack. The creature recognized him as strong and wanted to follow him. One had to respond in agreement. Ixia said that this wolf was not lying. The young man agreed to the wolf's proposal. The hierarchy had been established. The guardian of the forest, Tinya, bound himself to the hunter Jongdo. The wolf said that until the end of the ordeal, he would do whatever the man ordered. Jongdo said that was great and decided to give his first order. The young man ordered the wolf to lay down on his back so he could pet his fluffy belly. The moment the young boy and the wolf were establishing a close relationship, they were being followed from behind a tree. Suddenly, everything shook around him. The boy thought it might be an earthquake. The wolf pounced on the man who was watching them. He said that over time, some parts of the island were beginning to break away. The young man said that meant they only had to go to the center, just like the poor guy who's climbing up the mountain right now. The wolf offered to attack the man. The young man said it was not worth it. Otherwise, they might give away their location. Suddenly, an arrow came from somewhere far away. It hit the armor of a knight who was climbing up the mountain. The knight stopped and looked around. The glorious knight couldn't understand where that arrow had come from. Jongdo told the wolf that there was someone on the other side of the forest. The wolf replied that the young man was right. The boy said it wasn't hard. Why attack a knight climbing a mountain when you could go out on an archer who took the bait? The young man and the wolf went forward to look for the archer. The archer turned out to be an elf girl standing on a tree branch. She assumed that that knight's armor was much stronger than she had originally thought. The girl let another arrow fly. She said that this knight was just delaying the inevitable. Suddenly, from behind, a wolf pounced on the archer. He jumped from somewhere above. Apparently, he had climbed a branch even higher than the one the girl was on. The archer and the wolf flew downward. The girl took out another arrow and was about to fire it at the beast. At that moment, Jongno decided to help his partner and hit the girl with his spear. The girl couldn't get a shot off. She sat on the ground coughing with a black eye. The young man pointed his weapon at the seated girl and said, if she valued her life, she should give everything she had. The archer asked Mr. Hunter to take pity on her and wanted him to let her go. Jongdo didn't agree. He told her to empty her pockets or she would go for wolf food right now. The wolf growled intimidatingly. The girl cried and called the young man a bad word. She took out her crystal. Jongdo took offense and said that there would be no mercy for the elves now. The wolf assumed that the girl had made the young man angry. Defeat devices flew at the knight on the mountain. The warrior screamed and was deactivated. The wolf looked up at the top of the mountain and saw the knight flailing about. He said he even felt a little sorry for the man. Jongdo said that this is their chance. They should take down all the gunmen while they are busy with the knight. Wolf said that he supports such a decision. After some time had passed, the young man bragged to the wolf about the number of property stones he had obtained. The wolf told the man that it was getting dark. He offered to spend the night somewhere. Jongdo noticed that it was easier to ambush people in the dark. The wolf said that man is truly strong, but a hunter who is constantly stalking his prey falls off his feet before he can catch up with his prey. The young man replied that this made sense. The wolf noticed that he had a good place in mind. He invited the man to follow him. The beast led the young man to a cave. Jongdo agreed that it wasn't a bad place. The animal said that he had been living here as a wolf for more than 100 years. Therefore, finding caves wasn't a problem for him at all. Jongdo stated that the passage to this cave is a bit small. Since the wolf is bigger in size, it will be even harder for him to get in. The wolf replied that he had thought of everything. The wolf turned into a man. The man had a hat on his head in the shape of a wolf's head. The man was a girl. She was wearing only a hat made of a wolf's head. The girl asked, "How is the young man like this?" In this guise, she could easily crawl through the cave. The young man turned his head away in embarrassment. The wolf asked why the young man was panicking. After all, she had always been naked. Did wolves in his world wear clothes? Jongdo gave the wolf girl some clothes and told her to just wear them. The young man said he didn't know about her polymorphism. Morning came. The wolf came out of the cave and stretched. He asked how the man had rested. The wolf saw the red spots on the ground and asked the young man what they were. The guy answered. He wanted to know where the other participants were headed. So he spilled some paint beforehand. He looked at the map and at the tracks to see where they led. The tracks led straight to the river. The wolf said he could smell the water. There were several creatures gathered there. Jongdo suggested catching them off guard. The young man said that they should be quieter now. They should detect the enemy and immediately ambush him. The wolf showed the young man that there was a store near the river. Now it was clear why everyone was gathered here. In the store, you can find items that can turn the whole game around. Suddenly, the wolf growled. The young man gripped his weapon tighter. There was no one around. He thought they were imagining it. There was an earthquake again. The wolf said that the island began to collapse. It wasn't really an earthquake. Many hunters ran past and rushed toward the store. Wolf asked, shouldn't they join this battle too? Jongdo said that the store should be forgotten about. It might be too dangerous. It means that someone involved might get hold of a strong weapon. The young man remarked that he had to deal with the shooters first. He's not going to give up without a fight. Jongdo says to let the wolf trust him. He's just about to have a plan. The wolf said he's willing to help if the young man is confident in his abilities. The wolf lunged at one of his rivals. It was impossible to avoid a collision. The opponent sent crystals at the wolf, but they didn't reach the target. The man in the cloak wondered why this wolf was so fast. Suddenly, Jongdo jumped out of the bushes and struck the man with his weapon. Blood rushed out in all directions. Arrows flew at him from all sides. He managed to dodge them by making a sharp jump upward. An archer appeared not far from the young man. There was no end to the edge of those arrows. The girl in the cat mask said that the young man wouldn't be able to dodge arrows forever. She had 2 crossbows in her hands. Jongdo, spinning his spear, began to fend off the arrows flying at him. The archer was surprised. How does the young man manage to fend off arrows with his spear? Suddenly, a huge wolf appeared. He took a big leap and pounced on the archer. Jongdo swung his spear and threw it at his rival. He nailed the girl to a tree with his spear. The girl cat dangled, attached to a tree. The young man assumed it was the last hunter. The wolf asked what they would do next. The wolf wondered if the young man would wait and attack the winner. The young man said it was too risky. He was more than sure they weren't the only ones sitting in ambush. Wolf asked what the plan would be in that case. Jongdo replied that his interlocutor would see now. He swung his spear. The young man threw the spear straight at the store with all his might. The spear flew with terrifying force. No one had the strength or ability to stop this weapon. It was impossible to avoid a collision with the magazine. The store went up in flames. The explosion was so strong that small fragments flew far away from the neighborhood. The spear left a trail of fire. It stretched from the young man all the way to the store. The young man said that if he couldn't have it, no one else would. Jongdo turned around and motioned for the wolf to run away. He said that everyone must have seen them. The hunters saw the direction in which the man and the wolf were moving away. They decided to do something about it. The young man thought he was imagining it. There was another store in front of them. Wolf said it was kind of awkward. I don't know what those guys were fighting for. Jongdo pulled out his sword and said that he would look around inside. The wolf outside would guard it. The guy broke into the store. He concluded it was a little empty. Where's everybody gone? The young man saw an altar that was similar to the altar in Kamka's dungeon. He decided to put stones on this altar. The young man activated the information window and decided to find something useful. It was possible to buy a special item that accelerated the process of destroying the island. Wolf, as agreed, stood guard at the facility. There was an earthquake again. Wolf wondered, why now? There used to be equal time intervals between earthquakes. Jongdo walked out of the building. The wolf told him that something was wrong. The young man said he knew everything. It was his doing. The wolf was surprised. The young man said that they were now heading for the river. On the way, he promised to tell everything. The young man said that they were now roughly near the center of the island. Therefore, nothing is at risk, even with the accelerated destruction of the island. This way, they get a chance to get into a great position to eliminate the other contestants running to the safe zone. If they occupied the space by the river now, they could easily get rid of the remaining enemies. The number 8 appeared in the sky, indicating that there were only 8 contestants left. The young man said that events were moving too fast. Then he saw at least 10 people by the river. Jongdo suggested his wolf partner hurry up because he wanted to figure out what was wrong here faster. The picture was not pretty. He saw a battlefield. Many warriors had died in the battle. There was blood all over. The young man prepared his weapon. An attack could be expected any minute. The wolf was tense, too. The young man saw a huge monster. It was the Troll Lord, a 99th level Jinshu. The young man thought that this troll had mistreated his opponents. Jongdo evaluated the troll and thought that it was much stronger than him. Is it a special characteristic of the race and trolls? He also noticed that it had a very dangerous aura. The troll said with disappointment that another person had shown up. The Troll Lord said he was very bored. But there was nothing he could do about it. The beast couldn't find any entertainment. The troll appraised the young man with his gaze and said he was curious to see what he tasted like. The young man lunged at the giant with an enraged look, thrusting his weapon forward. The wolf shouted for the man to stop. The young man applied a double lunge of dragon and tiger. The troll rose from his seat and prepared to meet his opponent. He was similarly armed. Jongdo thought that he had no other choice. He has to win. The special armor skill, dwarf, was activated. The troll released beams of light on his opponent. The special armor took the main blow and extinguished it. The young man was surprised. His double lunge of dragon and tiger was blocked. How was this possible? What kind of skills does this troll have? A person received on information that 1 to 5 of his skills will be blocked. The linking lottery was blocked. Many more functions and options were blocked. Jongdo didn't understand what was going on. The troll swung his wazva to strike at his opponent. Jongdo stuck his spear into the monster's body at that moment. The wolf roared and rushed to the man's aid. He sank his teeth into the green troll. The troll struck the wolf with his mace. The wolf screamed and flew aside. The animal did a few flips in the air and landed on its back. The young man shouted loudly and said the wolf's name, Tinya. The hunter was very angry. The young man shouted that he was going to destroy this villain and began to strike his opponent's body with his spear as fast as lightning. The monster could not be bothered. The troll laughed and asked, "Is that really all a human can do?" The villain raised his foot and struck Jongdo. The young man blocked this blow with his spear, but the blow was so powerful that the young man couldn't stay on his feet. He flew backwards. Jongdo jumped to his feet and continued to attack his opponent. He swung his spear, continuing to strike the troll to maximize its damage. The troll couldn't stay on its feet and was carried backwards. The young man, taking advantage of his opponent's unsteady position, ran closer to him and delivered another spear blow to the body. The troll lord grabbed his opponent's spear and began to untwist it. The young man held on to the spear. He spun through the air without letting go of his weapon. At some point, the troll let go of the spear. The young man flew away and hit the ground. His opponent went towards him, saying that a man must fight and not give up until the very end. Jongdo took out a life-saving crystal. He hoped that this thing would help him. The troll asked, wondering if the man had decided to give up after all he had been through. "It is a disgrace. Wouldn't he be ashamed to look into the eyes of his comrades after such a battle?" Jongdo, confident in his abilities, said that he would definitely defeat this troll. The young man was informed that the crystal had been destroyed, added map view, and return functions. The young man was currently absorbing Grandel's fast runner essence. The troll said approvingly, "So this opponent has decided to fight on. That's commendable." The troll swung his mace and said that, in any case, the young man would regret it, because he had made that decision. Jongdo applied the green dragon maneuver and supersonic speed. He combined these skills. Our hero stood before the troll lord. The forces were unequal. However, the young man didn't flinch and decided to see it through to the end. The troll wanted to strike. However, the young man teleported away. The troll noted he didn't realize that his opponent, a mage. Jongdo appeared in a different place and swung his spear straight at his opponent with all his might. The spear did not do much damage to the monster. The monster swung his mace once more and said he was beginning to like this battle. Jongdo raised his spear and applied the mountain dragon maneuver to his opponent. The spear rushed into the monster's body with a new all-striking force and struck it. The monster screamed. The villain fell on his back and dropped his mace from his hands. Jongdo was not going to stop there. The young man was informed that he had developed a speed that could not be achieved with his current characteristics. As a reward, the skill Divine Speed was unlocked. Jongdo, taking advantage of the small respite, walked over to the wolf and asked how Tinya was feeling. The wolf said that he was fine. It was very risky, but his body recovers in no time. The young man asked why the wolf had done that. He meant such a reckless attack. The wolf said that the man was very strong, but even he would not be able to defeat the troll lord alone. The wolf saw a troll approaching the young man from behind, but the animal shouted for the man to run away. The young man did not react in time, and the opponent's blow hit him on the shoulder. The young man, tumbling, flew far to the side. The troll did not calm down and continued to move toward his opponent. Jongdo had made a hole in the stone when he fell. The young man lay there without moving. The wolf stood opposite the troll. The green one had a hole in its body. This can't be happening, the wolf thought. No amount of regeneration could heal such a wound. Where did the troll get that kind of strength? The troll said the beast had discerning eyes. If it weren't for his partner's skill at manipulating time, his life would be over. With this skill, he could roll back his body's time to a point where it had not yet taken damage. The troll put his hand on his wound, and a very fast healing process began. Wolf thought it was some kind of crazy skill. The green monster, having healed his wound, headed towards the hunter again. He said, taking back what he said. This was a truly strong warrior in front of him. The monster added, strong enough to eat him. The beast shouted that it was about to tear the young man apart, and the troll swung his mace again. The wolf shouted to the man to leave. The young man thought he still couldn't move. At the last moment, Jongdo blocked his opponent's mace with his hand. He wondered what the troll had just said to him. The young man repeated, "Does he really want to tear him apart and eat him?" The troll started to get nervous. The young man was informed that his stats had been increased due to breaking the speed limit. The level 3 play talent had been activated. The young man tossed his opponent's mace aside. He jumped to his feet and launched a series of striking blows at the green opponent's body. The troll, not expecting such an onslaught, was forced to retreat. The young man, emitting a huge amount of energy, said that he was ready to see what would come of it. The young man's characteristics were tripled. The troll lord's face became sad. He thought it was impossible. What kind of energy did his rival possess? Jongdo, holding his spear in his hands, asked where did the troll who wanted to eat him go? The young man swung his spear and inflicted a huge wound on his opponent. The troll's blood spurted in all directions. The monster coughed and screamed that he couldn't see anything. Had something pierced him? The troll fell to its knees. Jongdo turned around and continued his attack. The young man asked, "Did the monster still want to eat?" The young man gave another hard blow with his weapon to his opponent's body and said that the troll would not succeed this time. Jongdo continued to deliver blow after blow. The troll lord shouted nonstop. The young man shouted that he would make this villain regret his time management skill. The young man thrust his weapon into his opponent lying on his back. The battle was over. The troll was stunned. Wolf said, "It looks like this is the end." He walked over to the young man. The man and the wolf asked each other how they felt and recognized that it had been a difficult battle. Tinya said as he surrendered. The wolf held a red crystal in his teeth. The young man said he would not admit defeat. The wolf must sit here and rest. Jongdo stated that he would deal with the remaining enemies on his own. It wouldn't take him much time. He pushed himself off the ground and jumped high up, heading to resolve the matter. One of the competitors, looking out from behind a rock, thought that there were only 6 competitors left. He thought so because he saw the number 6 burning in the sky. Hunter decided to go ahead after someone else flew out. Suddenly, a young man appeared in front of the warrior. Jongdo suggested his opponent to surrender. After all, he must realize that it was useless to fight. The hunter, holding the red crystal in his hands, said with anger that he would never forget this disgrace and the favor of his rival. Our hero's opponent instantly disappeared. Probably he teleported away. The young man noted that there were even fewer opponents left. On a tree branch stood a young man, another adversary. He thought, how could he have been detected? After all, he had completely concealed his presence. The opponent thought that this young man was too strong. He had to run. He was ready to strike when a good opportunity came. Jongdo did not allow his opponent to retreat and run far away. The young man kicked his opponent in the back, and he fell down. Jongdo gets in close to his lying opponent. Another armed opponent appeared. He gave himself away by rising to his full height. Jongdo jumped high and was about to deliver a staggering blow to another opponent. Already landing, the young man noticed that he was attacking an archer, a girl. The girl with the crystal in her hand was on her knees. She said, crying, that she was giving up. She was ready to give up. Jongdo asked who gave her permission. The girl didn't answer. Jongdo said that he has a beef with the elves. If anyone was to blame, it was only one of her kin. The girl cried out in fear. Tears sprang from her eyes. The number 2 glowed in the air. It said that there were only 2 contestants left. Jongdo said, "It's done." Wolf stated that it was unbelievable. The wolf asked, what kind of unthinkable power allowed the young man to commit such madness? All the young man's characteristics were tripled. The young man waved his hands and said that he did not know. The wolf thanked the man. Thanks to him, he was able to take second place without too much trouble. The young man said they would see each other outside. There, he would give his name. The wolf and the man said goodbye. The young man saw fireworks in the sky. I wonder what the occasion was. Jongdo received the message that he had passed the class test. A young man has won first place. This was an incredible achievement for which he would be given an additional award. Jongdo couldn't believe that he had won. So far, the young man has only taken second places. The young man should be moved to the hall with the award. Jongdo now understood how the winners felt. The fireworks in the sky continued. The young man should be moved to the hall with the award. Jongdo found himself in front of a huge, majestic building. There were knights standing at the entrance. Suddenly, Grandel appeared and said that it was unbelievable. Did the young man really win? Bird said the young man is the first contestant from his family who managed to prevail in the challenge. Jongdo said that he had already passed the test, and now he's getting some kind of reward. Grandel said that only the winners are honored to be in this place. The bird claimed to be the young man's partner. Therefore, will also receive an award. Grandel invited the young man into the hall and told him to rejoice. The bird added that a reward awaited the young man behind that door. The young man climbed the steps, approaching the coveted door. Grandel stopped the young man for a moment and said that there was a time limit in this hall. By all means, the young man must return before the birds sleep. Behind Grandel's back was a cuckoo clock. The cuckoos were peering out of their houses and singing their songs. The young man asked, "What is a bird's dream?" Grandel replied that it is the time according to dwarf. The bird explained that in human language it meant 10 o'clock in the evening. The young man looked at his watch and said that meant he had 3 hours and 20 minutes. Bird repeated, "The young man must remember. Return before 10 o'clock in the evening." Jungdo asked what would happen if he was late. Grandel said that in that case, he would have to pass the test. Of course, if he passed the test, he would have great power, but he couldn't do it now. The man and the bird said goodbye. They agreed to see each other later. The young man entered a huge room. He found himself in a large cage. There were glowing birds flying around. The young man noticed that his characteristics were improving. The boy said that at this rate, his stats would exceed 200. If he had known what awaited him in this hall, he would have come here much earlier. The young man realized why there was a time limit here. It wouldn't be fair to give so many characteristics to one person, and even so, they only grew rapidly for the first time. Now the growth had almost stopped. Jongdo thought that this kind of chance doesn't come often. That's why he doesn't want to leave right away. Each bird, it was an additional gain. But there were very few birds at the end. They practically ran out. Jongdo increased another characteristic. Perfect timing, he thought. He just had 10 minutes left. The young man saw the exit doors closing. The boy was indignant, for it was not yet 10 o'clock in the evening. The young man received a message that there was an emergency situation. The dwarf test has begun. The difficulty of this trial is too high for the young man's current level. If he succeeds, he will be given an additional reward. A huge bird appeared in front of the young man. It had tremendous strength. It had a huge hammer in its hands. There were more and more birds in the cage. Grandel couldn't have fooled him, he thought. Could the problem be his watch? The young man thought that his watch might be faulty. Jongdo remembered that last time. He wore this watch on a dungeon sweep with Heshik and Soyoung. The young man thought that the watch couldn't have broken. He reminisced further. After that, Heshik invited him to his place. Then, he met Hei-chun with a third-level talent, and Winry appeared. Winry then said she stopped time briefly to talk to the young man. Jongdo understood. Winry stopped time then. So his watch is late now. The young man yelled to Grandel that it wasn't his fault. It was all Winry's fault. He hadn't thought he'd have to use it so soon, but it couldn't be helped. The young man used the ticket to summon a black card. He had no other choice. Jongdo knew that he received this ticket for breaking the speed limit. He was then given an award for outstanding achievement. The huge bird tried to strike the young man's head with its hammer. The young man blocked the blow with his hand. He noted to himself that it was a heavy hammer. The boy thought it was the strongest blow he'd ever had to endure. Probably no one on the ground would have been able to block such a blow. No one but the hero summoned by the black card. That hero was Hercules. His level is 299. The birds surrounded the young man. The young man decided to use the research mode and realized that they were battle golems. The fastest way to defeat them all was to find the cores and break them. Jongdo saw that the core was traveling through the warrior's body at a tremendous speed. Without using the study, he wouldn't have been able to figure out where it was at a particular moment in time. Jongdo dodged another blow from the hammer. The blow was incredibly strong. The ground beneath his feet trembled. The young man thought that he was in a bad way. He was a total zero in magic. Unfortunately, of all the personalities he had gotten, it was Hercules. The clouds were gathering over the young man. The ring was shrinking. The golems were very close. The young man said as usual that he had no choice. Did the golems really think that their bodies couldn't be destroyed? The young man said that he would prove otherwise now. He activated the steel club. The club immediately appeared in his hands. Jongdo swung around and hit the first golem with all his might. He said, "You don't have to be smart to be strong." The golem lost his head, but he continued to stand on his feet. The young man struck another blow with the steel club. He said he would break each of them. The young man was smashing left and right. At the same time, he evaded the opponent's sledgehammer blows. What amazed the young man was that the golems kept moving, even after being struck by the club. Jongdo said that in that case, he would have to break his opponents into dust. One of the golems said that was impossible. This young man is capable of breaking their steel bodies. The boy continued his work. The golems were getting smaller and smaller. They were breaking like stones breaking. The young man finished his work and collected all the crystals. He received a message that he had passed the dwarf hall test. The young man's mana has been fully restored. The young man has been given a reward. He will be able to test it as soon as he leaves the hall. The boy thought if it wasn't for Hercules' call, he would have had a hard time. He hoped the reward was worth his efforts. The passage out of the hall was unblocked. The young man said it was time for him to go out, and took the door. He received the message that he had successfully overcome the trials of the first hall, and now he had earned the right to challenge the next test. If the young man does not wish to undergo the following tests, he may simply leave this room. However, he will not be able to come back here again. The guy thought it was a typical tower of trials. This is a game mode where you have to pass the trials one by one until you reach the last floor with the main boss, and there is a different reward for each challenge. Jongdo thought it sounded tempting, but he wasn't sure if he should take that risk. The young man had barely passed the first trial with the black card, and now he was facing a much more difficult battle. His own strength would be enough for 5 golems at most. The boy was plagued by doubts. Maybe this was his only chance. Besides, the reward should be proportional to the suffering he would have to go through. Jongdo thought that if he didn't get the diamond card, he just wouldn't go any further. That was an idea the young man liked. Ordinary cards fell to the young man 9 times in a row, and the 10th card was gold. It had been a long time since he had been so lucky. Liu Shen and Yixia were present by his side. Jongdo said with a smile that in situations like this, just like normal games, you just need to donate a little. Ixia said Master, on the other hand, promised to continue until he ran out of mana. Jongdo reminded Ixia that he had promised to surrender if he didn't get at least 1 diamond card. At that, the young man didn't say anything about mana. Apparently, Ixia was confused. The young man was sure that with 5 cards, he would definitely get lucky. The young man increased his characteristics by 6 points. He told the young man that it would still benefit him in more ways than one. Ixia alerted the young man that another necessary card had appeared from behind. It was the Diamond Expected card, Huangjung Hanshin, a 99th level warrior. He said that he couldn't believe that someone else needed the help of such a decrepit old man. However, he would do his best. The old man drew the bowstring with all his might. The old man possessed secret martial arts. One of his talents was archery. The young man said it was super. He was already afraid he was going to get someone like that scientist. But this was beyond his expectations. Jongdo shouted that he wouldn't hesitate. There was a second hall waiting for him. He rushed in the right direction. The young man found himself in the open air. It was a huge lawn. The young man looked up and saw that there were a huge number of dragons flying around. It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. The old man's assistant said that it was a great fortune. With his archery skills, not a single flying opponent would escape the young man. Jongdo apologized to the old man and said that he wouldn't shoot at them. The young man was holding the legendary Balmung sword. The young man could feel the dragon blood flowing in the veins of his enemies. When fighting dragon blood possessors, the young man's characteristics increased tenfold. The dragons, descending, tried to attack the hunter. The young man, wielding his sword, destroyed his opponents. The dragons could not approach the young man. The old man noticed that the young man had barely swung his sword, but had managed to take down several dragons already. John Doe said that the ordeal was many times easier than he originally thought it would be. Ixia remarked that the young man was destroying dragons with such speed, as if he was fighting pitiful gnats. Jongdo incredulously replied that such was his strength. The old man decided that he was completely useless. The young man disagreed. His success was entirely due to the characteristics the old man had lent him. Jongdo once again swung his sword and said that it was the last dragon. The dragon was destroyed. The unfortunate beast fell to the ground. Its severed limbs fell to the ground. The young man decided that was the end of it. Ixia disagreed and suggested the young man look in that direction, where she pointed her finger. It was strange, but the dragon corpses were gathering in one place. How could that be possible? Suddenly, a huge monster formed from this pile of remains. It was of incredible size. Jongdo didn't unreasonably assume it was their boss. It's going to be more difficult this time. The young man added, however, that it was the only worthy foe that had the honor of falling by a balmung. The young hunter got close to the monster and gave it a staggering blow with his sword. The young man jumped high up and executed another strike. He swung his sword with all his might, right between the big giant's eyes. The young man was discouraged. His punches had no effect on this monster. The monster turned around and ran away. The young man was surprised. Why is Balmung's skill not working? After all, this is the kind of monster that should be struck with such a sword. The old man said it was just a theory, but maybe the blade only reacts to dragon blood. But what happens when a young man faces a dragon without blood and flesh? How will the sword recognize him as a dragon? The young man agreed. It seemed to Ixia that the dragon was very angry. The beast's eyes glittered with hatred. The young man said he thought things were going too smoothly. Now, things are finally getting difficult. Jongdo grabbed his bow and launched an arrow at the monster. The young man sent another stream of arrows. The arrows proved decisive in this battle. The monster was literally shattered into pieces. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. He said that he had barely made it this time. Jongdo noticed that if it continued like this, it would be difficult. The young man looked far ahead. The guy thought that he had originally planned to unload Lee Buu from the album with recovered mana and challenge the 3rd level. But if his stats were still at level 2, it wouldn't be enough to upgrade to level 3. The young man checked the information and saw that he had reached the value of 100 mana. For that, he received a reward. The young man was added to the camp category. The young man believed this time what 5 great generals were available to him. He marveled at such a set. It seemed an incredible reward to the young man. It is not easy to choose only 5 people from so many. Liu Shan said that he too could not have dreamed of such a combination. The young man applied the dual boot mode. Liu Shan watched the scene in tension. The combination of Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun appeared. When a new person appeared, Liu Shan pounced on her. The young man asked, "Did they really know each other?" Liu Shan replied that this person was his warlord. This is Ma Chao's cousin's younger brother. 2 characters loaded at the same time are firmly linked together. A bonus will be given for each character. The characteristics of the young boy have increased. Character features are enhanced. Jongdo stated that he was now using the lottery. Liu Shan didn't want to part ways with the previous hero. After all, it was his relative. The young man, as always, was expecting a diamond ticket. He thought that this time he would definitely be lucky. The young man came across Jin Chando's card. Our hero decided that even that was already enough to challenge the 3rd level, and the 5 great generals were activated. With all the changes, this was the strongest team. It was the epitome of the camp's best effect. The young man received special benefits. A young man uploaded Guanyu Yunchang and received a confirmation of the upload ticket. There was a battle between the birds on the battlefield. The black squad was shouting that the enemy was fleeing. It looked as if indeed the blacks were pressing the opponent. The young man wondered, was the 3rd trial really a war? Liu Shan didn't really like it either. A yellow bird ran up to the young man and told him that they had encountered the enemy. It called the young man its general. Jongdo was even more surprised. Jongdo decided that apparently he should lead them. He realized that the best way to do that was to use it. The blackbirds kept shouting that the enemy was coming, and they moved towards their enemy. The young man decided that he should not sit idly by and launched his own attack. He decided to fight the blackbirds. The young man's aide in this battle said that this young man is quite good. He is skillful with weapons. Liu Shan said the nephew greeted his uncle, and he said, "Hello." The communication with the allies was strengthened. The abilities of the allies have increased. The art of command was at its maximum. The young man would receive bonuses for using the troops. The warlord also said hello to his relative. 2 characters loaded at the same time are firmly linked together. A bonus will be given for each character. The characters' characteristics have increased. The specialty of the characters has been strengthened. The warriors under the leadership of the young man felt that they were now full of strength. Jongdo's opponents, the Darkbirds, felt an unusual momentum coming from their enemies. The enemy commander, a huge warrior with a deadly weapon in his hand, said he was ready to meet the enemy. The opposing commander shouted to the young man, if he was a man, he shouldn't hide behind other people's backs. The allies' abilities were downgraded. Jongdo let out a curse. This was despite the increase in ability level. The warlord asked, what was the young man going to do? After all, this was the cry of the enemy commander. Chongdo looked at the enemy and said that there was an energy of cruelty coming from him. The commander of the enemy race was level 246, Jongdo said as he accepted the challenge. The young man applied the summoning of the warhorse and was ready to lead his army. The warlord said as they met again. He patted the warhorse's mane. Jongdo swung his halberd and pointed his horse at his opponent. Ahead of him was the enemy squad leader. The Green Dragon's halberd greatly enhances one-on-one combat performance. Jongdo grappled with his foe. The young man threw striking blows at the opponent's body. The enemy bird dodged and counterattacked our hero. The young man dodged and delivered a powerful blow, striking the enemy. The bird swayed and fell. Our warriors were delighted. The general knocked down the enemy commander with a strong blow. The fighting spirit of the soldiers rose. The enemy bird was upset. Where did such allies come from? After all, a duel is the fairest way to determine the winner without using soldiers. Jongdo said to deploy the battle order. an octagonal golden castle. Troop communications have been activated. Obedience to command has been raised. The officers ordered the soldiers to move as the general ordered. Everyone moved forward. The infantry adopted the battle order, octagonal golden castle. Efficiency was greatly increased. The enemies couldn't understand what their rival's ally had come up with. After all, it wouldn't help them anyway. The general shouted for everyone to defend the camp and not break formation. The attacking enemy was being defeated. The opposing commander called the young man a scoundrel. After all, the winner must be determined in a battle of commanders. Jongdo says that his opponent is wrong. After all, this is not a duel, but a war. Isn't it worth using everything possible to win? An enemy bird shouted for the young man to get out of the way. The young man swung his halberd and said there was no way he would do that. The enemy bird said, he'll see how long the young man can block his blows. The soldiers were happy to note that the general had blocked the attack of the enemy commander. And this happened for the second time in a row. Everyone shouted that they were ready to give their lives for their general. And with even more confidence, they rushed to attack their opponents. The allies' morale was greatly boosted. The enemy commander noticed that the enemy's morale had increased. At this rate, his army could soon be annihilated. The villain said that he's not going to give up anyway, and intends to destroy all enemies with one powerful blow. The warlord pointed out to Jongdo that the enemy commander was collecting mana from all over the battlefield. The young man asked the warlord for the strongest of his techniques. The warrior said he would do so now. Chengdu jumped on his horse again and used Qinglong's decapitating strike. A huge, deadly dragon serpent appeared. The enemy commander shouted that only he could be the winner in this fight. There could be no other options. The dragon was opposed by a huge firebird. It was an epic battle. The enemy commander was surrounded. The allied warriors, with their spears forward, were closing the ring. The opposing commander said he never thought he would lose in a face-to-face battle. Jongdo felt like a winner in this battle. The enemy commander admitted his defeat. The allied troops shouted joyfully that they had achieved victory. The young man received a message that he had successfully passed all the tests. His rewards will be increased. The rewards will be available at the control wheel. Jongdo clutched his back. Moreover, after a full-fledged combat battle, his whole body ached. The commander said a good job had been done. It was truly a great battle. The young man said if it had not been for his assistant, he would have lost this battle. The warlord thanked the young man for his cooperation and said he looked forward to their next meeting. Liu Shan said that, in that case, he would also go. He had already managed to receive the rewards due to him. Jongdo held up the emperor and asked him to stay for a while. The young man said that there was still a reward due to the emperor. The young man said that the emperor still had a reward to give. The boy showed the emperor the narrowest sections, and the rewards for them. The young man spun the wheel. After that, he clenched his fists and muttered, "Let there be a god of war." Liu Shan was also tense, clenching his fists. The wheel had almost stopped. However, it didn't stop where the young man wanted it to. Liu Shan was tearing the hair on his head. The young man shouted loudly in annoyance. The young man won the prize, a war horse. Liu Shan said that his power didn't work. The young man thought that he would use this skill while booting Lee Buu. However, the young man had a mana mismatch. To load Lee Buu, 99 mana was needed. And summoning a horse, 30 mana. The young man received information that the camp of the 5 great generals had been restored. Jongdo tried to figure out what was this special skill. 5 great generals? There were 5 great generals who served Liu Bei. Their greatness is still talked about to this day. When one of the 5 great generals is used, information about him is added to the user's profile. At this point, the skill does not consume mana. Instead, it consumes connection points. Communication points can be obtained by developing the skill loading. The higher the level of the character being uploaded, the better the connection to that character, the more connection points you can get. Jongdo thought, if information is added to a user's profile, it means that the abilities of the character being uploaded become their abilities. That's some kind of cheating skill. The bird was nervous and paced from side to side, waiting for the young man. The deadline had already passed. Finally, the doors opened, and a young man appeared. The bird asked if he was all right. Time was running out, he stepped out to meet him, and the ordeal was still going on. The boy has no idea how worried he was. The bird added that he was nonetheless incredibly pleased. If the gate opened, it meant that the young man had successfully passed the first-level trials. The young man said that he came out after the last trial. The bird didn't believe it. Wasn't the final test not a battle with the enemy commander Jolden? Jongdo noticed that this commander was incredibly strong. The bird was terribly surprised. How was this possible? To pass a test in such a short time and not receive any reward. The young man said he was told he could get his reward from the wheel manager. What should he do now? The bird said he should come to his senses. He should take the young man to a place where everyone is already waiting for him. The warriors greeted the young man with honors. Everyone called him a winner. Jongdo noticed that among the greeters, there was even a familiar Tinya wolf. The young man saw the hunters applauding him. He said with surprise that he was sure some of them were already dead. The guy was even more surprised. Even the troll king he had destroyed was present here. In fact, the place where the tests were conducted has the ability to stop time. Therefore, the organizers were able to prevent the death of these heroes. But if the young man had known about it from the beginning, he would not have been able to go beyond it. The young man needed to get up on the pedestal faster and get the blessing of the Holy Father. Jongdo wondered, what kind of blessing are we talking about? The young man was told that all things spoke to him, and his story touched all living things. Therefore, their God gives the young man the following titles. A young man is given the title of voice. The title category has been created. A title has a big impact on the user's growth. As the level increases, the chance of creating a skill associated with the title increases greatly. The guy thought it was something of a career change. When you level up, the chance of creating a skill associated with the title increases a lot. It turns out it's like in games when a hero gets a swordsman profession, then he can develop sword-related skills. Jongdo asked, "Is that really the end of it?" The Holy Father said that it usually ends when the first place winner gets the title, but today things would take a little longer. Jongdo once again wondered, how was today different from other occasions? The boy received the Hall of Holy Power Award, Level 1. The young man had his voice upgraded to Voice that Penetrates Through Dimensions. The young man received a message that he had learned the skill Summoning. This is a skill that summons an object, with which the user has exchanged promises. The young man was able to strengthen the summoning skill. From now on, through summoning, it is possible to forcibly summon an object, which is not bound to the user by a promise. The amount of mana during the forced summoning decreases in direct proportion to the level of the summoned target. The young man thought it was all very difficult, but the reward is worth it. The Holy Father said that was the end of the ordeal. The priest said that now everyone would enjoy the birdsong, and everyone would have an increase in mana sensitivity. Jongdo tried to catch up with the wolf. The wolf asked what the man wanted. The young man reminded him that they worked well together as a team. The wolf would come if he needed help, wouldn't he? The wolf said, of course he would. After all, he still hadn't repaid his debt to the boy. The young man received a message that he had exchanged a promise. Now, he could summon the old wolf Tinyu at any time. Jongdo grabbed the wolf and lifted it up. The wolf screamed for the man to let him go. The young man, after the dungeon, decided to do some training, using his battle weapons. Ixia was alarmed. As soon as they returned from the dungeon, the young man took up training. Didn't he need to rest? The young man said he had no choice. He has to do it because his status has suddenly risen. To master this power, one must increase one's skill through practice. Jongdo noticed during his break that he had a guest. It was Heshik. Heshik said there was something someone wanted to see the young man. The young man thought something was wrong if Heshik had come here looking for him. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, the young man came to the meeting. They were indeed waiting for him. Heshika's brother told the young man that they already knew each other, but he would allow himself another introduction to the guest. It was the vice president of Savior, the world's largest non-governmental user service organization, Dungeon Scissors. He was the only level 55 user in Japan, and the daughter of the current Yukinomiya Emperor, Kako. Kako said that she had heard a great deal about the young man. Jongdo wondered why the girl was looking for him. What was it that interested such a high-ranking person? The girl replied, she had heard that recently the Japanese government had asked the young man to participate in an expedition, but he refused. She came to ask the young man to change his mind. The guy thought, that's the story. In Japan, while trying to close one of the dungeons, 5 S-class users died. The dungeon was never cleared. He found the job in another country hard, so he turned it down. The girl says there's a man in that dungeon she wants to save. She's asking for help. The guy walked over to Kako and told her not to bow her head to him. The young man noticed that the dungeon, the mopping up of which had already begun, could not be interfered with from the outside. What the girl is proposing is impossible. Kako said along with her, maybe. Jongdo was surprised as usual. Dungeon Scissors. This skill made from a simple user, a SS class hunter. A girl can open a dungeon. The dungeon monsters have taken the user hostage, and in that state, everything froze. The young man wondered, had the monsters become so smart? Keiko said that she had originally planned to go to the dungeon herself, but changed her mind when she heard about it. Now it's impossible for her to go there. After all, a hostage is also an SS class user. The man locked in there is the president of the Savior, an S-class saint from France, Joan of Arc. Keiko said she was hit and can't use her hands. The Earth needs her. The girl asks the young man to borrow his power. If the SS class user couldn't handle it, then the difficulty of the dungeon is at least SSS class. The young man thought that was a problem. The second change caused more inflation of power than he thought. And according to Princess Kako, only he can stop it. The second change has already begun. There will be more changes in the future, some of which will be even more dangerous than what opened this time in Japan. Dungeons have been spotted opening in the UK, in the African desert, and in Hong Kong. No matter how hard the young man tries, there's a limit to the number of dungeons he can close by his own efforts. If this continues, the Earth will be destroyed. The young man apologized and said that right now it's hard for him to make a decision. He needs some time to think about it. Kako said she understood and apologized for making such a request. Jongdo was determined. If the Earth was really going to be destroyed, what about the information about the future from the info lottery? The young man wondered if Princess Kako's words were true, or had he gotten it all wrong? Looking at the information board, the young man determined that he had misunderstood something. And since this was a user skill, he thought that there would naturally be information here that directly or indirectly concerned him as well. The young man decided that he had misunderstood something after all. Could it be that the Earth is partially destroyed in the future, excluding areas within his reach? Otherwise, how would he get information from the destroyed areas? Jongdo thought that he urgently needed to meet with Winry. The young man burst into the office. Winry Magna said hello and said that she had been waiting here for the young man. Jongdo asked if Winry's arrival meant that she was willing to answer his questions. The girl nodded affirmatively. Makina said the young man has learned a lot and increased his rank. The girl said to Jongdo to think. Most of this world might die in the near future. In this world, the young man experienced battle after battle. The young man was reborn into a being greater than a mere man. Jongdo asked the girl apprehensively, couldn't the destruction of the world be prevented? Makina said he could, but it would be an ordeal incomparable to those he had been through so far. The girl said she would not recommend it. She would prefer the young man to move forward in a quick and safe way. The guy thought, could the destruction of most of the earth, as a fine, be called a trifle to become a god easily and quickly? Young said that for Winry, who has long lived as a representative of the universe, the demise of Earth might not be such a big deal. John Doe convincingly said that he is a human being who lives on this earth. Those he loves, those he's friends with, who he cares about, and those who care about him. From Winry's perspective, this relationship and the earth in general means little more than mere dust. But it matters to him. Understanding each other without words is a very important accomplishment. That is the essence of communication. He wants to prevent the destruction of the world. Makina said if that is the young man's intention, she will support him in any way she can. It was a great decision. The young man left the path of business and chose the path of asceticism. Instead of being afraid to live alone, he chose to laugh with his loved ones. His path would lead to an even better place. The guy exhaled and said he was lucky. If the girl hadn't listened to him, he doesn't even know what he would have done. Makina said that she is always willing to do whatever she can for the young man. Makina said that in the info lottery, a young man can draw out the information he needs right now. A young man is given a red toxic capsule. The young man must uncover the truth about a strange dungeon in Japan. We must open the lock on the 37th planet in the universe. There's been a spike in experience scores. The road to betterment is open. Winry Makina expressed hope that the young man's intention will come to fruition. The hooded man said it was a revelation from him. A divergence has begun, he said. Bunny Mask asked, minor divergences have happened several times before. Is this really a new one? Hood said it's not insignificant this time. They are losing the future. Masks asked what to do in such a case. The hooded man said with a smile on his face that he warned that it was even for the best. A divergence began, but it was even good for them. He said that from now on the universe will help them. They only need to continue to fulfill their missions as they always have. Bear and Butterfly will travel to Japan to test a technology they've been developing for a while. If the testing is successful, the destruction of the Earth will accelerate. Japan, Mount Fuji. A portal to enter a dungeon appeared not far from the mountain. This portal has been taken under guard. Keiko thanked the young man for his help. When the young man was done, she would be sure to repay him both stateside and personally. The young man thought that it was fortunate he was in a position where he was obligated to go through this dungeon. The girl said that 3 people would enter the dungeon: Jongdo, her, and Haejun. The young man turned on the exploration mode. This dungeon is too powerful, so his skill is limited to 3 hunters. Complexity SSS class. Less than 10 people. The monsters of the 7th Legion of the Demon Army may appear. The complexity of the dungeon has increased too much due to outside interference. The young man thought that this was a dungeon of SSS difficulty and annihilation class. He had never seen such a thing before. The option is a complete sweep of the dungeon. They have to help Saint Joan of Arc escape from there. She's the Messiah who will save the earth. Haejun asked the girl. Was it really because of the difficulty that a maximum of 3 hunters could get inside? Isn't it the same with escaping from the dungeon? The girl replied. If that happens, she will stay in the dungeon. Joan of Arc is much more important to Earth than she is. The young men resolved all the issues and began the process of entering the dungeon. The dungeon became even more powerful. If it continued like this, no one would be able to enter at all. Jongdo stated that they just need to widen the rift. The young man tensed and widened the rift. Kako helped him as much as she could. The boy said if the process was already underway, they just needed to add a little more force. Jongdo said that everything is ready and they can go in. Saint Joan of Arc is waiting for them. The young man looked around and realized that Haejun had gone somewhere. It was right after they entered the dungeon. Keiko said that it always happens after opening a dungeon. Even though she had already used the skill many times, this was the first time someone had gotten separated from her. Jongdo answered the girl. He's sure that all 3 of them entered the dungeon. So Haejun is somewhere close by. By the way, with Haejun's level, he can reach the boss room by himself. So there's no need to worry about him. The young man assumed that the princess couldn't use her skill continuously. Kako confirmed. Depending on the dungeon, it usually took her a day or more to reuse the skill. Horsemen appeared in the distance. They were approaching rapidly. The young man held his halberd forward. He was ready to use it. The young man looked at the riders and said that they were monsters. They are very strong, and you should be careful with them. The monsters thought if they caught the humans, the others would no longer be able to enter the dungeon. One of the monsters said this girl reminded him of someone. Jongdo decided not to be ceremonious and attacked the opponents first. He struck the head of one of the monsters with his halberd. The unfortunate monster fell. The young man swung his weapon with the desire to finish off his opponent. The young man managed it. The other monster suffered the same fate. Jongdo said if he handled it, then Haejun definitely doesn't have to worry about Haejun. More monsters showed up. They were armed from head to toe. One of them, the commander, ordered the men to be captured. Jongdo stated that reinforcements have arrived for the enemy. Kako said that there were a lot of them, and suggested that they run away from the battlefield to begin with. The young man told the princess to step aside, and now to stay out of the way. The young man was determined. He shouted that he alone would kill all the enemies, and fearlessly moved into battle. The enemies were indeed flying in all directions. The monster commander was surprised. How is this possible? Just one man can handle an entire army. He could even cut the shield into pieces. Kako watched the young man's actions from the sidelines and admired him. She knew the young man was strong, but she had no idea how strong. Jongdo cleared the way, and they approached the boss's room. The girl confirmed that this was the room. The guy thought that this was where they would meet the monster boss. But an SSS-class dungeon can't be that easy. The monster boss was the captain of the 7th Legion of the Demon Army. His level was 199. The young man, after studying the enemy's parameters, said that it was strong. It's somewhere between the diamond and black levels. Behind the monster boss's back, the young men saw Saint Joan of Arc crucified on a cross. Kako couldn't contain her emotions and screamed loudly. The young man noticed that another portal had appeared. It was another rift to another dungeon. Jongdo assumed that was why, the SSS-class dungeon. It should be finished as soon as possible. The young man used the skill summoning a warhorse. He also summoned the wolf Tinya. Jongdo went on the attack and attacked the monster boss. The wolf on the other side also attacked the monster. Tinya shouted that he didn't have time for a greeting. There was important work to be done. The wolf jumped on the monster and bit its head. The monster screamed in pain, but there was nothing he could do about it. The boss screamed, "How dare this animal pounce on him?" He tried to throw the wolf off his body. The wolf continued to bite his opponent furiously. Jongdo praised the wolf and said that he was doing a great job. In turn, he struck his halberd with all his might right into his opponent's body. The warhorse helped the young man move quickly. The young man and the wolf worked as a coordinated team. The monster was suffering irreparable damage. The monster's blood was spurting in all directions. The monster boss screamed, "How dare these wretches disturb him?" The wolf sunk its teeth into the monster's body and wouldn't let go. Suddenly, the monster was able to hit the wolf. The wolf whimpered in pain. He had to let go of the monster. The wolf told the young man that he was out, and added that they would see each other next time. The call of Tinya was canceled. The villain grabbed his deadly weapon. With a mighty blow, the monster cut our hero's horse in two and said it was too obvious. The monster was surprised. Why was only the horse hurt? After all, he was aiming at the rider. Jongdo laughed and asked if the monster was looking for him. The young man took advantage of the surprise and pierced through the monster with his weapon. The young man was hit right in the heart. The monster screamed in pain. The monster continued to flutter. Jongdo was naturally surprised. Wouldn't his opponent die if he was stabbed in the heart with a single blow? It was actually the death agonies of the monster boss. He collapsed to the ground and gave up the ends. A young man approached the cross and said that he was about to save the saint. He asked Joan of Arc to wait a little while. Jongdo took the blindfold off the girl's face. He said that first, he had to pull the gag out of her mouth. Joan of Arc looked at her savior with tears in her eyes. At the same instant that the young man pulled the gag out of the girl's mouth, she screamed for the young man to duck. From behind, sharp knives flew at the young man. With a swift movement of his halberd, Jongdo knocked the knives away and they fell to the ground. The attack was repulsed. The young man released the girl and said that was the end of the show. The young man thought that now they should get out of the dungeon. Kako appeared in front of the young man. She held the same knives in her hands. The girl said she got the feeling that the young man had prepared in advance. How could he know everything? The guy replied that he has a very effective lie detector. He literally screams during every lie. Ixia kept reminding the young man that Kako has very bad energy. For all the words earlier that Kako had said to the young man, Ixia said it was a lie, from beginning to end. The princess said that all this was pissing her off. She took out a mask and put it on her head. It was a butterfly mask that communicated with the hooded man. The butterfly said that anyway, once the young man entered the dungeon, half of the plan was complete. The young man saw the mask and remembered another masked villain he had recently destroyed. The boy asked if she was from the Karma Guild. Her opponent was willing to admit that the young man's strength was beyond imagination. Butterfly added, she can see that the young man is already exhausted. Will he be able to defeat a monster that is many times stronger than this devil? No one will be able to stop it. She held a red ball in her hands. The young man was indeed discouraged. Butterfly asked, had he gone mad with despair? What had happened to his facial expression? Jondo replied that he just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that he was so lucky. Butterfly was surprised. What does he mean by that? A huge number of monsters burst out of the portal. They waved their weapons and shouted at the people. Jongdo stood with his weapon in hand, ready to fight back against the oncoming enemy. Joan of Arc, seeing the myriad monsters, immediately screamed. Her soul is in God's hands, her body for the good of her country. The young man struck the ground with his spear. A red banner developed on that spear. A holy place was proclaimed. The young man received the message that this group was untouchable. Sanctity, purity, kindness. Significant bonuses are given for these talents. The monsters couldn't do anything to the humans. They only growled and grabbed their heads. A young man came to the aid of a heroine of the 100 Days' War, Joan of Arc. Her level was 209. The butterfly was frightened and decided that to begin with, she needed to escape, to avoid misunderstanding and defeat. The red banner that the young man had hoisted in this place glowed and developed in the wind. Jongdo said he wouldn't let the butterfly escape, and swung his weapon, the banner. The butterfly was surprised. How could this almost dead man do such a thing? Butterfly was furious. She swung one of her knives and said that she was going to destroy the young man. Jongdo dodged her blow and counterattacked his opponent in return. He delivered a staggering blow with his halberd and told her to sit quietly until he was done. The butterfly was deactivated for the time being. Joan of Arc bent over the butterfly lying on the ground and said she was sorry there was no other choice. The young man told the saint to behave more carefully. The demons are starting to come around. The saint said that she is very weak at the moment, but will try to add her strength too. The girl grabbed her weapon and stood up for justice. The guy smiled and said that the saint had decided to use a spear. It suited her name very well. The saint said she was used to that name. Joan of Arc, the heroine who helped the young man, said she was pleased that someone was imitating her. The monsters rose to their feet and moved towards the people. The saint asked the Almighty to give her courage and to withstand the onslaught of the enemy. Jongdo waved his flag and weapon at the same time. He was ready to destroy all the demons. He said he wouldn't spare anyone. The young man was informed that all enemies within a certain range would attack him first. The saint activated her powers. A glowing cross appeared overhead. The monsters stopped and raised their heads, watching the phenomenon. The great cross began to strike these monsters. The lightning from the cross struck the demons, and they fell to the ground. The young man said with a smile that it would be no fun if the demons just ran away. The monsters fell to their knees exhausted. They couldn't understand what was happening to them. There was no strength, and their bodies were turning inside out. This was the result of the great cross. The monsters on their knees looked up at the cross. They saw the sacred light. It was the last thing they had ever seen in their lives. The young man thought, all of this is happening because the girl is a saint. She is chosen by God, but the amount of mana is just incredibly high. Even if you use a lot of powerful skills, the mana doesn't decrease. Joan of Arc, the young man's assistant in this battle, believed that she too was in the service of God. Doves and angels circled around her. The demons continued to go mad and die. The survivors screamed for the saint to stop this extermination. Their heads couldn't take it. Jongdo watched as the monsters near him died. Their heads were simply torn apart. It was a convincing victory of the forces of good over evil. After all the uncleanness was destroyed, the young man, holding the flag in his hand, said that it had been a splendid battle. He had enjoyed the battle very much. Saint thought as she tried her best to take down at least one monster. But she did it perfectly, and she had achieved the desired result. Suddenly, the young people saw a bright flash of red color. It surprised and puzzled them. What could it be? Jeanne d'Arc, the young man's assistant, thought it was no good. The young man turned on the research mode. The young man realized that it was in the dungeon with the boss type. Saint fell to her knees and grabbed her throat. Jongdo was frightened and asked what was happening to the girl. The saint said she couldn't breathe because of the demonic energy coming from the rift. Jongdo thought that this really wasn't very good. The saint hasn't even seen the boss yet, and already she can't fight. The young man looked at the rift and thought, what could come out of there? The proclamation of the holy place paled in comparison. Jeanne d'Arc didn't have much time left. The young man realized that something had to be done. But the only power here was his and Saint's. The saint didn't seem to be in very good condition. He turned on the explore mode and decided to check her out. Jongdo saw that the girl had many talents. He tried to use them all at the same time. The young man has been informed that communication between the talents has begun. Forced synchronization is being performed. The young man fell to his knees and raised his head to the sky. Luminous energy began to emerge from their eyes and mouths. They screamed. Forced synchronization, that's what it is. The conditions were met and the user class was upgraded. Communication between the talents began. The girl continued to marvel at the changes happening to her body. The young man continued the forced synchronization mode. Saint's body was once again subjected to energy radiation. The girl screamed again. The boy thought that trouble might happen. Without the stabilization necklace, the body might not hold up. Jongdo noticed that a demon's shadow had appeared from the gap. This was something that could have been predicted. It was the captain of the First Legion of the Demon Army, Khalid of the Hellfire. The saint activated her holy shield out of her last strength and holy healing. It was hard for the girl to accomplish this. Jongdo thought that they were lucky. Thanks to her patience, her body had held up. The young man, looking at the difficulties the saint faced, thought that it meant that he too could safely obtain a third-level talent. The only question was, would he be able to live to that moment? The demon stood near the portal, and he was ready to communicate with our hero. The demon who appeared said that distorting a space and connecting it to another was an unprecedented skill. Jongdo turned on the research mode. The demon said that there weren't many beings in the entire universe capable of such a thing. So why did the young man come here? Jongdo saw that this Khalid's level is 299. He's on the same level as Hercules. Khalid asked, in the world where the second injury happened, are there more like it? The demon added that he would make them die. The young man thought he didn't even have time to notice his opponent moving. The opponent used the skill Third Eye. Information about the user is disclosed. Geshin's defenses block the psychological effects. The demon laughed. Did the young man really want to block? That's even interesting. The young man thought it might be worth attacking now. While his opponent had lost his guard, Khalid asked the young man if he was the protector of this world. The proclamation of the holy place was canceled. The demon said it was very good, and he added that he had a business proposal for the young man. Suddenly, the butterfly reappeared. She screamed that she would never forgive this. How dare he humiliate her like that? Butterfly kept screaming that she wouldn't forgive until she destroyed him. A necklace glowed on her chest. Butterfly directed her emotional energy directly at Khalid. The demon looked at the girl calmly. He didn't understand her aggression. How dare she let it happen? Butterfly didn't stop. She shouted her orders to destroy Jongdo. The demon heard her and turned around and drew his sword. The young man was startled. Did the butterfly really have a monster control skill? The satisfied butterfly shouted that now Jongdo would ingloriously die. The demon swung his sword and swept it in front of the stroppy butterfly. Butterfly looked at Khalid disconsolately. The demon's sword had left a mark on her body. The demon asked with undisguised surprise why this butterfly was so noisy. He chased it away. Jongdo watched in amazement as the demon and the butterfly's relationship became clearer. The demon turned to the young man and asked him where they stood. Khalid remembered and said, "The young man has proven his ability." So he had a suggestion. He offered the young man a pen and a piece of paper. Khalid offered Jongdo to become the captain of the 7th Legion of the Demon Army. If the young man agrees to receive the new title, the history of the land will be changed. The young man has two options: become the captain of the 7th Legion, or die here by his hand. The young man said he thought there was another option. The demon immediately said that he loved such unexpected thoughts. He wanted the young man to share it with him. The young man picked up the paper the demon handed him. He said that the captain of the 1st squad of the demon army, Khalid, will die by his hand. The young man tore up the paper. The offer was rejected. He shouted that in that case, things would get much more interesting. He swung his flaming sword. Joan of Arc, the young man's assistant, applied an aria of martial baptism. Khalid attacked our hero. The young man defended himself. The demon advancing asked if his opponent had eaten so little porridge. Why was he already out of breath? John Doe was not going to retreat. He stopped his opponent's attacks and went on the offensive himself. The young man shouted that he was offering the demon a taste of his own attribute. The demon laughed. The young man's attacks had no effect. He asked, did the young man think he could defeat him with this? Jongdo turned on the research mode. The opponent's cloak, Inferno, reduces physical and magic damage. It blocks direct and accelerated attacks. The demon shouted for the young man to try harder. The young man thought that, in this case, holy power wouldn't help. Jongdo decided to maximize his physical strength and fighting skills. In this battle, no one could win. Khalid said if the young man still had something stashed away, it was better to show it now because he might die soon. The young man once again tried to attack. The demon shouted that it was useless. He really was, like an unsinkable ship. The sparks from the contact of the opponent's swords were flying in all directions. It was a fierce battle. The young man attacked. The opponent's magical defense was ignored. The boy didn't understand how this was happening. After all, he was putting in maximum effort. The demon was smiling the whole time. He felt his superiority. He kept repeating that he was very interested. The young man tuned up and decided to try and end things with one punch. The guy applied the special skill of the 5 great generals. Diamond ability was added to the user information. This time, the assistant and consultant was Zhangfei Yide. Another counselor, Joan of Arc, said she was overwhelmed with strength. The girl was on the upswing. The demon was startled. Where did his opponent's blow get such power from? The young man's blow involved the holy power of Joan of Arc and a magic spear from Celtic mythology, plus the ancient art of spear-wielding. All of this combined to produce a staggering result and the greatest earth-shattering blow of all time. The young man unleashed a crushing tiger attack. Everything around him flew in different directions. The demon screamed in frustration. The validity time of the special skill has been expired. The skill has been deactivated. The young man made it. Jongdo said that he definitely felt everything. He only had 30 seconds, but he managed to pull it off. Fortunately, thanks to the barrier with Saint, everything ended safely. Saint was safe. The Saint still felt ill. She was still having trouble breathing. The young man thought that the remaining download time could be spent on her treatment. Jongdo decided that he had to heal the girl as soon as possible. He put his hands on the protective dome. The next moment, the young man noticed that on the other side of the dome in front of him was Khalid. How is that possible? The demon laughed and said, that was very cool. Doesn't his opponent find that funny? The demon grabbed the young man by the neck and said that he himself had never imagined that he could one day die in such a place. Jongdo began to choke. The demon said the young man could be proud. It had been almost 1,000 years since anyone had destroyed him. Khaled asked, "Why is the young man weak again this time?" The upload was canceled. Jongdo thought that this was the worst possible outcome for him. He had no plans on how to proceed. The young man felt that the difference in strength was too great. Is it really worth trying again? Khaled said that the young man was very strange. His strength is like a balloon, inflating and deflating. Jongdo summoned the holy fire. The young man had nothing else to hope for. A miracle happened. The holy fire came to his rescue. Holy fire from all sides struck this demon. Khaled had not expected such an attack. Without letting go of the young man, the demon asked, "What the hell was that?" The saint replied that she would destroy evil, even if it required her to use up all her mana to do so. The demon was getting nervous. He said he was being annoyed on all sides. Jongdo tried to free himself and swung his weapon. The demon told the young man not to exert himself for nothing. He wouldn't be able to get free and injure himself anyway. Jongdo was of a different opinion. However, Khaled continued to say that it was all useless endeavors of his opponent. The young man was able to throw Inferno's cloak off the demon's shoulders. The demon was surprised and cried out, "Had the young man been targeting the cloak specifically from the start?" Jongdo summoned the holy fire again. The holy fire struck the demon again. This time, there was no defense on it. Khaled said there was no end to these mosquito bites. He decided to finally break his opponent's neck, and he squeezed his hand tighter. The young man replied, "If the demon wanted to break, it should have done so when it had the strength." The holy fire continued to strike the demon, and weakening it. Jongdo said with a smile on his face that Khaled lost this time. The young man added that luck was on his side today. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. The young man called for the lottery. The saint proclaimed a holy place. The skills of holiness, purity, and kindness were greatly enhanced. Khaled shouted and was forced to leave the young man alone. The demon asked what his opponent's name was. The young man replied that he was Jongdo. Khaled said he would remember that name, and he said that the young man should not dare to die until they met again. The young man's level was raised. The holy place proclaimed around the young man remained to be holy. Jongdo opened his eyes and saw a girl in front of him. She asked if Mr. Jongdo was all right. The young man recognized the saint. Heijin was also next to him. He asked if Jongdo had come to his senses. Jongdo thanked the young man for taking care of him. Heijin said he was very hurt that he couldn't do anything else to help. After all, Jongdo did all the hard work by himself, while he was just wandering around the dungeon. Heijin would never have thought that the princess would turn out to be a traitor. Jongdo asked what they were saying about this in Japan. The young man said that there was a big commotion, since the only SS class user in the country died. Plus, he was of that status. The traitor's true identity was kept secret. It was announced to the public that she had fallen in battle with the monster. However, some radical groups insisted on a conspiracy theory. Allegedly, the princess was destroyed in order to claim her dungeon bounty. However, things subsided when Saint swore on her honor that this was not the case. Jongdo jumped up from the bed and asked, how was Saint's condition? In fact, her condition was much worse than Jongdo's. The young man suggested that the girl might have been brutally tortured while she was being held hostage. But doctors say her shattered body has suddenly made a full recovery. But the strangest thing is that the saint, having gone through such hardships, began to feel even stronger. Heijun said he had to go and wished the young man a speedy recovery. When the young man left, Ixia told her master that she didn't sense any lies in Heijun's words. Jongdo exhaled a breath. He was worried that Heijun might have ended up on the same side as the princess. Ixia said that the battle this time was indeed dangerous. The young man agreed. He had been careless and had almost died. The guy said that henceforth he would not be sure of the enemy's demise until the notification of a level up appeared. The young man said he had no idea it was possible to enhance the talents of others through communication. It turns out that if you use communication, you can strengthen others as well. Ixia said that Saint was able to endure because of her talent for patience. Will others be able to cope with such a body-destroying act? Jongdo thought that his counselor was absolutely right in this case. The guy thought that, not to mention the enhancement. He couldn't use the study properly either. Winry Machina showed up unexpectedly. She said it looked like she could help the young man with that. The girl praised the young man and said he did a great job this time. A function was added to synchronize talents using communications. Machina said that Khalid of the Hellfire had a rank higher than anyone the young man had met before. The universe is watching this, as there is no way such a character should have appeared on the current Earth. The young man noticed, sure, he was incredibly strong, but he thought the tribal leader was stronger. Makina said that the Khaled the young man encountered was not in his main body, but in an alternate body. And because the higher-ranked being had forcibly entered a lower-ranked universe, it received a penalty that reduced abilities. The young man wondered, was this really an alternate body? How did such a creature manage to enter the Earth? Did the universe care about balance in this way? Makina repeated that this situation was an exception. The boy couldn't understand why exactly he had to deal with such exceptions. Makina said it was because the young man was influenced by the forces of the universe. Since the young man averted the crisis, he should be rewarded accordingly. The experience point lock was removed from the ground. The girl said that after the young man's victory over Khaled, the universe was confused for a moment. It was decided that the Earth had become strong enough to withstand the third erosion. Now the entire area of Mount Fuji is connected to other dimensions. In other words, Fuji has become the site of a permanent rift. The young man was horrified to find that he had not saved the Earth, but had started an even bigger problem. Makina said that this confusion of the universe was temporary. Soon, the universe would realize that erosion was still too much for the Earth. The girl pointed to the mountain and said that, so, as a balance measure, she added this black curtain. Monsters can't cross it, but users from the ground will be able to enter it. The monsters that will appear there will be weak and undeveloped in the beginning. This rift can be thought of as a training ground where monsters constantly appear. Winry Makina added that the owners of the place will be Jondo. The girl gave the young man an orb and said that it was the master key to control the training ground. If you pour mana into it, you can do anything, from disabling the curtain to completely blocking the rift. The guy figured he had gotten an incredible level of reward this time. Jungdo decided that he could manage the hunting grounds just like in the game, and decide who to give permission to. Jungdo asked if he didn't manage, would the barrier hold forever? The girl replied that no. If the universe decides that the Earth is ready to corrode, the barrier will disappear naturally. Of course, it can also be taken by a creature with a high level of magic, but there are no such creatures on Earth. Jungdo thanked Winry and said he could really use it. Aides burst into the PM's office saying they had a problem. The boss asked what was wrong. The assistant reported that a rift had appeared on Mount Fuji. This has never happened before. The deputy said that the cause is unknown, but the monsters can't get out of there because of the translucent wall. But, nevertheless, it's a real emergency. The prime minister immediately thought, why did this have to happen during his reign? The aide said the armed forces have been sent away, and asked what should they do. The prime minister said that it definitely must have something to do with that dungeon that appeared on Mount Fuji last time. That means that the people who defended it must know everything. The prime minister said to try to bring that hunter, Jongdo, to him. We need to consult with him. The monsters inside the sphere were trying to break free. They tried to break the sphere. They were not successful. However, there was a crack in the sphere. The prime minister was scared. When are they going to bring that Jongdo to him? We have to do something. Jongdo showed up outside Fuji. He said that everything was fine and he was in control of the situation. Everyone should move to a safe distance. The young man took Winry's gift in his hands. The young man directed his energy at the monster on the other side of the sphere. The monster stopped its predatory attempts to escape. Jongdo said that after clearing the dungeon, he had the skill to control the barrier. The assistant minister said that in the current situation, they couldn't just leave the monsters alone. Is it possible to send hunters inside to deal with the monsters? Jongdo replied that only a few people can go inside. Also, you can't open additional doors while inside. The prime minister's aide remarked that in that case, it could take a long time. A young man remarked that manipulation in politics is not an integral part of their work. The young man had no intention of sharing the gold mine with others. First, he wanted to have fun there himself, like a master. Then, he would slowly open up access as the world eroded. Hunter said that, no need to worry, he's taking responsibility for the barrier. He'll keep the monsters out. The official said they will spare no support, hence, asking that the young man defend this country. The prime minister's aide couldn't calm down. As recently as this morning, everything was fine. The driver of the company car was surprised. How could you put the fate of the country in the hands of a foreigner? The official said he fully shared that view. The driver asked, what if there is another way to manage the barrier? The official agreed. He said that the territory of a country should be ruled by the people of that country. It would be very strange if Mount Fuji was ruled by a foreigner. This should be corrected. The prime minister's aide said it was a great idea, and asked what the driver's name was. The driver was putting on a bear mask at the time. The man turned to his interlocutor and told him to call him Bear. Jongdo, not to sit idle, decided to go on a reconnaissance mission. While scouting, the young man saw a monster. It was the exact monster that had recently tried to smash the sphere from the inside. The monster screamed like a madman. The young man said that, thanks to him, the local government was scared, and the case went on as usual. As the monster tried to attack the young man, he had no way to keep him alive. The monster was cut in two with his sword. Jongdo continued onward with his reconnaissance. Parts of the monster remained lying on the road. The young man thought that he had definitely become stronger. With a single blow, he had defeated an orc that even an S-class would have a hard time fighting. The young man noticed that a huge ball was flying in his direction. The young man had no time to dodge. The boy swung his sword and split the orb just like the orc, 2 pieces. The young man saw a huge green orc, who was surprised himself this time. How did this hunter handle such a huge ball? Hunter said that because of people like this monster, he had suffered a lot in the academy. The young man swung his sword. The orc attacked the hunter. The hunter jumped up and evaded the monster's attack. In response, the young man counterattacked his opponent. The monster was split in 2. The guy thought he was making good progress inside, and he's raising his own level. More green orcs came across the hunter's path. The young man stopped and listened. Judging from the sounds, monsters were gathering around. And indeed, a bloodthirsty monster with glowing eyes appeared from the bushes. Jongdo put his sword forward and said that he was fine with it. He's not going to retreat and run away. In the same instant, the orcs and other foul things pounced on the hunter. They attacked him simultaneously. The young man handled them all. All the assailants had been destroyed. The boy was pleased. Experience points and weapons were pouring out of them. Ixia was pleased with her master. The young man said it was a very sweet place, and he doesn't want to part with it. After a while, the young man said he had hunted enough. Now it was time for him to do some proper reconnaissance. The hunter summoned a familiar wolf. Tinya appeared immediately. The wolf looked up and said that a spot in the young man's world was beginning to appear as well. Wolf added, if the spot is left, more and more powerful monsters will appear here. Therefore, it is important to clean up the spot as soon as it appears. There's a hidden space called the core of the stain. If you close it, the stain will disappear immediately. The core is well hidden and not easy to find. But with the body of a wolf, that's a different conversation. The young man answered, he knew that there was no equal to this wolf in the world. Tinya agreed to lend the young man his power. Cloning mode was turned on and wolves appeared in myriad numbers. Jongdo grabbed his head. There were now 100 cute dogs in front of him. The wolf told the young man not to touch them, because he's interfering with the search. Jongdo apologized immediately. The wolf heard the howls of his fellow wolves and said they had found something. Tinya rushed in the direction of the sound and told the young man to follow him. The wolf and the man arrived at the spot they were looking for. It was the core. The wolf thought that was odd. He didn't see a guard near the core, and after all, the young man must defeat him to close the place. He thought it might be because Winry had given him the master key. The hunter said to start by focusing on finding and destroying the monster that would appear first. The wolf warned that the young man should be careful. A very strong monster could very well appear as well. The wolf added that he had another request for the young man. The boy replied that he was all ears. The wolf said if it was okay with the young man, he would like to settle here. In the place where he lives, the war is already over, so there is no need for guards. Jongdo said that he would be very happy. But at the sight of such a huge wolf, people would go crazy with fear. Tinya said he had a solution. He was thorough in his approach. The wolf turned into a puppy and asked if this image would work. The young man grabbed the puppy in his arms and said that now it was just a cutie. The wolf snapped at him and told him not to touch him without permission. The young man wanted to get the card he wanted, but the wrong card kept falling out. Puppy said he thought they would stay on Fuji until the hunt was over. What has Jongdo been doing so strange since they came here? Guy reminded us that to increase the likelihood of certain cards falling out, he needs to be near a place or object that is directly related to the character whose cards he wants to get. The young man came here because here is the one whose skills he wants to acquire. Wolf asked, did the young man naively think that this character would get him if he yelled like that? Jongdo replied that luck is a tricky thing. Wolf sat back and thought that the young man was clearly not doing what he should be doing. Puppy thought and added that he would try to concentrate too, to help in any way he could. The young man noticed he feels that something seems to be working out. The young man failed. A strange image appeared in front of him. Jongdo looked at the wolf and said that this strange type appeared because of him, and asked the puppy to just do nothing. The young man added, He knew so-and-so knew that only Liu Shan could be trusted. Liu Shan said hello and said that there was no way to do without him. The wolf couldn't see Liu Shan. Therefore, he said that the young man was scaring him when he was talking to himself. Once again, the young man tuned in and shouted for luck to finally come to him. The young man thought that Master Genryujima had appeared in front of him. It was actually Miyamoto Musashi. He was a Japanese ronin known for his outstanding sword skills. The warrior said that he missed this place. Jongdo shouted that he had succeeded. It was the best samurai in Japan. The young man approached the warrior and asked how he could become as strong as the great master. The master, smiling, said that 1,000 days of practice is called Dan. 10,000 days of practice is called Ryung. Some people are born with talent. People without talent have no choice but to follow the path of Dan Ryung. The warrior told the young man to take the sword, and he would personally show the young man the way. Jongdo asked the master to personally take care of him. After a few training sessions, the warrior said that the young man was talented. He absorbs knowledge like a sponge. Jongdo replied that it was all because of the master's instruction. The man said the world is full of yokai. Too bad he can't fight. The warrior asked the young man to call him again when he was at Mount Fuji. The master said he would give the young man something to help him. The guy said it was worth coming here. Now, he's going back to Fuji. The young man was informed that he had successfully collected 10 diamond-class characters. The young man discovered the evolution category. This is the ability to load a higher-level character into an album by removing a lower-level character from the album. The guy realized that cards could evolve. If everything was like a normal game, the worst probability of evolution would require a lot of resources and materials. The universe has a gigantic scale. If evolution with 100% success is possible, the guy realized that he could just expend heroes for the sake of evolution. When special characters are gathered in the album, a camp is activated. If at least one of them is used as evolution material, the camp effect disappears. As long as the camp is not activated, you can't check which hero which enters. Using evolution in such a situation is quite risky. To begin with, he needs to recruit as many characters as possible. Eventually, with the help of mana, he will be able to collect a black class. Heshik reported to Jongdo over the phone that he and Soyoung had arrived in Japan. Jongdo reminded his interlocutor of the place he had talked about earlier. He said that they would meet there. Jongdo asked how things were going with the guild formation he had asked for. Heshik replied that the registration had been completed. Jongdo, the head of the guild. The young man said that there were 4 people registered in the guild. He wondered who the 4th person was. Heshik said he had hired someone to help with office work. He would introduce the young man when he was in the country. Hunter said it was time for him to go back to Fuji. The young man saw that the Prime Minister's aide was standing in front of him. A man with a gun was standing beside him. What are they doing here? The young man thought. The official said that Jongdo showed up just in time. The official said he understands very well how the young man is working hard for the security of this country. But people are very concerned about the current situation. The official said if the young man was okay with it, he could go behind the barrier too. Of course, next to the young man, he would be perfectly safe, but just in case, he would be accompanied by 1 bodyguard. The young man thought, wouldn't if he personally went behind the barrier and showed that it was safe? Wouldn't that reassure people? Jongdo, after consulting with Ixia, motioned for the official to go inside. The civil servant said he was worried, but it looks like there aren't as many monsters here as he thought. The young man asked the assistant minister, wouldn't it be easier to pacify the people by showing how easy it was to subdue the monster here? Jongdo asked his companion how he was going to film the situation here. He didn't have any cameras with him, did he? A security guard for the official with a gun in his hand said the young man may not worry about that. A dungeon camera recording is underway. Jongdo noticed that due to the effects of the magnetic field, devices like dungeon cameras don't work here. The young man added, though on the other hand, wouldn't it be enough if Mr. Civil Servant just tell what he saw in person? The young man said that he would now use the skill to find the monsters. The young man's assistant, who identifies lies, said they had visitors today. Jongdo asked the assistant minister if it was true that he was in on the karma. The civil servant said that his sword wouldn't waver if he had to go up against the Karma Guild. The young man thought the civil servant was being used. In fact, he doesn't know anything. The official asked why the young boy asked this question so suddenly. The boy replied that the skill he had just used was not related to finding monsters. This skill helps you determine if the person you are talking to is lying or telling the truth. Young added, for that matter, he also claims he has nothing to do with karma. The bodyguard thought, if the civil servant doesn't say anything in 3 seconds, we'll have to subdue him. 3 seconds passed, and the bodyguard directed his energy at the official. The man screamed and tried to pounce on Jongdo. The young man's assistant thought that the same thing was happening that was happening to Team Captain Sang-hee. The boy stated that he was starting from now on. The bodyguard realized he had been exposed. He drew his halberd and swung. Chando had time to block his opponent's jab. He also had a weapon in his hands. Jongdo shouted that the rascal had been targeting the government employee from the beginning. The villain shouted that he didn't care what happens to that person. But Jongdo, that's a different matter. If a current government employee who is in contact with Jongdo dies following Princess Kaku, how many people in Japan will listen to the young man? Suddenly, the official felt sick. He was struck by red rays. The man could not understand what was happening to him. The bodyguard said he put a self-destruct tag on the body of this lowlife. The bodyguard shouted that Jongdo would die along with that official. The young man turned on his research skill. He urgently needed to understand what he was dealing with. The tag on the official has been recognized and deactivated. The man will live. The villain wondered how this was possible. After all, he had everything under control. Jongdo realized who he was dealing with and attacked the villain. The young man told that rascal that they weren't even trying to find a way for humans to survive. The guy stated that he has a need to find their base and destroy it. He's going to catch every last one of them and won't miss a single cockroach. The pseudo-bodyguard was in a panic. There was nothing he could do to the young man using only his own strength. He decided that this guy was a serious danger. The villain's eyes turned red. He said that he would not give up his goal, even if he had to burn his body to the ground. The villain continued. He said that his opponent, this hunter, would die along with him. The villain's body was really about to burn. He shouted that Jongdo would burn with him. To prevent unnecessary victims, a wolf leapt up to the villain and grabbed him with its teeth. The villain's head ended up in the predator's mouth. The wolf shook his head left and right to reason with the man. The villain's body dangled from side to side. The next moment, the wolf tossed the villain high up. The wolf and the man looked at the upward flying villain. The villain exploded safely in midair. Jongdo couldn't calm down. He said that those scoundrels from the Karma Guild would be very sorry. At the regular Karma Guild meeting, the members stated that it was a failure. They put so much power into Mount Fuji, is there no way to remove the barrier? There's no way to remove it because it's a magic more advanced than anything known on Earth. The interlocutors stated that the butterfly had already died. And who will now control the savior? The hooded man stopped this debate. He said it was time to get down to business. The barrier and the butterfly, that's important. But much more important is the existence of that young hunter, Jongdo. All of their recent failures have to do with him. The hooded man said that only one thing was important at this point, confronting that hunter, Jongdo, the greatest enemy of karma, whose appearance was once predicted. But he who can foresee everything is unable to intervene, because this creature brings them doom. If he really is the greatest enemy, there's nothing they can do to him with just their own strength. We have to stop tracking him, or he will be able to track them back. The hooded man is done. As long as he comes back, they should avoid Jongdo. Heshik used his indispensable shield to deal with the next monster. The young hunter saw Jongdo and exclaimed happily. He asked what the boss thought. Did he raise his level after that monster? Jongdo replied, Does Heshik think that you can raise your level with just one monster? Heshik said, It was good that Jongdo explained what a cool skill he had. Now you don't have to go to the Awakener to check your level. Jongdo said, His skill consumes mana, so it's better to use the Awakener whenever possible. The wolf pup made an angry look on his face. He told his master to stop that human female. She keeps climbing up to cuddle. The wolf turned to Soyun and said if she continued to harass him, he would deal with her immediately. Everything he said didn't seem aggressive, but sweet. The girl, smiling, offered the wolf cub some beef jerky. The wolf said he would never forget this humiliation. But he couldn't help himself from eating the treat. Jongdo said he's very happy to see them getting along with each other. The young man was informed that he had reached the 99th level. Until he accomplishes a special feat, he can no longer increase his level. The young man decides to use the info lottery. He also needs to look around to see if there are any monsters nearby. A young man drawing a raffle received a green capsule. Jongdo opened that capsule. It was empty. He read the inscription on the information board. The young man was urged to turn his head to the right. Turning his head to the right, the young man saw Winry Makina. The girl said, Here they met again. Jongdo asked, Wasn't it easier to show up from the beginning? Why did they have to have this info lottery prank? The girl replied that she needed a place where they could talk privately. The young man said he was starting to get worried already. If Makina personally came to explain everything, would she really want to take him to some other world again for a new trial? Makina said that this time, everything must be done on Earth. In this challenge, the young man would need to suppress one of the great yukai. Jungdo wondered if it was something like a monster. Makina said there's a difference. Monsters are the spawn of other worlds, while yukai are creatures born on Earth. Most of the yokai disappeared naturally as science progressed. However, some have lived to see these days. Some of them, which are the most harmless, decided to coexist with humans. But there are some that are too strong. They cannot be destroyed, only sealed. Makina said that the young man should overpower just such a yokai. Yokai are sealed all over the world, including in this country. You can choose anyone to do your test. But personally, she'd recommend the Korean. He's just recently had a weakened seal. Jongdo happily said that he's ready to go and doesn't want to waste any more time. He's ready to head out right now. The young man asked what would happen to Mount Fuji while he was gone. Makina said if you give the master key to the people who stay here, they can hunt even if he's not here. The young man handed Makini the master key and said that he would do so. The user who takes the master key must pour his mana into it to register. Makina added that the great yukai he will meet this time is no weaker than Khalid, so one must be cautious. The people living in that area tried to prevent the yukai from going outside. They held the doors shut with all their might. The head of the local family inquired what was going on. Why did the seal suddenly weaken? Someone said there was an intruder in this place. He destroyed the guards and broke the seal. People were still trying to hold the doors open. And on the other side, someone was banging loudly and trying to open them. The doors flew open with a crash, and the people flew apart too. Someone's eye appeared through the ajar door, and there was a menacing growl. The warrior girl asked, "Since when has that monster been here?" She asked the head of the family what was going on. The head of the family asked her interlocutor what she knew about Pulgasari. It's a monster with the face of an elephant and the body of a hippopotamus. Yokai, also known as a metal-eating monster. The monster burst out and roared loudly and stamped its feet. The head of the family grabbed her head and said to be more careful. The warrior girl asked why it wasn't destroyed but sealed here. The head of the family replied, "Because he is immortal." 1,000 years ago, their ancestors borrowed power from the peninsula to create a seal and seal this yukai in the eastern mountains. But the problem is that the sealed Pulgasari drew energy from the seal and grew. Now, he had become a monster that could safely be called a great yukai. The guards said there are no more amulets left. At this rate, the seal will be completely broken in a few days. The girl asked if they could call in the troops. The head of the family said that when the seal was completely broken, it would only lead to more casualties. When the ferocious beast that had been starving for 1,000 years broke free, it would definitely lead to disaster. The head of the family said that a dear guest had come to the foot of the mountains. The girl happily said that the one who would resolve the current situation had come to her. Naturally, it was Jungdo. The young man wondered how strong this great yukai was. The young man saw doors sealed with amulets. It was all rather unreliable. The boy said he understood everything. All he had to do was defeat the great yukai. The head of the family said that they don't even know what kind of monster the Pulgasari was reborn into. The girl gave the young man an amulet and told him that if things went wrong, he should put it around the monster's neck and run away. It would seal him for at least 100 years. John Doe said that he's someone you can count on. He definitely won't disappoint anyone. The young man decided to use a heavy sword and downloaded a personality to help him today. The assistant was Lancelot Dulac. His level is 222. His skills are noble, sword dance, and combat intuition. Yokai punched through the wall and burst out. Jungdo came in handy. Lancelot told the young man to climb on the monster's back. Jungdo jumped high up and did a somersault. He was going to land right on the monster's back. The young man swung his heavy sword. He was going to deliver a devastating blow to that giant yukai after landing. Jungdo brought his deadly weapon down on the giant's monster with all his might. Yokai cried out in pain. The young man couldn't even penetrate the skin. He said that this yukai was very strong. The young man activated the option for the sword to arbitrarily ignore the opponent's defense. Jungdo heard about the yokai being weak in front of fire. He prepared something for that monster. The young man had red crystals in his hands. The guy said the monster could enjoy it to the fullest, so he made fire out of the crystals with his sword. A huge pillar of flame erupted on the monster's back. The beast roared loudly in pain and surprise. Jungdo said he wasn't wrong with the fire. Now, he's going to try a targeted strike from his back to his heart. The young man could not pierce the skin of this beast a second time either. The beast shook its head and Jungdo was forced to jump to the ground. The young man said that the monster was quite agile for its size. It was suggested to the young man that the danger might come from above. The young man raised his head. The young man used his sword to shatter the crystals that dangled above his head and posed a danger. Now danger was ahead. Yokai walked up to the young man and got in close proximity to the young man. It was very dangerous. Jongdo jumped up again and once again tried to attack the monster with his sword. The young man swung his sword in front of him and the yokai was forced to step back. The hunter tried to keep his distance so as not to let the huge beast close to him, Lancelot said regretfully. Too bad there was no magic. It would have been much easier with containment and fire element. Jongdo remarked that there was always a way out. Jongdo used the skill double summoning, Liu Shan's summoning. Chengdu asked Mr. Liu Shan if he had evolutionary skills. Liu Shan interjected, "Does the young man mean credit of luck?" The emperor agreed to test its effectiveness. Jongdo said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. The partners watched the result of the activity. Liu Shan repeated the phrase, "Good luck, credit." Jongdo lost a few points in status. The young man was offended by this, but he said that for a great result, sacrifices were inevitable. The skill of combination was applied. 2 cards fell out, Arthur Pendragon and Lancelot Dulac. Jongdo said that the right person was needed. When it comes to magic, he's the only one left. There was a new hero. It was Merlin. He said there was a rather interesting situation. Merlin said hello and said he hadn't seen Sir Lancelot in a while. The 2 characters are tightly bonded. Bonuses are given for any talents and skills. Merlin, looking at the yokai, said that this immortal creature was insignificant in front of the bend. But first they must stop its swift movements. Merlin created an ancient confusion and the monster was deactivated for a while. The mage said to use the most powerful technique while the yokai was trapped. The young man shouted with all his might, "Erendite!" That should have confused the beast. Merlin used the heavenly flame spell. Flames of all-consuming flames appeared everywhere. Jongdo tried to pierce through that monster's skin again. Fire was blazing everywhere. The heat was unbearable. The young man shouted that he had succeeded. His level had been raised. Outside, the head of the household was worried about how noisy it was. She hoped that Mr. Jongdo was fine now. The girl warrior said that there was no need to doubt this hunter's abilities. At the end of the operation, our hero came out. The girls rejoiced. Thank God the young man was alive. Now, for the next 100 years, everything will be calm. If the Pulgasari is sealed again. Jongdo said he's guaranteeing calm, because the Pulgasari had died. The young man held the mythical essence of Pulgasari in his hands. The head of the family took this ball in her hands and couldn't believe it. Was it really Pulgasari essence? Jongdo asked the girls if they knew a master who was capable of processing this. The head replied, "She doesn't think a person is capable of doing that." The young man remembered about the dwarves and thought, could no one else do it? Jongdo decided that he clearly needed better armor for fighting tough enemies. The young man asked the girls if they knew anything more about the great yokai. The head replied that they were not in this country now. The closest place to find them is Japan. The young man may have heard of him before, Yamato no Orochi. It's a nasty snake, better known as Orochi. The young man thought it would be the next material for his future armor. The young woman, the head of the family, said that it looked like the young man was going to make something out of the great yokai's offal. Jongdo replied that he had some thoughts on the matter. The head of the family called the assistant and said that he would provide the young man with an appropriate reward for the work he had done. As a reward, the young man received a fire goblin heart that was used to suppress Pulgasari flame energy. The girls said that they were no longer able to process it themselves. She hoped that the young man would find a useful use for it. The young man thanked the lady of the house and said it was time for them to leave. Now the young man could use as many as 2 wheels of luck. Liu Shan clenched his fists as always and said to let the talent come out. One of the wheels showed the young man that he had acquired the skill analyzing the battlefield. Jongdo stated that it was not a bad skill either, and asked Liu Shan if there was another attempt. The young man had 1 more wheel left, so there was 1 more try. The boy was looking forward to another result. The young man had acquired the beauty skill. Heshik was in his house. Jongdo told him that there was no better place to create different things. Winry Mekina was present in the house. The girl greeted Jongdo and added that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The young man was not happy that they had met again. Makina noticed that the young man had become considerably stronger. The girl said it was the first time she felt proud, ever since she had her own ego. Jongdo didn't understand what he was saying. The girl said she had prepared a special reward this time. The white tickets were unlocked. The young man rejoiced. First, there were black tickets, now white tickets. The young man got white tickets for the draft. It was a trial run. With these tickets, the young man will be able to summon beings called gods. Makina said that's not all. There was another gift. An extra ticket was unlocked. The young man asked what it was. Makina replied, "If you summon a character with an exclusive rank, you can get a lot of feints. The chances are very low, though. Still, they are special." The young man asked what was so special about them. Makina replied if the young man was curious about it, he could play the lottery and find out for himself. The young man scratched the back of his head. Would he be able to pull something worthwhile with the odds so low? The guy thought it was pointless to worry and worth the risk after all. The young man used a combination lottery. The target was the dwarves. This combination was possible. The young man rejoiced. He decided to continue the lottery. He thought that he would not have been able to do that with a low rank. Liu Shan said that what was needed in this case was more confidence, and advised the young man not to stop. The young man's status was downgraded by 10 points. This was very unfortunate. Jongdo thought that he shouldn't have bragged about last week's successful lottery. The young man said that his mental anguish was disappearing. Happiness comes with the absence of desires. Liu Shan said to the young man not to scare him. Jongdo replies that there's nothing he can do about it. He's willing to take it for granted. The young man couldn't believe his luck. He got a white card. He told Liu Shan that they had succeeded. The young man's assistant was the dwarf Dengu. His level was 337. The young man said hello and asked how the gnome was doing. The dwarf said it was the first time he had seen the young man. The young man did not know what to say to that. All of the characters come from the real universe. The young man showed the essence. Dengu remarked that it was an interesting thing. The dwarf said he's still alive. It's just weak and has the properties of a mineral. The young man wondered if it was unprocessable. The gnome said the young man was lucky. It would have been much more difficult with other dwarves, but he, a gnome of harmony, and would be able to do this for the young man. The gnome told the young man to grab the hammer and get to work. The result was the mythical flame immortality armor. It was immune to fire, and it did additional damage to the enemy with metal and fire attacks. The dwarf said it was a shame they hadn't finished the job, but at least they'd shaped it. The young man wondered if that wasn't all she could do. The dwarf advised the young man to find two similar materials. After that, he would come from his world and finish the armor. Jongdo said he's going to Japan to get a snake in that case, for an orochi. The guy saw that he was entitled to 2 lottery prizes. Are there really 2 awards on a white ticket? However, the young man was informed that he could only choose one of 2 awards. He agreed to that too. Liu Shan suggested that the young man should settle for harmony. He said that the word itself fit the universe very nicely. Ixia disagreed. She suggested choosing to ignore compatibility. You can't blindly choose a talent just because he can't use a skill. Liu Shan made excuses and said that it was only for the good of the master. The young man listened to Ixia and ignored the compatibility. Liu Shan was upset. His talent wasn't being used. Chongdo noticed that from the emperor's side, it was a bit selfish. The young man traveled to Mount Fuji. Heshik noted that the young man had very good armor, so he didn't go home for nothing. Jongdo replied that he was glad to hear that. The young man looked at Haishik and Soyoung and said that their skills had probably improved too. Haishik said that he was still a long way from Mr. Jongdo. Haishik pointed out that the power directly oozes out of him when Jongdo is around. Liu Shan said that it's because of his talent. A message came in saying that the stable operation of the talent had been completed. Chongdo heaved a sigh of relief. Liu Shan asked regretfully, was he no longer needed in battle? Suddenly, an evil, scary monster appeared, who swung his mace and was about to deliver a staggering blow to the young men. He roared furiously. Soyeon shouted to the young man to be careful. The girl was about to clash with this monster. The abilities of the allies were increasing. Soyeon fiercely attacked the monster, delivering a series of crushing blows with her fists. The monster had been deactivated. The girl decided to check what kind of creature it was and where did it come from. Jongdo told Liu Shan that he would look forward to further cooperation. Liu Shan replied that he would also look forward to it. Jongdo said his guys did a great job today and wished them a good trip. He said he's here to stay and look a little bit. The young man told his wolf friend to do him a small favor. We need to find a creature that emits energy similar to that of this armor. The wolf sniffed the armor carefully. Wolf said he could definitely sense something. The creature is out there somewhere. And he pointed in the direction of the mountain forest. The wolf rushed off in the right direction and told the young man to follow him. The young man could barely keep up. The wolf saw a cave ahead. From this cave came the odors he needed. The animal realized that it was moving in the right direction. The wolf entered the cave and told the young man that they had arrived. There were many amulets around the cave. The wolf and the man saw a strange vessel covered in amulets. It was firmly sealed. It gave off the odors the young man needed. Jongdo said that it was impossible to breathe. He coughed and asked what kind of poison could be in here. Wolf said, considering how many signs of damage there were here, he wouldn't be surprised if the seal broke at any moment. Jongdo sensibly remarked that it was better, in that case, to let someone who could stop it if the seal broke. The young man swung his spear. The wolf noticed that the young man had a smug look on his face at that moment. The young man's spear stabbed into this huge vessel. A hole was formed in this vessel. A voice was heard from there. At last! The whole place shook. The young man thought it was an earthquake. The wolf shouted that the cave was about to collapse. It was urgent to get out of here. The man and the wolf ran out of the cave. Immediately behind them, the cave collapsed. After running a safe distance away, the man and the wolf looked back. They saw a huge snake rising toward the sky. It was not a snake, but some kind of fearsome monster. It was much bigger than the young man had imagined. It had many bodies and many heads. The monster hissed. Finally, the seal was broken. These lowly humans had locked him in this narrow jar for 1,000 years. The huge serpent shouted that there would be no mercy for the people. He was determined to destroy everyone. He said he would destroy every insect, leaving not even a bone behind. Jongdo remarked that anyone can do that, from what he said. The young man pointed his spear at the monster and said that he would not let him go anywhere from here, and challenges him to a bloody fight. The serpent said, "Does he really see the culprit behind all these events? The young man must want something from him if he broke that seal." The serpent said he was willing to listen to the young man. What does he want? Money or maybe land? The serpent added, he wants the young man to swear to him that he will serve and break the barrier. Then the whole world will be at his feet. Jongdo said he didn't need any of that. The young man said he wanted the crystal of the monster, which he created by building up energy over hundreds of thousands of years. Jongdo added, if not crystal, then bones or scales. Poison glands would work too. The monster shouted that the person in front of him was an arrogant person. He would pay for his words now. The snake tried to bite the young man. The young man dodged and struck the monster with his halberd. Our hero fought not just one snake, but many heads of this monster. The young man used the Moon River sword technique. This technique helped him attack his opponent more effectively. Snake couldn't understand how this man could have such skills. Could he not be human? Jongdo wondered, haven't all 8 of the opponent's goals realized anything yet? The snake said that this man dared not challenge either. It once again opened its mouth and was about to swallow the young man. The snake released a venomous jet in the direction of the opponent. Jongdo tried to defend himself against this poison. The young man has activated immunity to all poisons. This option grants full immunity to any poison below mythic level. Jongdo told his opponent that it was too early to be surprised. He would still show his strengths. The young man and his assistant threw huge chains on the monster. Jongdo said, does that monster really think he just lured him here for no reason? After all, this is the best trap for him made with Joseon technology. The serpent said that these chains pose no danger to him. He would break them with a flick of his head. Jongdo jumped high up and was about to thrust his sword into one of the monster's heads. The young man slashed the snake's body with his sword. The Dragon Killer's sword technique detects the weak dragon blood of the enemy. All of the young man's abilities were doubled. The young man sitting on his opponent's body decided it was excellent. Jongdo continued his work. He ran along the body of the snake and kept dissecting that body with his sword. In this way, he wanted to reach the heart. The other head of this monster said that all this must be dangerous and decided to apply the division. The snake shook the young man off its body. The young man in the fall tried to do as much damage to the monster as possible with his sword. Jongdo noticed that this monster was getting stronger. Could it be that its sealed power is coming back? Liu Shan said, we need to get this over with quickly. The young man summoned a new hero. It was a mythical hero. He wondered, had the monster from the mythical era been resurrected? The young man's assistant said he could handle this monster. After all, that's the duty of spellcasters. It was Abe no Semi, a level 299 caster. The monster screamed that he was about to tear the young man apart. The young man applied the restraining slings. They began to envelop the monster's body. The beast screamed, how dare they get in his way? Restraining plants on all sides were trying to limit the mobility of this monster. The serpent did not expect such activity and shouted for them all to release him and leave him alone. The young man said with satisfaction that there were a lot of trees around, and they know what they're doing. The caster told the young man that the training was complete. The young man said it was great and he was ready to see what the caster could do. The caster summoned a rain of flames. Tongues of flames rained down from above on that monster's heads. After a while, the entire monster was engulfed in flames. He screamed and wriggled, unable to get out of the fire. The serpent screamed that he could not be killed by the fire anyway. The spellcaster regretted that they didn't have any talismans right now. They would be able to hold him off for a while longer, but they would have to find another way to attack. The young man took a draft ticket. It was a black business card and said maybe they would use it. The young man heard someone say, "Child who hears other people's voices, come here." The boy asked who it was. Ixia told the young man she thinks now is the time to continue. The serpent continued to be active. The tongues of flame diminished, and that gave him some respite. The young man used the amulet. Geshna's blessing is activated. However, it hinders the search skill. The young man came running into the cave. He looked inside and saw what he needed. And he also saw a statue. It was she who called him. The statue said her name was Susanoo. Jongdo said that he didn't know about it. Ixia whispered that it was true. The statue split in two, and inside was a sword. The statue called the young man a child who hears her voice. Susanoo asked the young man to seal the orochi with this sword for her. It was the mythical sword of a Meno Habaki. The caster said it was really cool. If you combine the divine sword and caster skills, you can reseal the orochi forever. Jongdo said with a smile that this sword could be used for a better purpose. Orochi, fighting off the trees, shouted for the man to show himself in front of him. The wolf, instead of the man, asked, "What is that snake doing here?" Soon, there won't be a living place here. The wolf realized that he had to stall until the young man arrived. Jongdo appeared with sword in hand. Snake was surprised that the man didn't run away after all. He must be brave enough, but he could barely walk here on his own 2 feet. The caster said you can't destroy the orochi with that sword. It might be too dangerous. The young man replied, "If the catalyst is perfect, it is almost analogous to a ticket." The young man used a double summoning, a yanking of fate. He wondered what would fall out this time. The young man had a new assistant. It was Susanoo. He said that very absurd situations happen in life. His level was 599. Orochi called the young man a scoundrel who couldn't be bothered. He suspected it would be much more difficult to deal with this man now. Jongdo stated that now Orochi will have no chance to split into pieces and disappear from here unnoticed. He intends to destroy him completely. The boy added that he would now rid this serpent of its indignation. The serpent only hissed in response. The young man swung his deadly sword at Orochi's head. It didn't have the desired effect. The serpent laughed. Did the young man really think he had been idle for 1,000 years? Susanoo's power no longer worked against him. Serpent added that his body had long since become resistant against Susanoo's actions. Orochi performed a bloody dance cursing the spirit. The damage reduction effect was 99% when attacking a divine creature. The monster said it would be better if the young man used the yin-yang technique. The resulting power would turn into poison. Susanoo noticed that the situation had reached an impasse. Jongdo, holding his sword at the ready, asked if Susanoo trusted him. An affirmative answer followed. The young man asked, in that case, to give him his power. He promised to make things right. The young man got extra strength. Orochi said it was all useless. The monster said that he would finally massacre this man. All of the monster's heads moved closer to the young man. The guy, using the extra power of Susanoo and the skill of ignoring compatibility, managed to split the orochi into many pieces, using his sword in the process. The enemy's resistance skills were completely nullified. The monster's heads were lying on the ground. The last thing that monster said was impossible. How could a simple man defeat such a powerful monster? The young man's level had been raised. A helicopter with cameramen appeared in the sky. Journalists were delivering sensational news. A giant monster, which caused an earthquake in the vicinity of Mount Fuji and terrified the whole country by its mere appearance, was defeated by a hunter from a neighboring country. Citizens take to the streets, applauding and shouting John Doe's name. Those watching the broadcast now witnessed the birth of the world's first SSS class hunter. The journalists wanted to interview the hunter. They asked him how he felt now. Is it true that he had received an offer of asylum from the Japanese government? Jongdo didn't want to talk to anyone. Heshik held back the influx of reporters. The young man told everyone to leave. He's so busy exterminating the remaining monsters on Mount Fuji that he doesn't have time for an interview. One reporter asked, "So is the young man faithful to his duty, regardless of location?" So-young said that now Jongdo, a worldwide celebrity. The young man only remained silent in response. The young man said the hunt was over for the day. It was time for him to go home. Heshik noticed that it was a lot of fun. Jongdo looked at his friends and said that their rate of leveling up wasn't what it used to be. Haishik replied that they would try harder. Jongdo said that his team was in charge of hunting and he would scout the neighborhood. Heshik Yi Soyoung was just fending off the monster's attack. The young man said he didn't even have time to look around properly. Ixia said she could feel the energy. Something in this place was left behind. Ixia turned her master's attention to an object that was at the back of the cave. It was a chest of some sort, or a box. Jongdo looked inside and saw the contents of this chest. There were 2 swords and a manuscript. The young man took the book in his hands. It was a confirmation of possessing a first-class skill. The young man has acquired the skill of the 5 rings. Now, attacks can be given the properties of water, wind, earth, and fire. As the skill increases, the young man will be able to bestow a hidden distinctive trait, an attribute. The young man understood now why Musashi had asked to call him when he went to Mount Fuji. In any case, it was good that he realized how important attribute damage was. Ixia was feeling a little sick. She said it was because of the Arati. It's still digesting. Jongdo said that when he returns to his homeland, there's one important thing to keep in mind. The young man said they had gathered all the necessary materials. It's time to get serious about strengthening the subjects. Jongdo noted that Orochi's pupils and fangs are at mythical levels. It must be because of the poison glands. Ixia said the tail isn't so mythical. Is there really any use for it? She's willing to eat it if the young man agrees. The young man disagreed. The tail, he said, was a real treasure. Ixia took offense. According to Japanese mythology, there is a treasure hidden in the tail of the Orochi. The young man slid open his tail and pulled out a mythical sword. It was the murderously divine sword of the Arati, the famous sword made of Arati bones and scales. It has been tempered with magical power for millennia. The guy said he already has a king of guns. Does he need this thing? Suddenly, a portal formed near the young man. It was the entrance to the dungeon. How did he get here? It was the dwarves' treasure dungeon. Jongdo immediately entered this dungeon. The path seemed familiar to him. Nothing has changed here. The boy remembered that last time he'd barely managed to get out of the dead end. It seemed strange to the young man that he hadn't noticed this radiating energy last time. There was a very strong wall in front of the young man. He wondered if he would be able to break it down this time. The young man stopped. Just like last time, he saw the glowing outline of a door. The door opened and an old acquaintance, a gnome, appeared on the threshold. He asked why the young man was trying to break down an ordinary door. The young man said hello to Jeans and asked how he was doing. The gnome replied that he was doing fine, until the young man tried to destroy their house. The dwarves invited the young man in. They said they were glad to see him again. The young man was seated in a chair and offered a cold drink. The young man tried it and said it was completely different this time. The dwarves, smiling, said that now the young man could turn out his pockets and show what materials he had. The dwarves immediately began to examine the treasures the young man had brought. Some of the materials were 5,000 years old. One of the dwarves said that this sword contains divine power. But something about the function is not right. Did this man bring deadly poison here without any treatment? Without. Jongdo said that judging from the gnome's reaction, he had done the right thing. He asked if they could make what he needed. The gnome says the young man has to take a test first, as always. They don't want that either, but there's no choice. It's all because of Gius. The young man realized that there would be no choice and said he agreed. What will this test be? A game or a battle? The young man recalled that this had happened to him before. The dwarves had told him that the battle would not become a test until 1,000 years later. The dwarves began to confer. The young man made a menacing appearance and asked how long he had to wait. Jean said they practiced hard to get back at the young man. The old man told the young man to follow him. This test would be a game. The guy thought that these dwarves had really improved their skills. They had a more advanced gaming console. The young man activated the talent of a level 3 player. All abilities were improved 3 times. The opponent, looking at the young man's hands, was surprised. How does he manage to wield the controller like that? After the game, the gnome stated that he again failed to hit the young man once in the game. The other dwarves panicked. The young man shouldn't look down on them. Now they will show him what they can do. After a while, the other dwarves were also in the status of losers. They could not understand why they had to suffer. The gnome said that the young man had won, and so they would honor his request. Jongdo handed the gnomes the bracelet and said that, for starters, he would like them to improve the king of weapons. Several kinds, armor or dual swords, could be used. The blacksmith said if the young man went up, he thought he could handle that level of equipment. Not all materials would be needed to improve the king of weapons, after all. The young man gave the dwarves his armor and told them to use this thing. The blacksmith said it's a very high-quality piece. You can immediately see that if you improve it, it will be indispensable. The blacksmith looked at this armor. and said it was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. How is that possible? Jongdo was scared and asked, what was the problem? The gnome said it wasn't a problem. The blacksmith replied that he had a sense of secret harmony magic that only he could handle. It's a shame, but it's clearly stronger than him. It feels like he did it from the future. Jongdo replied that that was correct. That blacksmith was the one who made that armor. He summoned it from the real universe. Upon hearing this information, all the dwarves began to reach out to the young man and asked that he summon them as well. Jongdo asked, didn't the gnome see his future when he created the king of weapons? The blacksmith replied, he knew he had mastered something, but he didn't even realize it was real. Jeans turned to the young man and said they had a request. The old man has asked that the young man summon them to the real universe. They can't tell him the reason, but they promise that the young man will be rewarded handsomely. Jongdo said that it would take a lot of mana to do that. His limit wouldn't allow it. The dwarf offered the young man a great deal of elven tears that immediately restored mana. Such a thing, even for a fortune, could not be bought. But if they could meet themselves in the real universe, the young man would not regret anything. The gnome added, plus they have elixirs and gear that will increase luck. The young man uses his skills, and they provide all the materials. The young man said he agreed, and he decided that now he had to choose a helper. The guy has always decided to do it by lottery. The dwarves watched the process in fear. Jean still didn't believe this thing could summon them to the real universe. Jongdo said that they're going to place their bets now. The desired results can only be achieved with white cards. If there are others, it's a failure. The dwarves clenched their fists and waited impatiently. The young man said he was starting. The dwarves tensed up and shouted loudly. They wanted this very much. So far, luck had turned away from the dwarves. They had become darker than a cloud. Jean said, are they really all that unlucky? A coworker punched Jeans in the jaw and told that hypocrite to shut up immediately. The dwarves got into an altercation. It turned into a scuffle. They shouted that no one dared to doubt their savior. It won't work if you pick on the young man. It's not his fault. At some point, the dwarves noticed that all the elven tears were gone. The blacksmith asked the young men if there was a better way. Maybe it's time to go another way. The guy replied that there was a skill that instantly increased luck, but if you use it, it will permanently take away status. He somehow doesn't want to abuse it. Jeans replied that he should have mentioned it sooner, and he told them to bring all the elixir from the warehouse. A young man can use as much as he needs. This is a status-boosting elixir for one bottle. One bottle is so valuable that it can buy an entire castle. The dwarves began to worry that the young man might use up all the elixir, but he wouldn't succeed. Guy asked the dwarves to imagine as if they were digging a tunnel in search of treasure. But suddenly they were exhausted and decided to go back. Those who surrendered did not recognize that there was only one step left to the cherished goal. If they took this step, they would have untold wealth, a great deal of treasure. The young man asked if the dwarves were going to give up the treasure that was a step away from them. The dwarves, all as one, shouted that they would not give up. They would trust the man to the end. The young man emptied the elixir bottle to the bottom. He thought he couldn't miss the chance to enjoy the lottery. The guy got ready and said that he was ready to start. Liu Shan was also in anticipation. The dwarves stood silent, holding their breath. They were watching the result. At one point, the old men said they got a good feeling. It felt like everything was going to work out. The young man has a new assistant. He said he sees a lot of great kids. At some point, the dwarves realized that the young man had only one chance left. He was being unreasonable. The boy said, not just one, but the only one. The young man's ability decreased by 10 points, and his luck increased significantly. The young man turned to the dwarves and told them to have faith in him, because he was lucky. The young man was dealt a white card, dwarf or koali. It was luck indeed. The young man's assistant was the Lord of all minerals, Lily Bright, level 599. The young man was meeting her for the first time. The woman said she was disappointed. She cannot believe that now those who refuse duty and challenge the truth are using such simplistic methods. The dwarves worshipped the goddess and said they had committed a mortal sin. The young man thought they were old acquaintances. You can't reach the truth using a shortcut. The young man covered his ears. He could no longer listen to these lectures. Jongdo looked at these dwarves and concluded that it was as if they had aged 100 years. The young man asked Jeans how he was feeling. Is he all right? The dwarf, with tears in his eyes, said that, as the goddess said, this task they must solve by themselves. In general, they are not okay. The blacksmith told the young man that in exchange for his labor, he could take a few items from the offering room. In the meantime, they would improve the armor and the king of weapons. Jongdo found himself in the room with the jewelry. His eyes were scattered. The young man saw a bottle of elf tears here. Turns out they weren't all out. The dwarf offered the young man to drink that bottle of tears as well. The boy thought that excessive gambling was a direct path to ruin. There was excitement in the Hunters Association. Recently, the report about this hunter had been constantly on television. It was the SSS class hunter, John Doe. The young man appeared in the association accompanied by Heshik and Soyoung. People came up to the young man and asked for his autograph. They recognized that they were fans of the hunter's talent. The girls wanted to take a picture with the young man. The young man didn't mind. Heshik asked all the fans to get in line. Soyoung was clearly not pleased. An association officer appeared and told everyone to refrain from making excessive noise indoors. Heshik told the young man that he could get in trouble now for making a fuss here. The girl asked, "After all, didn't the young man come here with the purpose of starting a guild? Did she get it right?" She showed the young man where to go. The young man went into a separate room. There was a man waiting for him who said that the paperwork had already been completed. The only thing left to do was to check everything and sign his autograph. Jungdo thanked him. Heshik asked, who was that person? Jungdo replied that it was Cheolong. From now on, he would be in charge of running their guild. He agreed readily to help the young men. Heshik shook the man's hand and said he was happy to cooperate. The man responded by saying that he had heard a lot about the young man. The young man was told that the only thing left to do was to come up with a name for the guild. Does he have any options? Jungdo thought that indeed he hadn't bothered with the title beforehand. Soyeon said she had an idea. The girl suggested naming the guild with 3 letters, SSS. Everyone thought it was a good idea. That's where we left off. The young men celebrated the occasion. They drank to their leader and to the creation of a new guild. Jungdo thanked everyone for their trust. He expressed his hope for their continued support. And to reinforce his confidence in the team, the young man wanted to tell them about his skills. Everyone present was shocked. Did the young man really already know about this? After all, it was a skill that allowed one to see the level of ability. Jungdo showed everyone the lottery machines and asked, "They probably haven't seen one of these yet?" The guy explained that it's a skill that gives information about the future. It can even help you find a winning lottery number. Everyone was interested and wanted to see this machine in action. Jungdo said that of course he was about to show everything. The machine spat out a capsule. The young man said that this was just about the time something appeared. Jungdo noticed that he hadn't encountered such a capsule before. The young man has received information from the capsule that the entire universe is beginning to follow the Earth. The decay of the Earth's crust is accelerating. From now on, the real universe will provide special government invasion information for Earth. After 10 days, the experience buff on Earth will be gone. The third decay will begin. After 10 days, the third dungeon will appear. The man was upset. He said that everyone for 10 days should only focus on raising the level or else they might die. It seems there will be a third cataclysm. The young man wore the result of the gnome's work. It was a flaming armor of immortality. The young man said that Un was now fully prepared. He also had the king of weapons in his hand. The upgrade made it possible to use paired weapons or defenses such as a double sword. The young men arrived at the rift site. The man said that this place would explode as soon as the dungeon was created. There's a lot of energy circulating here. Jungdo turned on the research mode, didn't realize that only one person could leave. He'll have to go by himself. Soyeon offered to observe the situation and find another option. The young man said that more than one city would die after the dungeon exploded. Guy asked for everyone to trust him. He hopes to return safely soon. The young man disappeared underground. The young man noticed that he was in the sky again. There was an entire army below him. The warriors looked up and saw the hunter flying at them. They said that the enemy was above. Jungdo prepared his swords and charged at the enemies. He started destroying the opponents right away. The young man looked down from the hill and saw that the number of enemy warriors was simply enormous. He could not understand why there were so many of them here. Jungdo wasn't afraid and rushed to attack. He shouted that he would destroy anything that came his way anyway. Even from a great distance, we could see the enemy warriors flying in different directions. This was the work of our hunter. Jungdo effectively dealt with the enemy advancing on him. The young man said that there was no end to them, although he assumed that the fight would not be easy if it was an SSS-class dungeon. However, he didn't even realize that there would be so many enemies. The young man was determined to defeat the boss as soon as possible. It was the only way to clean the dungeon. The young man decided to make some noise and use a special lottery. The young man chose a random progress. He was asked to place the materials for the progress. The guy placed 3 diamond cards. The highest level character was chosen as the reward for first completing a random progression. The strange lottery machine boiled over as it produced a complex process that required maximum effort. The monsters were intrigued. What was that smoke appearing around them? Suddenly, everyone saw the legendary weapon in the hands of this hunter. The young man managed to upload a legendary figure, Richard the Lionheart. The king said it was his duty to give the lost lamb to its master. His level was 299. The king, looking at the incoming army of monsters, said that the lambs would arrive soon. Suddenly, a new strong opponent appeared. He had powerful armor and a huge sword. This warrior stood right in front of Jongdo. The young man said he showed up late. The opponent, a terrifying demon, said he felt someone stirring up the dungeon. Turns out it was that young man. It was the temporary commander of the 5th Corps of the demon army, Ramon. He was level 298. The young man thought his opponent was strong. But even so, there are chances to win the fight. Ramon asked the man if he was the keeper of this universe. Without further ado, the young man struck the demon lord with his halberd. Ramon blocked the young man's attack with his sword. Ramon said that his rival is a very hot-tempered person. He likes him even more because of that. Jongdo didn't say anything in response. He just threw another punch. Ramon offered the young man to join the demon world. With his data, he would make the young man a direct servant. Our hero said that he somehow did not think of submitting to someone weaker than him. First, Ramon must defeat him. The young man said if he lost, he would join him. The demon said, the young man capturing the essence of their world well, no demon would refuse a duel. Ramon said that he was the one who was refusing to duel. The young man was surprised. The demon explained that he had not come here for a duel, but for war. Ramon said, why would he risk it with such an overwhelming force? He alluded to his troops. The demon said, he doesn't know about the other commanders, but he's cold-blooded. It is foolish for a commander-in-chief to lead an attack or fight a battle in war. Richard Lionheart shouted that, as a commander, the demon should take the initiative and raise the morale of his soldiers. Otherwise, this commander is a coward who does not know what his demons are capable of. Ramon spoke no more and told his subordinates to destroy the young man. The warriors rushed to the attack. Jongdo thought that it would be quite difficult to fight in such a case. Ramon's minions surrounded our hero on all sides. The young man stood on the grounds of the Holy Cross. The demons sensed something was wrong, something foreboding. The young man summoned the Crusaders. He was only able to do so through the use of his skill. A shrine was proclaimed. Significant bonuses are given to talents and skills. The demonic warriors, under the influence of the divine light, began to go insane. They could no longer perform their combat functions. The young man ordered the Crusaders to attack. The Crusader horsemen put their spears forward and moved to destroy the enemy troops. Jongdo saddled his horse and said it was his turn. The young man was holding a spear and was ready to fight the enemy army. Speed mode has been activated. The characteristics were doubled. The young man accelerated his horse and rushed into the thick of the battle. Each strike with the hunter's spear was effective. He scattered the bloodthirsty enemies in different directions. The young man was as impregnable as a rock in the wind. The enemy feared him, and they tried to avoid confrontation. The Crusaders moved to follow their commander. The commander ordered a triangle to be constructed with him in the center. The leadership effect activated. The Crusader commanders drove their warriors on. Squads performed actions coherently and skillfully. The warriors had a sense of combat training. Jongdo commanded that all the Crusaders follow him. The wedge slammed into the enemy ranks. The demons were discouraged. The commander has ordered that no one retreats. Everyone must attack the enemy. The young man shouted loudly. The roar of a lion was activated. The commander-in-chief's horse started to buck. Below him was an enemy warrior. Jongdo swung his spear. The horse crushed the enemy soldier with its hooves and rode on. The demons tried to resist, but they had little success. The enemy was morally crushed. Jongdo was in the thick of it. He showed the Crusaders by example how to behave with the enemy. The young man was brave and selfless. He had a lot of strength. The skill Orori Core was activated. Jongdo spread the poison to the enemies. The commander of the demon troops watched the events from the sidelines. The officer asked the older demon what they would do. It could see that the Crusaders were doing damage to the opponent. The demon general said that the full invasion hadn't even begun yet, and his troops had already been injured. The officer asked the older man if he planned to stop this hunter himself. The demon said he planned to punish the enemy, but he would not go there himself. The demon general tried to attack the young man remotely. He sent an all-consuming blast wave towards his opponent. However, Jongdo managed to avoid defeat. He dodged in time. The young man was back on his horse. He shouted as he thrust his glowing sword forward and rode toward the main demon. The demon decided to launch an explosive arrow and aimed it at the approaching opponent. Chogdu and his crusaders skillfully dodged the arrows flying towards them. The head demon put up a protective squad of warriors in front of him, who displayed shield armor in front of them. The crusader commander-in-chief pushed himself off the ground, jumped high on his horse, and leaped over the demon defense. He was in the rear of the main enemy. The young man flew over his opponent and tried to attack him from there. The demon shouted, "Did this young man really want to play with fire?" The young man's horse landed. The young man turned around and rushed towards his main opponent. A sword battle ensued. Chongdo powerfully attacked the demon leader. The rank-and-file demons tried to protect their commander. They surrounded the rider and prepared to deal with him. The demon officer shouted for the young man to leave their commander alone. The crusader officer shouted for his warriors to stop the demons. And don't interfere with the leadership to find out what was going on. A space in the middle had formed on the battlefield. The crusaders and demonic warriors watched which commanders were involved in the battle. The head demon shouted for his rival to get off his horse. Then, it would be easier to get to him. The demon kicked the horse's front legs. The horse stumbled and fell. The young man rolled to the side. He jumped to his feet. The demon flew towards Chodo and immediately tried to attack his opponent. The young man deflected the blow. Chongdo noticed that the demon had paired swords. The demon asked, "Did the young man really think he was the only one with special weapons? He currently has a weapon from the demon world that could turn into a spear or bow at any time." Chongdo asked his rival, "Is he really the one called Treasure?" So this demon hadn't seen real gold yet. The young man activated the skill. Dual swords and twin swords appeared in his hands. Legendary swords. The young man's attack speed was greatly increased. The demon noted that, indeed, his opponent was moving much faster. He said that these people also changed with the change of weapons. The young man's skill, the 5 rings, was activated. Fire attributes were provided. Jongdo's swords had indeed become fiery. The enemy suffered additional damage when attacked with fire attributes. The demon was engulfed in flames. The young man said that it could truly be called a treasure. The villain asked the young man, how dare he treat the commander of the demon clan like that? After all, it is unacceptable by all laws of morality and honor. The young man should be afraid of him. Jongdo was not afraid of his opponent. He performed a swallow pirouette and struck his opponent several times with his swords. The demon wondered why this young man had such long swords. The demon flew backwards from the opponent's blow. The villain jumped to his feet and said that these thrusts from the young man would only add slits to his chainmail. Jongdo asked with a smile, "Doesn't the demon get it yet? Doesn't he realize where he's standing right now?" The demon looked up and saw a light descending on him. The opening of the sanctuary had occurred. The demon cried out loudly out of helplessness. Our hero said that now it was time to finish off this opponent. A fiery halberd appeared in the young man's hands. The young man jumped high and swung his halberd hard. The demon could do nothing in response. All the fiend could do was to put a blockage on the halberd and reduce the damage from the opponent's strike. The young man said that, in any case, the demon would have to suffer more. With another powerful blow, the young man sent the demon high into the air. He said he could say goodbye to Ramon now. Having reached maximum altitude, Ramon exploded. The young man and his counselor, Richard Lionheart, watched from the ground. The king said that not even a bone would be left of his opponent. Jongdo said that wasn't all, because the level-up window didn't appear. Until then, we can't talk about a full-fledged victory. After the explosion in the air, something fell to the ground, and there was another explosion. The young man said he knew it. He saw again in the midst of the explosion the outline of the enemy. Ixia, sitting on her master's shoulder, said she sensed some sort of trick. When the flames and smoke cleared, the young man saw the new Ramon. He had wings and a more demonic appearance. Jongdo turned on the research mode. He was interested in the enemy's form. Had the second stage really begun? In front of the young man, there was a revelation of the essence of the new Ramon. His level was almost 300,000. This was something that Jongdo couldn't even imagine. Ramon said he couldn't believe he would have to expend the essence that was sealed in the spirit vein. However, things were not so desperate. Ramon said that man had won. He lost because he used the devil's essence to save himself. The enemy declared that he would meet the young man during the next invasion. He ordered his warriors to retreat. Ramon added that the demon world never lets its prey out of its sight. The young man's skill was worthy of Mr. Khaled's attention. Jongdo remembered which Khaled we were talking about. He suspected that there was a connection to that guy. Jongdo didn't stop and tried to inflict maximum damage on his opponent. Using his fire halberd, the young man was destroying the rank and file demons. The young man said that he wanted to reduce the number of heads right now. Ramon said with hatred that the young man had proved to be very stubborn, and he ordered his troops to retreat while he detained the young man. Ramon pounced on his opponent. Using his enormous new strength and new skills, he tried to press the young man. Jongdo decided to utilize the numerical superiority and ordered his crusaders to continue slaying the demons. In exchange for ignoring the rules of measurement and the discovery of essence, a containment of the universe is imposed. If the discovery is not stopped, the body will continue to deteriorate. Jongdo said that it was excellent. It was worth it. Definitely the opponent will be finished soon. One of the demons decided to attack our hero with an energy beam and shouted for his master to step aside. The young man took the brunt of the attack. The officer reported to Ramon that his troops had retreated. It's time for them to leave, because the gates are about to close. Ramon turned around and headed for the gate. Everyone saw the chief demon retreating. The villain said that this young man would surely pay for his humiliation. The young man swung his sword and shouted for the demon not to retreat, for he had something to say. The young man shouted, "Erendite!" and swung his sword toward the retreating foe. The demon was struck down. When the smoke cleared, the young man saw the demon's wing lying among the debris. The wing's owner had managed to escape. Ixia told the host not to worry. She had memorized all the coordinates. If the young man wanted, they could open the gate at any time. Jongdo wondered, how long has Ixia been able to do that? The girl said she's getting stronger every day, raising her level. Jongdo said that memorizing coordinates is a very good trait. He'll definitely need it. The hunter said that now, when the time came, he would attack these demons himself. The young man was informed that he had successfully prevented the demon invasion. The young man stepped out of the portal and made it back in successfully. He was greeted. The SSS guild members ran up to him and asked him if he was injured. Shouldn't he be sent to the hospital right away? A full examination should be carried out. The young man smiled and said he could see he was welcome. It was as if they hadn't seen each other for days. The companion said it had been 5 days anyway. The young man was surprised. By his standards, it had only been 5 hours. Jongdo thought that among the dungeons were those with which there is a temporary break from reality. He didn't expect this break from reality to be so long. Jongdo asked what had happened in the world without him during that time. The young man was afraid of missing something. The man replied that right after the young man left, a dungeon appeared. Since there were many casualties during the second cataclysm, everyone approached with caution now. Recently, there have been more hunters. So, they are gradually cleaning the dungeons with high survival rate. The young man thought that there was hardly any place like the dungeon he had just passed through. The man added that those who had visited this dungeon said that the monsters moved in a planned manner like an army. Some said they saw demon-like monsters there. Back in Japan, there was a place called The Spot. It was used as a hunting ground. It didn't cause a riot because there was one in England as well. At first, everything was quiet about the expat search. Then they said they would handle it. Since only weak monsters appear in the early stages of spot creation, it's like discovering a gold mine. The problem is that these monsters will become stronger over time. If they escape to the city because of negligent management, an irreparable tragedy will occur. If they don't ask for help, the young man as an outsider can't do anything. It is necessary to gradually raise the level and monitor the situation. The young man was resting. Jongdo had just moved into his new house and hadn't even unpacked yet. He hasn't gotten around to it yet. Suddenly, as unexpected as always, Winry Makina appeared in front of the young man. She said that the young man had done a great job, as always. Jongdo said that the girl scared him as usual. Why doesn't she make herself known in advance? Makina said that the young man looked very glum, so she decided to play a prank on him. The young man said he had a couple questions before he got the award, and asked her not to make any more jokes like that. The guy said he summoned a character named Richard and fought demons. Then he said that it was impossible to use force in a world where the third erosion had occurred. So people from the past were stronger than modern people. How is that possible? Makina said that is an interesting question. The level of the Earth has not decreased compared to the past, because of the difference between the real universe and the copy universe. The character the young man summoned is realized based on information from the real universe. Makina said that she would now explain everything with the help of the projector. If the picture inside this device, the real universe, that on the wall is a copy of the universe Mr. Jongdo lives in. The distance between the two universes is so great that it transcends not only space, but also the concept of time. Only by bridging this distance can the real universe create a copy. Jongdo wondered why she was creating a copy. Isn't it the same thing? Makina said, perhaps the young man can't see, but there are small dust particles flying in the air. If you apply this phenomenon to the universe, even such a small dust becomes a variable for the universe. The real universe observes the copy to track changes, the small opportunity that arises from this change, the miracle that grows out of that possibility. For this recreation of the same initial miracle as the young man. Makina said she knows what the young man is looking for, but can't give a reason. She suggested going back to the beginning. The biggest difference between the two universes is the natural concentration of mana. The copy universe is much lower. Because of that, the characters in the real universe are much stronger. Then what factors determine the second and third erosions? The amount of mana that basic creatures possess. As erosion increases, other universes open up a universe of erosion, resulting in a dungeon of monsters. The young man wondered, if everything is as Makina says, shouldn't this land be deteriorating slower than the real land at the current moment? How is the information from the lottery then? Is it accurate? Makina said that Veil is an entity about which there is no clear information. Veil forcefully caused the initial erosion of the earth. Makina added, why did he accelerate the erosion? For what purpose? How were the first gates created? None of this is known. Jongdo wondered if there was a being that even she knew nothing about. The girl said all that is known is that this creature contains within it the miracle of the beginning. Makina said she would try to find out more, so the young man shouldn't worry about him. The girl asked if the young man had memorized the coordinates of the demon world this time. The young man nodded affirmatively. He said that he decided to prepare a little and attack when the time came. Makina said that in such a case, now is the right time. An invasion between universes with a big difference in the level of restrictions. However, the demon world broke the rules and started the invasion. So now they're in trouble. Jongdo remarked that in such a case, they should attack immediately. He thanked Winry for the information. The girl asked if Mr. Jongdo had forgotten anything. Makina reminded him that the young man was entitled to a reward. They talked so much that the young man forgot about it. Makina said that this is the power of communication. In the process of communication, you can forget about the most important things. The guy says he has an idea for this time. Could the girl change unused skills to strengthen them or come up with a use for them? Makina said that's a great idea. She will try to do her best. The combination of skills and the return of skills were open. The young man said that the combination was clear, but what about the return? Makina said it is a system that turns unused skills into guaranteed tickets. The youngster should note that the higher the skill level, the greater the chance of acquiring a high-level ticket. Jongdo said that he wouldn't do that. It's safer to use a combination of skills. For example, a combat event happened. Skill return. If the young man now uses skill return, the probability of getting a black ticket will increase. John Doe said he can't hold back anymore and is willing to give it a try. The young man found himself near the portal to the dungeon. Ixia noticed that her master was in a very good mood. The young man agreed. After all, he had gotten 2 black tickets in the skill exchange. Ixia stated that she had no doubts about her master. At first, the young man could only get 1, but through his shrewdness and perseverance, he managed to get both. The SSS Guild has succeeded in acquiring the right to use the dungeon. They have established the appropriate designations. Jongdo told Ixia to reveal the demon world to him. Ixia, immediately using her unique abilities, organized a portal for the young man to enter the dungeon. Jongdo said that it was now the demon's turn to suffer, and, holding his weapon tighter, the young man entered the dungeon. Jongdo was puzzled when he entered the dungeon. Where did he go? There were bars all around. The young man said he thought it would be red sky or hellfire. And this is some kind of prison. The young man did not get upset and used his favorite information lottery. In such a situation, nothing is more important than information. This time, a green capsule fell out to the young man. It had happened once before. This place has been colonized by the invasion of the demon world. We must free the scale. Compensation is given as an achievement for the damage done to the demon world. The young man must cooperate with residents and build friendships. Special compensation will be provided. The colonized inhabitants of Skyla have a strong antipathy towards the demon world. Jongdo decided that he could do it. In other words, he can interfere as much as he wants. Our hero decides that first, he needs to get out of this prison. Suddenly, there was a prison invasion. The wall of a neighboring cell was broken through. The invading rebels shouted that they had to find His Majesty. The rebels replied that they must drive these filthy, demonic scoundrels away. They decided to destroy everyone they saw. The young man guessed they were natives. It was good that they came to him on their own. It didn't take long for the demons to catch on. They called the natives restless wimps and wondered why these people still didn't understand. People shouted for the demons to come out to battle. They are not going to give up and are looking for His Majesty. One of the demons said, "You can't destroy all humans. That's an order from Lord Kelsad." Jongdo, in response to the demon's statement, said that it would be difficult for him to destroy all humans. The demon looked at the man in the cell and said in surprise, "Has this prisoner completely lost his fear?" Our hero drew his sword, and with a slight movement, he cut the protective grid separating him from freedom. With the same motion of his sword, he split the nearest demon in two. Another demon, caught under the young man's hand, was destroyed in the same way. The people who saw this were amazed. The warriors were surprised to ask the young man who he was, and how did he come to be here? The young man thought it would be strange if he said he came from another world to save them. The young man said his name was Jongdo. He lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he was in a cell. After he woke up, he was in a cell. The locals bowed to the young man and earnestly asked him to lend them his mighty power. The leader said that they are a resistance group that opposes the demon world and stands for the independence of Skyla. If the young man helps them, they will repay him in the future. The young man said that he understands better than anyone else the anger and sadness these people feel. After all, his ancestors had also suffered the same thing. The young man put his hand to his chest and said that he promised to be their strength. The locals rejoiced. They said their hero had come down from heaven to save the Skyla. The indigenous people's favor increased. The people feeling the hero's support shouted for the demons to come out for a bloody fight. The demonic officer said they were rebels and ordered them all to be captured immediately. The young man was informed that he would receive 50 points for destroying the demon prison. He was happy because before, only 1 point was given for a demon's head. Extra points will be given if the hunter destroys all demons within 1 hour. The young man liked that there was also a bonus. Jongdo swung his spear and said that he always welcomed receiving bonuses. Now, he will try even harder. One of the demons kept commanding and shouting for his warriors to immediately go on the attack. They should not be afraid of their opponent because he had only 1 spear in his hands. The demons believed that if they came within close range of the hunter, they would have an undeniable advantage. When the demons got closer, they realized they had made a strategic mistake. The young man no longer held a spear, but a deadly sword. Each swing of this sword split another demon in half. They wondered, where did this sword come from? The locals couldn't believe their own eyes. Was it possible to destroy so many demons in a single battle? An even more terrifying demon appeared out of nowhere. Waving his deadly weapon, he shouted, "How dare this poor man do this to his army?" The young man gripped his weapon tighter. The demon shouted for that young man to go to hell immediately. Jongdo had completely different plans. The young man swung his sword and delivered a staggering blow to that monster. The demon was also successfully split into 2. Completing the elimination of the overlord earned the young man 30 points. The rebels thought they were in a hopeless situation. Now he's sure they'll make it. Scale's release is possible because of this hero. Jongdo said that he now wants to find His Majesty. The prison was completely destroyed. The young man got his 100 points and said it was too easy. It seemed very strange to the young man. For a prison with prisoners, the guards were very lax. The people shouted with raised hands that Mr. Jongdo is their hero. He will free His Majesty. The hero asked the rebel leader if they were able to get the hostages out. The man replied that they had succeeded because of Jongdo. The rebel leader stated that, unfortunately, His Majesty was not there. Apparently, the information was wrong. The young man offered to return to the shelter first. The locals promised to see him off. The young man was surprised that rhinos were used as transportation in this place. The caravan was formed and set off. The leader said that today was a celebration in honor of a new warrior. Unfortunately, there's an insidious spider on the rebel leader's back. He was here for a reason. The demon chief's been informed that the tracking bug is on. Locations being transmitted in real time. The head of the demons was outraged. How dare they stab in the back when Mr. Kelsad had pardoned them? The chief demon said to immediately send the entire army to these people's hideout. They must destroy all life on Earth. The young man stated that they were in a canyon. The canyon had always gotten the young man's attention, safety-wise. The rebel leader said that this deep canyon was a fortress that the demons couldn't find. Jongdo agreed that such a fortress was not easy to find. The interlocutor told the hero that they had arrived at their destination. The rebel leader told the elder that thanks to a benefactor who was nearby, they were able to free the prisoners. Together with him, they will not only be able to find His Majesty, but also escape from the world of demons. The elder became aggressive. He called the interlocutor a great fool. After all, he had warned that rash decisions could lead to disaster. The young man is alive now only because he was lucky enough to meet this man. Don't they know the humiliation His Majesty is going through right now? The young man thought that in that case, he had better move alone. Suddenly, one of the warriors came running in from outside and said they were in trouble. The enemies are advancing. Looking closer in the long-range vision device, one could discern a huge demonic army. The elder fell into despair. He did not understand how to get out of this situation. The man realized the demon had set a trap to locate their base and destroy them all at once. Jongdo said, now he understood why the demons were few and weak. The elder shouted that we must hurry. The women and children needed to be evacuated immediately. Our hero, having assessed the scale of the disaster, said that it was not necessary to do so. The elder was surprised. The young man put his weapon forward and said that he would take care of it himself. The elder shouted that it was dangerous and that he should return immediately. The young man didn't listen to the old man. He jumped right out of the window and went to fix the problem. In the next moment, our hero, saddling his horse, was rushing towards the untold demonic army. He was unstoppable. The race skill has been activated. Vehicle characteristics have been doubled. The demons who noticed the man approaching laughed. They said that the poor man had decided to do acrobatics. One of the demons wondered where the horse had come from. The top-level demon, Sinal, said that there are still useful warriors left in the fortress. It was probably their goal to buy time so that those who were left could escape. The demons saddled rhinoceroses and rode towards our hero. They decided to cut off his head. The demon closest to his opponent shouted for him to pull his head out if he wanted to die quickly. The young man pulled out his card and said it was time to use this one. The enemy came close to our hero and said that this man was caught. The young man continued to act. He swung his weapon and severed the heads of the demons that threatened him. Everything happened exactly the opposite. The demon leader wondered, what kind of man was this? No one had expected him to be so quick. The young man used the Azure Dragon skill and summoned the hero Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao is a man who inspires fear. It's said he was one of the strongest generals of the Wei dynasty. He stopped an army of 100,000 with only 800 soldiers. General Zhang Liao was the young man's aide and advisor in this battle. The chief demon said that this warrior is different. He was different from the warriors he had destroyed before. He figured if he was finished, it would be easy to exterminate the others. Ramon said if this demon could do the job, then his skills would be recognized, and he could apply for the position that Ramon used to hold, that he had dreamed of for so long. The demon agreed and said that this man would now be the victim of his success. Jongdo, using the skills of his advisor general, struck a staggering blow at this demon. The demon was deactivated. The general said that it made a lot of noise but was of little use. The supreme demon has been eliminated. The young man got 100 points. The demon warriors rushed to attack Jongdo. They wanted to avenge their captain. The young man, destroying the attackers, said they were like moths flying to the fire. Jongdo announced to the remaining opponents that they were already in the pit of fire, and there would be no escape for them. The young man used a 7-star divine attack. One of the locals, the leader of the resistance, asked the elder why they were inactive. After all, it is necessary to help Mr. Jongdo in this battle. The old man said they shouldn't leave the fortress. The elder looked at the young man from afar and said that everything had been decided. The young man on his horse was alone, surrounded by slain demons. The general thanked the young man for his cooperation and said that next time he was ready to meet with pleasure. Jongdo decided to use the wheel, but before doing so, he loaded Mr. Liu Shan. Liu Shan rejoiced and said that it was finally his turn. Emperor Liu Shan looked around and wondered, where did all the monsters go? The young man said that he wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. The emperor noted that the young man had done a good job, but at the same time, he said that the young man was getting farther and farther away from him. Thanks to Liu Shan, the young man had acquired a talent for wielding a sword. Jongdo was immensely pleased. He said that he had wanted to do this for a long time. He feels like he's getting stronger every day. He regretted that he hadn't had this before. He can now use the magic sword skill. The sword skill has been unlocked. You can now use this skill. Jongdo realized that it would take time to consolidate his talent, but he would be able to use more strategies. Liu Shan congratulated the young man. The rebel leader told the young man that a great job had been done. Jongdo expressed his hope that the elder and the rebel leader now will not fight anymore. Jongdo suggested calling a leadership meeting. He has an idea on how to get out of this situation. At the meeting, the young man thought it would be a bit onerous. The leader said if the young man had anything to say to not be shy. They would trust him unconditionally. The young man suggested looking at the map first. The communication skill has been activated. The dungeon map and Escala map are linked. The guy thought that the area of Escala was not that big. Thanks to this, it is possible to find out the location of the cities and their geographical features. The young man asked if all the members of the resistance organization had gathered. The old man replied that there were quite a few other forces. Jongdo asked if they could all be united and create a unified center of resistance. One of the leaders asked if it was true that the young man was planning to start an all-out war. But that would be reckless. The young man said that the interlocutors could take it easy. He would not ask them to fight demons. The young man said he had a great plan and asked if everyone here liked to run. It's been 2 days, Arginine, the most remote city of Skyla. The demons noticed that there were many armed men running around the fortress wall. They thought that an attack was being prepared. The high-level demon Ginsk shouted that the enemies were about to invade their territory. Many people gathered under the fortress wall. Jongdo announced to the demons to surrender if life was dear to them. He promised to spare everyone, because it's their only chance. Ginsuke said those people are getting cocky. They used to hide in their holes to save their own skin. The demon shouted back, "How dare these people trespass on their territory?" The chief demon ordered his troops to open the gates and prepare the racing rhinos. If the demons moved, then they would destroy all the humans. The chief demon, riding his rhinoceros, rushed through the fortress gates and into battle. He was accompanied by demonic warriors. The people, noticing that the demons had gone outside, turned around and began to run away. The demons shouted that they would not let these people live. Our hero, John Doe, rode his warhorse into battle with the oncoming rival. The young man bravely began to destroy the demonic opponents. Ginsk asked in surprise, "Who the hell was that?" The young man, not thinking long, split this Ginsk in half. Guy thanked his companions and said he would take care of the rest. The villain decided to attack and destroy the young man at the same time. After all, he's just, alone. Jongdo cut into the ranks of the demons. Each blow of his halberd reached its target. The slain demons fell to the ground. Demons, frightened, decided to close the gate and not allow this warrior to enter the territory of their fortress. The young man was approaching the fortress gate with a hammer already in his hands. He shouted, "Were they going to hide from him?" Our hero's horse braked sharply. The young man with the hammer in his hands flew upwards on the fortress wall. Jongdo shouted for the opponent to open the gate immediately. The impact of his hammer came right on that gate. The demons shouted that they must stop this opponent at all costs and must guard the main gate. The hammer blow was so strong that the gates could not withstand it and shattered into small pieces. At the same time, the demons who were trying to hold the gates were flying apart. Jongdo destroyed the gate and the fortress wall. He entered the enemy territory. He was followed by the armed rebels. He said that the demons who were illegally occupying the territory should leave immediately. The demons fled in fright. They fled without a backward glance, leaving this fortress at the mercy of the victors. One of the rebel leaders approached Mr. Jongdo and said that they had won. The young man said that it is not a victory yet, it is only the beginning. The head of the operation told the leaders to gather all the people as soon as they eliminated the remnants of the demons. They should immediately move on to the next operation. Demons sounded the alarm. It was necessary to urgently gather all the forces to be able to fight back the advancing enemies. The people who occupied the fortress noticed that the demons had grouped together and were on the offensive. Apparently, they had gathered their entire army. The demon commander-in-chief, Kelsad, said that these inferior beings had acted unjustly. The demons had shown mercy to the humans, and they had stabbed them in the back. Kelsad declared that the time had come to smother human hubris. He was ready to launch an attack on the fortress captured by the humans. Nukes flew into the fortress wall, causing considerable damage to the structure. The demons decided to enter the fortress through the holes in the wall. They decided to wipe out the entire human army and leave no one alive. The armed demons boldly and decisively entered the fortress again. This time they hoped to free it from the humans. Bursting into the fortress, the demons were surprised. The fortress was completely empty. There was no one inside. A surprised Kels had asked where everyone had gone. He had expected a bloody battle. One of the subordinates said that people must have fled after seeing such a powerful army in front of them. Kelsad was surprised. After all, they had had the courage to destroy Ginsk, and now they ran away without even engaging in battle. That seemed strange to him. One of the demons approached the commander and said they were having trouble. It turns out that the demonic capital was attacked by a detachment from the human army. They took advantage of the fact that all the troops were gone from there. The head demon shouted that their capital could be damaged. Could it be that there were so many humans that they were able to gather into an army? It was reported to Kelsad that there was only one man in the squad. One person was Jongdo. He continued to successfully split the demons in two, cutting them in half. Kelsad said there's a smart guy among these people. He needs to be dealt with immediately. The main villain said that his troops are following the enemy army and will try to destroy it. He, on the other hand, is returning to the capital to see the lunatic loner. Suddenly, a military warehouse in the city caught fire. Explosions were heard every now and then. The young man noted to himself that he had already destroyed the third warehouse in the city. The guard demons noticed the young man and decided to take the invader prisoner. Suddenly, an elder demon popped out from around the corner and said that this young man had finally been caught. The demon, waving his sword, introduced himself and said he was the leader of the guards, Guziel. The young man did not introduce himself. He swung once with his sword and earned another 100 points for himself. The leader of the demon guards was destroyed. The rank and file demons were outraged. How dare this boy raise a sword against their superior? The young man couldn't calm down. He continued to split into two all the demons he could get his hands on. No one was spared. Advancing forward, our hero finally saw the main castle in front of him. The young man thought that this castle must have a commander-in-chief worth 10,000 points. We should destroy it quickly while most of them were busy putting out the fire in the military warehouses. The young man swung the center doors to the castle with his foot smugly. There was a huge hall in front of the young man, but it was empty. It seemed strange to the young man. Had the map lied? The young man noticed a rapid fire arrow flying at him. The young man eliminated the threat. A menacing demon approached the young man. He said the young man's plan had succeeded. Was he going to shake up the empty house? He had heard rumors of a warrior walking around, but he hadn't expected to see this young man. Jongdo, he knew that bastard was still alive. Ramon appeared in front of the young man. He said it was hardly a coincidence. The young man must have been able to trace the coordinates. It turned out he was more cunning than one might think. The villain immediately attacked our hero and said that this time they managed to meet very quickly. The young man blocked the opponent's attack. The demon said that here he would be able to fully unleash his power without any restrictions, and he was looking forward to this battle. The demon struck his opponent with a powerful blow. The young man flew backwards, hitting the wall and destroying it. Guy sensed that his opponent wanted to make an immediate effort. He had an urgent need to buy a ticket as soon as possible. A helper was simply necessary. Ramon said that the young man had become very weak. Is he hiding something? Suddenly, a divine creature appeared in front of Ramon. The girl blocked the demon's blow and said that light existed only for those who sought salvation. It was a divine angel. The young man has discovered the magic of brainwashing. Jasun's defense blocks the brainwashing. The opponent's reaction surprised the young man. It had never happened before. It was crazy brainwashing magic. Ramon asked what an angel was doing in the demon world. The chief demon wondered if the young man was planning to start an all-out war. His appearance is a clear violation of the agreement. Angel asked, hadn't the demons broken the agreement first? She had recently heard what those were up to on Earth. Thanks to that, she had entered the demon world without any problems. The girl thanked the earthly hero for his diligence in the fight against the evil world of demons. From now on, the heavenly world would help the young man. The demon said it's not help. It's just an excuse to take the land for themselves. They're worse than demons. The demon gently told this rascal to shut up immediately. Someone like him is incapable of understanding the ultimate truth of heaven. Jongdo apologized and told the angel that he had to decline that help. The young man added that he would figure it out on his own. Angel was surprised. The girl said she didn't see anything wrong with that. Many fools like this young man do not realize that they need rescue help. The angel added that their merciful God commanded to save a soul even through strength. Jongdo grimaced and thought he was dealing with a group of crazy people. The demon added that he had warned the young man. The angel said that the young man could rejoice. The place they had chosen for salvation was the land he was on. The girl added that the only way to survive was to connect with the heavenly realm. The angel of the heavenly realm offered to recruit the young man to heaven. If he accepted the offer, he would belong to heaven. The demon leader said he was willing to give the man a chance. The demon invited the young man to join their ranks. He promised to make the young man a general so that he could flog these heavenly representatives. Kelsad, the lord of the demon world, offered to recruit the young man to the demon world. If he accepted the offer, he would belong to the demon world. Jongdo was faced with a choice, and he has to decide, heaven or the demon world. Jongdo says that he chooses to do neither. He's not interested, so they can leave him out of it. If they're going to fight, then let them fight amongst themselves. Kelsad noticed that the young man had a chance. The demon leader pounced on the young man and said he would destroy him. The angel pounced on the young man and shouted that the heretics must die. A demon and an angel simultaneously struck our hero. Nothing happened. The demon was very surprised. The young man blocked these blows with his bare hands. He held up the attacker's weapons. The demon wondered, is this really a human? The strength level of our hero increased by 1.5 times. With a confident movement, the young man threw the attackers off in different directions. Chongdo said that it was the first time he felt such power. The young man loaded his assistant. It was Xiang Yu. The power of this hero moved mountains. It was the only being that filled the world with overflowing energy. In China's 5,000-year history, all historians have rated him as the strongest man. Stronger than this hero, the young man has never booted anyone before. This should be a convincing victory. It was the king of Eastern Chu. The head demon said he was experiencing a strange sensation. The young man performed a boric acid attack. It was an exquisite attack. The impact cracked the ground beneath his feet. Demons in fear and from the outgoing shockwaves scattered in different directions. Those watching outside noticed that the entire fortress was crumbling. Who has such tremendous power? The demon thought that this young man had destroyed the fortress with a single attack. This is the power of the place where the third erosion occurred. For destroying the fortress of the demon world's commander-in-chief, our hero received 5,000 points. The young man couldn't believe he had done it. Shang Yu told the young man not to slow down. He should immediately pounce on his opponent. Zhongdo prepared his fists and said that he would deal with him now. The demon lord said that this young man had destroyed his fortress, and he was going to destroy his opponent. Chongdo was determined, and with Xiang Yu's support, he was going to attack the demon. Kelsad said that he would crush this enemy of the demon world into powder. The demon was ready to tear the place apart and bury the young man with this fortress. Zhongdo had other plans. Xiang Yu said it had been a long time since he had been in a human body. The talent of self-confidence has been activated. The demon was suffering a crushing defeat. He wondered what had happened to his opponent's skills. Why had they increased so much? A loaded character makes his own decisions and acts against the master's will. Shang Yu in our hero's body shouted, "Who can stop him?" No one would be able to match him. The unfortunate demon was flying from side to side. His defeat was only a matter of time. Zhongdo shouted indignantly, "What is this warrior doing? Why is he using his body without permission?" Shang Yu told the young man not to worry. He will return the body safely. After all, he is more than a close friend to the young man. Changdu asked that the warrior return the body to him now. Xiang Yu said that friends are important, but his feelings come first. The demon's rival said that from now on he was his personal enemy. He threw a magic chain with a sharp tip at him. The demon wondered what kind of weapon was this? His body was pierced by that sharp tip, and the demon was hooked. The skill, enemy detection, was activated. The warrior told his opponent that he should fight until he died. Xiang Yu wrapped the chain around his arm, pulling the demon towards him. The opponents will deal damage to each other until a given target is killed. The great warrior, bringing the demon within striking distance of him, began beating his opponent viciously. The demon lost its horns. The young man did not want to stop. Shang Yu landed a series of crushing blows to his opponent's body. It was hard for the demon to bear it. He flew backwards. The great warrior said not to let the demon get too far away from him, and he began to put the chain back on his arm. Shang Yu continued to bully his opponent. He threw the demon from side to side. At the same time, he was destroying everything around him. The fortress continued to crumble. The impression was that soon there would be no stone left unturned. Angel thought she'd be screwed if she got involved in this. At the end of the battle, the great warrior emerged from the ruins. He was tired but unharmed. The demon has been defeated. Commander-in-Chief Kelsad was defeated. The protagonist received 10,000 points. The young man looked up at the angel in the sky and said she was next. Shang Yu said that he was sorry to leave, of course, but he had managed to have fun. Angel breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been scared enough to think she was going to die. The rank and file demons wailed in fright that Mr. Kelsad was dead. They were afraid to go near the young hunter. Those who were bolder and more armed told the young man that he had made a mistake in destroying their lord. He would not return from this place alive. Ramon shouted that the man's strength had clearly weakened. He ordered him to be surrounded so that he could not escape. Shang Yu didn't go far. He said with a smile that these demons were still not enough. Changdo stated that enough fighting. Time was already running out. With the demon commander destroyed, it's time to leave. Just as the horse-drawn wagon arrived, the crow horse skill was activated. The young man jumped into the wagon and grabbed the reins. He shouted for the horses to hurry up. The demons rushed in pursuit, hoping to capture the young hunter. They were even willing to cling to the horses and wheels. The great general Shang Yu climbed onto the carriage and shouted for these demons to get out of the way. No one could stop him. Ramon ordered the young warrior to be caught. They must not lose sight of him. Suddenly, divine crusader angels appeared in front of the demons. They were also armed with swords. Ramon was furious again. Who was this angel trying to protect? Was she really taking the side of the humans again? Angel says she doesn't understand her opponent at all. She is simply punishing the evil before her in order to fulfill the original mission in good faith. Repair asked, had she forgotten that she was allowed? After all, this was the territory of the demon world. Zhongdo looked out of the departing carriage and said that the two of them could work things out on their own again. He asked if he should help them do that. The young man activated the shrine unveiling skill. He could now sense the energy of the gods. Ramon became even more resentful. Zhongdo had outsmarted him again. He'd gotten away from him, causing irreparable damage in the process. The young man asked Ixia to move him to the secret hideout. The girl obeyed. The wagon with the horses and the young man disappeared into the portal. The young man shouted that the two could fight each other until they were destroyed. A young man jumped out on his wagon from the other side of the portal. He was unharmed. The young man thought he hadn't shown up too late. If they're all right, the commander declared that he was bored again. He was ready to have some more fun. However, his time was up, and he said he was ready to see you next time. Zhongdo decided to use the wheel twice. He summoned an old friend of the emperor's. Loading up, Liu Shan said he was already drooling in anticipation. Chengdu asked if Mr. Liu Shan could take his body too. Liu Shan asked sadly, "Is this possible?" The very thought of going against the young man's will terrified him. Liu Shan said that he was of course very pleased with this kind of attention. But who would want to take his body without permission? Zhongdo thought that there had been an assistant here recently. The young man thought that not all strong people were mentally unstable. We should find a way to prepare for something like this in the future. Liu Shan pointed his finger at the wheel and shouted for it to stop faster. The young man had acquired the skill summoning a crow horse and the skill identifying the enemy. The guy decided to choose the definition of enemy if there is a red hair horse to ride. The young man saw the local warriors running toward him. The young warriors were happy that Zhongdo was safe and sound. They asked how the operation went. The young man replied that it had been a success. Kelsad was defeated. The warriors cheered. The young man said it was too early for them to rejoice. The young man asked where the demon army that was chasing them was. The warrior replied that the demon army was camping not far from here, in the forest. Intelligence brought back information that there was currently unrest within the demon unit, and there were signs of an imminent retreat. The young man thought that the demons were rushing back after hearing about the situation in their capital. Zhongdo decided that this was his chance. The stabilization of the endurance talent was complete. The young man decided that it was about time. Zhongdo asked one of the warriors to bring him a good painkiller. The warrior asked if the warlord was injured. The young man said that he is not injured. However, he feels that he will soon be in trouble. After a short time, our hero received an impressive portion of painkillers. The young man got ready and said that he really did not want to do this. The young man thought that it wouldn't have come to this if he hadn't gotten a talent for swordsmanship. The young man ripped the pendant off his chest. The young man decided he needed to become more manly. Zhongdo assumed the lotus posture and began to perform the purification and strengthening process. The guy realized that he already had stamina. Wouldn't he be able to last? The young man was uncomfortable. He held on with all his might. The young man could not understand how the saint had endured it at all. Zhongdo emptied another bottle of painkiller. To be on the safe side, the young man poured the rest even on his head. It was still hard on him. Zhongdo thought that it was still bearable. The guy realized that he was taking 3 talents at the same time. That's why it's so difficult. The talent beauty has been activated. There's a big difference in the user's body and talent. Forced improvements are starting to be made. This was the young man's surprise. How could he endure all of this? Something incredible was happening to the young man's face. It was good that there was no mirror in front of him at that moment. The warriors, outside the tent, were startled by what was happening inside. Noise and sparks of flame were shooting out. The young man wanted to check what was going on in there. But they remembered that their commander had insistently asked them not to go in there. After a while, all the bottles of anesthetic were emptied. The young man lay exhausted on the floor. Coming to his senses, the young man stood up. The user is on the verge of death. The dragon's blood awakening has been activated. The young man thought that he had to endure the destruction of his body because of his talent. And the dragon blood awakening was activated from his handsome face. The young man thought it was ridiculous. If it wasn't for these demonic villains, one could just wear the pendant and collect talents painlessly. The young man slid open the tent flaps and stood before the warriors. When the young men saw him, they drew back. Jongdo bravely declared that now, the demonic foes could be even more wary of him. He would relieve them of their pain and stress and fear. The demon has relayed information that the capital has been taken over by the aliens. Everyone must return to the capital immediately. The evil demon cursed the vile heavenly villains. The demon told his boss that Mr. Kelsad obviously wants to destroy the remnants of the enemies. The boss said that catching the rats hiding is one problem, but invading the heavens, that's a problem of the supremacy of the universe. The one-eyed demon boss told everyone to retreat and return to the capital. The demonic army lined up in rows and began to return to the capital. The demon warned Mr. Fontanon that there was a narrow canyon ahead. There might be an enemy ambush. Maybe it makes sense to take a detour. One-eyed said that every minute counted. If he delayed now, the capital might fall into the hands of the heavenly army. Would his interlocutor be willing to take responsibility for that? The interlocutor remained silent. The one-eyed man said that in that case we should continue on the established route to the capital. The demon said they would get rid of anyone who dragged in. Right now, all they have to do is move forward at an accelerated pace. One-eyed said the enemies are quite close. Could it be that the heavenly army had gotten so dangerously close to them? The deputy reported that only one man had gotten close to them. It was Jongdo, holding a divine sword in his hands. The young man said that finally those demons had been caught. The one-eyed warlord saw the young man and said that his sword had a very powerful energy. He ordered his subordinates to quickly disperse. The demon officer reported to the warlord that over 90% of the troops had entered the canyon. They would not be able to disperse and escape if necessary. The young man held an Excalibur in his hands. With this sword, the young man was invincible. The young man attacked the enemy army. He collapsed the walls of the canyon, and the demonic warriors were crushed as they fell. The demons had nowhere to retreat. They were trapped in a mousetrap. The one-eyed warlord was depressed. How could a huge army be lost so easily? After all, it was just a boy against them. The young man looked down at the results of his activities. He was satisfied with the results he had achieved. The young man said that this army could retreat as long as they wanted. He had them cornered anyway. The demon officer said to keep his subordinates alert. There was no telling where this young man might come from next time. One of the sentries shouted that he could see the enemy. A young man, sword out, was approaching on his horse. The one-eyed man shouted for the enemy to be shot at with anything that could hurt him. Arrows, swords, and spears flew at the young man. The young man was invulnerable. The demons were amazed at their opponent's abilities. How could he beat off arrows while sitting on a galloping horse? Jongdo cut into the ranks of the enemies. With his sword, he destroyed the opponents. Each of his strikes reached the target, and it was effective. The young man was pleased with himself. He was showing excellent second-level swordsmanship results. This was a manifestation of his talent. Previously, the young man couldn't even imitate the swordsmanship of the heroes he was loading. From now on, the young hunter is ready to swing his sword non-stop and excel at it. Various parts of the demons flew apart after making contact with the Excalibur. Jongdo said that he sees and feels everything in this fight. The demons won't be able to defeat him. The young man skillfully wielded not only a sword, but also possessed fist-fighting skills. He used these skills to fend off the attacks of ruthless monsters. A single blow was enough to make the monster unable to continue fighting, and was deactivated for a long period of time. The young man said that with the beauty talent, it wasn't just his appearance that changed. The young man's bones became stronger with a proper skeleton, and his muscles had become refined. The demons realized that they had lost this battle. However, to their great regret, and I had nowhere to retreat to, they were trapped in this canyon. The enhancement mode helped our hero to skillfully wield a spear, shoot a bow, and possess melee skills. There were many other talents he could learn. Jongdo realized that if he progressed, he would become even much stronger. Some demons thought, no matter how strong this young man is, he is still alone. We should keep trying to defeat him. The enemies were counting on the fact that the young hunter wouldn't be able to use his technique for long. They decided to attack him simultaneously from all sides. Jongdo laughed and said in response that he would be able to use this technique indefinitely, and he doesn't care how many opponents are against him now. The one-eyed leader said that this young man was very tough and decided to personally go out to fight against him. A warrior ran up to the one-eyed leader and said there was an emergency message. The warrior said it was very urgent and the commander should respond. The one-eyed man answered and said that Fantanon was listening. Ramon was on the line. Fantanon thanked the demon and said that he would serve him faithfully for ages to come. Ramon said that Kelsa had died in battle with this rival and ordered the demon to leave the scale. Fantanon understood and said that everyone should keep retreating. The demon added that the man had gone too far. The young man had gone really far and he wasn't going back. One-eyed ordered that we prepare a retreat gate. If necessary, have the demons open them. Glaring furiously with his red eye, Fantanon said that he would tear this young man apart the next time they met. Our hero laughed and said that this rival spoke differently while running away. Jongdo wasn't going to let him go. The young man asked why his opponent doesn't want to tear him up now if he's so confident. One-eyed man was on edge. He wanted to attack the young man and carry out his threats. However, his subordinates, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, tried to hold him back. Demons still managed to escape. Jongdo asked Ixia to give him the appropriate coordinates. Our hero has received information that the demons have been completely banished from Skyla. Hidden mission accomplished. 20,000 points. This has never happened before. Jongdo said it's time to return to the capital. Now, it's safe to enter the main gate. The locals, looking at the city, grabbed their heads. How could they be so cruel? They couldn't believe there was nothing left of the Imperial Palace. Those cruel demons worse than animals. Jongdo kept his mouth shut. The elder said that now was not the time to bemoan the destroyed buildings. We must hurry and do everything possible to find His Majesty. The old man said that a stretcher should be brought immediately, and he feels it is necessary to concentrate the search in this particular place. One of the warriors shouted what he had found. The young man discovered a secret door. The warrior opened the doors and said that those evil demons had locked His Majesty in the dungeon. Jongdo suggested going down and opening the dungeon. At the entrance to this dungeon was a legendary barrier spell. It can only be unlocked by a wizard of legendary level. Jongdo suggested that the warriors accompanying him should still go down into the dungeon. The young man turned on the examination mode. He realized that he had to make an examination. Legendary level magic. There has been a successful release. The young man opened the grate and told the warriors to come forward. The young men saw behind the bars a man sitting on his knees. He was shackled in chains. The old man addressed the man and called him, "Your Majesty." The young elf opened his eyes and thought he heard someone's voices. The old man asked, "How did Rosnell get here?" "They came here with the liberation." The girl heard the news that Scale was freed and all the demons fled. The girl thought it was all thanks to that warrior. She looked at Jongdo. The girl rose to her feet and told everyone to leave her alone with this young man. She would like to talk to him. As the doors closed behind the warriors, the girl called the young man Mr. Heroes. Then she added that the word was not appropriate for someone who came from another world. The young man wondered, how could she have guessed that? The girl said that she could sense the young man's mana structure. It is different from their structure. But despite that, the young man is the greatest wizard of this world. The girl said she wanted to give something to her savior. The imperial family of Scala has been able to use subspace magic for generations. The reasons the demons kept her alive: royal treasures in subspace. The girl pulled out a treasure box from under the space. She said that it was a national treasure, passed down from generation to generation by their imperial family. The girl said for the young man to accept this gift. Jongdo started to refuse. He said he couldn't accept a national treasure. The girl said that there was a legend that had also been passed down from generation to generation. One day, when the world is stained with evil, a savior will appear from heaven, and he will cast out all evil, and then he will suddenly leave. At first, the girl thought it was just a legend, but now, at the sight of the young man, she realizes it's true. According to the legend, this box should be given to a savior. The young man is now the true owner of this treasure. The young man now realized what a special reward it was to help and befriend the natives. The young man inquired if he could open this treasure right there. The young woman said she didn't mind. In this box was a giant bead. It was smoking and radiating energy. The young man took the bead in his hands and turned on the research mode. He wanted to know what this thing was. There was a glitch. The young person was informed that the inspection failed. Target information could not be determined. The guy was surprised. This was the first time such a thing had happened. After all, this skill easily overcomes the magic of defending mythical items. So it's a bead well above the mythic level. Her Majesty asked if there was a problem. Jungdo replied that he didn't understand what this thing was for. The young man was not upset. He knew there were experts in this matter. He decided to check with the dwarves after he returned home. They would find out the purpose of this bead. The young man told Ixia that they were definitely going home now. Ixia tensed and opened the portal again, now to return home. The locals thanked the young man for his help and said he was their benefactor. The young man said goodbye to the locals and they told him they would never forget him. Jungdo said goodbye and left through the portal. The people rejoiced that the demons were gone. They were sad that their benefactor was gone. Appearing at the top of the stairs, the young man immediately wondered how many points he had managed to earn. The young man looked around and couldn't figure out where he was. Had he not established the coordinates of his room? Ixia apologized to the host. When the gate opened, there was an intervention of coordinates. It must have happened in the process of invading the celestial world and exiting the demonic world. The boy thought that these celestial representatives couldn't stay still all the time. The young man said they were not in their native country now, but they had not left this land. The young man decided to orient himself on the ground and see the location. The young man synchronized the dungeon map with the world map. The young man wondered, could he really be in Great Britain now? It seemed like a very distant place to him. The guy caught on, as it was the UK that made a lot of noise after the spot was created. Ixia warned the young man that 3 hunters had appeared behind him, each of them level A. The hunters told the young man not to move. If he resisted, they would attack. The hunters put their hunting swords forward. The young man had entered an area forbidden by the state. The young man put his hands in the air. Jungdo thought that it wouldn't be so easy to go home. One of the attackers said he thought he had seen this young man somewhere before. The hunters recognized our hero. They said he was the only SSS class hunter in the world. The 3 hunters put aside their swords and pulled out pens and papers. They flew up to the young man and asked for his autograph. The hunters told the young man that he looked much cooler in person than he did on the screen. The boy thought it was because he had applied the beauty mode. Out loud, he said he heard that a lot. One of the hunters asked how the young man had gotten here. The boy replied that he came here after passing through a dungeon in his country. He himself does not know how it happened. The hunters decided it was hardly a simple accident. It was God's will. Jungdo asked if they were believers. The hunter replied that lately, yes. Hadn't the young man heard about it? Currently, Jesus is risen here in the Holy Land in the UK. Ixia said she doesn't understand what's going on here. First the demon world, then the heavenly world. I can't believe they're in the middle of something. What's all the fuss? The hunter said the young man might doubt the truth, but they had indeed witnessed a miracle. It really was Jesus. Jungdo said he was looking forward to hearing the story. He asked if he could meet him. He was told that he could, but it was very difficult. The hunters explained to the young man that Jesus went into seclusion to create the Holy Grail. He said that if he had the Holy Grail, he could protect mankind from monsters. Ixia was tense at this point. She said she sensed an ominous energy, and there's an object with blood on it. The hunter explained, members of their guild had gone to find materials for the Holy Grail. Jungdo inquired if St. Joan of Arc was here. The young man explained his question. The girl went to the UK, but then disappeared. That's why he's looking for her. The hunter assumed that the young man was tired from the road, so he offered him a rest. Jungdo thanked him for his hospitality. The young man was led to the apartment and wished him a pleasant vacation. The young man met again with weary Makina. The girl congratulated the young man on his safe return. Jungdo said he had a lot of questions. Would the person he was talking to be able to answer them? Makina said she would tell him everything she knows. However, she can't provide information without paying a fee that benefits only one side of the universe. The young man says he is willing to pay. He uses the points he earned. Makina said that wasn't a bad idea. She will make a list of things that can be bought with those points. Makina put up a bill that totaled almost 37,000 points. The young man thought he had enough. Elven tears, elixirs, armor, weapons, everything is in place. The tickets are there too. The young man asked his interlocutor how many points he needed to ask about the celestial world. Makina replied that he needed 20,000. Jungdo thought it was very expensive. The young man decided to sell all the elven tears for information. But the Earth follows a different path from the real universe. so it will be hard to get the information he wants. The young man said he was ready to ask a question. Machina said she was ready to answer. Guy asked Machina to tell him about the Holy Grail. The young man remembered how Ixia had sensed the ominous energy. The information should definitely be worthwhile. Machina said that the Holy Grail is a distraction device that allows beings from the upper universe to enter the lower universe with impunity. The Holy Grail is created by mixing half of the blood of a man from heaven and half of the blood of a man from the universe that heaven is trying to invade. The mixing of the blood signifies permissibility, but it requires special conditions. The natures of the two creatures mixing blood must be similar. The mana potential must be excellent. The most appropriate person to do this is Saint Joan of Arc. Jongdo remembered the conversation with the hunters and decided that Saint wasn't accidentally missing in the UK. The guy still couldn't figure out how to find her? And with what? Machina suggested that the young man pay attention to the eyeglass store. The information she had behind her back. A skill enhancement potion might be useful for that. The young man asked, what could he do with it? Ixia whispered in the young man's ear that he could try it. The young man thanked Machina and said that he would buy 2 vials of this potion at once. Winry said it was a wise decision and deducted 6,000 points from the young man. Machina wished the young man good luck. Not everyone was asleep in the forest at night. A drama was playing out here. The knights pursued the girl and were willing to use even weapons to achieve their goal. The warrior caught up with the fugitive and swung his swords and said she was finally caught. The girl managed to hide in a protective sphere. She was out of reach of her pursuer. The knight pushed the sphere along with the girl down the cliff. The sphere flew down. The sphere shattered, and the girl found herself defenseless. She was surrounded by armed knights. The girl asked why she was attacked by the Knights of the Round Table. Suddenly, a stranger appeared off to the side. He apologized to the saint for his rudeness. The stranger said it was a secret meeting. The girl looked around and saw that God was in front of her. The man said that the earth was currently in danger. However, with the help of the saint, they would be able to save it. The man held out his hand and said he wanted the heart of a saint. With it, they could stop the devil. One of the knights protested. He said that wasn't their agreement. He thought only a little blood was required. The man said that unfortunately the devil had become so strong that a drop of blood would be useless. He was followed by a female angel. The man said it was God's will, so it was their role to silently follow the edicts. The man told Sale to bring him a heart. Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I enjoyed this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing, so if you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment on what exactly you liked. And for a new part of this work, let's collect 1,000 likes under this video. All the best. See you soon.